Mid, man. They're trying for BZM, but there's just no chance. Wymon's there again with the Avalanche. Desire might actually just slowly die here. And yeah, he's gone. He can do nothing about it. Meanwhile, mid, they'll get Wymon, but here comes BZM looking for the good trade. He'll find the time, and now find...
So Watson, he's got to be careful poking like that. His BKB is still cooldown for 15 seconds. He's going to get dragged back into the static storm. The swap's there from Ace though. Ace able to bail Watson out, puts the BKB himself, gets the stun set up. Then the RP, Quinn, he's there with the light strike array. That's going to be both of the supports gone on Tidebound. Ace, he'll die the once. He's ready for round two, gets the Wave of Terror out. Malady in the middle of the fight. Watson gets his hands on Buck. The Laguna Blade flies in from Quinn. They've killed Buck off. Shiro in trouble as he's chased down, taken out by Watson. He gets jumped. Watson's going to be able to do damage, and here it is. He gets jumped, but the silence coming onto the three of them. Dream Coil as well. God. It's a perfect bait. And Malady's going to be able to hold back the bat. The BKB's pop back, trying to get in, but the Leakers is there. Jumping with the Echo, they're throwing everything on Watson. Can they kill this Drow? It's good stun control. He's getting pretty low, but the snowball save will come in. Watson, he's going to be fine. Turns, shoots them down as he cleans up. They can't kill him. And it just sort of begs the question, I don't know how much more of this they're going to want to play, Kezu. It's got to be feeling pretty rough.
Full team wipe. Beyond godlike, triple kill.
get some vision right now. They drops the wall, Nigma goes in, they come up, Nigma into the air. There's the Arquido from Whisper, holding Nigma in the ring. So Nigma will try his best, but it's not going to be enough. They've already lost them both. They will be able to lose another one. Maybe Fade can try to turn this around. Absolutely not. He's forced to just surge himself out of here. At the very least, Whisper and Yuma lost most of their HP, but Speed, he jumped onto Yuma, hoping to assassinate the Sphere, and immediately just gets two shots, and now he's going forward. Yuma gets an ultra kill at the end of this game. They come across him as they smoke up. RCY is going to be there. They cancel out his blink. Lasso immediately, he's going to die. At the same time, they found the call onto Chen Analog. Analog already losing most of his life. He's just dead. Chen being chased down right now by Fade and the gang, and I don't think King Jungles has a way out. He gets dragged in with the core, killed off with the cutting blade. Schofield doing his best on the back edge, dropping the stun onto the backrider, but immediately it gets cancelled. Schofield falling low to the right, the damage of the Terror Blade. Ice Park holds him in position. He ends up dead. Axe gets a triple kill, multiple dunks in the fight.
Come in slightly too late. Kiyotaka still thinking about going in.
Oh, jeez!
Those crits.
Nightfall! Absolute man. I mean, this would even just be the Aegis if they get this. Nightfall still was doing damage. No God Strike anymore. Ame with the Sunder. Can he get Nightfall? Ame, you don't have Sunder anymore, but you do have the damage. This song, though. What can they line this up with?
Another
ready.
steering chains would be on to 4 of them.
Yeah, it is. It's on everybody. Again, XM, Ame, XXS, Kiyotaka tipped by Nightfall. He's spectating this fight, but he is enjoying it as well, as he just sees his Ember Spirit ripping through the side of Xtreme Gaming. This is going to be a full team wipe. For Toronto, Tokyo, the song is in. The lockdown is there, and Kiyotaka and Nightfall are setting up. Soulmine comes through, but are they going to have it up? They go to the Chaotic Offering, they've got the Fatal Body, do they have the damage?
Nightfall's dying.
Looking over at Nightfall, they've got themselves the Solar Guardian. Down goes Nightfall, no more Sven, but the big man boss on the side of Aurora is Kiyotaka. They do not have buyback on Sven, but XM looking for the ball landing, looking for a Vortex to hold in Kiyotaka. Down goes Panto, but the damage is too much. XM's dead, Walrus Punch is there, and now Ame with the Sunder. Kiyotaka getting low again, they're going to go to XS, but he is going through everybody. You cannot stop this man! Even Ember can really make your game difficult without the carry. And PP just
again.
getting hit hard by Yatoro. It's already godlike here for this Shadow Fiend. They get Miposhka, but is it going to be enough? Serpent Words and the Shackle will connect on the collapse to get the kill onto this Magnus.
Another Requiem.
This
ET, they can time it.
the Requiem
Yes,
coming
they
out
can.
with these. They'll take out Michael. Parker in trouble. Morphs into the Ember, so he'll slight, but he is still searing chains. He's still killed off. Triple kill for Yatoro. They find Rue, Avalanche, Toss, PP. He'll go forward, he goes in, and they will get this kill on a Root. No, they won't. He was on 1 health, and he ends up surviving, and Waro just gets the godlike kill as he has got the double on PP and Michael, and they find Parker again. They don't even get Rue. Radamatos comes through. Michael, he needs to start to back away. They have the TP coming in for the Tidehunter, and Yatoro, he's going all the way forward, but PP makes the move. Jumps in, has the lasso on him, Miposhka throwing the stick napalm on him. They go to the Supernova, they land the Ravage. Stone Gaze, but now Supernova, that means it's going to pop in Yatoro's
He's low on mana.
He is getting attacked by PP as he's going to try and fight there with the help of Puppy of the Sunray and Vitaly right on top of this Medusa. Icarus dive out of mana, but can they finally get this kill? The blink from PP, the flame break as well, but they've taken him out. PP and the rest fall, as all they get is this Jakiro, and it looks like it's going to be a full team wipe here for Spirit. They went after Medusa. They had him so low on mana the entire time.
Zeus.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day of Wallachia season number 5. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you once again. Jonathan, how the hell are you doing?
Doing great. You know, day 2 was amazing. We're going in now to the deeper days, right? This is when you've got some teams that are, you know, on the cusp of just straight up going to the playoffs. A few 2-0 teams already. We've got a middle of a pack that's widening. A few teams that have gone 1-1, taking a loss or a win in day 1 or day 2. And a bunch of teams that are on the firing line now, 0-2. So a few teams lined up for elimination, a few teams that could get qualified into playoffs. It's an exciting day. This is when the group stage for the Swiss format in Wallachia does start to really spice up as we're looking at our standings already. Again, you only need 3 wins to get to playoffs, so Team Spirit, Aurora, Gaimin, and NAVI are all playing up against each other, and at least 2 teams will get into the playoffs there. The middle of the pack, kind of in the safe zone, right? They can afford to take a loss here. They can still drag themselves up to be 1 series away from getting into the playoffs as well. But, you know, you still have that safety net for the middle of the pack from our 5th position up till 13th. For the ones at 13 to 16, though, it's rougher. Right, Nigma Galaxy, AVULUS, Heroic, Virtus.pro are 1 series away from getting out of Wallachia rather early. So we're going to see at least 2 teams get eliminated here as well. And this is when that spice kicks in. This is when that Swiss format really starts to shine, because you've got more matches. They should all theoretically be much, much closer than the first 2 days. And there's a lot in line now. A lot of these teams will have to work themselves out, see where they go. As again, we're looking at our standings with the format on hand, seeing how our teams did in those best of 3s, how they ended up with the divisions between 1-0 teams yesterday and 0-1 teams. Now again, 2-0, 1-1, and 0-2 teams to play up. Very exciting here, Mike.
Oh, it certainly is very exciting stuff. Of course, we are on the tail end of the group stage now, and every win does really matter for these teams. Some of these teams sadly going to have to get eliminated, I think, today, which could be very, very sad, Jonathan, to watch, but nevertheless, we do have to proceed with the tournament, and here's the schedule, of course. For Stream B, which is our stream, we do have Tidebound versus Wildcard up first, followed by Edge and Tundra Esports, and then after that you've got AVULUS and Heroic, and of course Nigma Galaxy up against Virtus.pro. And I believe we also have the schedule for Stream A, the main stream, of course, here for Wallachia Season 5, and there's also some fantastic games as well there. You've got Xtreme Gaming up against BetBoom Team, Liquid up against OG, Aurora up against Gaimin Gladiators, and Team Spirit up against NAVI. What an exciting day, Jonathan.
Yeah, again, like at least for the last 2 series there, one of those teams on each series will qualify, and everything else is kind of middle of the pack. It's going to be exciting to see who does make it through. Again, who does start to fade away. And this first series for us is pretty exciting by itself, Mikey. We've got Wildcard, this up-and-coming, you know, kind of rising star, has always played second fiddle almost to Shopify Rebellion and NA for quite a few qualifiers, but they've had their moments where they've managed to out-qualify Shopify, and that road to the internationals, the big one that everyone's talking about. And it's fun to be reunited with the NA boys, of course, up against the veterans and Tidebound. It's going to be a very interesting match. Tidebound has had a little bit more of a touch-and-go year. They didn't have to play the road to TI. This is a team that's, again, highly experienced, that has had some really strong moments and some moments that has ended a little bit earlier than you'd expect for this quality of a team. But, again, they're not to be underestimated. And I'm curious to see how Wildcard fares against these veterans. Is at their best, we see them do some crazy stuff. You know, we've seen Nothing to Say go back to mid-tinker, not in this tournament yet, but something that's in their pool. And, you know, if your mid laner can still run Tinker as it is now on mid, you always have something to worry about here. You always have something to pull from left field for the side of Tidebound.
Oh, you sure do. You sure bloody do. Of course, not to be underestimated as well, you've got the side of Wildcard, Jonathan, from North America, who are now, again, competing for their lives here in Wallachia Season 5. Not the greatest position in the world, but Tidebound is their opponent, and we'll see how they do perform, Jonathan. It's going to be an interesting one, and I say they're fighting for their lives, John. They're not quite fighting yet, but, you know, you're 1-1, you want to find a win here.
That you do. I'm keen on seeing what the side of Wildcard does, as we do have our draft on hand, seeing the initial bans. Enigma, DP, Undying, and Chen being banned out by Tidebound. Wildcard, for their part, banning out the SF Bristleback Abaddon. And they do manage to first pick the Batrider, which was surprisingly left in the pool. Tidebound take the Oracle as the counter, so you've got some Dispels on hand to play with. I will say for Wildcard, this Batrider is very cool because, you know, RCY has played it mid, as we were seeing in our highlights earlier on. They can run this mid, RCY. Maybe it's a little bit of that Filipino blood running through from some of our mid players, but he goes back to it, and you know, and that mid Batrider is a menace. Even with an Oracle on hand, I think it's still highly effective in just running down and dominating your mid matchup. Curious to see what Nothing to Say's ideas are up against this reworked Batrider or changed up Batrider with the facets. What his ideas for the mid lane matchup itself is, because the Oracle's great for the game, yes, but for the lane, I mean, you're not expecting that Oracle on mid anytime soon. Maybe it'll help at, say, level 4 into 5, 4-minute Water Rune, 6-minute Power Rune, perhaps. Power Rune control should be easier for Tidebound, at the least would prognosticate, so you do have that to play with for the side of Tidebound. But just allowing the Batrider through is very interesting overall. We were talking about this here being one of the top bans of the tournament. It certainly is. It's not quite up there like the Undying and DPR, but it is within, I'd say, top 3 or 4. And the fact that Wildcard get to pick it up, again, with that flex to mid, it's pretty confident from Tidebound. Well, we'll see whether or not the Oracle is all it takes to really stop that Batrider from burning everything up.
I don't think it's quite enough yet, Jonathan. We'll see where the draft's going to go. It is a pretty good answer, though. I mean, we talk about it all the time. Obviously, Oracle's still a very nice counter here towards the Batrider in some sense, but it's just the sticky napalm spam, especially if you go Arsonist, just feels absolutely revolting to have to play against. And I don't think it matters how many times you spam Fortune's End. It's still going to be a pretty painful experience if that's where we're going here with this Batrider. We will have to wait and see, of course, as we are going to have one more ban to come before we can see some more picks being made here from either side, and it is going to be, of course, Tidebound making that first pick. Appreciate the Ricky ban as well, Jonathan. Obviously, Oracle does not enjoy the Ricky hero very much, so we do go into the Queen of Pain for Tidebound.
Yeah, laning-wise, it can play into the Batrider quite fine. I think you go for Bondage. The spell damage coming out from Batrider hurts him just as much, so that can be one way to equalize. You go for the Shadow Strike as well, with that facet going 3-1-1 for the most part. And Rune Control, again, it's not going to be an issue for the Quap because you have the Oracle, and so 6 minutes shouldn't be the toughest thing to do here for Tidebound to kind of get their game going. I do like it. If you are gonna run that Batrider mid, the Quap does slow it down just by a fair amount. That does make the lane a little bit more challenging. She's going to benefit a lot from an early stick into Wand as well, on top of the bottle if you'd want to go double regen route, which against Batrider makes a lot of sense. For Wildcard now, I'm curious to see what they get, because they've been running stuff like the Naga support as well. Not a high priority ban by any means. They'll go with a puck pickup first, so now we are shifting the Batrider into a different lane. Could run it pause 4-5 or onto the off lane still. There is still some flex here on hand for the side of Wildcard. I don't believe we've seen too much of the off lane Batrider from any team at all, but certainly a possibility here if you'd want to go into that direction for good old Fade. And the puck matchup against Quap is a lot simpler. Mind you, you are, again, playing into what you'd assume is Shadow Strike. Quap, you should be able to phase shift every single time. It can be a little bit tough, but puck players know what they're doing. RCY should be able to try to manage that lane, and it does become a relatively even lane. It may be a bit easier for the puck as long as the Shadow Strikes don't connect. You're going to be able to shove out the wave a little bit more consistently with the Orb. You do have that on hand, and they do pick up that Nagasarn for speed on pause 5. So you've got the song to reset now as well. You can kind of disrupt the saves coming out from Tidebound. Let's say someone's false promised up, you eat through the duration with a sleep, there's no healing coming in, you might have enough just from canceling off any additional healing to just find that kill, or at least make it very awkward once the song ends. I like it as a solution. I think it does make it a lot harder to play that Oracle game, and it makes it easier to try to manage into that counter pick here from Tidebound.
Yeah, I like it too. The Tidebound though, not to be outdone. Right into the Beastmaster pickup. No real big counters towards the Beastmaster this game, so a very nice pick. And they're going into the Shaman as well. The Colonel's made its appearance. Why the hell not? Against the Puck, obviously, very nice hero against this Puck hero. We've seen it over and over again, John. Not much to explain here. You know, Hex, Shackle, it's all very nice.
10 seconds remaining.
And it is. You do have that maybe choice to make between Chicken Fingers and Massive Serpent Ward. Does feel like Chicken Fingers overall has been preferred. I do like the Drow coming out here for the side of Wildcard. It's a really strong safe lane into the Beastmaster. You're not threatened by the boars. You stand far back enough that it shouldn't be an issue for the Drow. There is chain stun potential here, of course, but if it's not the Drow you're gunning for here, if you're forced to shackle up, say, the Nagas Iron 5, you always have the Gust to interrupt now as well. And early on in the lane, again, it makes a lot of sense. There is backline jump, mind you, but trying to try to quap in to a Drow could be a little bit risky, especially if, again, the Gust just comes in ASAP. Could be a little bit awkward for you to try to think about your in and out here for nothing to say. So I do like that Drow. I think this is a hero that we've been talking about on the safe lane as well. We haven't seen it too much. There is still some core-to-core matchups that feel great against Drow. Terribly not so great. Sven is probably better with a Warcry. That's mainly the Drow counter we've been seeing in other regions. So I'm curious to see if that's something Wildcard will now kind of set up with a ban. They have to ban out the Husker first, just to be safe, which is rather interesting when you already have the Quap Beastmaster on hand. But I believe there is a weird flex where you can run Beastmaster 1 Quap 3. So again, just ensuring RCY doesn't have a bad game here, which is fair.
That is fair indeed. Axe banned from the side of Tidebound. Not too surprising. Axe feeling pretty amazing right now in this meta. One more ban to go from Wildcard. Do they want to continue with these mid bans? I mean, it seems like it should just be the Quap. See if Wildcard agree with this final ban. I don't think there's too much more that you're too scared of as the puck anyway. Like the Husker, fair enough. You might not want to have to deal with the cheese pick, but apart from that, I don't think you're too concerned for RCY. I mean, if anything, they're lacking a carry anyway. I don't know if the Beastmaster POS 1 is going to be the way to go. You know, we haven't really seen those big kind of Aghanim Scepter build-ups with these Beastmasters recently.
No. I would say it's kind of a toss-up now for Wildcard. Like, again, that Sven ID is still there. Tiny can be a core that plays into Drow pretty nice because of Grow. It is plus armor, so your durability is through the roof. It plays pretty strongly with Oracle. You don't care too much, again, about marksmanship, and your craggy exterior just lessens even more of that damage from the Drow. So it's either a Sven band, which can kind of protect the entire team, or the Tiny. And they'll ban out more mids. They take care of the Void Spirit. So maybe they are expecting that Beastmaster 1, which, again, it hasn't been the most popular. Shiro has been playing pretty strong tempo heroes overall from what I'm seeing in the stats. He's run stuff like SF, Clinks. Again, Sven's an option. Tiny's an option, even though we're not the biggest fans. It does make sense into Drow, purely for that alone. I'm a little bit surprised with this prioritization from Wildcard, because Tidebound now can just run the normal lanes. Quap mid, Beastmaster off. Sven's safe lane is likely, again, the safest bet for Tidebound if you'd want that. And you just run at them. You do close out the Brewmaster in the off lane. We have seen a lot of disruptive brews in the past day, and do like seeing this out for Fate. This is something we used to see from him in the NADPC some time back. It's been a while. It does make a lot of sense with a Batrider too. The easy Cinder Brew setup, lots of slows to play with Napalm on top, and a Flame Break. It's going to be a nice aggressive lane to kind of set things up here for the side of Wildcard. So pretty strong so far in terms of just setting up lanes. Same thing goes with Tidebound to an extent. Like, you still have to play into the Oracle with the early Fates Edict. It's not going to be too fun once those Dispels come in, if you just wait for that timing here. And again, it's now down to that choice.
I mean, they have options like TA even as well if they want to run POS 1 TA into Drow. I don't think it's too bad. The Sven idea was nice. TA's available. You have other more aggressive cores like Ursa you can run that are usually pretty okay against Drow. I mean, the Clinks idea even that you brought up didn't sound that bad to me. I mean, I haven't personally seen the POS 1 clicks being run, but well, there's the Sven. They go for the easy one. Which is, yeah, it's fair enough. I mean, why complicate things when you don't need to?
Yeah, again, it makes perfect sense against the Drow. Warcry is just going to mitigate a lot of that damage, even onto supports if you're all stuck together. A free shard later on just makes it kind of hellish for the Drow to try to look for that physical burst. I do like seeing this. It does feel like the Sven is somewhat counteracted, especially pre-BKB. Normally don't see the Sven joining in anyhow until BKB, Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, Blink is up. So it shouldn't be a concern, but there are ways of isolating out the Sven or even the backline with his Brewmaster. Like this pick for Fade, again, makes perfect sense. You can hunt the backline. You can just look for the Oracle, toss him up in the Cyclone. I think that might actually be your priority in preventing the saves. Try to kill off everyone else while you can, then kind of touch back base onto the Oracle afterwards. Draft-wise, I'm not sure which way I'd lean. I think maybe I'd lean slightly towards Wildcard. I feel like just having access to Batrider Brewmaster as a lane duo is pretty damn strong, as we've seen. Again, easy Ignite for the Cinderbrew. You have that rundown potential. I'm a little bit shocked at the odds here, actually, from what I expect. 1.26 in favor of Wildcard to 3.86 from Tidebound. Like, yeah, wow. You know what? Wildcard's been on an upward trajectory, sure, but this is still Team Tidebound. It's rather interesting to see that confidence on Wildcard. You know, I'm all for it. I think, you know, Wildcard is a great team to be excited for. Whether or not they can close that deal on Tidebound, this is a team that can play against a draft that's less than ideal. They do have saves. If you can't execute on Wildcard, if you can't find Y in the back, you know, he's able to save Shiro, he's able to save anyone else. It is troubling, right? Like that Oracle pick can really put a hamper in that tempo that you're looking for here on Wildcard. So it's down to execution. Again, they're a fresher team. They've been around for a while, these players, but on lands, not as often. Yeah, I think they've been like 2-3 lands and a big one, of course, in TI, but we'll see. Yeah. I think I like Wildcard's draft a bit more, but it's easier to execute Tidebounds here to a certain extent.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. Game number 1. The good luck bark already coming out here from Fade. See Fade probably looking up to bark as we all tend to do. I will say, Jonathan, I actually prefer the draft of Tidebound myself this game, so I actually think the odds are absolutely wild. I think people underestimate Tidebound quite a lot. And personally, I think they came out with a better draft on the dire end of things, but it's not that one-sided in my eyes. Like it really could go either way this game. It is going to be who plays just better. But I do like the simplicity of what Tidebound has, and we've been seeing Sven's do ultra well as well. Like this hero is just so good right now. You know, I don't really see too many issues for Shiro this game, like once you have that BKB blink up.
Yeah. The only threat at that point will be Lasso, which again, if you're not finding backline Oracle on Y, then probably doesn't even matter. So, and it's just easier to execute here for Tidebound. It's down to Wildcard. If they can kind of counter-execute well, like time their song to counteract False Promise, use the split to look for the backline, things can simplify. A little bit of a clump up for the runes.
A fight as well. Shiro's going to take a fair bit of damage on his way out. A lot of damage, in fact. Almost felt like Bignum could have tried for that kill if he threw the blood grenade out, but that would have been pretty close. They won't go for any kind of weird dive, of course. And Fade, he'll take the time to just body block up the creep wave while he's here. Set the creep equilibrium to go towards his tier 1 tower. Of course, we do start with the mid lane, where you are going to see RCY and Nothing to Say going at it. These days, John, this kind of matchup between the Co-op and Puck does just feel like an outplay style of matchup. Like, I'd like to think maybe the Co-op has an advantage, but it really doesn't feel that way at all.
Not quite. A little bit surprised to see Nothing to Say to opt for that level 1 Scream of Pain. Most Co-ops with Bondage have been going Shadow Strike. This does allow easier lane management, so I guess overall it's fine, and there's an argument to just go back for the 0-2 tree build up against a Puck, as you're not going to get too much out from Puckish. So it should be a bit more manageable for Nothing to Say, as long as RCY can't maximize that innate. And again, lane should be pretty damn good for both sides, at least a 50-50. I'm not expecting too much extra. Maybe slightly favored for Nothing to Say, as he's not the one that needs to dodge out too hard here. And he will have rune control. And one positive of having that Oracle on hand with Prognosticate can make plays into the 6-minute rune quite nicely. They have set up for it on side of Wildcard, committing both early wards onto the runes. Like, this is massive commitment just to ensure RCY can get the top up and maybe rune control into 6. But it should pay off as long as that vision stays up here. So I like that to counteract the Oracle. You see the Oracle step to one side. You know where it's going to be at 6 minutes. Taking Gander up top as well. Again, this lane is pretty damn aggressive. You've got the early flame breakup. It is stoked Batrider, nothing like Arsonist here. But again, you can kind of combine that easily enough with the Cinderbrew. There's only so much uptime here on Fortune's End, so you should always have a window to start to get aggressive there. And Fade is pretty damn tanky. You're not going to have enough damage to eat through the Brewmaster early on, so you should be able to get what you want. You kind of try to make that lane as awkward as possible for Shiro. And again, it's a matter of how far do you step out here in this lane, because a step too far without Fortune send up, you could find yourself in an awkward position.
Oh, here's that awkward position. Shiro, he will manage to back his way out, had plenty of stick chances ready. But this damage from Bignum, it's really starting to hurt. They'll purge off the sticky napalm of the Sven. So why ensuring that Shiro does remain alive, but Bignum still removing half his HP after the reset even. Not very fun here for Shiro.
Again, that's just going to be the story. At least Y hasn't been too aggressive with Purifying Flames to try to clean up. There's no one to really drop low. So you will always at least have that mana pool ready for Fortune Send and a little bit of a top-up for Shiro. See how well it goes later on. The last lane we haven't really taken a gander at as RCY starts to drop really low on mid. And Nothing to Say did go all in there, by the way. He did go 0-2-2. So this is a no Shadow Strike lane. This is a lane where you're not getting much from Puckish. You're not able to really just try to trade back to the Pop. She'll just walk up, Scream Pain. You dodge damage. Sure, you don't also get that healing factor coming in. Just makes it easier for the Quap to play. And again, rune control is going to be a big part. They did manage to get 1-for-1 on water runes. Not too bad. Next water rune coming up in half a minute. Power rune's the bigger one. And see if RCY can again just start to eke out a bit. As Nothing to Say now drops it a little bit. A tad bit low.
Yeah, RCY is starting to get much more aggressive. It's very annoying for Nothing to Say against the Puck matchup. Not very much fun right now, but CSY is still having a very good time on the Quap, so doesn't really care too much. But Nothing to Say dropping pretty low. Scream of Pain obviously going to be thrown out, but Nothing to Say. One hit away from dying. RCY going to leave him alone. Water runes to be picked up, and seems like NTS will stick around to maybe get his own water rune, though he does have to be very cautious. RCY has the all back up. Won't go for it though. Nothing to Say. It looks like he's brought some regen out. He will have a salve on the courier, so he's not going to run back to the fountain. He'll still be around.
Yeah, you're starting to equalize on RCY quite nicely. And again, it's setting that tension for that 6-minute power rune where you have to try to maximize your prognosticate and where you will still have a little bit of vision into that mark, so you should be able to at least spot out support starting to set up. Last lane down bot that we haven't really taken a look at too much is Yamsen on Drow up against Bach and that Beastmaster. This lane is pretty static. You are finding farm on both sides. There's not much threat onto Yamsen. Also not too much of a threat onto Bach. And Planet's just getting himself some stacks up. So this one going static is pretty fine, I'd say, for Tidebound. You hit this timing with the Dominator. You should expect that quite fast here. On Bach, he's going to be able to pressure the tower. Yeah, Drow can kind of manage that. And there is this combination down the line if you get the end snare to just easy damage onto Bach, but they don't have that value point on speed. They're just focusing on the Boris, clearing out the nuisance for Yamsen and just allowing him free farm, which for a Drow is probably all you could ask for. Starting to get some rotations
Bach
in though.
Yeah, I mean, Bach's pretty far forward. They're going to have Bignum coming in as well, and it looks like Bach, he can run, but he can't hide, and well, the running's pretty slow as well. There will be a TP in from Y, though. That might just save the day, but not quite. Yamsa still able to secure the kill. Very, very nice. As they even get another shackle onto Speed now. Speed trying to retreat. Will go down, but they might still be able to find Planet. And it seems like they will. Eventually, Yamsa and Bignum finding a secondary kill here into the support Shadow Shaman. That's a pretty nice win for the side of Wildcard.
Yeah. We get that done with all of that focus as well down bot. No one's there to try to catch out RCY mid. He does have 6 up. You do still get access to the Arcane Rune, as again, you've got Prognosticate on your side here for Nothing to Say. Could try to make use of that with an early rotation bot. Sonic Wave is ready. You don't have much to save you here on Yamsum, not even a value point in Gust. So he is a bit of a sitting duck if he does stay too long, but Nothing to Say does think twice with all of this commitment down bot. It is still like 4 heroes down bot. Do you get the gate movement for Bignum back up top though? Shiro is still alone.
Hero, TP away. He'll be okay to TP out of that one. Back to the woods at T1 Tower, so he'll still get back to the farm game, but no regen to speak of here for Shiro. Let's actually bring a set of tangos out, I think, on the courier, so we'll have a bit for himself to sustain. So Wildcard, a very strong start. All lanes have been won by Wildcard. I mean, there's no two ways about it. the best lane you had going for yourself as Tidebound was the mid lane, for nothing to say. And I guess you could argue the mid lane was a bit more even, if anything, but the side lane's definitely a big win for Wildcard so far this game one.
And it is. Like, you've slowed down Shiro's farm by a significant amount. You're starting to apply that pressure. You have to be so cautious if you do drag this Oracle away. This does provide the opportunities to play elsewhere for the side of Wildcard, and you are getting that solo EXP. Like, the Primal Split is ready on Fade. They could try to make a play later on if they'd want to. There is that protection of the Oracle again from Y kicking in, as he is still hanging about up top, but you already have yourself some good aggressive vision out from Bignum. Able to spot that backline. At least Y does have a sentry to maybe spot out. We'll see if he will later on. And again, this kind of start, it's not the worst for Tidebound. Yeah, you're winning out the lanes on Wildcard. At the same time, you know, you're still getting that steady ramp up for that Dominator timing we always see from Beastmasters nowadays. You've still got a lot of value from Nothing to Say as they find speed.
We do find speed. Speed will eventually die. Nice pick up here for Nothing to Say. It's like the rotation might have been towards the bottom lane to try and slow down the Drow a little bit, but Yamsun, seeing speed die in that area, does immediately get through the Twin Gate. We'll probably start looking towards that top tier 1 tower to open up the map for himself here on the northern side of this dire jungle. He's had a very good start, Yamsun, John. Complete free farm on this Drow, and Drow can be quite scary in these instances where it's sitting at the top of the net worth board, because once you have the Dragonlance, you can start to get involved in early team fights, even if you don't feel like it. The damage output of Drow actually pretty nice if you're allowed to just stand there from a mile away and hit people in the middle of a fight. And early on, you're not really going to have that much catch for it. Like, you're not going to have the blinks and anything like that as top lane. Fade, in the middle of nowhere right now, does have Primal Split, needs to pop it ASAP, and does do so as he could look to turn towards Shiro if he wants, but instead, much rather be able to get out of there. We'll send the Earth Spirit out while he sends the rest in. Just annoying the crap out of Shiro while he has a chance. One last Cyclone just for good measure. And he's fine. Fade not gonna die.
Yeah, a little bit surprised that commitment comes up top. I mean, they are playing with confidence of their vision. They know that no one's hanging behind the tier 1 to try to help or trying to set up a gank. It's just such a tanky target at this point. You don't have any of those early items we talk about in Sven, like the Mask of Madness. Still a ways off, and that movement up top just opens up bot. Again, as you were saying, Yamsun still free farming. No threat yet from Bach. Dominator is up, so a little bit of a siege can come in. But nothing beyond that, it feels like. And that's going to be the concern here for Tidebound. How do you jump that backline? Like, it's going to take the blink timing almost from Bach. Committing fully and Nothing to Say is risky. Just him alone jumping in can just get turned. They'll try now.
Yeah, I mean, he's here. This could be a little bit intimidating, though, if they don't have another, like, say, +1. They're bringing the Oracle in. Y, he's kind of around the area, but if Y's not close, I don't think it's worth the risk. And they won't take the risk. You don't know if Yamsun, he could be holding a point of gust. Even if you miss out, the TP rotations could be very fast here from Wildcard down towards this bottom tier 1 tower. And I do agree with the retreat here from Tidebound. I don't think it was going to be a successful gank attempt onto the Drow range.
No, I mean, you even have the reset ready on speed. Right, Song for the Sirens up. It does have some minor healing now, even without the shard. So even if you do get that first commitment, if you don't burst down Yamsun, the reset's there. There's a retreat angle to take on Wildcard. Again, stall for time to get a bunch of heroes on top. 2-2 start, a little bit of a slow game, but Wildcard again are working those lanes beautifully so far here. And are getting a lot more. Like, this Sven from Shiro has just had a really awkward time in lane. I think that movement across from Y to help bot did cost him his early laning presence. So he's not getting as much. He does have some stacks to fall back to. Does have the Mask of Madness as well to help speed us up. So there's some flash farm to inject onto the Sven. And I think the one blessing here for the side of Tidebound is, with that strong start, you don't really have siege potential either just yet on the side of Wildcard. I mean, your threat on objectives isn't too high. You're not going to see Yamsun swing out just yet with a Dragonlance. Maybe now, with this concentration on mid, perhaps?
Getting hooked off, RCY, he's backing off. They went for the Ether Shock. Planet went for the Ether Shock first. They're onto Nothing to Say now. The Gust gonna land perfectly here from Yamsun, and the multi-shot into 2. Planet down. They'll find Y as well. Oh, I know the range is a bit lower on the Hex, but the Ether Shock, that probably wasn't the play.
No, not quite. And again, a beautiful readout from Wildcard, getting that angle from the rear, having this opportunity to get the lasso off as well, getting a 2-for-1 special. There is enough room for Bach to at least just split push, play his own game right now in the Beastmaster, but they will lose a tier 1, and again, the top tier 1 as well, the mid and top. So a lot of map access being given away to Wildcard. And they are starting to find their footing in this game. You know, maybe those odds out earlier on weren't too bad, Mikey. They are 3k up at 12 minutes in, a strong position. You are still having to play Drow into Sven later on. This is going to be a bit of a nightmare, but it will take time for Shiro to bridge that gap at the moment. And again, that's kind of what you're waiting for. Also, more farm on Nothing Say. The blade mail, it's when things really start to kick in for your QoP. It does feel like you might need to consider maybe your own ULs, as you can't expect Y to be around with the Dispels every single time you're charging in, which is, again, the issue for Tidebound's draft. Like, right now, the only big initiation play they have is QoP jumping in. The follow-through isn't that clear. Planet is trying to work into a Blink, so at least you'll have some follow-through control. But before that point, it just doesn't feel like you can really safely find pick-off plays without putting a ton of risk here for the side of Tidebound.
No, they've got a long way to go here on Tidebound before they're going to feel quite ready. Most of the pressure at this point of the game is going to be on Bach to find a way back into this one for his team. He does have the Helm of the Dominator going into the Overlord, so once the Overlord's up, you could probably look to try and set up some fights, and, well, there it is. In fact, he's got it right now. And a very nice TP away to boot to avoid the gank that was incoming. Good game sense here from Bach. Maybe you want some kind of initiation here for the Beastmaster on top, but the Overlord's going to feel quite nice.
And will. Yeah, we've seen a lot of these creeps just do a ton of work. Even just, again, pressure on lane is going to be a big part here. I think Bach will just want to soak some attention up himself. Force rotations onto him, buy that space out for Nothing Say and Shiro to get that build up on the Sven and QoP and kind of roll from there. Of course, Wildcard aren't really biting the bait too hard. Again, they're still working that form. Yamson already has a Yasha going into the Manta now, and you are going to get the Radiance rather quick here on Fade. So you will have to start to worry about some of that damage that just comes in here from the Beastmaster, from the Brewmaster once that's fully done. And the mischance as well, it's going to slightly hurt the output of Shiro overall. It makes it a little bit complicated. They'll try to commit onto mid with that Ancient creep up at the very least.
RCY will deny, but a nice little pick here for Tidebound. It's all they really wanted. Come back later for maybe a smoke attempt. Pretty stock standard gameplay here from both sides at the moment. Though I again dare say that side of Wildcard's having a much better time. Yes, there is some concern towards the Sven a little bit later, and in fact I say a little bit later. Shiro is already working towards the Blink Dagger on the Sven, so maybe not so much later than you'd anticipate. The thing is though, it's easier said than done, John. You've got the Blink coming, but at the same time, are you gonna find Yamson in the middle of a fight? Like, are you gonna be that patient as the pos one? As we do move in here, mid lane, RCY getting a little bit too excited. Will give his life away, and well, Tidebound now seeing the puck die, they're rushing Roshan. That's a pretty big loss.
And this, again, he plays a little bit too far forward. Don't really have vision behind like the tier 2 area to kind of spot that out, and that's a beautiful encirclement out from Tidebound. They took a northernly and southerly position on two fronts, getting a good enclosure onto that puck. Really hard to kind of try to dodge that one out. Roche doesn't take too long when you commit the Serpent Wards as well. So you do have yourself a secondary life for Nothing to Say, which would be preferred as the Sven doesn't really utilize it all too well, being a transformation hero. So happy days. They equalize off of that one kill and Roshan on the side of Wildcard. I don't think they're too flustered by that. Again, there's still the farm pace that they're looking for. They've got the Radiance up and Fade now. They're almost at that Manta timing for Yamson. And for RCY, same move should be a little bit harder to make once the Blink is up. He did manage to dodge out quite a few of those initial stuns, but without something like the Blink, you can really hope to run out of there. So this is going to help that cause quite nicely. They've been getting enough room for Bignum to also just finish up his own Blink. So Blink initiation with Lasso is available. Again, it's just a matter of finding that backline, finding a way of stopping that Oracle. That's all you really need to be concerned about here on the side of Wildcard. It will drop a tier 1 top, shoving in bot themselves, and looking to just equalize. Again, it's been patient. I am expecting them to start committing soon. Maybe just, again, wait out that full blink on RCY first, but the Radiant's timing and fade with the blink on Bignum should be a call to go.
They've got the blink up now on Shiro as well, so he could look to join his team if he finds the opportunity. Well, Planet's the closest target to them at the moment. Planet narrowly avoiding the smoke rotation for now. Top side though, Bark, he's going to get caught. You would have rather Planet get caught here. Even the Croker's jumping in. Bark trying to get away. Doesn't look like he's going to make it. He's gone. Nice and easy. Can they trade? I mean, they're coming. Tidebound, they're going to try with the blink in. They'll take down Bignum. They'll even look for Fade, but the song immediately from Speed is going to allow the retreat, of course. And so a 1-for-1 in the end, but certainly favorable for Wildcard as they trade a support for the offlane of Tidebound.
And they force out God Strength, so it's not going to feel too comfy for Shiro if they were still looking to be aggressive. Not too much time left, only just about a quarter at this point left on that damage on our Sven. We'll invade the triangle, get a deeper chase in. Again, Wildcard is using this time effectively. We're still farming nicely on Yamson. They're clearing of camps on the way of the retreat for RCY, although...
They're very far forward here. Tidebound, this could be risky. RCY is going to look for a coil. He has it available, but won't actually pop it onto NTS yet. Of course, he does have the Aegis up on the quap, so instead they'll just focus down Y, who will pop the false promise. All that's really going to do is buy his team a bit more time to try and get out of here. Fade, or rather Bignum was chasing down Nothing to Say. Fade is now here. And Nothing to Say going to be perfectly fine. Only real sacrifice is going to be one, the Oracle.
Now, not too bad. I mean, you're avoiding bigger losses. Sure, losing Bach earlier still kind of hurts. But you're not losing your Sven, you're not losing your Quap. These are your big tempo setters early on anyhow. And that's kind of what you want to avoid bleeding out on. RCY,
RCY caught. Lasso from Bignum going to cancel the shackles of Planet. So Planet, he will die. And now Shiro, he's in big trouble. He'll try to man fight, but he's just dragged away from Fade. Bignum will go down a Bark. But what does it matter? Bark in trouble to boot. Y being chased down by RCY. Can they get away? Fade, Nothing to Say. No, he misses the Sonic Wave as well. They'll take down Y. Onto Buck, they'll go. Nothing to Say, trying to finish off the kill to RCY, but can't get it, and now he's lost his Aegis. RCY will survive. Looking to jump back in with that Waning Rift onto Nothing to Say, but no, he mistimes it. A little bit mistimed, but it won't matter. Nothing to Say, still just trying to get out of there. Has a blink, but he's been rooted in place by the ensnare, and he will go down a Speed. Massive pickoffs for Wildcard. Even the courier of Buck.
Oh, it's going to stall out that pipe of his. At the very least, he is still a ways off from getting, everything else plus the recipe. So maybe doesn't hurt too much. 2 minutes is more than enough time to get that farm, though. A little bit extra here. Planet.
Oh, more? Planet is gone. Kind of the thing with oh, hold on a minute. Big jump in onto RCY. Shiro just deletes him on the Sven. And it's still a scary thing, right? Like, you're finding these fight wins, but you're still going to be worried about the timing of this Sven. He's getting there, John. BKB's almost up. He's getting closer and closer to confidently being able to fight with his team. Obviously, John, as you saw, he still has plenty.
That he does. Now, this is pre-Chrysalis, of course. BKB, as you mentioned, going to be coming up next. I will say, we are seeing the execution of Wildcard be pretty damn on point. They're splitting these targets apart. Why?
Gonna get caught. Nice Fate's Heating, at least to buy a bit of time for himself, but not much time, of course, as he will go down. Ping's coming out directly towards that Tormentor at the top left corner of the map. So it'll be a free Tormentor now for the start of no contest at all from Tidebound.
No.
Shards up for Speed.
Ooh. Yeah, it's a really good free one to have. More healing out from the song. Always enjoy seeing that one come in. And a timely swing around with smoke. Again, the movement of Wildcard has just been so on point. They were spotted by the scan. You shouldn't find anything too major here, but you are still kind of hanging back on Planet at the very least.
Fade's just trying to chase down this Shaman. Planet going to be okay. TS also has to be pretty careful at the moment. He'll look to retreat. Tidebound, I mean, they're not too far off turning the game back their way, honestly. Like, Shiro's absolutely huge at the moment, and now with the BKB up, I think he's made the call for his team to go. Smoked up, we'll see what kind of target they can find. So Buck is going to force in the mid-wave and maybe try to bait with his own body. They know the wildcard, they've been hungry for a fight. They run directly through the mid lane, avoiding the Naga illusions, apart from Bark, who's just doing his thing on the Beastmaster at the moment, as they'll rotate back into the Dire Triangle, but nobody's there either. So it seems like Wildcard's got a good read that the smokes happened. They've backed off successfully, and sadly for Tidebound, nothing for their time. RCY, I mean, they're getting close. Planet's got to blink up, but he still lacks the vision. And RCY is also going to be okay.
Yeah. And that's a lot of time that you're not getting too much value here on the side of Tidebound. They do manage to set up some aggressive wards down bot, watching that forward river. And maybe you can get an opportunity later on, especially with a gate movement later on in the game. Right now, not quite panning out. And again, every single time you're waiting, you're just allowing this build-up on the side of Wildcard as well. You've got a Lincoln's coming out for Yamson. You've also got RCY working on to his own to block off some spells. And even just the Stormhammer not connecting on either one of these key targets can be devastating for how Tidebound need to take these games, or just blocking off the roar as well. Giving you some time to respond on the side of Wildcard is massive. You're working towards a BKB on Bignum. I wouldn't mind an Ags rush as well on this Batrider. Double Lasso feels like a big tool that you kind of have to rely on to start looking at that backline, get that extra value through these BKBs. Blink out from speed is massive. Blink resets now with that song is easier to pull off.
Ooh, NTS? Big jump. They do find speed, though. Speed on the Naga. He's going to be pushed by the Sonic Wave, but gets the song off. He's trapped. Speed is trapped, but he's got a TP if he wants it. I think it's a little bit late from Speed, but he's still okay. They can't cancel. Planet will go down, and that's the end of the fight. Nice and easy. And yeah, I mean, that's Speed without the blink up jump. Now the blink officially on the Naga Siren. This is when things can get really annoying for Tidebound, because every time they have a good fight, if they haven't dealt with this Naga, the chances are the song Blink-In's just going to be there every time, and the reset's huge. Like, everyone basically gets full HP, full mana out of a song now. There's nothing to say. He was silenced up there for a second by Yamsun. We'll be able to blink away anyway. But this is the part for Tidebound where you've really got to try and be very careful with your BKBs as Bark will be able to pick off Bignum. Nice pick off.
Yeah, that's him showing off his blink though. So now you're aware on Wildcard that the extra blink initiation is starting to ramp up on Tidebound with that blink on Planet as well that we saw earlier on. They do have angles to kind of look for that vulnerable backline. They've got the follow through for nothing to say. A little bit split apart in that last one. The Lasso really saving the day there from Bignum to drag that Shadow Shaman further away, providing an angle out for Speed. Still high tension, 14-7, 7k lead still standing for Wildcard, but it's like you're saying here, Mike. Shiro is ramping up. The Daedalus not too far off. Crystallis already on hand with an amp damage rune as well. And Roche Axis is open once more for Tidebound. No song for like a cheeky steal here for half a minute on Speed. They could still jump in. You've got a Puck and Batrider that could still try to play.
Oh, they're coming. Fade. Let's get out the Roshan HP straight off the bat. See, no real fear for the Beastmaster to just jump in by himself here. This will be a pretty challenging Roshan attempt for Tidebound, as you can see. Four-man smoke up. Wildcard. They're going to wrap around on the left side of that Roshan pit. Get towards that Dire jungle and try to gain the high ground advantage from the rear. Oh, if they could find this Beastmaster first with a lasso, it'd be very nice from Bignum. No, they found Y! Oh, they found an even better target. They found the perfect target. Y is gone. I don't know if, I don't think you can take this fight unless Y buys back. It's a little bit intimidating. They'll stick around, maybe just try and delay it, but there's the buyback. They're going to try. Jump in from nothing to say. He gets gusted immediately. Roshan still going. Meanwhile, Raw now committed onto Fade, but Roshan still alive. That's a lot of committal for absolutely nothing so far. They're going to jump in for the Roshan Shiro. He's going to try and burst it down. Can he get it in time? The answer is no, he cannot. He's going to get out of there. The song from Speed as well, locking them all down now. As RCY, he could go for a big Dream Coil. He'll hold down instead, trying to just kill off Y. Meanwhile, Roshan still just confused and dazed as to what the hell's going on outside his home. Nobody's killed him yet. Jumping again, the God Strength. RCY, he doesn't get, no he doesn't. It's Buck that gets the Aegis. Buck picks it up. RCY still alive, but surely not for long. He blinks away, and in fact he's still going, but Shiro does pick him with a double. Oh boy. Wildcard just running out of gas, and you saw Tidebound, they just kind of just grouped up and just barged in.
They did. I think once you commit that song, you have to be so sure of what you're doing afterwards here on Wildcard. They were not the tightest clump up from Tidebound for you to try to take advantage. I'm surprised RCY was so patient with the Dream Coil. Does cost them that follow-through fight. And again, once you commit song, that's kind of your all-in. Wildcard has to be confident for follow-through. Didn't quite pan out. You were isolated away on Yamson. Really good target identification coming out there with Shiro. Getting that kill on the Drow early. A lot of their damage just fades away once Yamson's gone. And they equalize the game. 15-10, 2K lead still standing for Wildcard, but Shiro is fully online. Daedalus up and running. Harpoon not too far off. He's got ways to drag back this Drow. Yamson still holding back on the defensive items. He does switch away from the Lincolns, going for Butterfly first into BKB. But it does feel like this game is pretty unplayable for Yamson until that BKB is up. Like, maybe you can try to Hurricane Pike yourself out of danger, but without the BKB, the moment you're stunned, you're pretty much gone. Again, they've got like triple, quadruple blink initiations here with a QoP counted as well. And it's a tricky game. This is, again, where that outplay potential for both sides kicks in. Your timing's now up on Tidebound to actually look for the Drow to make it a very uncomfy game. Like you said, you kind of want to just stand and sit still here for Yamson. It's not feeling like he can pull that off if all their spots are committed and he doesn't find himself in a good spot to try to get a good gust follow-through from that song.
At least he does have the Butterfly up, so there is a chance Yamson just doesn't get instantly deleted if the Sven jump is there, but even then, like, with the duration you have in the stun, it might be enough to just kill the Drow, even with a couple misses. Here we go. The push starts. They'll use the Ancient Black Dragon and Planet. He does have Serpent Ward to drop. In fact, they do not find a target. It was just some illusions. Nevertheless, jump in onto the tier 3 tower. Wildcard not reacting yet, but they've got to do something. Oh, Fade? Fade cancel his TP. Oh, that's awkward. He's running from the north, but he's not going to get there in time before these Raxes go down. In fact, he will because Bark backs off, but they saw him. They saw him. The song committed though. Speed. He's going to save it. It's a perfect lineup for RCY to go for a coil if he wants it. He won't, but the gust is there. Yamson silencing 3 of them. But where's the lasso? They bait out the false promise. They bait out the false promise, but there's no lasso after. Shiro's still alive. Maybe now they can go for him without the BKB up, but they've lost their Brewmaster. It's a pretty messy fight for Wildcard. Was that miscommunication, John? I'm not sure. It's Bignum. He jumped in, doesn't go for lasso, gets the false promise committed early, but the problem is Fade winning.
Yeah, it just looked awkward. I'm not sure what the call was. It was an instant call to back off, though, for Bignum. So it does look like at the end, at the very least, they were on the same page once they kind of scuffed that initiation. But even if you got that lasso off, even after beating out false prompts, it doesn't feel like that's a clean fight without the split. You didn't manage to get that off on Fade. You need to be able to hold the other target that you're ignoring with the lasso. out of the fight, and you don't have that utility. One Rax down now on the side of Wildcard. Tidebound in control of the game. And Wildcard, again, we talked about the difficulties of this draft. They're getting some big songs. They're getting good setups. We're seeing a lot of patience out from RCY, picking and choosing when to drop that Dream Coil, wanting better opportunities, relying on, say, the harder to land stunts or control like pieces like Gust. But that patience is starting to bite back because they're not able to find the opening afterwards. Tidebound, again, it's just easier to play when you have so much hard commit, when you have the safety net of the Oracle. And we're seeing that. Wildcard are having to look for these really crazy angles, some big songs to set up. And even then, it's not clear what they should be doing. At least for Wildcard, they're not seeing the good angles they'd want, even after a big song and bait play.
Certainly a challenging position now for Wildcard. Again, this is where you really didn't want to end up. Like, with that laning start that they had, I don't think you could have afforded to get to this stage of the game with this Sven is just this big. It's not just, you know, it's not all, you know, darkness here, John, though. Again, it is all about the outplay. There is plenty of ways to kite Shiro. You've just got to get through that BKB first. Here we go again, a 5-man smoke from Tidebound. Like, make that 4-man, there's nothing to say. It's going to just blink forward in front of his team, looking for some kind of target. They might run right into Yamsun. Oh, they've got him.
Oh, boy.
Yamsun, there's no way. There's no way to survive that. And guess what, John Planet? He almost forgot the bot Rax was gone. Go to mid, Planet.
I have no buyback for a minute here on the Drow. That's all of your damage taken away here on the side of Wildcard. Still need to correct the lanes. They've done a great job again with speed and Nagasarian illusions to just keep mid shoved as long as possible, buying them some time. Still have the tier 2 top as well. So you are stalling out, but you're taking major losses. Again, Yamsun had a sense that something was going on. They drew the lines coming in there on Tidebound. He was on his way back. Good readout again from Tidebound. As that experience is starting to kick in. Again, that differential and being in so many lands before, for all of these players, having that, having a lot of games under their belt.
Oh, Fade's trying to do something cheeky here, John. Sonic Wave, they're going to blow up most of the Brewlings. In fact, Fade, I think, might just be screwed. Try to get away with the Earth Brewling, but the roar out from Bark, knowing it's the final one. And Fade, not entirely sure what the idea was, but she obviously does not work out.
No, not quite. Again, maybe just stalling for time. At least your Drow was up, but now you have no Beastmaster, no split, no crowd control coming in here on the side of Wildcard, even if he had some theoretical buyback, which he doesn't. And this is your opening on Tidebound. Even without the Aegis, you know, there's no concern. There is still the song reset, but I know Wildcard's just been kind of second-guessing themselves when they get these good positions. And this does not take too long with a Godsend committal out from Shiro. This is a quick push.
Yeah, I mean, no committal is just asking to lose. You've got to do something. Very hard to take that defense, though, when you don't have your Brewmaster up. So, of course, Tidebound going to take a freebie in the mid-racks. The issue also becomes the fact that all the push from Tidebound is really non-committal. Like, yes, they jump in with Shiro to make it quick, but they can just stand back and abuse the units here between Bark and, of course, Planet. It's just so hard to defend as Yamsun. Because the moment you show yourself, you're going to find Shiro just jumps in and blows him up. And now he's got a Swift Blink to make matters worse.
Just more ways to gap close for Tidebound. It almost feels like they need to try to ambush them outside high ground. High ground just feels so predictable. This smoke has to be the play that saves them here. It's just a matter of finding an angle. They don't have vision anywhere in the triangle.
It feels like almost a difference in experience right now between these two sides. Wildcard looking to wrap around with a big smoke. Baiting with the regen rune, but nobody's taken that bait unless Nothing to Say does move in now. But Speed actually takes it in front of him. Though in fairness, I don't think Buck, or rather Nothing to Say, actually saw that. And well, I mean, they just go. Shiro says, screw it. Maybe they did see it. Tier 3 tower, already half HP. They're still coming, though, from the north. Wildcard, they're here. But how do you initiate? They're trying to move in. Tier 3 tower is gone. They're looking at nothing to say, but Shiro's literally just raxing them. Speed's forced to pop the song to stop the racks being taken. Meanwhile, RCY, he's jumped in trying to pick off Y on the Oracle. Y should go down, but no, the false promise does save his life. Meanwhile, Lasso committed. The Sonic Wave out. Yamsun is down. Yamsun is gone. No buyback. GG's call. It just really felt like they ran out of ideas once the laning stage was over. Yes, you had the initial mid-game proving to be pretty good here for Wildcard, but ultimately Tidebound just sticking to the game plan, and it really just felt like they won from experience in the end, John. Because again, it really felt like Wildcard around 15-20 minutes, they didn't know where to go, what to do anymore.
Yeah, they felt a little bit lost. They were getting some good setups. Again, I think Speed was very well timed with the song in the Roche fight, into the high ground defense. It was all on point, but they didn't get the follow through. I think it was this Roche fight as well, where they were managing to dance in and out. It looked like a dicey spot. RCY is just on the edge. You already lost Yamsun. This was after the song that they couldn't set up on. And it's at that point where it just looked lost for Wildcard. Like, they didn't know what to do. And Tidebound, again, with that experience, just knew the angles. They know how to play this draft. It's a simpler draft to play. You just need to protect the back line. Even if the back lines jump, you have that opportunity. They were so split apart in some of these high ground fights like this one that you still managed to take everything you want. The song is in a completely, entirely different place just to protect the Raxus instead of protecting the fight. And again, the follow through is just not there. I think the side of Wildcard, they put a good show, to be fair. Again, the first 15 minutes, first 20 minutes almost, looked pretty damn good from Wildcard. They were crushing their lanes. They were getting the early advantage. They utilized their draft really well. It's just that decision-making past that was kind of lackluster. RCY was very patient with Dream Coil. You know, the follow-through from Song was just not clean. Tidebound do a fantastic job. Hard to say who the MVP is. I would say maybe I'd lean on to Shiro a bit. He was finding Yamsun every single time. Again, that Roche fight, I think that was the turning point where Tidebound really started to take control. And it's all because Yamsun just got deleted by the Sven. Well, all of that setup was being done with the Song. He's just, all right, I see the drow. I'm going to jump right onto that high ground and take her out. Then where's your damage? Wasn't there anymore for the side of Wildcard. So Shiro does a fantastic job in clearing that game out. It is nothing to say, of course. He had a fantastic time as well. His Sonic Waves, the way he skilled up in lane kind of slowed things down for RCY, going away from the Shadow Strike and going for that non-target on the Scream of Pain was pretty impressive. Even with Bondage on, worked fantastically. I think Tidebound really did just kind of outplay them in the last 20 minutes there.
No, absolutely. Tidebound, it really did feel like a team effort from my end. It's kind of hard to pick one guy that really stood out here from Tidebound. It was just again, it felt like just a different experience going past that 20-25 minute mark. And props to Tidebound, John. They've pulled off game 1 victory. I do think they probably want to go to the drawing board a little bit and figure out what went wrong with their lanes. Because all the lanes, apart from mid, which was pretty even, but both side lanes were pretty one-sided affair for Wildcard. So let's see what they do to fix things up here in Game 2. Of course, they're one game away from winning the Series 2-0. We are going to head to a break, but right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Tidebound and... Oh, never mind. We're not going anywhere, Jonathan. We're talking a little bit more. We do have Wildcard and Tidebound coming up very, very soon, John. But do you want to... Why don't you tell me what went wrong with the lanes, John? Let's talk about that, shall we?
I think they were just surprised with how aggressive the lanes were. The bot lane for Yamsun was the slower one, for sure. It was very defensive for both sides. So that just led to equal farm for Bach and Yamsun. I think this Batrider and Beastmaster or Brewmaster combination scared him off. So maybe consider the Batrider ban. It feels like that's getting a little bit too much value, at least in lane. That's what I saw there.
Well, thank you, John. We are officially now ready to go to a break. And right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Tidebound and, of course, Wildcard.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
One of the favourite teams coming out of the Chinese region, winning over both fans and appreciators of Dota alike, is Team Tidebound, and I now get to sit down with Mr. Buck from Tidebound and have a talk about this season. So, firstly, how's it going? How are you feeling coming into this season?
Good, very familiar, like third time this year.
How are you feeling about the team at the moment? Do you feel like you're kind of at your peak at the moment?
We took a quite long break before this event, and so our final goal is TI. So this event is like a beginning, a start for this long journey. So we are like pretty refreshing right now. Yeah, and also new patch coming. So we have to test like what we can do right now and trying to have a good start.
And talking about the games and the tournaments and everything, I want to talk about the meta a little bit as well. How do you think it suits you and your team? Firstly, talking personally, how does the meta suit you and the way Dota is played at the moment?
We don't like have a very good understanding for this patch right now, and some timing has been changed. Like Tormentor changed to 20 minutes. It's quite different. Like previous is very easy, like every team, they just play 15 minutes Tormentor and then play first Roche and farming. And now like the Tormentor and Roche timing is a bit like cross. That time will be a bit tricky for every game. And also the heroes, like new heroes, like Bad Rider, something like, there are a lot of new heroes.
When you're drafting, does everybody talk the same amount, or do some people say more than others?
Yeah, in drafting, it depends like what hero picked in first picks. Always we have to discuss more about the last picks, later picks, and when we're picking like his role, like that guy need to be talking more.
Yeah, giving suggestions for sure. All right, and finally, what are you aiming for at this Wallachia? You say you've taken a break, you're just coming back into it. Are you just come completely open about how it goes, or do you have a set goal in mind?
I hope we can get top 3, because last time we get top 4.
Yeah.
I hope we can make some progress. Yeah.
Good stuff. Looking forward to watching you play. Buck, thank you very much for coming and talk to me, and best of luck at this event.
Thank you.
Stăpâniți cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi intre o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean. Uirași de os, uirași de soc, muzicei cu foc. Plânge cu lacrimi de sânge. Iar dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni, măicuță bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe când mă alergând, de toți întrebând, și la toți încânt. Cine a cunoscut, cine mi-a văzut, mândru ciobănel, tras printr-un inel, chițișoara lui, musticioara lui, perișorul lui. Ura câmpului, Dumioara mea să te îndori de ea și să-i spui curat că m-am însurat. O pată de crai, pe o gură de rai. Te faci cea măicuță să nu spui drăguță că la nunta mea a căzut-o stea, că am avut nutaj, ca și cortinaj, primul smuți mari, sările mii și stele făcălii.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for game number 2 of this best of 3 series between Tidebound and, of course, Wildcard Gaming. And it is MLB Dota on John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1 was a dominant start for Wildcard, but Tidebound still sticking to the game plan, making a 1-0 series here so far on their end of things. Game 2, Jonathan, what would you like to see Wildcard change up?
I think I'd like to see them play with a little bit more confidence in themselves. It felt like, again, they had a pretty good run. The first 15 minutes or so were in their control. Once these bigger fights came in, it felt like they weren't really willing to take the risk. They weren't really willing to try to play with that follow-up that we were seeing them get some good setups from speed. I don't think the draft was an issue, so I think the draft ideas were sound. And again, I just like to see them play with some confidence here. It looks like they were a little bit rattled up, maybe just not having the full confidence in, say, committing for the lasso or committing for the split at certain times, or even, say, the Dream Coil RCY. Very patient with that one. We'll see. Again, we're already into the draft here for Game 2. Initial bans are very different from what we've been seeing from a lot of teams. Chen, Enigma, and TA being banned out by Tidebound. For Wildcard, they ban out the Shadow Fiend, DP, Undying, and the Bat Riders. They're taking care of the three popular heroes that we were talking about, along with the SF, which Shiro has brought out, and I believe Nothing Say has flexed onto mid. So, respectable kind of targeted bans here from Wildcard and Tidebound. Tidebound do get access to the Axe. That has felt amazing on this patch. I think we saw the win rate, it's pretty damn high. This hero has just not really lost too many lanes. It plays into pretty much any matchup quite well. And I do appreciate seeing that opening here for Tidebound. Wildcard will get the Pangle either way. So a very stable sort of mid or off lane as well. Pretty open and kind of flexing this around for Wildcard, whether or not you want it on RCY or Fade. You can kind of make that call here just fine. And it can kind of deal with Axe, especially once the fuse ult's up. In a prolonged fight, not having mana on an Axe can feel pretty awkward. And so there is that. Even just rolling onto the Axe while call's going on can kind of help buy you some time, buy you some space away from the dunk. So I do appreciate that from the side of Wildcard. It's just a matter of, again, kind of playing with confidence, because drafting-wise, their ideas were sound here on Wildcard.
It was. It certainly was pretty sound, and again, the laning stage was just fantastic from Wildcard, which is, you know, in fairness, that's a thing that you notice a lot about teams out of North America, and it doesn't really seem to change very often. They always win out the lanes. They're very good at laning in North America from the teams we've watched. It's just once you get past the laning stage, things become a little bit problematic. But the laning stage, John, it's top quality stuff.
Yeah. Maybe it's a bit of a reflection from how North American pubs are, you know, they tend to really focus in, you know, on those lanes, right? Like, that's where it matters. If your lane's bad, that's when you call GG, so you try to make your enemy tilt from lane. It feels like that's the focus of North American Dota pubs. And maybe that's where the prowess and laning for Wildcard do manage to pick themselves up the Shadow Shaman now, so they get to have fun with Gold Old Chicken Man himself. Colonel is back in. Surprised this hero doesn't get banned more often in first phase, but I don't think it takes priority over the trio of DP, Undying, and Bat Rider. So fair enough. It's open. It doesn't show you too much about the draft. You do have a little bit more push that was lacking for Wildcard in the last game. Shadow Shaman kind of rectifies that. For the side of Tidebound, what would you want? Because the Axe doesn't show you too much. You know, you still have some strong support options on hand, of course. You don't have the Shadow Shaman yourself. Much stuff like Shadow Demon's there. Oh no, they ban out Shadow Demon. You still have maybe a Lion Witch Doctor, something that's been ignored, very specific to Southeast Asia. We'll get the Nature's Prophet out. So, do have that global presence support that can do a lot of work. The healing has been pretty impactful, surprisingly. Those Soothing Saplings do provide quite a fair bit of regen as the levels go up. So I do like seeing this. It does allow some active map play as well for the side of Tidebound, and they get access to Muerta, which we have seen on both core and support. I think it's a rather interesting pick. It does feel pretty nice as a support here. The issue is maybe running the NP5 can be mildly awkward, but I don't think it's been, you know, it's not necessarily out of meta to do that anyway. It feels like that has been one of the positions NP can work. So if you are looking at an Axe Muerta lane, Call plus the calling is pretty busted, not only because they have almost the same names, but that area control can be menacing to play into with an Axe on hand. So from that value alone, this is looking strong for Tidebound. Of course, again, you have that flex potential onto 1 with the Deadshot facet working quite nicely in terms of pumping up your Gunslinger, and that positive feedback loop for the cooldowns. It is actually a menace. So I appreciate that. Get the Tiny out. That's not something I don't think you nor I appreciate, Mikey. Tiny.
No.
You want to go on?
It is. Who's playing it? Who is it? Is it Yamson? Is it RC? Is it Yamson or RCY? Give me. Who is it, John? Who's playing it?
It's
Tell me
looking
who
like,
it is, and I'll give you my
well,
opinion.
with Warlock, it should be Yamsun. I think that lane is pretty all right. So probably
let me spare
Warlock.
you. Let me spare you the headache, Johnny. It doesn't matter where it's going. It doesn't matter. This hero is so trash. This tiny pick. I don't know why these teams do it to themselves. It doesn't matter where they put it, John. I'm saying it right now. This tiny hero, trash.
I mean, theoretically, with a Warlock, it's not the worst thing. Okay, I checked the win rate in Wallachia. It's 40%. It's about par for what we've seen from the qualifiers. And I think the highest we saw, it's like maybe at 49 in one of the qualifiers. Yeah.
Why even put Tiny's like face there? Just put a trash can. Like, let's save ourselves some RAM or something. Team Tidebound. Save ourselves some memory. Come on now. Monkey King. Doesn't even deserve to be moving, John. Put a trash can there. Everyone will know what we're talking about.
It should be a cosmetic, just a trash can, a scrap heap Tiny. I think that would be a very good Arcana.
What was the character from Sesame Street?
Oscar the Grouch.
Oscar the Grouch. That's right. That's him.
Yeah, but Oscar the Grouch had personality, Mike. I don't know if Tiny has that. That's something. I do like the Monkey King coming out, though. I mean, if you're expecting Pango mid, Monkey still wins that. If you're not expecting Pango mid, Monkey still does fine into Brown Boots timing anyway against almost every matchup. So it's a very safe pickup for Tidebound if they want that on nothing to say. It could still work for Shiro as well. Again, the flexibility is still somewhat open here for Tidebound. For Wildcard, I'll play Devil's Advocate. I think, again, Tiny Warlock's not a bad lane. You have some good Fatal Bond synergy with, say, Avalanche Toss, even the Cleave, some nice poke damage. Of course, if you're running Tiny 1, likelihood is you're doing something like a 1-1 tree build. So you aren't going to be focusing in on that Fatal Bond synergy anyway. But it is nice. And with talents up, Warlock can give Tiny a little bit more attack speed. For a hero that has really none with the attack speed penalties he gets, it's helpful for Tiny, right? Like it has space here, Mike. It has space. And
okay,
I'm pretty sure Speed can read, so he's gonna eat the book. Not like Slacks. Not like that tweet, Mikey. That's a beautiful tweet, though. I think about it every night now.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how I'd react if I had a Warlock player that just refused to eat the book. I don't know how I'd react to that. I mean, we might find out. So, you and I, John, we might have to have a few games with the Slacks Warlock. See what he conjures up for us. Wildcard. They'll ban out the TV as well. So just carry bans here up against Shiro. Fair enough. Just get rid of the Shiro specials. I mean, I still don't think it's the worst game to just go back to Sven if you really want it as Tidebound. If you're not going to run the Muerta 1, which you probably aren't, in fairness, it probably is just going to be a support. I mean, I realize Wildcard still has a carry to pick, but I think Sven still ticks most of the boxes.
It does. I don't disagree. You're ultra tanky with this tricore of Monkey King, Axe, and Sven. There's no room for a Timbersaw unless, again, you run like Pango mid or off lane, Timbersaw mid or off lane for RCY or Fade. That flex is still there. Could be one solution. I think the Sven could also leave you maybe slightly hanging to a Razor pick, but with a Monkey King on hand as well, there's only like one here you can static link until the refresh is up, so it could be a little bit challenging. We're seeing deep discussions from Wildcard and what to do as we're waiting for that last pick from Tidebound. Again, looking like they're just needing that choice between Sven or, you know what, Ursa's not too bad either, I'd say. You'd love to bring that one up. Could work. They go for the Magnus instead. Something a little bit more exciting. So that should be, I'm assuming, nothing to say Mag, and you run like a Shiro Monkey, but you could flip it around. Just run the safe lane Magnus as well. Perfectly fine with Eternal Empowerment. You have a freebie Cleave. You're going to be able to farm up. You've got really sick teamfight control here from Tidebound. This is sickening. RP into the calling, into the call as well, along with Wukong's command. Like that is a lot of control that you have to be so weary about on the side of Wildcard. It is triple melee heroes. And you could consider that Razor pick, but it's not the safest Razor game, I would say. If you are, again, just running Tiny Paws 1 or a Tiny Paws 2 here. For RCY, what else is there? Into a Monkey King, maybe the Lina matchup is the one that works best. You could opt for any of the spirits, but they're not particularly comfy into Monkey once boots are up. The puck option's still there as well. But again, Monkey King just works into brown boots plus maybe one Wraith Band, and he still runs you down. So hard to say what you'd want if it is an RCY here we're looking for. Lena's probably your safest bet, but we don't see as many people going into the Lena. Just very specific players. The win rate has been a mixed bag in the qualifiers. I don't think it's been too positive for Lena. Overall, sub 50, right on the cusp of 50 at least. So it's the Invoker for RCY. So maybe something with a little bit of confidence. I'm curious what facet he takes. That's the thing. We keep seeing Agent of Galaron, which is the Exort facet, and he is sticking to the Exort. I feel like there's some cheeky stuff you can do with the other facets, like the Wex and Quas ones are pretty cool. The AoE Invis is funny. The widening ice wall is funny, but Galaron's fine as well. You don't tend to get a lot of value from the Ags. You don't really have setup for the Ags in this game. This is a good alacrity game, though. Like, you have a solid target and Yamson to buff up again, get a run down there, and yeah, should be fun here, Mikey.
It should be fun. We'll see how this does go. Tidebound and Wildcard going to go at it. Wildcard taking some risks, in my opinion, here with this tiny pickup, John, but we'll see if it pans out for them. Like you said, get that crap out of here. Get that crap out of here.
He's haunting you.
I don't want that shit on my screen. Get it out of here.
No, Mikey, no. He's waiting to toss you. He's waiting to toss. You've been shit talking this guy the entire time. He's right behind you. Where's your trash talk now, huh? Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you.
John, I'll be the first to admit when I'm wrong about this hero. You know I'm the first to admit it, John. But tell me when I've been wrong. When have I been wrong about Tiny being garbage, John? Was there one game even?
You've had to add people to your list outside of Akashi, so at least
in fairness,
though, right?
No. I specifically said every time that I'll reserve judgment in those particular games. If you were listening, John X.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. No judgment reserved for Yamson at the very least, yeah. And they know it. He's playing Tiny.
They know.
We'll have to see if Yamson can pull out the goods. Yeah. I mean, look. You know, we were talking a lot about Wildcard closing out with that Invoker. I still feel like this draft from Tidebound is just insane. Again, RP, Berserker's called, Calling on hand. You have a lot you're playing with. You've got Shiro, who is taking that Carry Muerta now, and it is a Bach Mag, and running the Y support axe, which I do enjoy. Again, the going for max battle hunger is painful. So I like this. I mean, we've seen this before. Support axe has felt pretty damn good. And I don't know if Wildcard can again. I mean, they can still play this game. It's just, you have to play with confidence, especially when you have Tiny. You don't want to kind of be stuck and not fully committing into these kinds of fights. You have to be smart, sure. Don't clump up too hard, but you can't just stand by and let Tidebound do what they want in this kind of game.
No, you can't. You certainly cannot. Bounty runes, nothing to say. A copper, a shield crash, but that's going to be about it, as everyone forgot about that banner in there for a second. That's all right. It looks like it is going to be a pretty even start from what I can see. 2-for-2 trade anyway, as they left the other bottom bounty rune here for speed. So this mid lane matchup, you are going to have RCY and the Invoker against the mid Monkey King. How do you feel about this kind of matchup, John? It's been a while since we've seen these two in the mid lane.
I'd say it's almost the same story for Monkey King. You wait for Brown Boots timing. You can run down earlier on. At least it's not as much damage for the value tweak to Jingu, so it's not as crazy. It's not as easy to build up that counter here for Nothing to Say. And you do have some play potential for RCY. He does go for Quas level 1. He's always got the Cold Snap to save, and a lot of util, of course, as you were looking at maybe a level 3 spike for Nothing to Say with that timing into Brown Boots. So it shouldn't be too rough. It's not the most important rune lane as well for either side. So you're not going to be contesting too hard in water, and maybe power rune's a little bit more important, but should hold static. I will expect Nothing to Say to just eke out a little bit more farm. He does have dodge plays that he can get. And there's only so much you can do with that Invoker overall. Again, once those Brown Boots are up, we've seen Monkey King just run down with no concerns. Taking a look at the other lanes down bot, you are dealing with a Pawns 5 Axe, which, again, with a Muerta, honestly, isn't too bad. You can poke quite nicely here. You're tanky enough. You don't care too much if you're held back by Bignum or Fade getting followed through. You're going to buy that spacing for Shiro. And once Battle Hunger is leveled up even more, I mean, you can just run down Bignum. The slow makes it a little bit easier to try to get the dead shot off, you know, try to get some extra damage in. And speaking of that dead shot, and this Muerta with Quick Draw Facet, again, it's such a great positive feedback loop. Like this hero, with this facet over, say, the Ofrenda before, it's much more effective as a carry. I like seeing this. I like seeing more people start to utilize it on pause 1. I do feel like that hero is back with his facet.
Yeah, looking good so far. Chase on it onto Fade. Won't amount to too much. Y is being very annoying though on this axe. Just chasing everyone down. He's a big tanky boy, and there's not really too much they can do about it. Especially when he's going to spin like that. Not very fun trading against pos 5 axe apparently, and they've even double stacked the wave in the favor of Tidebound. So this bottom lane is going to feel real nice now for Shiro. Just feels like the Muerta's getting away with complete free fire. Mid lane, jump is there. RCY will be okay. Does have the tornado in case he does require it.
As always has that bit of safety net, but we are inching towards those boot timings. Love this early Orb of Frost as well to help with the chase down out from Nothing to Say. The other lanes, though, the last lane up top, has been maybe a little bit rougher on Bach. He is copying some harassment. He is still finding the CS. There's an internal empowerment Magnus to the farmers there. Bignum.
He's going to drop Bignum. Not too happy as Shiro finding first blood to make matters even worse for Wildcard. So already a much better start here in the laning phase of Tidebound. And Shiro, I mean, with that first blood, he's already got the full Falcon Blade on the way. Concerning.
And it's a bit of an early spike for the Muerta and her right click damage. Again, because you don't need to go into the calling, you get that early gunslinger, you get the dead shot off. That's a little bit more DPS you have to worry about. All these tiny numbers do count in the lane. And they're doing a great job of just utilizing this axe. Again, if you think about axe's support, it is kind of like a weird discount Ogre Magi, right? Like, he has a slow, he doesn't have a nuke, but he has control, a pseudo stun, a Berserker's Call, and he is tanky. So it kind of does that in a different way with maybe more damage up top, getting mildly aggressive onto Yamps. And again, this top lane has been a little bit more pokey. There is a lot of sustain, of course, with speed on hand. He does go for the level 2 Shadow Word. You're not seeing that emphasis on trying to chase with Fatal Bonds. Just a little bit tough with how much reach and poke you have here on the side of Tidebound. And this kind of lane for Bach is kind of scary to play into. Yeah, you're not slowing down Yansson by too much, but a Magnus that gets a quick timing into Blink here, in this kind of game with how much tempo you're looking at on the side of Tidebound, and, you know, you're not able to stop that in Wildcard, that's going to cause some issues once you are set to go on Bach.
On bottom. They're still trying to just deal with Y. Like, Y is just tanking everything they throw at him. This might be Fade just dead. They've got dead shot. They don't even need it. Shiro, oh, he misses the second, unfortunately. Could have thought about continuing onto the Shaman, but doesn't quite connect with the dead shot. It really matters though, does it, John? Like, Shiro is having the freest game of his life, and all the other lanes are also pretty damn free. Like, Nothing to Say is just currently charging down RCY. Tornado was on cooldown for a little bit. He'll throw it out now. You've got the rotation out from Bignum, and in fact, maybe now they can take down Nothing to Say, and they will. So there you go. Maybe I spoke too soon, Wildcard. Making the mid lane a little bit worse for Nothing to Say, but Johnny's still doubling the CS of RCY at the moment, so it's not really that big of a deal that day.
No, certainly not. You're getting what you want there on the Monkey King already. And for RCY, that's a much needed kill for him to find, because it's been slow going on this Invoker. You've got that critical timing lined up for Nothing to Say. Full power treads actually for him to play. So a lot of early threat. He's not going to go all in on that full Orb of Corrosion either. He is just going to stick with Orb of Frost, work onto the Diffusal, have that further chase down potential as well. Setting up nicely for these power runes on top of things. So he will get the haste rune up top. Not able to hand it out to Nothing to Say, but again, denying it away from RCY, getting a little bit of room out. They are still set up for the aggression, but like we've seen in the last game, Wildcard are very fond of these double runes, double wards on mid. Right? They do want to secure RCY's game. They are getting a lot of good value out of it. It netted them that, let me say, kill. It's just, it is leaving your side lanes open. Right? You're not able to get as aggressive as you'd want with your Tiny or with your Pangolier. The farming game is favoring the side of Tidebound severely. And there's really nothing stopping Shiro right now from becoming an absolute monster. And even though Yamson is finding that steady build-up, this is a Tiny. It's not ready even with the Echo Saber up. It does feel like it needs a little bit more on top.
It needs a lot more, I want to say, is bottom lane. They're going to fight over the Shrine of Wisdom. I don't think you can actually fight this as Wildcard. Bignum just has to watch it go down. Shiro right back to work, and just look at the output from Shiro. They'll bring in even nothing to say now from the left side. That'll be your Shaman gone. RCY, though, able to escape, but it looks like they'll go for a bit more now, chasing down Fade, even finding speed by the looks of it with the Battle Hunger. And RCY, all he can do is watch his teammates die one by one. It's a triple kill for nothing to say. Horrific signs for Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, again, this early tempo that you have here on Tidebound, these facets coming into play. Just how tanky you are with that support axe. There's no fear to be had. You can't underestimate just how much 1.5 times chance on Gunslinger early on is. It's massive. It feels so much stronger. It feels like your level 2 is at level 4 once you do get a good dead shot off. And it's just a lot of early DPS to play with. A 5-1 start. Rune control coming out for nothing to say now as well on mid. Free lane up top for Bach to just free farm into that blink timing we were talking about. Everything going well. For the side of Wildcard, I mean, you don't have really good, strong connections for your supports to make. You don't even have 6 up yet on Fade. He should start to get it soon. Maybe with that roll-up, you can start to do a little bit more, but even then, it's a little bit nebulous. Chances are you're actually wanting speed to get fast 6. He has a Black Grimoire already, but it only has 1 charge, and he's still stuck at 4, so it's not going to be enough to catapult him straight to 6. But there is threat if you can get a Chaotic Offering setup followed by that Rolling Thunder. It's just hard to see that connection at the moment with how much control Tidebound has gotten in this game. Even their Triangle, because they're playing all the way bot, Triangle's completely secure for themselves. Getting some good stacks out with Planet. You've got a lot of recovery farm for Bach to consider as well. Accelerating that blink timing. And just going to go running.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think it's much recovery farm for Bach. Just more so just getting way more ahead. No, he'll get right to work. Nobody else needs it. Bach will take it. Quicker blink is always going to be very useful. And you know, the thing is, and I know you already kind of said this, John, but the Tiny Pos one, it requires so much farm to be effective. Like, Bach's going to have such an early blink on this Magnus, and it just feels like they're gonna start picking on Yamson the whole game once they've got it up. Because they can.
Yeah.
Because, like, what's he going to do about it?
Not much. Maybe get an Avalanche out to interrupt, but that's really the best you can hope for. And, again, at this point for Tidebound, I mean, their timings are lining up fast. Full Diffusal, for nothing to say, isn't too far off. The bot lane has been a freebie for Shiro. Fade has no real presence here. In fact, Fade went 3-3-0, Mike. Not leveling up the Rolling Thunder. Just wants to swash and shield crash, which I respect that he feels like maybe he can't really play with a roll, but it tells you the state of the game when you don't instantly go for Rolling Thunder at 6.
Well, I think the idea for Fade is he doesn't want to leave the lane until he has the Diffusal Blade up at least. But yeah, it's certainly definitely pretty strange to not see Rolling Thunder at 6. But considering the state of the game, like, he just doesn't need it. Because there's no fighting to happen for Wildcard, right? Like, there's no world where they can start fights at the moment. Like, even your supports, like, Bignum's stuck at level 4, Speed's just about hit 5. Like, they haven't got their spells ready to throw out either. So I agree with this skill choice from Fade. Just take the extra points and swash or shield crash and just farm better.
Yeah. It's just going to be ceding a lot of ground. Again, if you do get the committal before 7 is up somehow, which at least it does come out for Fade now, and he does, again, double down onto the swash, you have windows here where you don't need to worry about Pango. They don't know that yet, though. Speed?
Speed. Immediate RP onto Speed. No hesitation here from Buck. Does not care who he's RPing. He just wants the easy kill. And keep in mind, that was without the blink. Now he has enough gold for it. He'll buy it immediately. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad from Wildcard, again, just playing catch-up. See, at least game 1, they won out all the lanes. But now this is a game 2 where they've won no lanes. It'll be interesting to see if Wildcard can still have some presence in this game 2 after such a horrific laning stage.
Yeah, it's hard to see it. They're losing top with no contest because, again, there is no fight to be had. The Fusel timing fully online for nothing to say. Can start to look to make a jump, perhaps, along with that blink, of course, that you mentioned there on Bach. But they're also satisfied to just play the farm game as well here on Tidebound. Like, these massive stacks have yet to be cleared out. The Ancients fully stacked up here for Bach to probably enjoy if they want to hand it to him. You're getting into the point where Y can also start to sneak some farm in, get the phase boots, get the blade mail up, and the blink perhaps, or the blink first. And then you have more initiation with blink RP, the blink call. Nothing to really still counteract Shiro. Maelstrom up and running. On the Muerto, early timing starting to be online. And for the side of Wildcard, it's so funny to see the top of the bar and see no ultimates. I mean, sure, Tiny has an ultimate for whatever reason. That's Grow. Doesn't really count.
Yeah.
And Invoke, literally no ultimates at 13 minutes in, Mikey. It's kind of wild.
It's something. Not something you see every day, but it's something. I should mention Speed has not popped Black Grimoire here, John. Got one whole charge in that Black Grimoire at the moment. It's just holding onto it for a rainy day. Sunstrike gonna reveal that some Ancients are being taken, so they could try, but I just don't see it. Like, okay, so they popped the Black Grimoire. They've got level 6. They're gonna try and force the fight. They'll bring in everybody. Stacks are already gone. Nothing to say. He's a big boy if they could secure, and they do. The fight ends up working out quite nicely here for Wildcard in the end. Sure, they don't get the stacks they wanted, but it's still a huge pick-up.
And it is. You do get an opportunity to siege as well with Golem being committed. That's the one thing you really want to translate, considering how slow this game is. Extra value out when that Golem's down has to come in. And it will get a tier 1 for the trouble. Have enough time to even just swing around and look at different lanes, although
they missed the dead shot. If that dead shot had landed, I think Yamsun's actually just dead. Because he gets called into Y and then he just pierce the veil. RCY? Uh-oh. Getting caught here by Bark and Planet. He's gone. Meanwhile, Yamsun still not out of the woods yet either. Shiro just holding out, pops to pierce the veil. And Yamsun, we'll see you next time, sir. He's gone. Fade does try to jump in, John, but he doesn't have Rolling Thunder available. It's 30 seconds on cooldown. And sadly for him, Shiro is just hitting like an absolute truck right now. I mean, just look at the net worth disparity here, John. Shiro's got 8.4k almost, 6.7 on Yamsun, and it's going to get worse because they're just taking stacks away in the triangle now. This game, the recovery is going to be nigh impossible for Wildcard. With this kind of draft, it's pretty hard.
That it is. I think, again, we haven't even seen like the full coordinated team fight out from Tidebound, right? With Blink RP. You're not even getting Blink up on Y. He's going full util here. Solar Crest to come out first into a Force Staff, so he's not even her primary initiation. You're at the point where Planet is only 200 gold behind on the support Nature's Prophet to Fade and RCY's farm. Like, Fade is a little bit, RCY's a little bit further ahead, but Planet's nipping at their heels. He's going for the full Orchid. He's not a support once that's up. And he is just a secondary core now. And for Wildcard, again, brings to question what the ideas might be. The Fusel only one part away for Fade, so at the least that item spike is there. You've had a decent game, all things considered, for Yamsun, with at least the Yasha coming in now with the Echo Saber on top. Sure, tiny right click is somewhat there. It's just a matter of how much longer do you need to wait. You're 8k behind, 15 minutes in, a very big disparity early on.
Agreed. Very, very tough this game for Wildcard, John. Like, it's not just their own draft that's hard to recover from, but Tidebound's draft is just so debilitating. Like, they've got a Monkey, they've got a Blink Mag, they've got a Pos 5 Axe even. Like, just no matter where you go, someone can just run at you. And don't forget the Prophet. He's always ready to just TP in whenever. With the full Spirit Vessel up, it's it's a bit yucky right now for Wildcard. Like, this just doesn't feel like there's a safe space on the map. They've just got to hug each other and hope they can protect these cores. So the supports will stick by RCY. But it really is a game all about just hiding right now for Wildcard. It's just cat and mouse. This could be bad. Look at the planet just blinking or TPing right in the middle. The RP on 2. And well, there's not really much to say about this fight, is there, John? They're trying for nothing to say, but they just don't have the damage. And sadly, Yamsun and Fade can do nothing.
No. Again, they had a good read. The side of Wildcard was plumping up with her own smoke. It's just, you're playing against a Monkey King. Let them say finds an angle, jumps in, breaks the smoke, gives that angle out for the Blink RP from Bach. And without access to your Warlock, again, getting caught in the RP like that, no Chaotic Offering means no team fight. It just feels like you need that big control to help set up for Fade, to help set up an angle, to use the Fatal Bonds with some big cleaves. Just wasn't there. Nothing to say, sneaking around in this Monkey King effectively. And again, that Roshan does not take too long here, beside of Tidebound to find. For Wildcard, and you're 10k behind at almost 18 minutes in, 17 and a half. I don't know what, you really can't do much. Like, you just have to stem the bleeding. Don't even think about forcing out big team fights. Go for the smaller pickoffs if you can. Avoid wider engagements. Play the farm game. That's the only way you can recover, if you can recover at all. As it just feels like Tidebound are in complete control. They're the ones dictating everything. They have aggressive vision. They've got their early timing spiking up. You've got the Orchid not too far off for Planet. And that NP is just a secondary core. All you can do is kind of wait and hope that, say, the Ag's timing out for Fade, full SNY BKB for Yamsun can make a difference. It's a hell lot of gold you have to wait for.
It sure is, John. Sure bloody is. A Tidebound 10k advantage, well and truly in control. Mjolnir being built up now on Shiro, which is obviously going to make matters substantially worse for Wildcard, as they are looking at Shiro farming so confidently by their mid-tier 2 tower. Hell, even if they jump Shiro, like, unless it's a perfect initiation, even 1v5, I'd be afraid that Shiro might win after he pops Pierce the Veil. And it's a little bit intimidating right now for Wildcard.
And Liz.
Top tier 2.
Can't just... No, you can't do anything. No, they just siege away. They know that if they try to take the fight from Wildcard, it's gonna have to be with a Chaotic Offering, and then you're tied in for 2 minutes. Just don't have a counter fight afterwards for anything else. You're just forced to give it away. Even a Fort Fight being tossed out in the first tier 2, at least we will refresh. But a freebie for Shiro. Mjolnir not too far off now as well. Fortis Morta. And for Wildcard, it just... I know, like, they had an opportunity to close out with something else. I get the point. Like, yeah, you want to give some comfort to RCY. Get his Invoker in. We've seen this kid do a lot with his hero before, especially in that NADPC. I don't know if the Ags is really going to do much for you here. If you somehow get a good Avalanche Toss combination with Fatal Bonds into Cataclysm, perhaps that's how you reel this game back. Considering a substantial lack of AoE control outside of just Chaotic Offering, I don't know if you're going to find that opportunity. That is the concern. And that's where I ask myself with his Invoker if this is going to be enough.
Look at Shiro. Like, there's so much confidence oozing from Shiro at the moment. They see the Muerta, everyone from Wildcard just has to disperse every single time. Of course, Tidebound, they're in no rush in this game. Like, they know they've got arguably the much better late game scaling with their draft. I'm sure that there's a world where Tiny becomes a problem at like an hour into the game, but even then I still have my doubts. Smoke up from Wildcard running directly south. Sadly for them, nobody around the area. They could try to use the Twin Gates, but they'd be running into 5 heroes at the moment, so not really advised. At the very least, they will know now that the Tormentor was being taken. Free shards for Y. They are rotating back towards that bottom right corner of the map. So maybe they find Shiro. I mean, Shiro is alone, but he does have 2 lives. and they're going to ignore him. They don't believe they can take on the Muerta.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call again. The 2 lives is just a little bit too much to eat through. I guess at this point, if you're Wildcard, just wait out RCY's Ags. Hope that the Cataclysm combination with Fatal Bonds does enough. If you can land the control to keep them tied in with the Fatal Bonds for the Cataclysm to actually connect. And that pure damage is still a ton of output. So that could be it. It's just, again, a matter of waiting now on Wildcard. And you are still a ways off here for RCY. Not too far off, at the very least. Just lacking really gold for one part. So around 800 gold left to farm the Invoker to reach that point. SNY full done on Yamsen. It's a start. Wondering what he prioritizes next, whether or not the Blink or the BKB. It feels like at this point, you have to go BKB. There's no way you're initiating and living here for Yamsen with all of the punishment that can come out from Tidebound. And for Tidebound, again, even with Aegis down to half a minute, nothing to scare Shiro. They're just smoke in front of him. Does pop, but that's all you fear out. Her tower's gone with 1 Aegis. Just very efficient out from Tidebound in this game.
No, Tidebound, they're just playing the waiting game right now. I mean, Yamsun's now working towards the Blink on this Tiny. Like, wait, yeah, you've lost the potential to blow up anyone, is my issue. I actually don't know if the Avalanche Toss plus a few right clicks will even delete the supports anymore. Like, maybe you could hope for Planet. Chances are you won't kill Y. And he hasn't got it yet. Well, now he does. He's got the Blink up now. Let's see if he can... do you have to go for a smoke here? I guess you don't.
No, I would honestly say just wait for the Sags. RCY has it flying in. He has enough gold to buy it out. I think the big thing for Tiny is that you're not looking to blow up here. So you're looking to, again, set up to get some follow-through control to allow the Cataclysm to actually connect with Fatal Bonds. It feels like that has to be the play. Right? Like, you're not blowing up the backline. Maybe you could actually blow up Planet, but even he has quite a fair bit of HP. Again, it's just a matter of getting some connection for the team fight. If that opportunity presents itself. Tidebound, again, has been pretty disciplined in their positioning so far. They might get caught off guard by that Ags that RCY still hasn't quite bought out. He just walked to the secret shop himself. And TS in a good spot to at least break the smoke here. Could make things awkward.
He is. Oh, he's gonna break it in TP as well. Oh, that's really unfortunate timing. Yamsun gonna have his smoke broken. Things are rather obvious for Tidebound. They're just gonna sit back again. There's that Ags for RCY. Yeah, I can see a world where all the spells land and they blow up the whole squad of Tidebound. Like, it could happen. It could certainly happen. Especially with the nice Fatal Bonds. If you can get the Fatal Bonds in there as well. Huge bottom. Here they come. They're looking already. Bignum is down. That's one gone for Wildcard. They'll try and jump Bark, but Bark looking for an RP. Doesn't quite get it off yet. But he's found Yamsun. And Yamsun, again, can do absolutely nothing to contest the MK.
It's a little bit surprising for Wildcard. You still try to follow through from your Shadow Shaman dying. I think if you lose your support at this point, if you lose Bignum like that, you're fine. No, you back off. You're so far behind that these kills aren't counting for much when they're on supports here for the side of Tidebound. You can use that space. You look for a better opportunity to get that Fatal Bonds with Chaotic Offering plus the Avalanche Toss-Off with a Cataclysm, and you hope that's enough. Because, again, that is your play right now. That's what we're looking at here from Wildcard. Maybe the toss-back as well could be good. It's either or. Either you get that big teamfight combo, or you get a toss-back isolation play and pick off Tidebound one by one, which is hard to see, to be fair. Tidebound, again, 15 kills, 15k up. All seems right.
Haven't looked top. Maybe they could hope for Y and Planet. They're going to jump in with the Hex out from Bignum, looking after Y, but Y is still pretty tanky. He's actually just not dropping. Cataclysm will come through, but misses everything. Oh boy, Bignum still getting charged down. Chaos Meteor, though, going to make it pretty hard for Y to survive, so he will finally drop. Planet also dropping pretty low, but they'll take down Bignum. Meanwhile, Planet still man-fighting Fade, and Fade's losing the fight. Apparently, you've reached a point where you can't even contest the Prophet now as this Penga.
I think they reached that point way earlier. Yet he's been at almost at parity with Fade for a long time. 2k up is still good for Fade considering the game, but not good enough to be that solo threat. And for all speed, okay. At least he makes it out. But again, it's just so awkward for Wildcard. They make that choice to commit Cataclysm when you don't have the setup. That's your turnaround play. So now it's on cooldown for a fair bit of time. Roshan's open. You would have wanted to take the fight here with Chaotic offering Fatal Bonds. Kata don't have that option. Roach gonna go the way of Tidebound for free. Another secondary life to just give away here to what seems to be Shiro. As he also has the BKB flying on this timing, and everything's lining up for Tidebound. No problems whatsoever. They've got everything they could possibly ask for. And for Wildcard, again, if you can't take that fight outside, you have to hope that your high ground, you can get that combo. And Cataclysm is big, with Fatal Bonds, with the Avalanche to help set up from the Chaotic offering. You can make it work. You just need to be patient. This is where, you know, we were talking about Wildcard being very patient in the last game. This is where they need to be patient now, because there's just nothing to do outside. There's really nothing you can do unless Tidebound really just split apart one by one.
Oh, Yamson.
Which again, we're not seeing here.
Yamson's so lucky they didn't put an observer ward on that cliff. They placed a sentry. Whoa, oh no, they're gonna see him! There's the observer ward I talked about, John. They get it eventually. I mean, it just gets lucky the first time, but not quite the second. And well, at least Yamson does have buyback, John, whatever that means. Not much right now.
Nah. Not quite. You are getting some space. The siege is at a decent pace, to be fair, with the Roach banner down. I mean, now they're being extra patient to not go for the high ground defense, I suppose. Wait for your time to be back up. But yeah, we've got to see that. You have to attempt it. You've got to try Fatal Bonds Kata somehow. Somehow. It's your only play.
See what the play is going to be here, John. They're looking to try and jump in with all those big spells. They'll see Shiro. Shiro has 2 lives. A Cataclysm won't even deal with 1 yet, but they've got him pretty low. Meanwhile, though, you've lost speed. Shiro will finally lose the first life after they've thrown everything but the kitchen sink at him, and now it looks like they're just out of gas. Like, what else are you worried about now as Shiro? I don't think much, unless maybe a toss back from Yamson. Jump in, horn toss, skewer away, there goes Fade. Looks like you've lost Bignum as well. Bignum, he'll get the Serpent Ward drop, but it just appears the Veil pop immediately from Shiro. There goes the whole team. And they call it GG. As game 2 confidently going the way of Tidebound prior to the 30-minute mark.
Yeah. I mean, that looked like a very simple game for Tidebound. They work their draft well. They get that really strong flex on the axe, along with Omerta going to pause 1. And for Wildcard, it's like what you were saying there earlier. Game 1, they were finding themselves with winning lanes. Game 2, their draft really didn't allow that. I think this time around, it's a little bit of the opposite problem, whereas Wildcard was a bit too patient in Game 1 with some of those big song setups, the opportunities for dream coils. In this game, they were a little bit too hasty in Wildcard. They get the Cataclysm active, but never really count for much from RCY. Again, the lane matchup against Monkey King just not panning out as you'd expect for Monkey King, of course. And Tidebound, they play a clean game. They play perfectly. They work all of their lanes. They know their timings. They know what they can get away with. They utilize the support axe on Y very cleanly. And Nothing to Say breaks all of the pivotal smokes that was maybe the one way you could have turned that back on the side of Wildcard. Just not able to get any movement across the map. And for Tidebound, a very important win. Again, we were talking about the stakes here as we go into day 3 as the group stages start to tie down. That does bring Tidebound up to a 2-1 scoreline. And for Wildcard, they're in the danger zone now, Mikey. 1-2. They had that day 1 series win, but they need to start winning the next few days here. Otherwise, their journey in Wallachia could also get cut short. And let me tell you this, up against Tidebound, I know Wildcard had, again, fantastic day 1, a little bit of back and forth in day 2, but this one looked like a different team. I think all of that promise, it showed up a little bit in game 1. Game 2 looked a little bit lost here, Mikey.
Yeah, I mean, look, game two, you know, John, it was basically already forfeited after a certain pickup, and you're seeing that here right here, John Yamson getting caught. You know, it's a real shame for me too, because seeing Wildcard perform so well in game one, it was like, all right, this is good. You know, this is what I kind of want to see from this team. This clean laning stage, this decent mid game, and you know, the late game we can work on it later. It's fine. There's plenty of time to practice, but game two, things kind of just fall apart and go maybe more as you would have expected before the series, quite frankly. Obviously, John, as I said earlier, the odds were, I don't know why the odds were 3-1 Wildcard's way. I thought that was kind of crazy to start off our series. Anyway, talking about standouts though, was there a standout in your mind here for Team Tidebound, John?
I think NTS. NTS probably stood out. I think his positioning on Monkey King was pretty damn good, right? Like him sneaking around, breaking off these smokes, giving the vision out for Bach to play his game was pretty big. If not nothing to say, then why? Just being this beefcake on Axe was actually pretty massive. Again, buying that space to make the lane comfy for Shiro. I think those were kind of the things that set up for all of the success that Tidebound found. So either one, I'd lean maybe slightly towards nothing to say, just a little bit more, even though we gave him standout player last time as well. He certainly did the job in the Monkey King. Like, again, that's one of the strengths of the hero. You know, the vision game that provides, the way it just cuts you off. We do give it to Planet for his work on that. Nature's Prophet, of course. He was doing a fantastic job, basically becoming a secondary carry, with him matching Fade's farm and RCY's farm at multiple points in game. So I think that's a fair thing as well. He was doing his job. The healing was pretty big. And again, for Tidebound, pretty good news here for day two. 2-1, one series away from making it to playoffs. They've bounced back in good form. Wildcard are not out, but they need to start winning, right? They need to sort some of these issues out and, you know, carry that hope for NA here in Wallachia.
I'm sure they'll do fantastic tomorrow, Jonathan. We'll have to wait and see. Though, thankfully for us, the Dota doesn't stop there. We've got another series coming right up. I believe we are getting Edge versus Tundra here on the B stream. So do wait, just short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our second best of three of the day between Edge and Tundra. See you then.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Moldovan. îi cheamă și când e cel mai bărbătești și cel mai prețis. Că la pus de soare vreau să mi o mare
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into our second best of three series here for Wallachia Season 5 Group Stage Day number 3 between Tundra Esports and Edge, and it is MLP Dota and Jonix Void joining you. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. A brand new best of 3 on our hands, Edge versus Tundra Esports. What do you think?
I'm thinking this is probably our more interesting series of the day, Mikey. Edge started day 1 hot. They beat BetBoom 2-1. They take a loss, of course, later on to end up in the scenario 0-2 up against Team Spirit. But that is Team Spirit, of course, that tends to get better as we get to approach TI. So up against Tundra, I mean, if you can take down BetBoom, it feels like that's only a few stone throws away from trying on Tundra, especially since Tundra has been a little bit of a mixed bag, starting day 1 with a 1-2 loss up against Xtreme Gaming. And Edge, this team is pretty exciting. You know, they've got Parker standing in, they've got Puppy standing in as well to guide these South Americans in, a little bit of team secret in this. And that makes it very, very interesting to see what they can do. I think he can provide some insight into how some of these teams play, certainly maybe factoring that into that result up against BetBoom. And I would say, you know, Edge may not have the edge in this match, but they're not off the edge either, Mikey. You know, they're still in the game. They can make something interesting happen. And think if you're Tundra Esports, I mean, yes, you rallied in day 2. Yes, you managed to get that 2-0 victory over AVULUS. They made it look pretty damn easy there. But you can't rest easy whenever you play against Puppy. And I know he's had a little bit of an up and down journey on Secret so far, but this is a man who can guide a roster to victory. This is a man who knows what he's doing. He knows what you are doing. So you should be able to get a read on Tundra. But Tundra, they've been a strong team for the past year. They take a little bit of a break. They come back shaky on day 1. They rally in day 2. I wouldn't expect anything less from Tundra being the favorites in this series, Mickey.
No, that's fair enough, Jonathan. I do expect that the odds would probably favor Tundra Esports, but I do anticipate a 3-game series this time around, John. I really don't think it's going to be that one-sided here between these two sides. And you know why, John? Because Puppy knows not to draft Tiny. That's why. He knows. You mark my words, he won't take that down.
No, well, I remember a certain highlight on Reddit with a lot of play with Tiny PP Tiny. So
yeah, I saw that today. Yeah.
You know, I don't think he can help himself.
Don't do that
at
to me,
least he'll go
boys.
to PP. I mean, you know, it'd be fun. It's a nice word play there. So do you see again our consistent bands coming out?
that was Bake Up and Lacoste, I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah, it was Bake Up and Lacoste.
Yeah, you know, Lacoste loves that stuff.
I mean, of course.
Yeah,
it's not quite as bad as Cox in SEA. I mean, Cox is pretty.
Yeah.
There's no holding back with that
We had
name,
a lot of fun with that one. That's
till now, nobody's made him change his name, which is very interesting.
No,
he's just allowed to continue as we have an Axe pickup, unsurprisingly, as a priority for Edge.
Yeah, I like it. Axe, again, has looked pretty damn strong. Even on support, it's looked pretty good, as we saw in our last series, as we saw yesterday as well. This hero does a lot. He's such a tanky hero in lane. Even as support, you can just run down, get battle hunger, win right-click trades. You buy space for your carry. On off lane, you get that quicker blink. Blade Mail timing out. Do love this response out from Tundra going into the Shadow Demon that we haven't seen too much. It's been banned out a few times as well, but you have a good save now into the call. You have a way of just preventing anyone from really getting fully controlled up by the Axe. You have really good stack potential coming in here for Tundra as well. So I like seeing that. I think it's a solid way to get things done. I'm surprised Undying hasn't been banned and no one picked it up. It feels like, again, it's that trifecta of first phase bans. DP, Bat Rider, Undying still in the picture, along with Bristleback. So maybe you take that opportunity at this point for Edge to ban some of those heroes out, but if you don't, I'm expecting to see at least one of those two heroes to come in here, and that can spice things up, because, again, they've been consistently banned for us, Mikey. We don't get to see that too often. We've seen the Undying a little bit more, of course, in our time in the qualifiers. Southeast Asia was picking that up a fair bit. And it could be nice into the Axe. That could be your solution to softening this tanky hero up. Just have Decay to play with. But we'll see if that is allowed through. SF being banned out first by Edge. Again, Bristleback still there. Undying still there. If you want to take care of the more meta heroes. And there you go. Bristleback is one. So Undying still around. And you do have room for it here on Tundra if you'd want. You can run it on offlane, you can run it on support. Some teams have been going for the carry Undying again, and it should be viable with a rotting mitts. So curious to see which way Tundra goes, because they can afford to leave it unbanned and just take it themselves. Huh. I didn't realize Puppy dragged along Sunbee, if I'm not seeing things wrong. Am I seeing things wrong?
I don't know. Are you?
Maybe.
It doesn't matter, John. Second pick for Tundra Esports. We'll figure it out later.
Yeah. Yeah, they did drag Sunbee along. Interesting. That is pretty cool. I didn't expect that. I thought it was just Puppy and Parker. I didn't manage to check the staff. Yeah, Sunbee's helping out the team as well on Edge. So they've got two coaches. Okay. You've got Puppy and Parker coming in from Team Secret, although Parker was not playing the qualifiers for whatever reason. A whole can of worms there. There goes the Undying we were discussing, with the Morphling being banned out. Now, of course, if you don't ban it, Tundra will pick up the strong hero. It has done a lot of work. Support Undying still works. You still get your save with a shard. It's not as infuriating as it once was, but it still is another big save along with that disruption from the Shadow Demon. It's a good way of softening up the axe. Good way of saving people from the axe call. A lot of ways of saving people from the axe call. So I'm liking this from Tundra. Maybe you go for the Undying core. Who knows? It's open enough, but you don't have to commit to that just yet on Tundra. You can allow Edge to show a little bit more before you start to lock that one in.
Thinking about it here, Edge. A lot of save on Tundra Esports. I mean, just the disruption and the tombstone save, just very scary already here from Tundra. Especially against the Axe, who does not enjoy either hero. So Edge still having to think about where they want to lead this draft into. Okay, we're going to go the standard Pango. Nothing crazy yet.
Yeah, I think for Edge, they've been leaning towards this one for Vitaly a little bit more in the offlane rather than mid for PP. So it still leaves options open. Maybe you flex that Axe now into support. Maybe you just run the mid Pango offlane Axe, which is the more standard way to go, but you don't really see your matchups yet. We have seen Pangos do a lot of work, of course, especially if they have a good game. You don't have to worry about being roared up. The defusal timing is very key for that hero. We don't tend to see the Echo Saber any longer, just straight up defusal nowadays. And I know, we saw it on Fade last time, not have a great time. I'd expect a little bit more here. Get the clockwork out as well. Great way of finding that backline. And a great way of keeping some vision up. This is something that Edge has been leaning into a few times now in their journey in Wallachia. Michael has been having a fantastic time with clock, so it's pretty neat. My concern right now is this is triple melee heroes into Undying. If you don't find the Undying in the back, I mean, it's got to be pretty fun to play the Undying here. Just decay, 3 strength heroes up front, well, 2 universals, 1 strength. Just spam away at them, get squishier, you get stronger, you can fight back. Your tombstone's going to be pretty awkward to clear out with these 3 heroes on hand. No easy solutions for that yet, as we will get the Sven on top, which is interesting to pick into the Axe. We've seen this not feel too great for Sven before, but I do feel like it's still somewhat playable. Again, if you're expecting Axe to go on pause 5, you don't need to worry about that lane matchup on the Sven. A Sven Undying lane is actually a very high kill threat lane early on, if you manage to land the decay every single time. I like it. I think it's a very safe pick. It's not going to be easy to kill off. The Blink Call is still going to be annoying. And again, if this Axe does get flexed to offlane here for Vitaly instead of the Pangolier, you will have a lot of play. It's just whether or not you want to kind of give PP the Pangolier without knowing the matchup. And that's one thing. Tundra can always hold back on their mid to last pick. And Edge will have to kind of lock in the Axe relatively soon.
Well, Tundra looking for their 4th pick. I mean, I like this Sven committal for the side of Tundra because, number one, you can tell Chrysalis feels very comfortable on the Sven, which I think is pretty important when it comes to a player like him. And number two, we've seen Sven just destroying multiple teams. You know, it's just, there's a timing you hit, especially once the Daedalus Satanic's up, it just feels completely uncontestable. You know, just blink in, destroy 1 or 2 heroes instantaneously, and the fight's basically over immediately with this hero. Shouldn't be that simple, though. Hopefully not that simple this game against Edge. We are going to see the Brewmaster coming out as well, which isn't too surprising, John. We've seen Brewmaster quite a bit throughout Wallachia Season 5 thus far. And obviously, pretty nice combination as well with the Shadow Demon. Not very hard to ignite that Cinder Brew.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, it certainly isn't. You've got quite a fair bit you can do. You can disrupt that backline. It's, again, a very tanky lineup on Tundra already. Again, more ways to isolate the Axe as well. Make this a little bit of a tough game. We'll get access to DOTA here for Edge. So again, this is still fairly flex. You could just commit on the DOTA 1 and start to ban to protect here on Edge. If you will go for the pause 1 DOTA for Parker. So you have to take care of things like AM is a big one. Maybe Invoker if you're going to be worried about that. Although, to be fair, there's no real room for AM on Tundra unless we get something silly like a mid AM for whatever reason here from BZM. That would actually be pretty hype. It's not good for lane, but it's going to be good for the game. Doubt you go that direction. Ban the Monkey King instead, which is also the Fusel Carrier.
You might genuinely consider it if it's not banned. Well, why not though? Like, really think about it. Like, why not?
Yeah, there's no hard lockdown.
No, like, okay, Pango's going to win the mid lane. So what? Who cares? Who cares? You know, it wins most mid lanes. I like it, John. If AM isn't banned, I'd love to see BZM just take AM. As stupid as it sounds. And in fact, I'll double down on the stupidity, John. He should build the Fusel Blade too. Right?
Yeah.
If he gets AM, he should just take it. So big.
Oh, okay. I'll argue back. I think if you are going to go mid AM, the Fusel's a little bit too much. Maybe an Echo Saber Harpoon to give you a little bit more catch. You know, that's
Whatever
actually
you
not
want.
bad. You know?
Whatever you want, John.
I will say a safer bet to take care of the Deuce is probably just something like Invoker here for BZM, right? Like, it's something he loves.
Okay.
You just drain the mana. But AM's hype.
Boring.
It's
boring.
boring. And you know, but look at this. Think about this. We've seen nothing but Agents of Galaron, Eggsword, and Vodker, even though they don't really utilize the Axe. Well, I think BZM's the kind of player to go for the other facets. You know, for the Quas, for the Wex, for the AoE, Ghost Walk, for the widening Ice Pat. You know, Ice Wall, I think BZM's that kind of player. If you don't ban Invoker, that might be the actual threat. The utility the Invoker will provide is massive on the other facets. You should not go for Agents of Galaron because, quite frankly, there's no real combination for your Sunstrike here. So you should just focus on something like that, and they will have to respect ban the Husker of BZM. So they do leave those juicy options of AM on hand as we get the Beastmaster to come out here. A very stable draft. Does look like we are getting ourselves probably the support Axe and the mid Pangolier here for PP. End up with the Vitali Beastmaster in the offlane. Could be one way to pressure the Sven just a tad bit more. But my question now is, it still looks like a pretty damn good Invoker game. You're laning into Fango, you know how the matchup works. You have that utility against the DOTA. It will force a BKB by.
I mean, I guess they need some kind of like playmaker here. Like they need some form of like damage to just kind of join in with the other four, let this Sven farm. I just would love to see this mid AM, but we're seeing a Storm Spirit. Fair enough. Fair enough. Why not? It's not a free Storm game, but it's a nice one. And BZM's obviously a very good Storm player, so you know he just wants to go for his comfort pick, it seems.
That he will. And again, the matchup against Pangolier is not too bad. Static Slide, you're just going to be able to maintain that lane. You get 33 on his Brewmaster special at the very least, so you have access to that great micro that 33 is known for. And your lane setups are big. You have a lot of save coming out on Tundra. Again, we didn't point this out, but you did pick DOTA into Shadow Demon, so you will have to deal with Medusa Illusions as well here for Parker, which never feels fun for the DOTA. I won't say. It's just more utility coming out there for Tundra with those strong illusions to play with. And my thing is, for Edge, in how you control BZM, right? You have Roar. That's your most stable piece of control onto that Storm. BZM's likely not rushing anything like a Linken's this game, of course. Even if he did, you have some ways of breaking, but chances are, once you break the Linken's, there is a response time. So you're catching out BZM is going to be the challenge. You do have at least long-range initiation with a hook shot here from Michael, so maybe you can catch BZM off guard later on. Your rotations onto mid are going to be pretty important as well, as the odds are heavily in favor of Tundra, of course, as you would expect. I think maybe a little bit higher than I'd show. Again, just the fact that Tundra Edge beat BetBoom should stand to even those odds a little bit more, but you know, Tundra is Tundra, Mikey. They are the heavy favorites coming in here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the odds are maybe a bit too much. I'm going to say that again, John. I do think the odds are a bit skewed here. But anyway, we'll see how it goes. I mean, Edge certainly not... I don't think they're that bad of a team. I still think it's going to be a relatively even series between these two. The one doubt I have for Game 1, though, is I don't really like the Medusa. I don't like the Medusa. I still think Sven, as annoying as Dusa can be towards Sven, I still feel like once Sven gets to the stage where you have Blink Daedalus, he's going to break the cap, and that mana pool is going to disappear. That's my prediction for this game.
Wait, I also forgot. Dusa playing into Undying is kind of ungodly, isn't it? You have no strength. Well, I guess because you have no strength, it's not an issue, I suppose.
It's not an issue.
There is that. It's not going to be as bad. Could be annoying later on.
Oh, so this could be 2 Vitali. It's going to break the smoke. That'll be pretty much it for Tundra. They'll just hold their position in that dire triangle for a bit. Keep in mind as well, while the draft was going on, you were kind of talking about the emphasis of Vitali being able to get in range and rule BZM and lock him down. There's so much to worry about, though. Like, these supports, like Sux is there with Disruption. You're going to have Grab Ally with Tombstone from Whitemon. Like, you've got to find a way to at least deal with the Shadow Demon before fights start. Otherwise, the rules might just mean nothing. And I think that could be the big issue here for Edge, is how are you going to control all these heroes that can just make life infinitely harder in the middle of a team fight? Well, for now, they're just going to chase down Saxa, and they might actually just have him dead. Saxa, getting caught in a pretty awkward position, should just be going down. And to make matters worse, they will hand over first blood to Parker, of all people.
Yeah, great start for Edge, punishing that bit of aggression from Saxa, just going up, trying to contest the rune, not quite finding it either. So you still end up with the 2-for-2 bounties, get the first blood, and we take a gander on mid, where again BZM's playing up against PP on the Pango, which is very fitting for him, considering the beep beep sounds like PP, so should be fun. This matchup is pretty stable for BZM, of course. You static slide, you have the range advantage, you can poke pretty well with the overload. PP can always try to play with the shield crash, does have Thunderbolt, so you don't have the fatter shield on shield crash, but you will have that extra utility, of course, when the ultimate's up. Rune control is a pretty big aspect of this matchup at the very least.
Oh my god, Puppy's being so annoying at that top lane. He's just body blocking so much with this creep wave that was being dragged in, and the 33 is going to be there to take it, but the amount of damage Saxa took just with the body blocks from Puppy must have been so infuriating for him. This is the thing with his pos 5 axe, like, Puppy can just do this. He just runs at you. And it's, yeah, you can kill him, but it's not that simple.
No. He's just too tanky to commit on. And again, that's the big strength of the axe. Like, it's so hard to shove from lane, especially as a support, because you're taking off angles, you're trying to poke back on the enemy support, you're focusing on that battle hunger. You don't have an easy way to clear that as well here for Saxa. So you're constantly under pressure. You should be buying enough space out for Parker to get his farm, and it is showing up. So far, a very perfect lane here for Deducer early on, 10-3, up against the 8-1 of 33 with the drag back on the creep wave. And that is just set to grow. I don't think this gets any easier once you hit, say, level 3. Either a 1-1-1 for Puppy or a 0-2-1 can kind of set the tone going. Again, this is your big advantage for Edge. You got to work that axe matchup as much as possible. Still taking a look at that mid. Not going too well for good old PP, but to be expected when you're against the Storm. At the least, no Water Rune denial very early on here at 2 minutes, of course. Maybe the 4-minute Rune starts to get a little bit spicier. We shall see. But BZM is... Again, this is BZM. He knows his Storm. He knows his matchups. He's played against the Pango multiple times already. And PP just kind of has to hold out. The bot lane is where things are a little bit more interesting as well. It's a double melee into Undying. You do manage to get the creep pulled back. It's in favor of Vitali. So he is still able to soak up and farm here on that Beastmaster. Michael just kind of needs to keep trying to cut the waves and drag them towards a favorable position. It's not the highest kill lane unless you get a good power cog, sure. You could try to play around with that if your Beastmaster is close by, but not quite. Get the Lotus out on Whitemon, which is super important for Undying to secure 4 more mana. He is out of mangoes to pop. Starting to run low on that presence, but so far so good. for Tundra, at the least on bot, especially in comparison to top. I mean, you're just not finding too much for 3-3, but again, Puppy's doing a fantastic job. Just being annoying with that battle hunger. And, you know, I mean, there's really not much you can do.
And here we go again. Body block out. This is what he did last time. Disruption is going to be out. He does need Parker to move in to try and protect him. Saksa still dropping very low. That battle hunger just seems like it never wears off. And another very nice setup here from Puppy, securing the kill into Saksa and more importantly, handing that gold over to his Medusa.
Yeah, you're up to 2 kills now for Parker very early on in the game. I love that Puppy went for that second level call, or level 2 into call. Just having that option to hold, having that option to provide that kill threat and setup, giving a lot to early on. And this is something you do need to see coming out on Edge, considering again how your mid lane's going, the sacrifices you're making on PP, having to play into the Storm matchup. BZM just a mile away now in terms of CS. We're gonna hit that 6 a lot faster. You want that stable start for Parker. Crystal is still finding quite a fair bit of farm as well, but without the kills being injected onto him, it's not as much as the DOTA. You've got a comfy lead for Parker at this point in the game. But I don't think you're too concerned on the side of Thunder. Yeah, you're getting early kills in DOTA, but it's like you were saying in the draft, Mike. The DOTA does take time. Even the Manta timing isn't that big for DOTA. It does feel like it has to be like Manta Butterfly, which, again, is going to be quite a fair bit of farm you're going to need to build up here in Parker to really get that full presence of DOTA out.
Well, things are going pretty splendidly so far anyway. Like, both carries are just free farming completely. The one concern, of course, again for Edge is going to be the fact that BZM's had a really nice lane on this mid-storm. So yes, that you probably have to be somewhat concerned about. Pippi, though, again, not really lagging too far behind. Bottom lane, Michael's going to be chased down here on the clock. Set up from Saksa with a disruption. Michael can't do anything about it. Whitemon to secure the kill, this time on the Undying.
I like that read coming out from Saksa, knowing that the top lane's just a little bit too tough. You're at the point where 3-3 can just pull back himself. He's got the level 2 Drunken Brawler, just in case things get dicey. He can always brew himself up and get out of dodge. You are seeing at the least level 6 being up on PP. And BZM is out of mana as well to try to poke on the mid. But you are trying to get wins where you can. Not a little bit unfortunate, Crystallis couldn't clean up on that kill. More than happy to still find one. Contest over these runes though.
Children's going to be picked up here by Pippi. Chase on immediately for Saksa. Saksa caught between a rock and a hard place, not making it away. Nice easy pick up here for Pippi. And this is the time when you are strong as Edge, so you do want to find these early pickoffs. With heroes such as the Pangoli. You know, BZM not quite ready to make those rotations himself on the Storm, but of course the Pangoli are very efficient in being able to do a lot with very little farm.
And it can. And again, just a little bit of a power ring pickup could start the setup for PP later on. Though it does look like he'll need to pop it just for a little bit of mana regen. 1-3 start for Edge is still pretty damn good.
They are going to force a TP from Puppy. They've even brought Michael over, trying to jump Crystallis, but Crystallis going to look for the fight back, but he can't really do it. That they are feeding him healing lotuses. He's still running away, but sure, no, the battle hunger's not enough either. Well, who was feeding those healing lotuses the whole time?
I'm pretty sure Whitemon had one, and I believe Saksa had one from top, perhaps, as they weren't stacked.
It was the supports.
The cooldown.
It was one each.
Both of them did force feed out. Yep. Yeah, and that's the perfect distribution. It's what you need, right? Like, this is the maybe Whitemon harkening back to some Southeast Asian matches, learning from March, the force feeding. And the force feeding works again, Mike.
We'll never forget Mango March. Vitaly gonna go for Aurora to try and survive. Crystallis not gonna be able to chase him down. And BZM, he'll choose to sit back as well. Is a bit low on the mana pool. It's like Puppy's gonna make his appearance, but it's a level 3 axe with nothing. Can't really hope to threaten BZM at the moment. Overall, happy days. Tundra able to find a nice fight down bottom. Though Saksa may get caught with his pants down in the river. And it looks like he will. BZM, he'll stick around for a little bit, but not for too long. It's Pippi finding his second kill of the game, and now is the Pangoli.
Yeah. Again, his early aggression is lining up better for Edge. You're getting a lot of value from the solo lane for Parker up top. This Deuce's free farm is getting a little bit out of control very early on. This without any other initial items as well. Just the Falcon Blade power treads up. And there's just no threat from Brewmaster solo, of course, at this point in the game. And that is, again, something that you have to watch out for. They'll try to rectify that now. It's a movement up.
Parker. Yeah, he's going to lose HP very fast here, especially with Saxa in that level 2 Shadow Poison. Disruption out as well. They're going to bring Pippi in to try and save the life of Parker. Parker still okay on the mana pool now, looking to maybe turn around, but these Brewlings are causing a few issues as the Tombstone now dropped as well, and BZM also rotating to ensure they secure. Pippi at least will take down Saxa, but it is going to be at the cost of his own life by the looks of it. It's another really nice team fight for Tundra. Parker, he was the highest net worth hero on the map, but will end up dying.
That's the one they needed on Tundra. Again, we were just talking about how much space was going out for the DOTA. This kind of course corrects it well. You do leave a vulnerability down bot with a full Dominator up for Vitality. A push doesn't take too long. So you're seeding ground down bot. You can't translate that top kill into a siege just yet. And you are getting a little bit more map space still for Edge. But you've put a dent in Parker's game. You know, you're getting more charges up on the Galvanize for BZM. Early mana regen starting to stack up here for our Storm. And you still have safe areas to farm in on Crystallis. Like, you haven't really planted the most aggressive wards yet. The triangle stacks are still being built up by Whitemon. There's going to be a lot to kind of inject onto Crystallis once the Mask of Madness at the very least is up. With that first God Strength. And so you will just start to clear some of the smaller stacks up now. Get that efficiency going here. Edge, for their part, I mean, they still have some big timings, right? Like, the Fusel isn't even done yet on PP. And level 6 is still a ways off for Michael, but once you have the hookshot threat, I think that's, again, one way to kind of simplify these fights. You've got that reach, you've got the vision game that you can work with. And you've got that push threat with that full Dark Troll Summoner still up here for Vitality, so just on to mid once more.
That's a lot of damage. BZM starting the fight immediately on Pippi. It's not enough, though. He looks to back off. Crystallis stunned up a boar, I believe. Doesn't really mean too much, though. They just want to clear out the units. Just put a hold onto this T1 tower push, and of course, Vitali really trying to abuse his timing as the Beastmaster right now. But the issue I have with that kind of play is Vitali's probably going to have a slower Helm of the Overlord timing. In fact, he's nowhere really near it at the moment. So, yeah, it's nice to trade these T1s early, but they kind of fail, and I don't want to see Edge slowing down too much in the farm game, because you might end up in a game where it's all on Parker here on this Medusa. It's already looking like it might go that way, and I wouldn't quite recommend going down that route if you can avoid it.
No, again, it just takes too long. Even with the Manta timing still lining up nicely here for Parker, you're going to need the Diffusal, you're going to need a lot more. I mean, that's Scotty on top, you're going to need Ags, perhaps. We've seen some Medusas go for Maelstrom Mjolnir as well as an option. So it's just a lot of time. And it's time that Tundra isn't really waiting for. Like, yes, they still need that build up on Crystallis. Yes, they need that Radiance to be up and running on 33. But you have that launching point right now where BZM just feels so free to play his own game. Like, he has no concerns, even with the presence of Roar. Just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough with all of these saves, as long as the supports connect onto him.
Very nice.
Oh, that's a nice rune.
BZM, very nice indeed. Puppy, not going to be able to do too much to get out of this. Is down. Michael even showing up as well. This could be dangerous though. BZM, he's got a regen. He's happy to keep going. They'll TP in a couple to try and ensure that BZM cannot continue. Rolling Thunder, BZM still with the regen rune going, more than happy to retreat as they are trying to trade here onto Saxa. Saxa, they're making life pretty challenging now with the disruption out, buying more time. Do they really want to keep this going, Edge? It feels a little bit risky at this stage. They'll drop the Tombstone on the high ground from Whitemon now, and the chase is on. Flesh Golem popped by Whitemon, and here comes Crystallis looking for maybe the Medusa, but the Stone Gaze from Parker going to allow him to escape. But the Tombstone zombies chasing him down. This makes it very hard for Parker to survive this team fight. As they pop the God Strength, Crystallis moving in. They're still trying. Parker's still standing his ground, but the big stun out. 3 heroes getting hit. Big stun from Crystallis. Oh, and Edge, they really did try hard, but Saxa, you saw how long he kited on that Shadow Demon. And did he didn't even die, did he? No, he did. I think he did, just barely.
Yep. Did manage to at least stall out long enough, and they kind of wasted that Rolling Thunder. You saw how well BZM's just cutting around. Again, there's no fear here for the Storm, as your hard control just can't reach him. Yeah, he's stalling in the low ground. They get the Tombstone to deny the area. It's an awkward position to fight. And again, BZM's just free farming. It's getting max value from the regen. Very awkward as well with that Stone Gaze for Parker. Fades a little bit too early for them to try to maximize, and BZM just knows that timing. Zips back in, gets the control. You have the micro from 33 on top. And if you had a Rolling Thunder at this point instead, you might be a little bit happier, closer to this tighter choke point. It's just, you committed earlier on Edge. 3K lead coming out now for the side of Tundra off of that, as they are starting to really ramp in this game now. Crystallis has 2 out of the 3 major items we tend to look for on that Sven. You've got the Radiance just one part away now on 33. When they're trying to entrap him, it's just not easy to kill the Brewmaster at this point in the game. Just a lot of HP, and again, just a lot of good connections. BZM just constantly working with Sox and Whitebond to look for these kills. Again, with a smoke.
Yeah, they see him. Vitali. Jumped instantaneously. They'll drop the Tombstone just in case as well. And sadly for Vitali, he's also going to lose that dominated creep. Plus 100 for Saksan. Yeah, I mean, this is the stage of the game now where things get kind of concerning for your Edge. I mean, BZM feels like he's completely able now to start rotating with these supports over and over again. 33, as you saw, John, just picked up the full Radiance. Chrysalis is still completely free farming and has top net worth now on the Sven. And again, this is where I think the game becomes infinitely harder for Edge. As you can see, 33 just casually chasing down Michael. I mean, sure, he has a great name, John, but there's nothing you can do about it. Or is there? Hookshot. Well, of course there is, John. His name's Michael. We always find a way, don't we, John?
That you guys do. That you guys do. Fun fact, though. Your Michael's very different, Mikey. You know, I think yours is even more epic. You know, you're on a different level.
Oh, mine.
You know? Yours is on a different level. You know?
This is level 1.
The crowd doesn't know. Yeah, exactly.
No. And they might never know. Yeah.
They'll never know, Mikey. They'll never know.
No.
Our little secret for now. 10-8. 4K lead up for Tundra. Smoke out from Edge. I mean, they got the Manta up. They do have that Diffusal ready on PP as well. A few more seconds to Aurora might make this a bit awkward.
Can he get the Tombstone down? Whitemon, he might actually bait them in here. In fact, he has. BZM gonna zip in. He's already found Puppy. Puppy looking to just back off, though, is getting pretty low. Meanwhile, Michael with the cogs blocking the way, but he's going to die instead. Chrysalis looking for the chase. These zombies just keeping up the vision for 33 to just chase them down. Pippi getting caught with the Cyclone. Meanwhile, BZM finding another target in Vitali. That's going to be Pippi. Vitali. Oh, Parker's going to show up. Oh, this is scary. Parker is going to retreat. They do take down Saksa. A nice dunk from Puppy. Finding 2 of them. He actually kind of salvaged that fight pretty well.
Yeah. And BZM had a massive streak on him. He loses some galvanized stacks, of course. And you get a good gold injection out for your team. I mean, mind you, most of that is on Puppy, of course, as he finds these kills. But an axe with a little bit of extra farm is not something you say no to. And there's some utility to come out from Puppy. He does have the urn up. He's trying to go into the Pavis. I'd say with him being so close, might as well get that blink. Get that initiation you'd want. Again, Tundra getting caught off guard there in that fight by that Diffusal timing coming in. BZM just lost most of his mana from one swash. So he wasn't feeling too comfy. He needed some time to recuperate, find that zap back up. And that just meant a long and big committal out from Tundra to look for those kills onto the triangle. They stay in the game for Edge. It doesn't quite swing the game back their way for sure, but it is slowing down that tempo that Tundra's trying to build up. And have to think twice now if they're going to try to make a play. They could set up for Roche soon. You've got a Sven. God's Strength is still there, and they'll go for it. They don't quite have the wards to watch. They don't manage to de-ward either, the sentry and that forward ward set up here. But you do have BZM just playing as the lookout. Still a sneaky smoke though.
They're gonna try. Like, they're losing a bit too much ground here, Edge. Amp damage though from BZM gonna look very intimidating. I think maybe you give up this this fight. unless you can kill BZM that quick, but I don't think it's that easy. They'll send in a ball, but Roshan getting very low, should be going down. Meanwhile, 33 already moving forward and has the primal split now if he needs it. Who have they found? I believe it's going to be Michael. So they find a quick, easy target here, Tundra. They'll get the Aegis on BZM. Edge, I mean, they were there, John, but, you know, you see the Storm with an app damage. Roshan goes down, and it's just not worth your time. Not worth the risk.
No. Certainly not. I mean, you have to wait a little bit longer. You don't have really great follow-through initiation yet. No blink yet on PP. You're a long ways from Vitaly considering that blink as well. And there's no real follow-through if Michael would try to go for a hookshot play, so...
PP?
Not quite the opportunity.
I haven't seen him yet. Pippi's actually making his way out of here. Saksa? Does he want to keep checking? No, he does not. Ooh. Saksa? No. Ooh. No, he won't. Unfortunate. It's like he knows he was somewhere here. But he's gone now. Top lane, they'll go through the twin gates, but they could run into Vitaly. Wymon's letting him know he is around here somewhere, and Vitaly about to show himself on the creep wave, so this should be a pretty simple pick-off. Jump in, 4 heroes, raw committed, try and at least take Saksa with him to the grave, but he's not even close. Not even close, and there's a plus 250 for 33, just in case he needed it.
Yeah. And again, we're not getting that impact yet from Vitaly. It feels like he is buying that space, though, for Parker and for PP to kind of get that build-up they'd want. It's just that this Beastmaster really hasn't had a game. And you were talking about tempo. With how far back you're set, with the little impact we're seeing from this Helm of the Overlord, it is now on Parker to kind of be that be-all end-all carry. Tormentor taken for free on Tundra Ascent, free shard up for Saksa, Demonic Purge for free. Always nice to see. And for Edge, I mean, you are hitting some critical timings. Scotty's not too far off from Parker. A lot more stats to play with. A lot more presence out for DOTA, of course. Once that's up, maybe not the most annoying yet. You will need Ags to really get full value from the split shot in that, but at least your primary target's going to be slowing down. I really do feel like it's really the butterfly that makes the DOTA scary. And we're still a ways off from that because of the Scotty first. So there is more damage, there's a little bit more control, a little bit harder to kill Parker. But again, it's not fully set yet. You've got that blink up in PP, Ags, still 3 parts away. A full 3,200 gold, full 3,000 gold or so that they need to farm up here. And again, it's just more time. And you're trying to buy that time with Vitaly, trying to get that space, but they can start to look at some tier 2s here on Tundra.
Christmas, how could you? How could you? He was your captain, sir. How could you do it? Puppy will go down.
You gotta do it.
You've got to.
Yeah. It's like, pretty good old days.
BZM jumping in already. Raw committed. They've jumped Whitemon. They've taken down the Undying. 33 though. Looks pretty uncontestable unless... No, they can't do it. He gets the split off. 33 though. Losing a lot of his Brewlings already. Just needs to retreat. And does get away with it pretty easily. Meanwhile, BZM hanging around. Will jump back in very aggressively here on the Storm. BZM though is going to survive. He does have that secondary life, don't forget. So looking for opportunities for his team. Crystallis is around the corner as link up if they do see the opening. So BZM going to risk his first life. In fact, he might not need to because Parker's just farming there. Do they see him? Saksa certainly does. They'll move in now. They don't have the vision on this high ground, but it may not matter. Puppy's already been jumped by Crystallis. They'll look to just burst down the axe. Meanwhile, Parker, he's looking like a sitting duck now. His mana's already gone. Parker! Well, this is what I'm saying, John. This is what I'm saying with this Medusa pick, is when you break the gap with the blink, everything's over. And this isn't even Daedalus yet. Parasma up on BZM. That's going to make life very hard for Edge now as BZM, uncontrollable, looking for the final piece of the puzzle, will leave Pippi. But what does it matter, John? 12k advantage now for Tundra. Sure, you've got a threat of a Medusa, but as you saw in that engagement, John, it's not really much of a threat if you can just jump it.
Yeah, really isn't. You've got enough damage to overwhelm A really smart way of kind of isolating that fight as well. Very split up. You see the target prioritization coming out there from Crystallis to take care of Puppey first, removing the connection to try to save this DOTA, leaving her isolated all by herself. And Parker just doesn't have that durability. Again, doesn't even have the damage threat without the butterfly. The Scotty is nice, it's more stats, but it just means you're what? Gonna take 2 seconds more to kill that DOTA off? And like you mentioned, this is without any sort of crit yet on Crystallis. He's got his Chrysalis flying out at the very least, and Daedalus afterwards. And then you start to get really comfy here on the side of Tundra. For Edge, I want to say that, you know, having this utility in Puppey is nice. It is actually a fair bit of utility coming out from that axe, but again, after those 2 kills he found with the dunks, he could have opted for the blink. Now he's going back for it. I'm not sure if you're getting full value from the Solar Crest in comparison to a faster blink. If he just held on to that gold. He had like 2,000 after the 2 dunks. Maybe you could do a little bit more. You could try to get a called save, stall for some time on Parker to actually play his game. And we'll see if it makes a difference if he can find that space on Puppey to get that utility up, but it does feel like you are lacking in ways of safely counter-initiating. Like your big area hold, it's down to trying to tie in Stone Gaze along with that call. It's a very stable combination, but you do need the blink to get that done here for Puppey.
Yeah, it's very challenging. Very challenging game now for Edge. Vitali. Well, this is why it's challenging, right? Because anytime you show now, you're just going to get blown up. BZM could have done that himself, quite frankly, but you know, you just ensure that nothing goes wrong with Chrysalis jumping in with the God Strengthen. On the bright side for Edge, chances are Tundra are waiting for next Roshan. Never mind, they're smoking up. But I'm saying, high ground-wise, they're probably waiting for next Roshan. His jump is there onto Mike. And I believe Parker's been spotted. They've seen Parker, but they move away from the Medusa. They don't want to deal with him yet. He was actually completely alone as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah. And would be a very timely kill. Again, stalling out this butterfly as long as possible. Now only just 20 gold away. So Parker will have more damage, a little bit more EHP with that evasion, but Crystallis could just opt to hit someone else, of course. Overall, I don't think it's going to make too big of a difference just yet. For Edge, I'm trying to think of what timings work here. BKB for Fatality is a start. The Ag still being formed up by PP is stalling out a little bit more of that presence here for our Pangolier. 33 alone is just forcing him to consider the roll every single time he just runs up and tries to get a couple of right hooks so that full EC up and running. The Brewmaster does hit quite hard with the crits he's popping off. With a Fire Brawler, of course. And again, for Tundra, it's been cruise controlled so far. There's been no concern. I think for Edge, their strength in high ground is pretty damn good. Again, you got a Stone Gaze with a call on top, you got the rolls on top, you do have the control, you can get the damage with Parker going into that full butterfly soon. And things can start to feel a little bit better, but you know, the Deuce's damage pales in comparison to that Sven. If you don't manage to kill off that Sven or take care of the saves with that call Stone Gaze combination, I don't know if you can really stop Crystallis from just killing everyone anyway.
Doesn't look very likely right now. He's got the full Daedalus coming, and well, things are going to look pretty scary here for this high ground defense attempt. They did not wait for Roshan for it. Hook shot in onto the, it looks like 33. 33 though has Primal Split if he needs it. Michael will go down. They'll disrupt 33 for now. Again, he's still looking pretty healthy. He has Primal Split ready whenever. He's just holding out for the right moment. He doesn't want to get baited into using it, and then just the whole side retreating from Edge. So he'll wait. Take his time. So you saw Parker can take care of him pretty quickly too as they do disrupt him up. Crystallis popping the God Strength, but is running pretty low on HP. They could think to chase him down. Meanwhile, Parker's out of mana. Parker's out of mana! Oh no, Parker's out of mana! BZM zipping in. The Medusa illusions. They really, really hurt.
And that they do. And I believe that's the full salvo of spells out as well from Sox, just throwing everything on top of Parker once he showed up. Get a nice take on a free Rax. There is still tier 2s to defend. That's still a tier 1 bot actually here for Edge. So at the least they're not losing any more, but Tundra don't really have much to worry about. Again, Roshan is up. Whitemon scouts it for his team. They could opt for the safe objective first before taking any further risk, and they will. Start to drag the heroes down bot. And for the side of Edge, I mean, Puppy's blink is stalled out. Still, it just feels like it's a bit of a grasp, but again, it feels like your way of playing is blink called Stone Gaze with a roll on top and an Aurora afterwards on anyone that isn't dead, which might be a lot of heroes. Roche not gonna take too long. Banner down as well for that siege onto the high ground. And it's smooth sailing so far for the side of Tundra. No concerns yet. Edge, it kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier, where if Vitaly doesn't have a game, you lose your tempo. They haven't really threatened on any tier 2s. The Beastmaster hasn't achieved much in terms of what Beastmaster normally does in the game here. Unfortunately for Vitaly, it's just been a rough one. He's been targeted down quite well by Tundra. And it's just all in on DOTA. Just wait for that butterfly, maybe try to hope for a Daedalus, or at this point, even start thinking about the Divine, perhaps. And try to go from there with Stone Gaze Call combo, but easier said than done to even connect that one.
Yep. It's like a Michael hook shot is pretty nice. You'll be able to get away. Challenges keep getting worse here for Edge now, as you've got a blink on the way for Whitemon, so he's going to have that blink into the grab ally now available whenever he does need it. Just on the courier. There goes your bottom tier 2. Zip in. Oh, Vitaly! Under vision. And BZM, of course, has zero fear in just zipping in on his own. Got 27 galvanized stacks. Got the Aegis. No fear in the world here for the Storm.
No.
And sadly, the Medusa's fallen pretty flat.
That it has. And Parker's trying to cut creep waves on mid at the very least. The creeps are still healthy onto the tier 4s.
Oh, no.
Backdoor to worry about. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a problem. Parker, I mean, look at the illusions. Oh my god, the mana pool. Parker's lost everything here, just to the illusions. Look how demoralizing is that.
And he buys back.
And
he buys out the butterfly as well.
Oh boy.
Yep.
I mean, I guess in fairness, he feels like he needs the evasion against these illusions. But it's like, well, what do you do now? You've got no buyback. Are you just hoping to fight Megas now? It's a happy death time. Pippi's down.
I think it's
They're
ending
both the
time.
T4s. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, they call it.
Yep, they
There's no
sure
way.
do. BZM. He'll feed the Aegis away. And indeed, it is GG for game 1. It's Tundra. I mean, I want to say the start of this game was pretty decent from Edge's end, but sadly for them, Tundra just proving to be too good after their laning stage.
That they are. And again, for Edge, there was an idea with the draft. I think going for this Axe support was pretty sick. We were seeing what Puppy could do. He had a really good time, and even just getting some calls later on, getting a couple of dunks to turn some team fights back, try to stall the game out. It feels like maybe some itemization there as well. Like again, I understand why Puppy does it. Yeah, this was a rough one, just getting kited around. But like the wider issues for Edge, they did get outplayed. Let's get that out of the way. Tundra did play a lot cleaner. Their positioning was better. Their choices in fights, the way they weave in and out, was a whole lot better. I think for Edge as well, it's just some choices in itemization might have worked against them. Again, Puppy opting for the full Solar Crest instead of the Blink first. After he got the double dunks, I think if you had a Blink, maybe you take these fights. Maybe you can set up for PP. Maybe you can buy Parker's space to actually utilize Stone Gaze. It's a long shot, to be fair, considering they were already behind by a significant margin at that point. But it could have provided some ways to play. I think the Beastmaster Vitaly as well just did not do enough into that Sven that Crystallis ends up picking. Like, there was no real presence in lane. There's no real threat. Crystallis just farms up, and Vitaly was just constantly picked apart. Like, I get it. He's trying to do a Beastmaster thing, do a split push as much as possible, but every single time he was just picked off, just freebies. This is the big dunk turnaround from Puppy as well. Where again, he gets like, you can see his gold, he has like 2.1k. and he bought out the Solar Crest instead. Like, if he had a blink, maybe you can find opportunity. It's still hard, don't get me wrong, but it does make it feasible to try to at least get some setup here.
Yeah, I mean, it's, at the end of the day, obviously a pretty challenging game, and they had the right ideas here on Edge, but again, just being outplayed, I think, is the easiest way to put how this game one went. I don't know if changing the draft drastically is going to change too much. The one hero I didn't like, as you know, John, is the Medusa carry.
Yeah.
Obviously, it didn't really pan out for them. We'll see if they change that up. I don't necessarily think it was a hero matchup issue. I just, again, think that Chrysalis just played a bit too well with the rest of his team. Speaking of the team, do you have a standout?
I think BZM really showed off in this game. It's probably the freest Storm game we've seen in a while. No hard controls outside of Roar that you had to worry about. You already had some saves as well, so probably just BZM. He was using all of that space well. He was initiating for the team. He was identifying all of the targets really damn well. And he set that snowball going for the side of Tundra. So I'd say BZM and the Storm did everything he had to do in this game. And he did set up for the rest of the team to collapse onto that electric performance coming out on his Storm. And there you go. It is out to BZM. Lovely pose. I'm loving the poses we're seeing from our players on the standout players. Maybe we call out Whitemon next game just to see how his pose is like. I'm very curious about that one. But yeah, BZM does a fantastic job. 82% kill participation on a Storm. You couldn't ask for more.
No, you really couldn't have asked for too much more here from BZM. And of course, he is the standout player for game number 1 of this best of 3 series. My attention right now, John, is as to what they can do on Edge to force us to a game 3, because I really did think it was going to be a much closer series. Now, obviously, it's only been one game, John. Maybe you look back, you go, okay, we make a few changes, but we'll find out. We're going to go to a break, and right after that break, we're going to be back with game number 2 between Tundra Esports and, of course, the side of Edge. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Radiant are scanning.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâinii, că ai lăsat oilii și-a plecat cu fetilii. Și-a plecat cu fetilii. pornit după oi, duru-duru-duru-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, duru-duru-duru-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Văzut nu le-am văzut, duru-duru-duru-du. Din păscuțel le-am păscut, duru-duru-duru-du. Prin pârloage tot sălloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, numai cap de Cârlana, fântâna lui Gheorghiță, numai cap de Căpriu-du.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got game 2 on our hands here between Edge and, of course, Tundra Esports. And it's MLP Dota and John X5 joining you for a second draft here. Jonathan, I know we talked about the fact that Tundra Esports did completely outplay Edge in game 1, and the drafting really wasn't bad at all from Edge's end, but would you like to, talk to us about some changes that you might want to see here for Edge in this game 2?
Well, I'm in agreement with you that the Medusa is a little bit too slow. Again, what's been popular in Pause 1 has been a little bit faster. If it's a slower one, it's still mid-tempo, right? Like TA Sven, they kind of get like 3 cheap items and then start to get going. Dedusa does need like 2 major items to really get going, maybe 3 major items, all of them within, like, Manta's a pretty costly investment, Butterfly's costly, Scotty's costly. It's nothing like small in-between interim items that get you going. So I don't think the Dedusa is fast enough, and I think for Edge, you want something up tempo here, because you did have a good time for Parker. His lane was relatively free. But again, it's just that he had to sit back, farm Manta, farm Scotty, farm Butterfly, and he ended up with a Butterfly, sure, but it led without buyback, and the game kind of ended at that point. So I want something faster for Parker. That's a big correction here. Do have a very different set of bans coming out already. Edge, ban out the Axe along with the Doom, Batrider, and Naga. Tundra do ban out the THN, leaving stuff like Undying, DP in. DP's being the surprising one that's kind of ignored here. If Tundra has first pick, they could just ban Undying, pick Death Prophet themselves, and quite frankly, I think that already sets you up. That hero has a ridiculous win rate. It's good in mid, it's good in offlane, it's good on support, mainly on support or mid nowadays, and it's just way too strong. It's too much durability, too much damage coming out from that hero. I would be very surprised if Tundra did not opt to pick it if they don't ban it here. Yeah, they'll ban the AA. It should just be DP, and it is. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. They know this patch. It's Tundra. They know.
Yeah. Yes, they do, Jonathan, and that is a very, very broken hero they've just first picked. I honestly don't. They're going to take SF, which has been banned a lot. I don't ever see a world in this meta right now where you leave DP if you don't get first pick. They do opt to leave it, and they do pick up this Shadow Fiend, which we have seen a lot of teams banning out. I still think you got way better end of the deal here for Tundra with these first picks.
That you did. I'm curious to see which way they go here on Edge, whether or not it's a mid or safe lane SF. I think we've seen some players opt for either or. Some teams have been running it on safe. Some teams have been running it on mid with Shadowmire. So I suppose that's one tech. It is a very high tempo core, no matter which lane, mid or safe. This hero does come online quite fast. So that is something that I like for Edge. It's a little bit of a shake-up, whether or not it's a Parker or PP Shadow Fiend, both work fine. I think you can achieve the same tempo here in different item builds, but certainly will have that impact early on. I just want to see what they build around us, because it can kind of handle the DP when it's running in. Right, like you're trying to run down with Crypt Warren, Spirit Siphons. It's a little bit awkward into the Shadow Fiend, who can just nuke you down, especially if it's Shadowmire you have to play up against. So already it's somewhat of an answer for that early on. Do you see the rest of the bans? Tusk and Magnus being banned out by Tundra. Edge have their one ban into a pick. And they can kind of try to solidify this SF. I think a straightforward way of landing this combo perhaps is something like the Shadow Demon coming out for Edge instead. Right, it's just a classic disruption. Maybe you try to play with that and just look for insta-kills at 6. Look for some easy pickoffs, kind of build up momentum that way. Shadow Demon can just go back to saving anyhow. They'll ban out the sniper, so maybe signaling that mid SF here, considering that sniper's one of the matchups that SF really has no play in. I'm really curious to see, and there you go. Shadow Demon to set up, good save on hand, set up for your Requiem, of course, the classic combinations there. I like this coming out in Edge. It is faster. You can build up stacks nicely as well to kind of clear out. You're on Radiant side, your triangle's pretty nice for it. You can kind of get going fast here on Edge. It is more up-tempo, and again, that's what we needed to see, because Tundra was just constantly in their faces and just felt like their draft, well, it had ideas, just didn't have play. This one should have play here, Mike.
Yeah. But now, let's see what Tundra do pick up for their second pickup. A lot of reserve time being committed here.
Tundra Esports turn to pick.
Oh! Well, here we go again. We've seen this before. The Marcy makes its appearance with an Ench of all things, which is something I really wasn't anticipating at all. Enchantress feeling kind of dead at the moment in this meta, though Tundra seemed to disagree. The Marcy, though, John, I must say for once I actually like quite a lot. This rebound facet, the pick-me-up facet is what it's called. It's pretty revolting with the right heroes, and you've already got a DP, so being able to just rebound in with this DP and close the gap immediately into a bunch of Spirit Siphons, it could be pretty devastating.
That it is? I'm wondering after looking at, say, like a pause for Sox Marcy to go with an off-lane DP here for 3-3. It feels like that's the ideal lane. If not, you're looking at a safe lane Marcy with a Whitemon DP on hand, which, you don't necessarily go pick me up on pause 1. I don't think they go that direction here in Tundra. It should just be the pause 4, shifting DP onto perhaps the off lane, which, again, depending on what you're facing up against here for the Death Prophet, isn't necessarily a free lane. Again, Shadow Fiend kind of takes care of that to an extent. So you have some answers here if you are gap closing, if you're good with your raises, which Parker would be if he is running that hero. And then you have some ways of preventing that complete rundown. So I think there's a back and forth. That threat is massive. I think that is the way to go. Like you said, pick me up is fantastic with DP. And that is already looking a little bit scary, even though, again, theoretically you have some raises to play with here. For Edge, you have to kind of try to decipher this draft, because, again, Marcy does have its place as well on core. I think in the early days of the facet change for Marcy, people were talking about mid Marcy as well. I don't know if that's as viable, but depending on what you end up matching up against, could be. They'll go back and take the Pangolier now on Edge. And this should be our PP hero. Maybe Vitaly as well. There's some flex on hand here on Edge. Starting to lock in that SF closer to safe than it would be on mid. But again, if you do just toss Pangol off, SF safe, leaves you a window for a different carry here for Parker. So it is open enough, but I don't know if this does enough against the Marcy DP. Like, yeah, there's no hard control for the roll. There wasn't any in the last game anyhow. At least there's no saves. They'll go back into the clockwork as well, which is rather interesting. I mean, it's been years. It's not as relevant, but you've got Clockwork SF. Again, it's not the most relevant thing nowadays for the cogs, but can kind of make it work. Give yourself a little bit of an injection, I suppose, and that it can be fascinating. This is something we saw Michael do a decent job at in the last game, but Tundra don't change much. Just back to Sven, back to that big tanky pause 1. A BKB ruins all of this magical damage and control you have here on Edge. I like this for Crystallis. Like you said, he looked really comfy on the Sven. It's such a high tempo hero. You get into those tempo items super quick as well. I don't mind this. I think your draft on Tundra is looking really sharp. It's a really good sidekick character as well to kind of throw your sidekick onto. And a sidekick Sven is a massive threat. That is not something you want to casually run into here.
No, you certainly don't. I'm wondering what facet we're going for this SF now against this Sven pickup. Like, do you see value in lasting presence against Sven? Like, I don't really think it matters at all.
5 seconds.
I'd almost prefer Shadowmire, but we never see Carry SF going for Shadowmire anymore. It's always the lasting presence facet that they want.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit more Shadowmire, at least in Wallachia Season 5, as you saw the stats. But it's mainly down to the fact that we've seen a little bit more SF mid, I think. On safe lane, it feels like you almost always just go lasting presence nowadays. I do see your point, though. Into Sven, it's not as valuable, but if you do find that kill, more minus armor does help counteract Warcry. Kind of helps that snowball keep going. So there is value there. I do like that they respect Band of Storm, along with the puck here on edge, some of the slipperier heroes that their lineup isn't really fully set to counteract. So they don't want to give BZM a fun time just zipping across. There's still Ember, there's still Quap in the pool here. If that's the direction you want to go on Tundra, they ban out the Morphling just to be safe. So maybe expecting this to be SF mid. What else would you want to take care of? Into the Sven, again, feels like Razor is always a threat, but we really haven't seen many people play Razor. It's not been that popular here in Wallachia. And overall, I suppose. There's been ideas with Lifestealer. There's been Ursa bans as well. Could be nice. Could be one way to kind of go about just getting on top and trying to burst everyone down over after a few swipes. But it does feel like you have enough to kind of kite either one around here for Tundra. So just kind of pick your poison. Their draft doesn't feel like it has any outstanding weakness.
I think I'd like the Razor idea if Tundra don't ban it out. The Razor probably one of the better pickups against what Tundra have.
Tundra Esports.
Still looking to ban out POS 1s. They get rid of the TB. Fair enough. We do see the TB bans a lot against Sven. Even though from what I've seen, Sven still destroys the TB most of the time, in most games where you and I have watched. So Tundra, they do leave that Razor. I do think it's a decent Razor game for them. If they're still looking for a carry, which it looks like they are. Tundra Esports, on the other hand, are they looking for an off lane or are they looking for a mid? Looks like they were looking for an off lane. They'll go for the Beastmaster pickup here for 33, and that should just guarantee us the mid-death profit here of BZM we're watching.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I think, again, DP on almost every position except POS 1. I think that's a bit ridiculous. Is fantastic. The mid matchup, if it is a Pango mid now, which it's looking like, we're going to be getting, assuming a Parker SF. It's a manageable lane. Into the SF lane, maybe it's a little bit more awkward. I can see PP getting a little bit more out of the DP lane as an SF. But, you know, I mean, even if you can't use Crypt Swarm, if you stand back, just constantly play with... you can't use Spirit Siphon, you just play with Crypt Swarm, it's still pretty painful. Again, the DP damage is there. They'll go with the classic Parker hero on that Gyrocopter. He's been very efficient with the disassembly and the build-up on that hero. And we will end up with a PP Shadow Fiend going for the Shadowmire. So it is going to be about the raises on mid. Again, this makes it maybe a little bit tougher here for BZM to try to play his game, but you just stand back, you play with Crypt Swarm, you're still happy enough. Gyrocopter has a 0% win rate. That's not the biggest confidence booster here for Parker, but this is his specialty, one of his special heroes.
Look, I'll say, you know, I do usually have faith in Parker Gyrocopter, but not this game, John. Not this game, I don't. No. It's this Sven hero, man, and this DP on top. What is it, John?
It's BZM mid, Beastmaster. So they shift the DP offlane, which is better. I think that you just play with Axis in that lane. BZM has gone for Beast mode, which is ideal for mid. You're going to go for the Ags Rush probably in this game. There's still room for the Dominator Overlord. But I like that. It allows you to just play Axis, stand back. You're not getting as much value from the Shadowmire there and can manage the lane. And yeah, I think they adjust well on Tundra. The offlane DP is still a beast. Like, you're going for Spirit Collector still. Or actually, it's Morning Ritual. So you're going for the durability for 33. You're not going to have the silly ghosts flying around, which is funny.
He went back.
He went back. Good. We get the funny ghost. It's a very funny time.
Of course you're
having
the stupid ghost, John.
Oh, yeah. Great animation, Mikey. You know, it's beautiful. You know, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go on. What is it? Go, spit it out, John.
I was gonna agree with you that Gyrocopter in this game doesn't feel great. You're into Sven. You're into Warcry. Like, there's going to be armor you have to dig through, and Gyrocopter doesn't have that much damage early.
And
so it's gonna be
it
rough.
goes back to the issue that you saw in game 1 too, right? Like, Chrysalis is gonna get a blink up, and then you're in trouble. That's the point where you become a bit of a sitting duck. Hell, even without the blink, John, forget the blink for a second. If you have the rebound facet, the pick me up facet with this Marcy, you don't even need the blink. Just rely on Saxa to do it for you.
Yeah, nice and simple. And it is a pick-me-up Marcy here as well, as you'd expect.
Of course it
as
is.
most of her support Marcy's has been going for that, because why not? It's literally all you need. I mean, okay, for Edge, like looking at this draft, again, there is a pacing to play. There is some early tempo. It's a lot quicker to play here this time around. A misclick out from BZM tipping Michael. Probably like, what are you doing, boy? I just see clock. I think it's you.
What a nice guy BZM is. He apologizes for tipping. What a nice guy. Can you believe that guy was part of OG once? Unbelievable. How dare you apologize for tipping? No need to apologize for it.
Might have to apologize for the smoke.
Oh, not Michael. Not my namesake, John. Let him go. Get him out of here. I can't handle it. No more deaths on Michael. And he's playing my favorite hero too, to make matters worse, John. That's literally me in my first pro match, just getting destroyed by a few heroes as I'm trying to run out.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I'd say Michael shouldn't try to emulate you in a pro match, Mikey. No, neither should anyone try to emulate me. Fortunately, there's no Johns in the pro scene. Disruption's nice.
Not yet. You have your time soon, John. Oh, Saxa, he gets out. He did not pick me up on Chrysalis, though, which is a bit concerning. They'll chase them down. Do they have the control? It doesn't seem like it, but they might have enough. The tree plan is there. They're going to survive. And I think there was one uphill miss on Saxa. I'm not 100% on that, but I'm pretty sure I saw a miss from Parker.
Yeah. Just one little miss. They needed that extra right click. They should get 4 bounties here, but they leave the top one alone. So it's still going to be something that they can fall back to, I suppose. A 4-0 start on the bounty is going to feel great. First, we're seeing some shenanigans spot, and we're taking a look at that mid. We do have BZM on that Beastmaster up against PP on that Shadow Fiend. He does start off with the Boars, which is still annoying for PP. You don't really want to commit raises on the Boars overall. BZM's doing a great job of microing it away from the creep wave as well, not trying to give extra value to our SF early. Again, there is still the axes that you can play with here, so mid lane matchup becomes much more manageable. You're not as mana reliant when you just right click with Boars and right click away. PP is very constrained with when he will look to try to play Widow's Raises anyhow. Provides a bit of a window for BZM to, again, just play the initial levels quite fine. No real pressure here on the Beastmaster. Rune control is going to be important to kind of give PP that extra headroom with the mana to try to play, but being all bounties behind will stall out the bottle just a little bit longer than you wanted to on the SF, so there is that to consider, as no one has picked up that top bounty rune yet. We can take a look at the other lane. So speaking of that top, just a little bit of shenanigans coming out here onto Crystallis. Some poking and prodding from Michael, trying to get the creeps to run back, but not going to be able to fully commit. And again, just looking for steady build-up. No one wants to face each other directly. Whitemon does have the Spellbound facet as well. He can use that enchant aggressively to just get some extra reach. Will find himself a nice courser to play with, mitigating some of that output with the magic aura he has down bot. We are seeing some poking and prodding out from Saxa, who, again, in this lane down bot, there is major threat. You get a good rebound off, you get the level 2 rebound up with that extra reach. Making move onto Puppy or even Parker isn't too out of the question here.
Oh, Chrysalis getting bounced around like a pinball up top. Those cogs. He's going to be okay. Bit of intimidation up top. Meanwhile, bottom, Parker also taking a substantial amount of damage. It's another thing with this DP, and you and I were talking about this before we even started casting today, but this DP, like, its base damage is too high, its range is too high, the attack animation's too nice, all its spells are good. You know, it doesn't lose lane ever unless you really screw up. Like, it just ticks all the boxes, doesn't it? I guess the only thing is it's not very mobile.
I mean, it gets more move speed per level, so You know, it's like, it will have move speed, and that innate is still there. So, it's not mobile yet, it's not flashy mobility, so he'll get the jump onto Puppey. Not quite going for the rebound in, but he's out of position.
They're looking to close off. Puppey trying to run, Parker trying to help, but first blood is going to be drawn by Saxa, and Parker's going to be very cautious here, because he could just get dived if 33 really wants to, and he just may. In fact, he won't. The stick charges from Parker are going to dissuade 33 from going any further. We are kind of seeing maybe one of the reasons why they go into the gyro is just being able to spam that rocket barrage every time 33 is going to try and chase him down, but sadly this time for Parker, he couldn't quite save the life of Puppey.
No, not quite.
Top, Chrysalis? Yeah, he's all right. Out of mana, but he's perfectly fine.
Yeah. I do like seeing this up top, though, for Vitality. They are starting to get a little bit more aggressive. They haven't really impacted Crystallis' farm too much, and the Sven is still comfy enough in the lane, but you are certainly not seeing that aggression that we were seeing in the last game there for our Sven and their combination. So Whitemond's not able to leverage as much out with his Ench, but they're also not really able to fully push Crystallis away, and at minimum, that's what you want in Sven anyhow. Just keep that farm game going. Down bot, still some excitement here.
Oh, Saxa is going to die this time, so they'll get a bit of revenge here for Puppey. Nice pick off here for the bottom lane of Edge. Good news as well for Edge. Pippi's having a fantastic time in this mid lane as the SF, which you do anticipate. Like, there's no real threat from BZM yet. So obviously Pippi's going to have a really good laning stage, but you do hope that translates into a very tempo-setting style of SF play.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what build-up he'll go for. So far it's just the power treads. I'm wondering if we get something like the Kaya Yasha, like the Blink Yules, or if it's going to be going back to the right-click build for SF from mid, sort of adding a secondary carry win condition here. Already a bit of an early rotation out from Saxa. Maybe look for an angle in. BCM is pretty far back, but they do have the numbers here. And Whitemon also swinging around.
Very nice. Swing around is there. Dispose out from Saxa. They've got the stun from the Centaur. No Requiem to come, though. A nice disruption, but there's even more heroes now on the chopping block as Pippi. He does get the Requiem off, but it just doesn't matter, does it? They kill Whitemon. They do find Saxa, but they're going to lose Puppey and likely to also lose Michael as a triple kill for BZM. And I was just saying Pippi was having a great mid lane. But sadly with that triple kill on BZM, surely he takes over in the net worth, and well, naturally now he's top of the net worth on the map.
Yeah. It's going to be quite painful as well as 33 starts to approach 6, Mikey. 7 stacks of Spirit Collector, so almost all the spirits at level 1 Exo just super powered up. Even more damage, more threat into that push.
I played plus 5 TP today, John. It was really fun.
Oh, yeah.
It was really, really fun, let me tell you.
Oh, they've got the Aurora here, Mikey, with an Arcane Rune.
Well, see if they can get it. They should. Parker, not going to like what he sees. They'll jump him. They'll root him in place. And sadly for Parker, there's no way for him to outplay them. He did have a Healing Lotus, John. It wouldn't have made a difference.
No. Now 8 spirits, Mikey. Look at this. Oh, look at that beautiful animation. Oh, look at him. Look at him go.
The best PowerPoint presentation here from 33.
The funny thing is, on some hero models do fine. Look at the Gyrocopter model. It just looks, it's going at like 24 FPS sometimes. 30 FPS on experience.
Oh, be careful, Parker. Be very, very careful. Do not underestimate the damage of that exorcism. Michael?
Oh, Michael.
Not Michael.
Oh my god.
Not my Michael.
Yes, it's your Michael, Mikey. It's our Michael.
It is my
He's
Michael,
gone.
John. He's all our Michael, John.
That he is. Hey, look. At least he's not playing Phoenix. Then we'd have a real problem on our hands here.
We would.
You know, things start to get dicey there. Maybe Earth Spirit for Michael next time around. That would make you happy.
No, it wouldn't make me very happy, John. I don't like seeing Earth Spirit lose. You know, it's a regular occurrence, but I don't like it.
What do you mean? It's Michael. What do you mean? It's you. You always win with that hero, right?
No.
What are you talking about?
No, I don't. I don't always win, John. In fact, I barely ever win when I play Earth Spirit. Aim with a power rune. Oh, they get unlucky too here, Edge. That's a bit
no.
unfortunate. Regen for BZM. That's a nice one. BZM's already having such a great game. Like, you really don't want to give him these extra advantages, but they like, what can you do? He gets lucky. He guesses right. Going for the Ags build up as well here for the Beastmaster. So once it drums, they do jump in. They want a quick freebie, and they've got a quick freebie. Puppy to go down, but can they get away? This will be a big pick-off if they could get BZM, but instead they're going to try for Saxa because he's the easier target. Obviously, still a pretty worthwhile trade, I'd say, for Edge. Like, yeah, you probably enjoy the gold a little bit more as Edge right now, but for Tundra, I think as the sooner BZM gets his Ags, the better. And it's going to be quick.
Yeah. And it also forces all of that attention onto mid, right? So bot lane's free for the sieging here on 33. You've got free farm coming up for Crystallis up top. No threat onto that Sven anytime soon. You're working the map a lot more efficiently with all of this movement across. Whitemon. Ooh.
Nice for the TP. Not going to get it. Nice pickup for Pippi. Third one of the game here for the SF. Top lane there, making the jump in onto the Pangolier. Vitaly going to try for the Rolling Thunder to get away. And he will be able to do so, no problems. But he's sticking around though. BZM's around the corner. But BZM not going to believe he's still there and just retreats.
Yeah. Just again, go back to the farm game. You're happy enough. Again, Crystallis is still building up. Echo Saber's not too far, or the full Massive Madness isn't too far off. They're already checking this triangle as well. That's your recovery farm here for PP. I think he'll get to surrender that away.
Oh, no. Beautiful jump in from Saxa. Requiem not going to be finished. And the stun from Whitemon. The Centaur that could. Two-man stun with the Enchanted Centaur. Was that even a Whitemon? I think it was. From like half a map away.
Yeah, I mean, you also had a Stormhammer coming out from Crystallis. I'm not sure which one I caught. So you did have a lot of ways of controlling up. Either or, not too sure. A lot of particle effects going on. Still have the Exo running onto the mid as well. Not the most spirits this time for 33, but still enough damage for the siege creeps. And the army from Whitemon as well, having that Dark Troll Summoner on hand. Very simple process for that siege. 5-9, a 3k lead already for Tundra early on here. And losing access to Triangle is menacing as they get the roar.
Yeah, they get a roar all right. Parker going to be going down very, very quick. And while the game's very one-sided, John, I'll take a moment to complain. This DP hero, right? Like, you get Ags. So suddenly all your spells are just doing ghost damage as well. And for whatever reason, the spirits get a 50% bonus. Bonus damage, that is. Like, what was the spirit bonus damage for? Why was that necessary, John?
Yeah, why not? It's necessary.
It's a lot of damage.
So people will pick it again. Yeah. I mean, DP's been irrelevant for such a long time, right? Valve wants people to start picking it up again.
It's been like a year.
So yeah, that's a long time. You know, like Earthspirit. Mind you, it's been a year for Earthspirit too. You know, we had Earthspirit mid, Mikey.
Oh, I didn't count that. You know I don't count that, John.
But yeah, but you know, good old Valve in the race. And we are about just one part away.
Parker, be careful, sir. Parker, be careful, sir. Oh, no. Hookshot in on Saxa, but guess what, John? The team's coming. It's going to get worse. BZM's here. Raw's not up at least. So he can't lock anyone down yet, but Saxa's looking for another rebound, and he might have a two-man rebound, and he's got it. Beautiful setup. They're going to try and fight this one out here with the Rolling Thunder. Puppy should be dropping pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Saxa's still running around as if he's Naruto here, John. They jump in. Vitaly, Michael, they're all dying. They're all just dead.
Yeah. And these fights are breaking out without the Ags. Just yet, Mikey. BZM has his flying in. 33 has his almost done as well. 300 gold away. So it's not getting any better anytime soon here for Edge, unfortunately. We do see PP trying to go into the full Kaya at least, but it does feel like that timing has been thrown quite far off. So now you have to deal with the Drums of Slam coming out. And with the Drums of Slam, Roshan opens itself up, of course. Not going to take too long here. You've got the damage. You've got the Dark Troll Summoner as well with a hell lot of creeps. Shouldn't take too long to go for the two-man Roche. This is insanely fast for a two-man.
The Skellies give you that rally ability, and like when you've got quite a few of them, the damage output gets pretty stupid when Beastmaster's units get it as well. There you go, Roshan's gone. 33, get out of here. You don't deserve it. Get out of here. He picks up the Aegis. He takes
Why
it.
not?
Fair enough. He's playing DP. Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's not like he can die, John, but you know, just take it, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, look, we've seen some DPs die to Spirit Vessel before. Vitaly does have it up, so... And that's a use case for 33. There's only one charge in the Spirit Vessel as well. So, if, you know, you have a window here for 33 to play. He's got the Ags up. Look at those spirits go. Look at that. Ice Rock's finest creation, Mikey.
How great is that, John?
I wish...
How great is that?
I wish if you had spirits collected, it would show the spirits collected flying out. I want that. I think it's funny.
What do you mean?
I want to see the animation. You know, we're getting standard spirits.
Oh, you
like
mean with the
have the Yeah, with the Ags. Like, I want the right click to also have...
That's
extra,
an Arcana idea.
Extra spirit.
That's an Arcana idea, Gabe. And listen, this is what we do, right? We make the Arcana for DP. She gets the Ags every single time you do anything on anyone. In fact, hold that thought, John, because, oh, it's a beautiful Hurricane from BZM. Drags him right in. How you going? Not too well, I see Vital. He's gone. Top lane, Sucks is gone at least, so they do get something for their trouble, but not really much. So, John, BZM, I mean, rather 33 on this DP Arcana, right?
Yeah.
You get the Arcana. Every time you get the Ags up, every time you do anything to the opponent, their spirit flies out at them and taunts them. Think about it.
Oh, that's a great idea. I'm all for it. I'm all
How
for
good's
it.
that?
That does mean all heroes will have to get a taunt at that point, which I'm all for as well. Give me a Warlock taunt, please.
I'm not saying literal taunt, John. I'm just saying it'd be a taunt for your own hero to be flying at you as a spirit. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, I get you. But you know, add the taunt animation in as well. Would be quite
a lot of
fun.
value, John.
Can you imagine Warlock taunt, Mikey? Can you imagine that? Well, he's upheavaling. He's doing something else. So, just like Witch Doctor.
He's putting his
eating a book.
Warlock's taunt is like he puts his reading glasses on or something. Maybe that must be his taunt.
It's smoked up. This could be a bit of a taunt onto Edge, but so far they are edging out and avoiding. So far, Parker's not in the comfiest spot.
Don't even make the puns with the name,
yeah,
John. I don't want to hear the Edge puns.
Look, I've been very good. Oh,
no, I know. I'm not saying you're not professional. You're being professional, John. Hold on a minute. Because Parker's dead. I'm not arguing about professionalism, John. I'm arguing about how garbage of wordplay it is. It's garbage wordplay, John. That's what's bothering me.
Yeah. Look, you know, we don't have too much fun stuff for PP. We've not seen Cox in a year.
Oh.
You know, there's no low hanging fruit, Mike.
Bottom?
You're terrible.
Oh, it's beautiful. Pithy. Oh, BZM's gone. Well, that's a big kill. Problem is their axe is being taken, John. Get back, boys.
It goes so quick.
I mean, it goes quick, John. It goes real quick.
Oh my god.
Hook shot in. They're going to try. Chrysalis is called out. He's got no agency on the Sven. They will rebound him out of there, though, but he's still going to die to the call down. It's a good fight so far. As 33, he does have a secondary life, but he can't survive the first one. He's completely surrounded, and he should be dying. Requiem channeled. 33 will drop. And suddenly, Jonathan, Edge has found a way back into this game.
That they have. They split apart a little bit too much on the side of Tundra, get a little bit confident, try to work the map. They get picked off one by one. BZM not connecting for that push is a pretty major loss for the side of Tundra. And you don't quite have the full protection yet on Crystallis. No BKB yet. Sven can just kind of get nuked down relatively quick. So the magic damage is starting to line up. This Yasha Kaya for PP is starting to provide some openings. So we'll take a look at the replay again. That siege went so damn fast, but they do manage to split apart the side of Tundra without that roar to come in to help to control. And with the Exo on the tail end there wasn't really too much to worry about. And Tundra this time just over push their bounds and provide that opening out for Edge. So they stay in the game. Only a tier 3 falling top. They take care of the Aegis. Still a 7k deficit they have to work up against. But again, with this quick Yashakaya up on PP with a blink, there is some play. Like, they do have opportunities to look for these big moves in.
Parker? Saxa sees him. Parker's okay. The rest of the cavalry weren't close enough. He didn't have a team to really jump in with here onto Parker, but that would have been a very nice opening again against this gyrocopter, who is already really struggling. Speaking of struggling, you may have noticed Chrysalis was struggling in that last team fight, John, so he'll go for a BKB on the Sven, which should resolve a lot of the issues he had in that last engagement. Thing is, though, I imagine if BZM just didn't die and was with the team, chances are they would have just had a racks up, if not 2 by now. I don't think the fight would have gone anywhere near as well if it was a 5v5 to start with.
Yeah, I mean, again, Tundra again, just get a little bit comfy in this game, although.
Getting very scared for Parker, John. Saxa, he didn't have a rebound creep that time. The creeps died before he could get them.
Yeah, but they're already stuck in the high ground here for Edge. Even after winning that last team fight, at least there's no Aegis to worry about for some time more. 2 minutes left until we start to see that respawn timer for sure. And they will try with a smoke. Again, they've got the initiation with the Blink Dagger up here on the SF, even the Blink on Vitaly as well. So they can break apart Tundra if they're not too careful. And Tundra have split up. You get this angle out with the smoke. You find some pickoffs. Again, the game starts to open up a little bit more here for Edge.
And they're moving in. Having a gander. Nothing spotted yet here for Edge. They'll continue moving through the river up north. And 33 and Chrysalis, they are farming the northern side jungle of the Dire. It's like Saxa might be the one to have the smoke broken on him, but he does back off the right moment as well, so nothing being seen yet as the Tormentor does spawn, and it seems like Edge, they're going to jump in. They have found Wipe-On at least on the Edge. He's actually pretty tanky though, and he does get a nice rebound out here by Saxa. Rolling Thunder though to chase them down, and Saxa looks like he should be dying for their trouble. And that should allow Edge as well to move into that Torment.
Yeah. Access to the free shard, not in position to contest. Not the biggest shard on Parker, but a little bit more utility coming out with the homing missile at the very least. And you'd still have to course correct on the lanes as a few pesky illusions and boars were starting to make their way up on mid. Lead has not grown for Tundra off of that kill. It's still stuck at 7k. They are still in control. But you look at the net worth distribution, you are catching up on PP and on Parker. And the disparity really coming into how far behind Vitaly is and how far ahead your supports are on Tundra in comparison to their equivalents on Edge. So this is a playable game. Mind you, BKBs are coming in. BZM has his. Crystallis is only about 600 gold off. Not too long now to wait. And even 33 is going back for his own BKB. So with a triple BKB timing, the threat from the SF diminishes significantly. You do have some damage up on Parker at the very least, but it doesn't feel like it's enough, right? Just the Crystallis up. You don't have something like a Satanic to try to sustain true just yet on Parker either. Not even your own BKB as well. Not that it helps against Aurora, but at least saves you from some of the magical damage coming in. And for Tundra, once you hit this triple BKB spike, you should just be set to go. Maybe you look for Roshan first, maybe you look for a pickoff, but they've got the map under their control. They just need to have that safety net to really push Edge to the edge here, Mikey.
You can do that to me again, John. That's already the first time I've had enough of these this crappy word that you keep coming up with.
Yeah.
I appreciate Crystal's going for the shards build up here on the Sven, John, as well. He gets the BKB, but he's opting for the shard, which, yeah, that +6 armor just passively is going to be really nice against this this gyrocopter and even the SF.
Yep.
Very, very nice little pickup here for Chrysalis.
And it is. Basically nullifies almost entirely the presence of the Dark Lord. And just pop Warcry first, and then your damage again on the gyrocopter is not the highest yet. At least not until Daedalus is up. And again, you're probably wanting a Satanic on top. Roche respawns. They've got the Borin, Rocket Flare as well from Edge to Scout. This will be the next focal point, but Tundra do clear it out quite fast. They are making sure the lanes are shoved in their favor down bot, so gonna have easy access into the Roche. secondary life. I'm not sure who you hand it to. Maybe BZM's the safest bet. Perhaps even 33 again wouldn't be too bad with BKB up now for the secondary life. Could be quite nice, and we'll finally get that commitment. They still have the Skellies out from Whitemon every single time. Not going to take too long for this one.
No, absolutely not. Very fast process for Tundra. We'll get scouted by Edge, but they are way too far away to really do much. I mean, Michael could try for a solo. Aegis still if he really wants. But he's not going for it. So BZM gets the Aegis this time. Which I tend to agree with, because I feel like if DP gets just left to last and Opaka, it didn't seem quite quick enough, but the drums are popped. They wanted to go. Oh, the boots of burying were used. Nothing quite yet. With the Aegis up now, and the full 5, Tundra might give the high ground another crack. And the key word is being as 5.
Yeah. So long as BZM connects, and with the Aegis, he ought to here. No excuse to kind of try to split farm at this point. He's trying to go for the Manta, but just a little bit of a bonus. Doesn't feel necessary just yet, at least at 25 minutes in. To kind of have to wait that one out. They are playing it safe, just going back to farm. Maybe waiting out this full Daedalus up from Crystallis. Maybe just a Crystallis for Crystallis as well. That might be enough. Just a little bit extra damage to rip through the side of Edge and kind of secure that high ground siege. We're also inching towards the point where our sports are getting a little bit fat here. Saksa working onto the BKB, still a ways off from the next 2 parts, but is underway. Force Staff for Whitemon as well is just a few gold away, around 30 gold until he has some more utility. And again, it's just tougher and tougher for Edge to look for these angles out. They still have that 9-second BKB on PP. Crystallis up for Parker as well. And again, that Daedalus still a ways off, but not too far considering the space they have been handed. And again, there is still room for Edge to play. It's not the end of the world yet. It's really down to whether or not Tundra plays as a team, because if they do splinter off, that solo pickoff is still strong, but the BKBs do make that a little bit tougher. I don't know if you can find the course as quickly here for Edge, as you are reliant right now on PP to kind of set things up.
Wyman's going to show himself, well, not show himself yet, but he is top. I could hope for an easy Ench kill if they do want, but he just remains in the tree line, not really revealing himself. Just lets the creep do all the work. So Tundra doing a pretty good job of just remaining split up for now, and I think it really does go back to the Crystallis Daedalus that they do want before they do get going. They'll have that up relatively soon, couple minutes away from now. You have allowed Parker a pretty good entrance back into the game, mind you. Like, he is second in net worth on the gyro, and up until now he hasn't actually bought an Ag, so he's finally going back for the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, mind you, he's the only one that's really farmed up enough. I suppose in fairness, Pippi doesn't really need it because he has gone the spell build here on the SF. He's just looking to pop those big Requiems here in the middle of a team fight. I just wonder though, like, if you blink in and roar, Parker still feels like he just dies if they just throw everything at him.
Yeah, again, he doesn't have anything like a Satanic. There's nothing defensive at all on Parker outside of the Hurricane Pike. So he can be a little bit of a sitting duck. There's our Manta up on BZM, so some self-dispel. A lot more right-click speed to play with that Beast mode now as well. And maybe just need an opportunity, someone to step outside, a little bit of a pick-off to open up this engagement for Tundra. They are sneaking around with smoke. No one poking out. It's way too risky for Edge.
Oh, Parker?
I say that.
Parker? Oh, they're wrapping. Do they want him or do they want Puppy? I think they want Puppy first. They don't want to commit the roll while Puppy's right behind. They're going to jump in. Puppy, he does get caught. They'll leave Parker alone. Hook shot in. They're going to try and find Michael. He'll still lose Puppy, but Puppy will buy it back. Michael now in trouble. Michael, he'll die. Buyback available on the Clockwork if they want it. Tundra, though, looking to retreat. Nice rebound away from Saxa here onto Chrysalis as they're looking to move back in now. And it looks like they've moved too far with Vitali. Pippi, though, with a big Requiem, trying to secure the life of the Sven, but he runs his way out. They don't have the damage.
No.
Parker, he does at least kill off Wymon, but now they're completely surrounded. He's gone. Full team wipe. No buyback on the gyro. And it seems like there'll be a couple Raxes off, if not waiting for a GG call here for Tundra. Because without the gyro, it might be too much to ask for in terms of defending. Mind you, Chrysalis still needs a bit of HP region going his way, but... well, they won't commit all the way. They're not healthy enough yet. I say that 33's still going, and he does have the axe, so it's kind of dumb how quickly he does take this on Michael. Big hook shot onto 3 targets, trying to set up, but the roar is out. They found Vitali with that roar, and they just deal with Michael. Back to the mid-racks. That'll be about it. Ooh. They do at least kill off Saxa, but BZM trying to jump back in, won't have Aurora available, so that'll be the SF out of there just fine. You get Saxa on the way out, not too big of a deal. At least it's only 1 lane of barracks. Like, had Chrysalis been healthier, sure, it probably could have been the Ancient that they were just going to dive for, but without that, it's just going to be 1 lane of barracks down now for Edge.
Yep, you have a little bit more time to wait. There is an amp damage rune now on BZM, though. So even without the Aegis, perhaps you don't wait as long as you expect here on Tundra. Instantly popping it as well to just get topped up here for BZM. Daedalus for Crystalis is up now, and the Satanic Disassembly should be underway soon. Just need that Reaver Gold to be up and running. And again, the durability of the entire team of Tundra is a little bit too high. Parker trying to go back for the Divine, not even bothering the full Daedalus at this point, which is fair. It's just that he only has 260 gold in the bank. It's going to take a long time until that full Daedalus is up and running, or the full Divine Rapier is up and running. So whether or not you actually have it for the next high ground defense, probably not, unless Tundra really stall this game out a little bit longer here. Love this build on 33, going for the Assault Cuirass. More right click to play with those fancy spirits. On the Ags upgraded Exo. More damage, more easy siege. BKB for Saxa, not too far off the mark now as well. And Whitemon is at the point where he's going to have his own Hurricane Pike up relatively soon on top of things. So smooth going still for Tundra. This time they've got Roche control. 33 will go solo it, and so far so good. No problems here.
What a hero. Whitemon, don't risk yourself, sir. There's no need. There's no need for that. I need the help. He would have been just fine, trust me. Well, there you go. 3 chance up for Whitemon now. He's got the Sprank available. Do they wait for next Roshan? I mean, it's not too far away, I guess. It's just, 30 seconds till we find out when it's going to respawn. Probably going to be a couple minutes before it is available. There's a Satanic now on Chrysalis. You do have a Divine queued up on Parker. So Parker going for the all-in kind of build-up now as he's realized he's just not really doing it on this Gyrocopter. Oh, even with the Divine, I have my doubts, I'll be frank with you, John, but at least it gives you a clear way back into the game.
And it does. It's just, I feel like the issue here is time. Right? Do you have enough time to get into that build-up? At least, again, only 1 set of racks down, so you're getting full value from your side lanes if it does push in. You're getting that little bit of extra gold here for the side of Edge. For Tundra, and they just play it safe. They understand they're 1 game up. They don't need to risk it. They've got the advantage. They've got scaling as well on the Sven. Crystalis now going back for that full Swift Blink. Gonna be nice when it's all done up. Have that mobility to jump in. Extra attack speed to play with. Some nice move speed as well. There's the Ags up for PP, which is pretty damn good. Especially with that lower cast delay, at least. But I don't know. Like, there's still that reaction time to get the BKBs off. And they have been very, very patient here on Tundra.
Puppy, the primary one they really want. He's down. No buyback. But it seems like Tundra, they still might not look to approach. They could still wait for Roshan. Mind you, I mean, 35 seconds without that Shadow Demon might be a little bit too enticing, but honestly, do they really want to commit? The thing is, if you kill him again, you know he's still not going to have buyback for ages. Still not for another 2 minutes 40. So move in, top racks, no creeps available right now, but it doesn't really seem to matter too much. Here come the creeps now. 33, as you can see, Jonathan can happily do this on his own.
Beautiful.
No problem. Do you tell me, like, what's the point of the plus 50% spirit damage? Like, this is what I'm saying. The Axe is already good without the bonus damage. And why is it 50%?
Yeah. Why not? Simple answer, Mikey. Why not? Because this is Dota. Sometimes things are broken. You know? This is acceptable. I accept this broken state.
Oh, you,
Michael
John
is in a very interesting spot. I do, Mikey. I think, again, I just want everything broken. I want chaos in my games, Mike. I don't want these slight nerfs down to balance everything out. No, bust everything. Michael?
I need to use my full name, John. Michael Cordell. They're trying to emulate me now, I see, Jonathan. That's my thing. I'll have you know. A Roshan.
Michael. Not going to take too long in this. Refresh shard as well, just so double BKBs are there. Double Aurora perhaps here for BZM. Another banner to play with the cheese. And Edge, you can't really play here, especially not without the clockwork. They are close to that Divine Rapier on Parker, though, to be fair. They are getting enough time. 400 gold away for Parker.
Okay.
This could be the one that turns things around. I'm not confident in that yet, but it will help in that high ground hold. Just has to avoid being caught out as Tundra have a read on him.
Got a read, all right. They're running directly towards him. 33, he's already there. TP away. Rebound, though, is going to be connecting. No. Does he have... No, he bought it. He doesn't have buyback. Oh, he bought out. At least he didn't combine it, but he's got no buyback. The Demon Edge is in his stash. Oh, in the courier, rather, as you saw. And no buyback, though. Like, yeah, you've got Divine, but can your team buy you 70 seconds? Keep in mind, Puppy's also dead without buyback for 25. There's the Divine combined now. But does he have a minute to be able to respawn? Did Tundra just rush it?
I think Tundra should. I mean, maybe they don't read that. They surely checked the inventory and saw the Sacred Relic. So they should know gold is not going to be the healthiest into buyback. And yeah, we'll just run up with 33. He outranges the tower for whatever good reason.
Are you sure we can't run pulse 1 DP, John? Mid lane, Requiem Hunt, BZM. Everyone's fine. Requiem did literally nothing. Look at that. Tell me pulse 1 DP isn't viable, John. Look at this crash.
Yeah, it could work. It could work.
We might see it in Wallachia. You never know. Dumb. You might see it in Wallachia. Oh, there's Michael. Caught out. Roar is off. Puppy. Taken down by his old disciple, John. How dare he? Roar out into the fountain now. BZM remembering his roots here, John. Oh, Crystallis! A rampage! But why not? Message to send Tundra.
No.
Who cares about the Divine, John? They sent a message.
Oh, yeah.
Righto. And look at the excitement, John. They couldn't care less here, Tundra.
Not they couldn't. I'd expect a little bit more emotions, you know, just being happy. But Tundra, cool, calm, collected, probably feeling very confident into this matchup anyway. And they should feel pretty good. They're one game away from playoffs. This is very stoic out from them, but again, this is a team that has been in strong positions anyhow. I don't think it's anything surprising. For the side of Edge, I mean, they do course correct in the draft, right? We were talking about them having access to SF. Trying to go into this high tempo mid. Unfortunately, the matchup was not the DP. Like, this Beastmaster holds its lane well. BZM was microing those boars quite nicely to be a nuisance to PP while not giving it away to Shadow Raises. And again, Tundra just outplayed him, right? Like, yeah, the draft isn't doing you too many favors. You're not getting a draft advantage for sure. But it's also not like a major disadvantage, I'd say. Maybe, again, not as strong as Tundra has. But the big thing is, Tundra outplays you in every decision they make, in every fight they were taking. Outside of the one moment like here, where they were split apart and they lost BZM first, they were on point this game. They slip up a little bit here. They get a little bit overconfident. Don't expect the punishment, and that did stall the game out quite nicely, but just the execution was just so damn clean from Tundra. From lane to mid game to the closer. Like, they are just a team that, again, are in the top for a good reason here.
Absolutely. And yeah, props to Edge. I mean, they put up a decent fight, especially in this game too. But of course, Tundra just proving to be the better team here today. You see the highlights. I mean, Edge were just desperately trying to get anything done, but every time they get pushed to that edge, and as you're saying, it just doesn't really tend to pan out. This was a nice one from Pippi though with the Requiem, but again, the damage is lacking. I don't believe SF really should be considered a first phase hero, John, if you ask me. I don't know why the emphasis on the SF bans are so high, but it hasn't, in my eyes, it's not that amazing. As we're looking, it's not that hard to deal with if it falls behind. As we're seeing as well, Edge sadly getting destroyed here by Crystallis as he just moves in for a huge rampage in the fountain. I mean, why the hell not?
Close out with style for Tundra. And again, this is one of the teams that is currently 1-1 on the scoreboard, now 2-1, now one game away and making it to the playoffs after maybe a rockier start than you'd expect here for Tundra. Hard to say who the player or their standout player is. I might actually lean towards I don't know who we're getting.
You don't get
we'll get BZM. There you go.
You don't get the choice.
Yeah, we'll get BZM with that nice pose. He does do the work. I mean, look, he does the work. He wins the lane matchup, which theoretically is still playable for SF, but he micros his boar as well. He gets the access, he gets his timing, and he connects very nicely. So, I mean, BZM has a perfect game, near perfect game here. And for Tundra, again, they rally from day one. They're showing us why they should have been 2-0 so far, and they put themselves now up 2-1. One series away, Mikey, on the next day to make it to playoffs.
Absolutely. Well, Jonathan, we do have 2 more series here for the B stream, of course, available, but we are going to switch casters. It's going to be Snare and Wagamama taking over for us. So it is MLP and John. We'll see you all again later, but don't go anywhere after this short break. We'll be back with our 3rd series of the day.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Io te vine in cale, si cubo la male, tri turbi de mia.
Welcome back, one and all, to some more action in the group stages of Wallachia Season 5 as we now move over to the elimination matches. This is where we're going to be finally saying goodbye to some of these teams. It's going to be a tearful one, but hopefully they make it exciting on the way out. My name is Snare, and I'm joined today by the man himself, the Grand Vizier of Dota, Mr. Cinderin. How you doing, gang? What can we expect from today?
Yeah, fortunately I'm doing a bit better than yesterday. I was recovering from a cold. I think my voice is 99% back to normal, so that's good. So I'm very stoked about that. And yeah, let's eliminate some teams, shall we? This is the teams that are 0-2 today that we will be covering. Unfortunately, as sad as it is to say, they're there for a reason. This has not been their tournament, but that doesn't mean it's over. This is when you can make a heroic comeback, no pun intended. Obviously, one of the teams we will be covering is heroic. But this is where it starts. Backs against the wall, some teams rise to the occasions, and some will falter under the pressure.
Well, of course, we're going to be seeing Heroic, you mentioned them, and their opponent is Team AVULUS, a squad that has experienced some of this adversity in the past before. And in fact, it was a tournament where Fly was standing in prior that they ended up overperforming on the side of AVULUS. Once he joined the team officially, it doesn't seem like they've been able to keep track with those exact results. This tournament also has been tough. They're one of the two teams that have yet to win a single game thus far in the group stages at the moment.
Yeah, that's another thing, right? It's that you can have two teams with the same scoreline, especially in a format like Swiss. Sometimes these 0-2 games can be very one-sided because one of the teams that has the 0-2 had tougher opponents and still showed good form but just didn't close out the series. Like you said, AVULUS, not a singular game win to their name. So, yeah, we'll see if they can bring it today. And it's always interesting in tournaments like this when you get to this stage because some of the teams can get insane momentum from a singular win, right? And I think the team that you're seeing on your screens right now in particular, Heroic, in my eyes, has always been a very emotion-based team. When they're feeling themselves, when things are rolling, they can beat the best of the best, which we saw at Wallachia Season 2 where they took the whole tournament. But when things aren't really clicking, some days they can look like the bottom of the pack. And unfortunately, this tournament so far has been just that. Heroic, they've won a game here or there, but they haven't really looked consistent to the level that we would like to see out of this team.
That's probably the primary concern, right? That they're always able to take a game, and during that game that they win, they'll look incredible. And then game 3 will come, and they look like a shell of their former selves. And you just wonder what happened between game 2 and 3. So we'll see which version of Heroic shows up here to begin the series as we now get into our draft. Heroic on the dire side with the first pick, AVULUS second pick for Radiance. So let's see, usual bans. We should be seeing Death Prophet ban. We've already gotten the Batrider. Obviously, this is AVULUS, so you're not going to be allowed to play Enigma. Shadow Shaman still in the pool. Dark Willow is still hanging around. We still have your Storms. You still have Embers. Still have Undying waiting to be picked as well.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all to see Enigma gone. I think this hero is going to be banned every game in this particular series. AVULUS probably the #1 team in the world in terms of prioritizing Enigma and also having the results to back it up. I think they have an incredible win rate on this hero. And we saw you and I yesterday when we were casting Heroic versus Wildcard that in that series Enigma was also getting first phase banned between those two teams. So I don't think if Heroic want to ban it against Wildcard, they will also ban it against AVULUS. So no surprises here. Top tier heroes that remain. Let's see, what do we got? So we got Undying, TA,
Bristol's still around. He hasn't been banned out just yet.
Shadow
but it'll
Shaman,
just be the casual Shadow Shaman.
Yeah. That one's still in. Didn't take Heroic very long to choose that one.
I mean, this hero just does so much for you, right? It pairs up with pretty much any offlaner, gives you some reliable push throughout the game. Chicken Fingers is stupid in the laning phase, gives decent damage, decent control. There's almost no aspect of what you want out of a position 4 right now that Shadow Shaman can't give you. Even buys the Blink Dagger so you can get some cheap initiation as well. Gotta love that hero.
Wow, they first picked Bristle into Shaman. Obviously, Shaman with the level 15 talent Hex Breaks is one of the single best abilities in the entire game against Bristle, but AVULUS probably with this pick are just saying, we don't care about your Shaman, he's not going to get to level 15. Which, you know, is a good way of dealing with the problem. Just never let it come to fruition at all. All right. Oh, Bristleback, definitely not surprised to see the hero picked in general. It is very high rated still, but as an immediate response to Shaman, probably not what I had on my bingo card here. But AVULUS don't care.
Heroic now ban out the Jakiro. Since TA is still in the game, I could imagine a TA pick following up after being protected a bit by the Jakiro ban. You know what I've also been thinking about with this Bristleback, right? We often see it being picked or banned first phase, but I rarely see it nowadays getting picked up in the second phase. It's almost like if you don't prioritize the hero, you just don't get it whatsoever.
Yeah, it's true. If you're a Bristle team and you really want it, it's also it's a bit ironic to say this because obviously these teams are 0-2, right? But it shows confidence that you're willingly picking the hero in this scenario. Not only are you first picking it in the phase, but you're picking it into a pseudo counter at the very least, and 4 open picks later. This goes to show that AVULUS believe in this hero, even though they're not having the best tournament. They will still stick to their guns. And this is a targeted player ban, by the way. The Viper of Mobe being taken out here from Heroic without having any hero yet that the Viper's even good against. They just don't need to want to worry about it later down the line. And the Timbersaw ban makes a lot of sense when you're playing Bristle, as well as the Magnus ban against Whisper. So a lot of standard stuff here, or predictable, I would say.
Well, for AVULUS, we'll see if they continue that train of predictability. This is usually where you're going to be seeing a Dark Willow pick come out. If not for that, we've seen some Tusk. We've even seen something to see on position 5 Axe today. But we're just going to get the casual Warlock, get some team fight, get some sustain for the lane. I don't think it's going to be Bristleback carry, but if it is, be benefiting from Shadow Word and Fatal Bonds in the lane is always extremely nice. And of course, later throughout the game, with the Fatal Bonds and the farmed Bristleback, you can start to shred through some of these heroes.
I think that's a pretty good point that for this team, I think their 3 and their 1 Bristles are both very good. So they can absolutely flex this with no concern. Smiling Knight plays a great Bristleback. We've seen it in previous tournaments. And yeah, opting for the Warlock. I think they want to give some more value to Desire's hero, since you can see the respect ban from Heroic first phase of banning the Tiny against Desire. He is extremely good at that 4 Tiny. In my eyes, when AVULUS are playing the best, it's because Desire is connecting a lot on his plays. So his trademark heroes, Tiny, he's one of the few players in the last year I feel like I've seen actually play Earth Spirit and look good. See if that becomes a choice, as the Tusk will not be one he can be playing this game. That will be grabbed by Heroic. Also one of the good heroes for Desire, so also a bit of a block pick.
10 seconds remaining.
At the same time, it's also one of these things where the Schofield Tusk is also incredibly strong, very solid throughout the game. So one of the things that I'm kind of wanting to see and I'm hoping to have be effective in this game is you were mentioning some of these connections from Desire. I think Heroic also do really, really well when Schofield is able to connect on the map as well. Create space, force the enemy to chase them around, just waste their time. And Tusk is definitely one of the heroes that can do that, but he's probably playing Shadow Shaman, right, for Schofield. I would prefer him on the Tusk, but I'm not sure how I feel about position 5 Shadow Shaman as well.
I mean, I'm pretty convinced. That's the thing about these two players, right, on Heroic, is that they can flex this until the very end. So I don't think they themselves should lock in who's playing what yet. I think they should wait to see the lane matchups. This is a Willow you were predicting, so good call. Because rather than being stubborn with, oh, I play a better Tusk, you play a better Shaman, if both players can play the hero to 95% of its potential, then it's better to wait and see the lane matchups and then stick to your usual lane partner, because you will you'll inevitably have better synergy with the guy you lane with every day. And trying to force heroes onto players instead of looking at the bigger picture, I think that would be my suggestion. And now that you see the Undying here coming out, this will be a position 3 Undying, pretty much guaranteed, with Willow and Warlock. This, I would push Shaman onto the 5 exclusively now for that reason, because he stands a fighting chance against the Undying in the lane, unless if you can get a carry that really exploits tag team and can fight the Undying Willow lane, which is tough to find, right? So yeah, I think that
makes sense.
I think that would be the way to do it.
When you definitely have more kill threat if you put the Tusk +1 on the other side than you would with the Tusk playing into that lane, like you mentioned. I wonder actually where this Pangolier is going to go. I think it's also highly contingent on where the Bristle goes. So they might just go for a mid pick right now. Oh, let's get Lina, another flexible hero. This could be played 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think they're mainly angling the carry Lina here. This allows the Tusk to actually play into the Undying lane like we talked about. You need a hard-hitting carry to utilize tag team. Lina has very high attack speed. She can destroy the Tombstone. She can kill Undying in lane with Tusk. I really like this pick. It's also completely unsolved from the side of AVULUS. They have no backline jump. They have no catch at all in their lineup. So this is a really, really nice choice from Heroic. My favorite pick of the draft so far, easily. And it commands some respect here. I think AVULUS have to direct counter this hero with their last pick, or I would heavily favor Lina in this game in general to just run away with it.
He does so much for you, right? Dark Willow doesn't have any safety from the Shadow Realm anymore. Long range hitting for this Undying Tombstone. Burst damage against the Bristleback. Solid lane, whether it's with the Shadow Shaman or with the Tusk. And just general scaling throughout the game, which they didn't have the best of beforehand. And so far, honestly, Lina is the hero of this draft, right? She can actually take over this game in a way that not many other heroes can. So I'm definitely with you that it's on AVULUS now to find a response for this Lina, or she's just going to go ham regardless of where she's played.
And that begs the question, like, how do you solve the problem? Do you put the Bristle on 1 and then get an offlaner that can jump Lina, like just some sort of a backline jump? Or do you keep the Bristle on position 3, or I say keep. Do you put him on 3 and then, or excuse me, you already have the Undying. So I think Undying kind of has to go offlane. I mean, you could put Undying mid. We've seen that experimented with a little bit. I don't think I would recommend it this game. So actually I take it back. You're kind of cornered here in that sense of the last pick needs to be a mid for Mobe that can solve this. I don't think putting Undying mid on Mobe and then running offlane or carry Bristle and last picking another hero will be good enough. So what mids can really handle this? So Storm is a classic against Lina for catching her in the mid game. If you're trying to outrange her, there's Sniper, but I think your lineup looks really wonky with Sniper. You don't have any stun or catch. You can get some of the other spirit heroes like Ember, Void Spirit could be interesting.
How about some Puck here? Good against the Pango, needs some backline jump.
Good, yeah. That archetype hero, I think. The concern I have with Puck is that I think eventually when Lina gets BKB, her game is free again. And if you're running something like Storm, BKB doesn't hard counter Storm, because the way he fights is very different from Puck, where Puck commits its kit onto you, and then if you can BKB and stand your ground, you're probably going to coast through the fight. Storm can kind of poke and prod, maybe bait out your BKB, maybe just do a shitload of damage in the jump itself, and then even if you get BKB off, if you're on 10%, you might be out of the fight, even if you survive. So there's like some added flavor to that matchup that I think is better than the puck for this particular game. But of course, there's also the other option that we haven't really discussed, which is just don't let Lina get there. Last pick a Dragon Knight and play super fast, which that's one of Mobe's best heroes, right? They might just go for that. And, oh, there it is. All right, well, not anymore.
There was actually a period of time where I think he went 7 games in a row playing nothing but Dragon Knight every single game. So it certainly is one of these things that Mobe is highly accustomed to doing. So he's not going to be afforded that opportunity here. And this really does complicate life because not just you need a solution for Lina, you need backline jump for AVULUS. They just have no initiation with their lineup. Yes, you have team fight from the Warlock and the Undying with Dark Willow being involved, but they don't have team fight, and now Heroic, they're the ones that actually take away the puck. So now they have that backline Pierce. Only one person is reliably going to be buying the BKB in this Bristleback. Warlock, Dark Willow, Undying. They're not going to be buying BKBs. All of them heavily susceptible to being silenced as well. I feel like this puck pick is a genius closer to the draw for Heroic.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
we'll see what the response is from. What do you do now?
Because now Storm is unappealing. The Dragon Knight that would have been nice is out. Viper is gone, which could have been like a Mobe special. He also plays Tiny, which is banned.
Shaker maybe?
Void Spirit is probably still interesting at least. You're right, Mobe does play Shaker. I don't think it's the right way to go.
This is a conundrum for AVULUS. A lot of those spirits don't feel palatable. Like you said, Earthshaker. My issue with the Shaker, Tiny, those kind of heroes, you're locked behind Blink Dagger. And I think they definitely need a hero that's going to accelerate the pace for them. DK would have been able to do that, but gone, like you said. Maybe something out of the meta. It's a bit off kilter here. Beastmaster mid, like we saw yesterday?
Slardar?
Slardar. Okay.
All right.
Okay, I'm completely...
that one would never even have crossed my mind for this game. Okay. Well, it's... I will say this. It's very aggressive, and it can play super fast, which is what I talked about, that maybe the approach for AVULUS in this game is just going to be try to play fast enough that Heroic don't get there. But I have to say, as much of a cliche as it is to say this, they are on a timer. I just don't think that AVULUS' lineup wins this one late. I think if you get there, even if you itemize, like, let's say you get a Hex against Puck and you get all these sort of scaling items on your Slardar and your Bristleback, I just think inherently the nature of this lineup, also going late, Shaman's going to have Hex breaks against your Bristle. There's a lot of problems you need to overcome. I would say I heavily favor Heroic. I don't know, between the games you and I have cast this entire tournament, this might be, I say entire tournament, we cast 5 games yesterday. There was maybe one game yesterday that was a similar quality outdraft as this one, but I really do like what Heroic have got.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. I think one of the things I was mentioning, you know, at the end of the draft, that if they did go for like Tiny Earthshaker, they're locked behind Blink Dagger. And I just think if Mobe doesn't get there, right, get to that early Blink and have a very good time in the laning phase, what do they do, right? And I can see a situation like what we saw yesterday where they just come mid, keep chain killing him, not allow him to get any farm or experience. And even if he gets experience, it doesn't really matter, right? He doesn't. Puck can make the moves way before the Slardar can. The Lina can provide a lot more damage early than the Bristle can. I think the only way that I can conceive of this game being a win, I do want to see AVULUS, they must be the ones to make some of these mid rotations. And they do have not the best heroes to do it, but at least Dark Willow is there prior to the Puck getting hyper leveled. Maybe you can make something happen, but I don't know, man. This game seems like an 80-20 in my opinion here.
I would agree on a fundamental level that what you want to do to stabilize this game and give yourself a good fighting chance is to try to focus on winning mid, so your tempo creating mid versus their tempo creating mid has a lead and can make moves better. It's just really hard to gank Puck with Slardar Willow, man. I don't know. Maybe they can pull it off once, but that will be the one time they do it. I don't think they can kill the Puck more than one time in the lane. I would rather see AVULUS try to focus a lot on diving the Lina top with Tombstone. So Like, maybe even bring Warlock through the gate or TP up the Slardar for some moves and try to put the pressure in that fashion to accelerate the early game. Get your Undying off to a really good start, slow down the Lina, and then, as we talked about, try to combat the whole problem of the late game by not getting there. And if Undying has a great game and he buys auras, your Bristle does well in the safe lane, you could probably... You could look toward a 25-minute GG here, and that's the one big upside. This should be an easy lane for Bristle, right? You're playing into Pango Tusk as Bristleback. That has to be a really good lane in the safe lane for AVULUS.
It actually does another point, right? Because if the lane goes well enough, there will be a portion of time where they can probably leave the Bristle alone for a minute or two, and Fly can make the top twin gate rotation, perhaps assist Shibe and them in getting kills, forcing the early tower before the Lina is really ready to fight. I think I would like that. If they just take the risk of saying, Smiling Knight, you'll be okay for a little bit, gang. Just don't die. We're going to open up space on the map for you.
Yeah, it would be a little bit more inspiring if the 5 was a hero that, other than Warlock, so that going through the gate poses bigger threat. But sometimes bringing just that extra 200 damage with a nuke and a blood grenade can get you the key kill and open up that tower. So let's see what they've got ready for us here on the side of AVULUS. I mean, I'm excited to see this. The thing about whenever I watch a game and I heavily favor a team's draft, I love every outcome. It's like if the team that I feel like has the better draft just crushes it, I feel, you know, yep, we had the right read, that was correct. And if they get stomped, we either learn something or it's like a massive praise of the other team for playing an excellent game, right? So I really like casting games where I clearly favor a team on draft versus necessarily always having games where we're like, yeah, both teams have good stuff, it could go either way kind of thing. It's spicier, you know? I like this once in a while.
I mean, it's these kind of games that generate interesting things happening. Oh, Snowball, just to cancel out Fly's TP. That's still a twin gate, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
But yesterday we actually had a scenario where Heroic were kind of outdrafted, but they made the decision to change up the lanes in a very interesting fashion. And that almost won them the game. Like, things are going way better than expected. They chain killed the Drow Ranger, things went well middle. So I'm with you that, like, these harder outdrafts do create opportunities for teams to find creative solutions to those problems. Now we're in the game. So far, so good. Analog playing 2v1 middle. Schofield. How did Schofield get here? What happened?
I mean, he snowballed the Warlock TP to cancel it top, and then he just walked across the entire map instead of TPing bottom to Whisper. And I kind of like this play because Whisper will easily get level 2 down here against Warlock Bristle. They're not going to be able to zone him off the lane. And you conserve your TP this way on the Tusk. You can pull a quick move, you come to lane with full mana. It's a lot of upsides when your offlaner is able to handle the first wave just fine by themselves.
Oh. Let's take a look at top quickly as Shibe, the intriguing hero here, the Undying from the offlane. As you mentioned that they have the potential to try and like dive onto Yuma, try and make some really aggressive moves here. What level do they have the most kill threat? Are we waiting for level 2 or level 3 here?
I think realistically the easier kill is probably with level 2 Brambles. I think you need a little longer route in this lane for the zombies to have time to form and get on top of the Lina. I honestly don't really foresee a kill here from AVULUS, to be honest, unless they TP in or rotate the Warlock or the Slardar. But if they were to pull it off, level 3 is probably where it's at. And we should mention, they did opt to put King Jungles on the Shaman up top rather than the Tusk. I thought these lanes were going to be inverted with Shaman Pango bottom and the Tusk Lina top, since that's such a good pairing. But Heroic see additional value in running the double ranged hero against Undying, which is a different way of solving the hero, of course, is to just not have a single hero that trades with him in melee range. I'm fine with both solutions. The Tusk Lina lane, in my eyes, has more kill power, but this one is also very stable. So, it's all good.
On bottom, like you mentioned, because it is double melee down here, Smiling Knight has been just farming away. Top of the CS charts at the moment. And Schofield, just getting reminded who's the big boss in this lane. Not getting this Lotus, buddy.
Well, he's going to try to waste as much of Smiling Knight's time as possible here to maybe cost him a CS or two. This is being annoying. mission accomplished, actually. He took like, what was that, 150 damage and probably cost Smiling Knight 2 CS. Not too bad.
Well, the wave was pushing in as well, so Whisper happy with these developments. Does have his range creep denied in front of him. What can you do?
Oh, Smiling
Whisper
Knight
is actually getting ran down by Smiling Knight. He's seen that the swashbuckle has been utilized. The snowball will be necessary from Schofield to save him. And Whisper, he might actually tick out Snow. Oh, he's fine. 30 HP, but he lives.
7 HP after the last tick of Shadow Word. Yikes. Yeah, that immediately gets a Vamos Peru flag, of course, from Whisper. Nice sticker.
The best sticker in the game. He's actually going to get the shards out onto Smiling Knight, but the creep wave is still there, tanking the tower hits. So Smiling Knight is just like, okay, bro, you happy?
In the mid lane,
how are
this
things looking?
Puck versus Slardar seems to be going relatively evenly. Slardar with a slight advantage, mainly courtesy of denies in this matchup. It's not a matchup that Puck can bully you in, truly. Puck generally doesn't do that to too many heroes. And yeah, with your additional regen in the river, you're just fine on Slardar.
Still chilling. He's having such a good time. He's got his bottle in the backpack. Has no real concerns here. Just gonna get some boots, some raindrops, and then life should be good for him. Mobe just putting out some pressure, making sure that these denies don't happen. But Analog sticks around for a second to make sure the final one on the range creep does. Good stuff. And there's that rotation that we're talking about. Fly has come through the twin gate. The question is, do they have the angle for the dive here? He's being pinged out. They know this is happening. They actually bring in Schofield immediately. Fly gets scouted here in the trees. Shards immediately on top of him. He gets eaten into by an LSA. And the right clicks of Yuma secure the first blood for Schofield. However, he may die for this underneath the tombstone. With the brambles out, the Shadow Realm does get dodged by the snowball hit, but he can do nothing about the blood grenade. He does end up dead. But in the meantime, Yuma found the tombstone. Got a 2-hero LSA. No follow-up. But she still got some bonus gold from the tombstone.
I mean, this is great for Heroic. You counter the play. Sure, you trade 1 for 1, but that was the first tombstone play. You get first blood. You get the tombstone bounty. Get some additional pressure out as well, forcing out the healing salve of Desire. It's a very nice sequence here from the side of Heroic. And yeah, we saw that exact rotation with all the conditions we were talking about. Warlock will go through the gate. They're trying for the kill win. Undying is level 3. And the Willow had the level 2 Brambles, but Heroic just saw it coming and countered it beautifully. Now, am I
a little skirmish over.
Can Whisper win bottom now? I actually think he can.
We'll see. The question is, can Analog escape? And he does get to the high ground. The Shadow Realm hit is going to follow him. Nope, Desire couldn't find the range. Mobe just going to try rush forward onto Schofield. Does have a snowball though, so kind of a fool's errand chasing him around. And in the meantime, down bottom, Whisper actually not just won the lane center, and he solo killed the AVULUS carry.
I watched this kill happen for 20 seconds. I'm not even exaggerating. I'm like, are we living in a simulation? They were both standing in the Lotus pool together for 20 seconds fighting each other, and Whisper won against Bristle. Just shield crash for the mitigation. They kept hitting each other, swashbuckle, and he comes out ahead. And Smiling Knight never wavered. He just stood there and took it, and ended up dying. This is such a weird kill to watch, but that's huge. Like this is what I was saying. I'm like, can Whisper actually win this lane now? Because he was level 5 to Bristle's 4 when that fight began, and the answer is yes. The Pango is now even on net worth with Bristle, which to me is a clear win. I'll always consider wins in lanes relative to expected outcome, right? If you're expected to get crushed and you draw, then you're winning the lane, right? And this is a lane that I just think Bristle has to be ahead in. So now that it's a draw, in terms of net worth, Whisper is very, very happy.
Top lane, Mobe. He was trying to hunt somebody down here. KJ and Yuma will also be quite happy that they got the vision on top of him. Schofield making a TP. LSA connect onto Mobe. He cannot find Yuma just yet, but the Shadow Realm hit will still be there with the Corrosive Haze providing bonus damage. First Rolling Thunder of the game onto Mobe, and they kill the Slaughter. Can they get more? Whisper connects onto further targets while the rest of his team is trying to deal with the tombstone. And as it goes down, perhaps they want to threaten onto Shibe. Shackles are out onto the Undying, but they need more damage. Whisper is not here. He's trying to deal with Fly right now. Fly is still alive. Finally ticks over thanks to the ether shot from KJ. Whisper now in danger because Bristleback has decided to enter this fight as well, but he's losing more HP than he thought. There's going to be Shackles now out onto Shibe.
Nice
LSA connects because Yuma is respawned. Connect onto 2. They kill Shibe. Smiling Knight has no way out either, as he will end up dead. And also Desire too. Whisper eviscerates him with the swashbuckle. Crazy long fight, but in the end, Heroic actually achieve a team wipe.
Yeah, this is a really big win for them. Especially with the writing on the wall here of how the Radiant lineup works, right? If they lose the early game, I have very little faith in the side of AVULUS recovering this game. This is the... I'm not going to say this is the point when their lineup is supposed to win, because it's so early. Like, maybe they shouldn't even have tried to do this just yet. But I was definitely, for AVULUS' sake, hoping for a little bit of some shining moments in the first 15-20 minutes to keep them in a good position in the game. So far, not the case. This is going to be a very fast vessel now, by the way, on Whisper. He has it.
Yeah.
9-minute vessel offlane Pango. Holy shit. Oh, man.
Okay. All right, trivia question. Where do you think this ranks in item distribution for the vessels on Pango Dispatch?
I mean, distribution, like how fast it is?
How fast is it, yeah?
I think it's the
Top lane.
fastest.
Shibe dies in the top side of the map, unfortunately. As now we have the scenario where they need to try and rotate to salvage things. Mobe and the crew were coming in, but might arrive a little bit too late, and they still don't have a blink dagger, so getting to Yuma might not be the easiest. They finally see him, they drop the chaotic offering to close the space. Mobe on him with the corrosive haze, and they do get the kill, even cancel out the TP to save him. So he should be A-okay, and they might leverage this golem to be able to take down this tier 1 tower.
Whisper is soloing Smiling Knight.
Oh, he is indeed. So the vessel's on top of him. Rolling Thunder is coming through, and KJ is here to make sure that Smiling Knight goes nowhere. He drops the Mass Serpent Wards, helps the steal a kill, and now they want to put pressure onto this tier 1 tower. Heroic, man, are just putting the screws onto AVULUS here in this early game.
Yeah, this tower is gone, probably. I mean, you're going to TP down... Well, maybe Desire from the tree line here with Willow can actually deal with a couple of these wards, but I think they're going to try to stop him from dealing with more than those few, and yep. Here comes Whisper. Is this just going to be another casualty?
Oh, God.
Another TP
might be.
forced?
He's at half HP for Desire, and as the TP comes in, the tower's pretty much dead already. Sea Dragon, Mass Serpent Wards, no way to save this one. They'll at least deny it with Mobe, but Analog is here with the haste rune, wanting to punish them. Looking for some target, an easy kill. He sees the 2 supports, might be able to get the Dream Coil onto one of them. Desire might be the primary target, silenced up for now. There's the Dream Coil through the Shadow Realm. He's still alive though. Analog is falling surprisingly low. This corrosive haze is proving to be problematic. He needs to get out of here. Shibe cannot close the gap, and Mobe doesn't have a blink dagger, so this puck should escape. Tombstone even committed by Shibe. Nobody really connected onto. And yeah, they'll be fine. Heroic just get themselves out.
Yeah, that's a 5-man rotation to the bottom lane from AVULUS, and they don't even kill a hero. In the meantime, Yuma is free farming top, and they also lost their tower bottom, so not too inspiring. Did you have an answer for your trivia, by the way, or were you just asking a question and then never answering it? Because that's
Did
really,
you
really
remember the
uncalled
exact
for.
second you got it, like the time?
It's like 9 minutes, 5 seconds or something.
Okay. Then it would be the fastest. The second fastest actually was in a game I was in for the TI qualifiers. Shanxi got his at 9 minutes 19 seconds. So this is either number 1 or number 2, because the second one is 9 minutes 51.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy fast, isn't it? I knew I could count on you. You're not the kind of guy to ask a question and not answer, you know? You're not about that.
Must bring the receipts for the inquiries that we have. Oh. We were lamenting the lack of Blink Dagger for Mobe, and he's in the jungle right now trying to fix that problem. Pretty decent stack created by Desire. Slaughter, one of those heroes that you're always surprised how fast you farm once you have maxed out Slithering Crush. But these camps go down in a hurry. He's almost there for the blink now.
See what the next move here is gonna be. I have my eyes on the AVULUS main. Oh, wait a second.
Top. The next move is onto
Not
Shibe.
enough, though.
Ah, but KJ KJ doesn't have the movement speed necessary. He came in a little bit too late. Almost caught him, but Shibe will be fine.
It feels like a game where we are watching AVULUS to see when they make their next move rather than how Heroic are going to take initiative. Because I don't think there's much pressure on them necessarily to do it, and they have really good counterplay. So I keep my eyes a lot on Desire right now.
Hold on, mid lane, they're going on to Mobe. He tried to solo kill Schofield, but he dove too far. Schofield just straight up outplayed him, blocked him with the shot so he couldn't escape quickly. And then immediately the rotations come in, they find the slaughter. And to make matters worse, that will be the Blink Dagger reveal that he wasn't able to find a kill with. Mid lane, they're going maybe on to Whisper, Terrorize into Brambles, Chaotic Offering drop down as well, but these heroes are just not dead yet. Whisper gets off the Rolling Thunder, turning things around, putting pressure onto Desire, but he's too low on HP to keep things going. But here comes Schofield. Blink Dagger already complete for the Tusk, able to kill off Desire. The question is, can he escape this himself though? He's in a very awkward place, as Fly also manages to kill off this Pangolier. Was that Fatal Bonds taking him through all that way? Yes, it was.
I think so, yeah. That ended up being quite decent for AVULUS, to be honest.
Yuma.
Okay.
Gets outplayed by Mobe. He thought he was going to solo kill the Slaughter. Meantime, goes the opposite direction. So Heroic, things were looking gravy for them, but in these last 30 seconds, it's turned to disaster. Oh my goodness, did he actually do that? Oh my goodness.
He got so much experience. He took the 14-minute wisdom, and then he was like, Slaughter's gonna run here to try to get the wisdom after that Lina kill. So he's just camping the area and finds a nice pick with his wards. So he's now level 9.5 on the Shaman.
Damn.
Super, super high level.
Also managed to get the Shrine as well. So now they'll clean up the wards, but doesn't really matter. Got the big kill onto the Mobe, avenging your buddy. He'll also draw in a Tombstone too. Man, shout out my guy, King Jungles. So right now, things are still relatively even. You were mentioning that you expected this to go a little bit better for AVULUS, and that if they're drawn for Heroic, it's pretty good for them. So what does AVULUS do next? What's the big move that they need to try and open up the game for themselves?
Whoa. Well, okay, still. I wasn't necessarily expecting this to go better for AVULUS at this point. I feel like it needed to. But it's hard. It's one of those games where I'm looking at it strategically, and I just think their lineup, the way it's crafted, needs to be ahead at this point. But it's not like I can say with confidence they should be. Right, that's when drafts are really tough, is when you need to make successful moves, and if they don't work out, you're in big trouble, but you're also not inherently favored. You know, if you think about old school lineups with Chen, you would be like, okay, the first 10 minutes Chen is king, and you're expected to take towers and take control. This isn't that type of game where AVULUS' heroes are just better in the first 15 minutes per se, so they needed to outplay, and it just hasn't happened, and now economically, this doesn't look that bad, right? It's a 1k lead. You'd be like, whatever, but I feel like this is a big 1k lead. Just on from a macro standpoint. You're playing offlane Undying and parry Bristle, and both heroes are not really finding their stride. Whisper has found
And
his
again with the
stride.
Rolling Thunder. Looking
himself.
towards getting the Dank Willow, and she's gone. Another Spirit Vessel charge for the Pangolier. Whisper has just been wreaking havoc on the map, bro. He's 16 minutes in with Spirit Vessel, Blink Dagger, level 11 on Pango. Off-lane Pango into a Bristleback lane.
I love watching this guy play Pango. I think he's one of the best in the world at it in the off-lane position.
Oh, he needs to be played very well to get out of this predicament, because Mobe and the gang, they had some vision on the high ground. They're getting on top of them. Him and Schofield are trying to get out. He's gone, Schofield. Will he be so fortunate? Unfortunately, they have vision, but the eye shots. Look at Schofield go.
The Great Escape. And while all of this is happening, Analog takes the mid-tier 1, and Heroic are farming both side lanes. So, excellent space there from Schofield. And now this is something we haven't talked about. AVULUS' lineup is obviously really good. You've got massive physical damage between the Slaughter and the Bristle, and you've got the Undying. So, Roshan, an expected objective for AVULUS this game, at the very least the first one of them. See if they can put it to good use. This is an Ags on Bristle, so in theory a very strong timing with the Corrosive Haze plus Bristleback ability. can burst any hero in the game. Need to connect though.
That's going to be the primary challenge. They do have this observer ward in the top lane that they just planted down, so that signals the area they want to play around. And their ward mid did scout out both Puck as well as the Shadow Shaman, so they'll know that they have a little bit of freedom. But as I say that, Mobe just went forward into the mid lane. Eats a Dream Coil for his efforts as well, but fortunately for him, Schofield and KJ a bit too far away.
Yeah, that coil was just not it. Backup wasn't near, so... Just a wasted cooldown. Not the biggest of deals though for Heroic, as long as they retain map control in the fashion that they are. They're pushing mid, they're pushing bottom. Smiling Knight will likely be given this top tier 2. I don't think Heroic needs to try to defend this against the Aegis. This is not a particularly important tower either in a macro sense for the flow of the game. So you can just play keep away and farm the other areas, but AVULUS are anticipating that that's what Heroic are doing, so they will make their own move with this move.
They wanted to get a better target. Schofield actually outplayed them a little bit. They saw him underneath the observer ward, and he was heading towards the high ground, but then he turned back, hid in the trees for a second. That broke the smoke, forces a fight. I guess you're right that they were probably going to give up the tier 2, but they definitely didn't want to lose the Lina. So Schofield did his job, buys more time for the team so that she can finish her items.
And Smiling Knight became a part of that play as well, so he didn't even get the tower. So he ran over, connecting to that fight, and only found the support.
Dire's top tower
Not the best. And Jungle's gonna cut this wave with certain wards. Well, he might kill the wave. He will. Okay, well,
yes,
now they're
kill
not
the
pushing
whole
the tower. Honestly, I fuck with that play heavy, you know? It's funny. I don't know how good this is to delay this 30 seconds. Is it worth your life? Probably, actually. This is more space on the map. You're trying to wear down the Aegis. Schofield gonna find Fly.
Even better if they get a support somewhere else as Fly gets himself caught out, commits the ultimate as well. Yuma just hits him with the Laguna Blade. Now they're gonna take away this golem too, so additional free gold. In retrospect, now doubly worth it, because that's additional time that you'll have to rally troops to the tier 2.
At the very least for AVULUS, they do get the Tormentor, and then we'll go to Fly. Unfortunately, I think they would have rather had the Willow one and then skill Cursed Crown on level 9, but not the case. Desire trying to be cute here and set up to... Oh, man.
Look at this. Smiling Knight gets caught all by his lonesome. He doesn't have anybody nearby him. That's an Aegis lost. They only really have the Slaughter even at the Twin Gate. He's gonna try, come through, see how long this Bristle can survive for. With the Spirit Vessel, all the damage from Yuma. Might not be too long, but he's putting out a lot of damage in the other direction. Here comes Mobe. Corrosive Haze out onto Yuma, but they've already killed the Bristle back. Now Yuma drops the LSA onto the Slaughter. Mobe is still able to kill him. And Shibe provided assistance on the other side to ensure Schofield couldn't escape either. But Heroic, let's see if they can get more for themselves on AVULUS. AVULUS making the jump forward with Mobe, but immediately he gets Spirit Vesseled. Needs to go home for safety here. He's in danger, and he does barely manage to escape.
Yeah, AVULUS are staying afloat, but not really gaining. Desire was trying to be cute on the right-hand side of the map. He walked over at 20-30 and warded for the Wisdom Shrine, and the moment he put down his Observer, King Jungles just waddled over and placed the sentry. He hadn't even seen him. That was really unfortunate timing. He just lost control of the area immediately. Now Fly gonna find trouble.
Yep, massive inwards trap coming in from KJ. Unfortunately, this time around, there's many more allies here. They should be able to keep Fly alive as the Bedlam going forth to bring down this Shadow Shaman. Yuma comes through into the fight. The LSA connects onto Slaughter. Mobe dies during the stun. The right clicks of Yuma starting to put the screws onto AVULUS. So this game has just turned into a bloodbath. 21 kills, almost 21 kills for Heroic, almost a kill a minute. In total, we have 31 kills in 22 minutes. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, Yuma is starting to reach that point that AVULUS cannot afford this Lina to get to, right? He's now got his Pike, Maelstrom travels, so he's super fast, very mobile, high attack speed. He can now opt for that BKB for the protection, and nobody's going to hold a candle to his single target DPS in this game. It's interesting to see how the gold hasn't really moved that much in the last 15 minutes. It's kind of been floating around that 1 to 2k lead for the most part for Heroic, but now finally crossing the 3k mark. And again, For my money's worth, every minute that this gold lead remains the same is going in Heroic's favor down the stretch. If this is a 2k gold lead in 10 minutes, I really like where they're at conceptually. So just got to keep this up for them. And for the side of AVULUS, the question is, how do you force a favorable fight? That's really the challenge here. You had the Aegis, you didn't really put it to good use. That could have been something. You also got the Tormentor, and that's worth keeping in mind with that gold, right? You're still 2k down, but that was in spite of you getting the Tormentor and the Roche. So that just means in terms of raw map, Heroic have got more value. Now the creeps and the waves.
Looks like they might be prioritizing their triple BKB as the next timing. Bristleback just picked up his, Slaughter about to finish his own one, and then Shibe just needs the recipe at this point. So I imagine that's when AVULUS is going to say, right guys, if we can't win fights with triple BKB, then we just can't do it.
It's very good timing to be sure. Like, you look at Heroic's lineup, it's extremely stun heavy and magic damage based until Lina gets really strong. So this is definitely a timing, and then it's a matter of, can you keep the enemy heroes in range for your heroes to kill them? The stuns that you have are Golem, Slargar, and you've got some Bramble Maze Terrorize stuff perhaps that you can pull off. But you're absolutely right. This is the time to strike for AVULUS, and they will smoke up with their 2 BKBs here. Looks like Heroic are well aware of it, though, and not going to get caught off guard.
Even the scan, King Jake is literally right next to where the scan would have connected, but within the trees, he manages to hide, doesn't get connected onto. And this is something that we've been seeing as a somewhat consistent theme over the last couple of days. The team that's in a precarious position, they find the timing, but at that point in time, they don't have vision on the map to make the necessary plays. KJ cutting waves again? What a player.
He did it again. Is he going to finish the wave, though? Oh, Solo Crest?
They have to pop shine on the damn thing. He's gonna die for this, but you know, did what he could. Free kill there onto KJ.
Space, baby.
I mean, the way things are looking, right? They're probably still gonna get this tier 2 top, but Lina's been massaging the tier 2 bottom, so it's gonna end up being a tier 2 for tier 2 trade. And given how quickly AVULUS got to the tower in the first place earlier on when they had the Aegis, still counts as a win for Heroic.
Yeah, I would chalk it up to that as well. You should be able to get this now. Smiling Knight. The glyphs were exchanged. The end result will be just the same. So both teams got delayed the same amount, and that is kind of whatever. We haven't talked too much about Analog. We've been focusing a lot on Yuma, but of course Puck in late game situations is also an absolute monster. And Analog is going for the heavily offensive route here of Witchblade into Octarine Core and then Shard. Imagine you'll go Pharasma after that. This is a great Puck game. You don't necessarily have to buy a key defensive item like Linken's Jules or BKB. There's not that many problems, and especially with Octarine, you just have solo cooldown on Phase Shift and Blink that you just keep staying mobile. So this is another hero that's going to reach a dangerous state for the side of AVULUS.
Just imagining being Warlock, Dark Willow. If he gets like Aghanim's Pharasma, yeah, good luck, guys.
Yep, the supports are going to have a tough time down the stretch here against Analog for sure. Neither hero is really good against it. The Willow can at least keep herself alive with the Yules. And Fly does have Ghost Scepter, so it's not like you're necessarily going to assassinate them on the spot, but you're just going to make their fights really, really awkward.
They're already building a Nullifier to counter that Ghost Scepter on Whisper.
Yeah, that's right. He's going to get a Nullifier very soon, too. I mean, he's just having such a good game on the Pango. Alright, AVULUS trying again with their smoke, the triple BKBs, but they're not really finding anything. They don't see an angle, they don't have information to go off of. Heroic seem very comfortable just playing in strong, safe formation over here on the right. AVULUS will have to settle for Roche, which is not a bad prize. But unfortunately for them, it's a prize that's not available yet, and, well, they might not even get it for free. Heroic looking for the 5-man move.
Yep. Roshan is sleeping in a little bit today. His alarm clock didn't go off, which is very bad news for AVULUS. There was a slight moment where Heroic was spread across the map, but now, like you said, they've gathered together. And look what's happening. Yuma, he sees this little creep bottom. Ah, man. I was hoping maybe a little cliff for that range creep and then try to force the tier 3 tower, but not going to happen, unfortunately.
They will try to force them back with snakes, though.
Okay.
This is a really nice play. It's actually, AVULUS have to be very careful how they spread their resources now. If you TP back too many heroes, Heroic can get a good position on Roche. Not necessarily start Roche themselves, but just take over the area. And this effectively, this aggressive move stops a Roche potential attempt from AVULUS. And wow, Yuma's just going to get the tower? What? I mean, I don't think you can just let him do this. Right.
Whether or not you can let him do it, he's done it. Now they're looking for a backstab here, AVULUS, to punish them for this move, but they just don't have the best vision. Smoke will break, and they have an observer ward that sees everything. And they break the Blink Dagger as well, with Analog throwing in the Illusion Orb. Very nicely done by Heroic to retreat.
And now Heroic are going to make their move with their smoke. And at the same time, the bottom wave is starting to hit barracks now. So AVULUS, once again, they're just going to say, screw it, we have to go for this. But they got the first Roche, so they have to contend with the Roar. Roshan is pissed off and leaving his pit, so they can't hit him. This is super awkward for AVULUS. Time's ticking bottom.
To make matters worse, they actually have the Nullifier now as well on the Pango. So this teamfight could end up being a chaotic one. Schofield drops in the shards just to get a little bit of vision here. And like you say, bottom lane is being heavily sieged into, and this Roche is not dying nearly fast enough. Mobe does have the haze out. And when are they gonna roll in? Whisper winding it up, thinking about it. Schofield finds additional vision. They see that the Roche is extremely low. LSA is committed. It connects onto Smiling Knight. At the same time though, here comes Shebe. BKB active. He's gonna start things off in their accord. Whisper rolls in, but he's too late. Age is taken out by Smiling Knight. And they pop BKBs from Heroic. They might need to get out of here. They do get Analog, 2-hero Dreamcoil. Not necessarily the best targets. They're all so healthy right now. Yes, they lost the Dark Willow, but she did the right thing. The Bramble Maze Bedlam, she created the chaos, and now Mobe jumped forward. Was a little bit too late to get the kill onto Mobe. He got sent up into the air by the Walrus Punch, and they drew a buyback out of Desire. He has to come back, defend bottom, because their racks are being taken. They are losing the melee barracks. He needs to commit the goal to save them.
When's the last time you've seen a support buyback to save a melee racks at 30 minutes? It's such a bizarre situation that comes about because this Roche standoff lasted 2 minutes. And it begs the question, could Heroic actually just have got the full lane by just going down there instead of playing for the Roche fight? It's... I think, I can't say with confidence that that's better, because this Roche fight, if they executed it slightly better, they just win the game, right? Imagine they get the Aegis themselves and win a team fight there, it's just over. Now, at the very least for AVULUS, you can hold on to this Aegis and you have a little bit of hope that perhaps you can build a good fight around that and the man advantage. The problem is, Heroic can just kind of choose not to fight you. The puck is such a big problem to catch around the map. So is the Pango, the Tusk save. And of course, every 2 minutes, King Jungle is just going to threaten the Serpent Wards, either on barracks or on some legendary creep wave up top that you have to worry about. So, tough times.
This goes back to what you were talking about earlier in terms of they have damage, but how do you keep these heroes in the fight so you can kill them? Heroic have 4 Blink Daggers. The only hero that doesn't have Blink is this Lina. And of course, there's still a puck, there's still Pango. Extremely hard to lock down these heroes with the complement that you have. You don't blow them up immediately, they just find a way in and out of the fight and they can easily re-engage.
Honestly, I would like AVULUS. I would like to just see them get these 2 bottom towers right now, at the bare minimum. Like, just ball down a lane, force something to happen. You must be feeling the pressure in this game that if you're not doing anything, you're not winning. And the one way you can ensure that you get some sort of structural damage is by having this Aegis and just saying, screw it, Bristle is just going to work. And that's exactly what's happening.
Mid lane River, they might try to kill Whisper here. He does manage to get away. Analog is there too. Drop the Dream Coil. Whisper's thinking about re-engaging, but once he sees Analog is out with the jaunts, even picks up a... Oh, no Arcane Rune for you. Terrorize, will it connect? No, it misses. Here comes Whisper rolling through, just trying to distract them away from the damage that could be dealt. They lose out on the life of the Dark Willow, and now Mobe trying his best to run away. He blinks forward actually onto KJ, but KJ is just holding the carry at bay, and Yuma throws in the right clicks to kill off Mobe. Gonna be able to maybe threaten Smiling Knight, who kills off the Shadow Shaman, gets away from the fight. Shebe still next to these mass Serpent Wards, taking so much right-click damage. They're holding him in place. He's trying to TP out right now. And with the BKB, he'll be allowed to do so. But that means he's left Smiling Knight all by his lonesome. He does have an Aegis, however, and is extremely speedy. He's trying to run. On the other side, look at Whisper chasing down Fly. This Warlock doing his best to get out of here. Looks like he'll be able to TP to safety. And yet again, Smiling Knight still going with these Warpath stacks, but he's being chased. The Puck will just not let him go. He doesn't want to break the leash, doesn't want to give up this Aegis, but he doesn't have a choice. Life number 1 has been taken. Where is the Lina? They need her right-click damage, but Smiling Knight, he pops a BKB. Doesn't TP out just yet, though, because Chebe is coming in, potentially able to throw out a Tombstone. Still on cooldown for 3 seconds, but Smiling Knight will rely on the BKB. It gets him back to safety, although at the cost of the Aegis of the Immortal.
That was meant to be a power play from AVULUS, and again, they kind of just get thwarted and outplayed around the map. And it is a conceptually really difficult situation to find yourself in, because you can see AVULUS are trying to piece together duos or trios of heroes to find ganks. It's just not good enough, right? Like Slardar plus Undying, trying to kill the Pango mid, trying to kill the Puck. They navigate their way out of troubled waters, and then heroes rotate over. Bristleback gets involved because he feels like he has to. He's not really able to stick on these elusive targets, and it all becomes a little bit of a mess in the end that Heroic just easily kite, essentially. And I was looking at Heroic's heroes to see, is there a Silver Edge on the way? There isn't, but if Lina were to buy that after this Daedalus, now that Satanic is on the way as well for Lina, I don't know. Who's gonna stand in his way anymore?
Schofield will get hit by a Curse Crown, but let's see if he dies here. Terrorize will connect. He's inside some brambles, and he does go Scepter, but it's not going to be enough. Bedlam will provide the necessary damage. At the same time, though, Mobe, this is the much bigger target. Will he get hit with the LSA? Laguna Blade is there. LSA comes out. The right clicks are flying through. Mobe knows even with the BKB, his life is forfeit, and they collect the Tombstone as well. And here comes Analog. Dreamcoil onto Shebe with the Spirit Vessel on top of him. Thankfully, he does have BKB. Unfortunately, it is now down to 6 seconds.
I actually think you can high ground here as Heroic if you know that Slardar doesn't have buyback. And they should know that. He just bought Sandinyasha, which I don't know if I love this. I feel like Ags is probably just a better item on Slardar this game in general, but nitpicking at item builds isn't really my main concern with AVULUS in this. It's mainly been their inability from a drafting perspective to really put the pressure on Heroic. That's been more of a problem. Alright, Heroic will not try to pursue any further. They will take their win back, which is also completely fine. Every passing minute, this game is more and more theirs. Not in the bag just yet.
No real pressure.
It's getting close.
By the way, our boy Whisper, who you fanboying over for most of this game, I just went to check, right? He has the fastest nullifier in this patch by quite some margin, but also this nullifier that he bought is the 6th fastest all time.
On the hero.
All time, bro. On the hero, yeah. Across all roles.
Yep. Having a good game.
Funny enough, the only offlaner in existence who has gotten a faster nullifier than him is Chibe on the enemy team. Chibe certainly not having one of those groundbreaking performances for him.
He's
not his fault, really. It's the nature of the hero.
Exactly. He's an Undying in a lineup that isn't able to find fights. It's very frustrating. I'll tell you this. I have like a short list of supports when I play pub games, and it's obviously a different beast in these pro games, without a doubt. But there is a subset of heroes that I hate playing in games where my teammates have no stuns, which is not the case here, mind you. There is some catch, but they seem to struggle to find the enemy heroes at the base. Undying, playing that when you can't fight is miserable. Warlock is another one. They have both of them. And then my third one is probably Bounty Hunter, right? If you have lineups where you just cannot be active, these heroes feel so bad because their sole purpose, Warlock's sole purpose is team fights, so is Undying's, and Bounty Hunter's sole purpose is skirmishes, right? If you can't find those moves, your heroes just lose so much potential in the game. That's why it's like, yeah, you're 10k down, how bad is it really? It's really bad, because these heroes missed their mark completely. Like, Warlock and Bristle and Undying wanted to have this, they wanted to have the Ancient by now, you know? In a game like this, when you draft those heroes together, you didn't want to get to this point, and now that you're there, you're like awkwardly walking around the Undying, farming creeps. The Warlock is following people around, casting some shadow words here and there, but not finding any good fights. It's not been the type of game you're hoping for when you group these heroes together in the same draft.
Now we also have a faster than average Daedalus emerging on this Lina right now, so she is crazy strong. Hurricane Pike, Daedalus, Satanic, BKB, Maelstrom with a magnifying monocle as well.
Yeah.
How do they... Okay, let's say in a perfect scenario, right? You jump her first. She's a little bit far away from the team. Can you actually 100 to 0 her before she gets off BKB Satanic?
Yes. If you get Blink, Crush into Bash, into Terrorize, you can absolutely kill her. Especially with a Bristleback nearby. You put Corrosive Haze and you use Bristleback, you can kill Yuma very fast, but... Again, it comes with the asterisk of all of those things need to happen in sequence and the enemy team doesn't exist. Yeah. Is that likely? I think Heroic can just stick in strong formation and play together, and they're coasting. I wouldn't mind just having Yuma hit high ground here with the backup behind. Put Solar Crest on him, keep Tusk in a good position to save. That's
exactly what he's doing, but they go on top of him. They're trying to bring him down, and they do almost get him. They got him. Chaotic Offering creates the space necessary. They came in on Schofield, but he arrived too late. And Whisper also realizes he needs to get out of this fight. He TPs away. Schofield will not be allowed to do the same. He uses just to buy time, but he ends up dead. And well, there's the exact sequence as you wanted it. It happened right before our eyes.
Yeah, don't you just love when you talk about something in theory that you think isn't going to happen and then it actually does? That's great. A couple of missteps there from Heroic, right? They didn't get the snowball save somehow. He blinked in on the Tusk, but didn't pick up the Lina and the snowball. They didn't use any defensives from the puck to try to cover their tracks there. And as a result, AVULUS get themselves a little quick one there, which is honestly kind of big. Now they get the third Roche down too. I still heavily favor Heroic in this game, but that was definitely one of those situations where you need to be more clutch in these moments if you want to get a top 8 finish in this tournament. And I think situations like that showcase why perhaps you're in that 0-2 bracket right now. Because that, with the game state you're in and with the advantages you have, this just cannot happen, right? But credit to AVULUS for immediately recognizing a moment of weakness and going for it. You gotta try it, right? Even if it's not likely, sometimes it's gonna work, and that was one of those times.
This might also be the first game of Dota I've ever seen where a team has attempted multiple high ground pushes without once getting the Aegis. It's just like, what?
Well, you could argue the main high ground push has actually been the creep wave, and that can't have Aegis. That was the one to get the barracks, was the wave. Not a single hero was involved in that building damage.
That would be interesting, right? If you could put like, you know these heroes that have summons? If you could give one of the summons the Aegis, like an immortal Warlock Golem just running around the fight.
That sounds awful. Why would you ever want that?
I want like a Aegis on a Giga Ward on the high ground. It just beat him on my buildings.
Aegis on the Giga Ward could actually be something, to be honest. That could be.
You know, you get to these ultra late games where you don't have any slots anymore and you're like, is the Aegis really gonna help me? Nah, bro, whatever. Give it to the summons.
Well, Heroic aren't going to be two-phased by their mistakes. They are looking for the next fight immediately. But they're ready.
Oh, but Mobe interrupts it, but he gets LSA. Before he can do anything, bursted into oblivion. At the same time, KJ found the shackles onto Shebe. They also got the Rolling Thunder connection onto Smiling Knight. The Bristleback will not be allowed to leave this fight. Nullifier is there, right clicks out. And he knows there is no way out of this one. As soon as he comes back, he's going to respawn into an LSA. Well, Yuma actually messed up the connection, but still got off the BKB. Schofield there with the Walrus Punch, making sure Smiling Knight can go nowhere. As his BKBs expires, so does his life. And simultaneously, Analog assassinating Desire on the backlines. That came out of nowhere. Heroic, they smoke up. It looked like it might be bad for them, but it turned out to be even better than expected.
Yeah, they got the slaughter before he BKB'd. And that's just the dream, right? Yuma's gonna easily win any fight that Slaughter doesn't get to play his hero in. It's honestly, it's completely zero risk to play the fights with Slaughter is accounted for. And if I'm flying the base as well, this is bare minimum. This is actually megas if they don't buy back, I think. They can siege fast enough. There will be one glyph here. But yeah,
even if they do buy back,
thermal runway his way through this, Laguna blading the creep wave to keep that attack speed up. There's the glyph. Buyback does come out as necessary. No Bristleback though. Are Heroic even gonna care?
Let's see. We've got in the mid lane right now. Whisper actually gonna go in with the Rolling Thunder. Gonna try to break some smokes, ideally find Mobe and zone backfly from approaching onto this Luna. Mobe slowly but surely trying to get there, but just can't find a clean angle. They do pop the glyph now, so this melee barracks does look like it will be salvaged. Heroic do not want to keep up with this push.
Damn.
They already got the mid lane of barracks, it's good enough.
They're showing some respect there. That was a 20-second on Bristleback. And they still were unwilling to finish that lane off. I don't think you're expecting Bristleback. When you're down to 20 seconds on the death timer, I think your conclusion there is he doesn't have buyback. Which means effectively Heroic chose not to take that 5v4. I suppose they had Rolling Thunder on cooldown and they're not in a hurry necessarily. Oh well, not at all, as we have established.
Looking at that replay, Whisper with his Rolling Thunder, he's actually the one that broke it. He hit onto Mobe just as he blinked in. He also connected onto Shibe, giving him time to get shackled before he could get off his own BKB, and then hit Smiling Knight to cancel the TP out. So Whisper kind of hard carrying that fight on his Pangolier. Now back in the game, Whisper is going to come across Smiling Knight here in the mid as they both pop their smokes. Whisper goes in, Rolling Thunder, they want Smiling Knight. Yet again, the Pango sets things up amazingly for Heroic. Shibe now held in position so that Yuma can throw right clicks onto this Undying. 2 down, Fly, drop the gold look, but to what end? It will not help him. He doesn't have buyback, nor do the Bristle, nor do the Undying. This game is just over, Cinderin.
Game over, man. This took 44 minutes. I genuinely thought this was going to be over earlier, so props to AVULUS on at least staying in here, and maybe a little bit of a misstep here and there from Heroic. But yeah, this game, man, it's such a tough battle for the Radiant lineup if things don't go well in the first 20 minutes. They had a couple of glimmers of showcasing what the lineup is, but now it's just a victory lap. Nice punt.
Aghanim's on Schofield, he kicks him back towards Yuma. Yuma at least gets the stun out, but Mobe just dies. BKB or not, he has no way to live here. GG is called, no options remaining. Schofield will celebrate within the fountain as he kicks out Desire. Game 1, going the way of Heroic. Their tournament lives still stand.
Well, so do AVULUS's, but now you gotta win 2 games in a row if you want to stick around. And I mean, I've been harping on it a lot. I really want to just say it one more time as far as the draft goes. I don't think this is how AVULUS should approach this series and this team. I feel like they got a little bit cornered in the picks here, and the type of strategy that they're running this game has such an incredibly high execution ceiling. Or rather has a very high requirement for execution, and you're having a tournament where you're clearly not playing your best, you know. They would say the same. There's no sugarcoating it. This has not been a good tournament for AVULUS. And then you're picking this lineup that has really, really clear requirements for hitting timings perfectly and getting some key fights your way. If anything goes wrong along the way, Heroic's lineup will get there with the puck and the Lina, and they do. And my man of the match, Whisper, he owned this game on that Pango, my god. 2 solo kills on Bristleback. Yeah, that just makes matters worse.
I mean, the team of Heroic could end the game with 33 kills, and Whisper is involved in a solid 26 of those. Only died out the entire game. Absolutely crazy performance. This was maybe the one moment where you said, okay, Heroic kind of lost their composure. Like you mentioned, they missed with the snowball save out. Puck wasn't really involved in the fight. So this one was not a very safe push. But after this, you could almost hear the conversation. They were like, guys, let's not make any dumb mistakes. We're so far ahead. The only way we lose is if we throw. So let's just not do that and we'll be fine. It'll be great. And they didn't. Whisper, like you mentioned, came in clutch, but also I must say these supports did a really good job of just frustrating Mobe in particular. Mobe and Shibe just couldn't do anything half the time. If they don't show up to the fight with BKB active, you will be chain controlled by these guys and you go nowhere in the engagement.
Yeah, Bristleback and Slardar as like hero archetypes are incredibly reliant on enemy heroes not being mobile, right? In essence, Slardar and Bristle want to run at heroes and smack them down for a couple of seconds, and what targets do you have? Puck can escape, Pango can escape, Lina is super fast, Tusk has a save for himself or a teammate and a teammate, and then finally there's the Shadow Shaman, who's probably your easiest target, but even he has his innate, and he went Solar Crest to be tankier, he has 2 disables, so you have to have BKB running if you want to lock him down, and I mean, I'm okay with this guy being the standout player of the match as well. I think Analog played a stable puck game. From my perspective, still, Whisper was the more flashy player at the very least, but this was a clean puck game. Analog did what needed to be done. He farmed a lot on puck this game, 450 CS, recognizing what type of a game it was. He just kept the flow of, kept the net, the income, you know? Just kept it going, growing and growing until this game was almost impossible for the side of Heroic to lose.
I feel like Hispo should be hard done by, because at the end of the day, let's be honest, Analog didn't have the hardest matchups you have to deal with. You know, the lane could be a bit challenging, but throughout the game, this is a very straightforward puck game. It shouldn't have been this good for the Pango, you know? I would expect Puck to do this well, but for Pango, I wouldn't expect them to just pop off like this, but here we are. Whisper God, he did it. There's a reason why at the beginning of the game, it was his banner that they put on the ground. So now it's all on AVULUS to see if they can make the adjustments, or if this will be their final game in PGL Wallachia Season 5. So let's find out after a very small break what will happen next in Game 2 between the side of AVULUS and Heroic Esports.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Dumioara mea să te îndor Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâilii, că ai lăsat oilii și-a plecat cu fetilii. Și-a plecat cu fetilii, și-a plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, rudu, m-am întâlnit cu iepuroi, rudu. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Ai, n-ai văzut un scârdioi. Mi văzut, nu le-am văzut. Di băscuțel le-am băscut. Prin pârloage tot să roage la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din Cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte din Căpriu Rudu.
Welcome back, one and all, to the group stages of PGL Wallachia Season 5, as we are now midway through our first elimination series, where it seems like AVULUS are on their final legs. If they capitulate in this game, their tournament hopes are over. So, Mr. Cinderin, we need your wisdom, gang. Tell us, what adjustments need to be made? How can AVULUS reverse course going into Game 2?
Oof, it's a tall order, right? When you're 0-5 in games, you're playing Swiss, you've played against 2 different teams. Today you're playing against a third one, and just nothing really seems to work. I mean, my main thing for AVULUS would be don't put yourself on as much of a timer as you did last game. I think the level of play in the tournament so far from AVULUS, the way that this has gone, I think you have to stabilize in a way where you can try to be, excuse me, heroic in the mid game. Through having solid ways of catching and starting fights and initiating on your terms. It's not like their draft from game 1 didn't have solid elements to it. I think every individual hero in the lineup was good, but the whole package just left a little bit to be desired. If you can make a couple of adjustments to solve that problem, maybe avoid getting kited too much by the enemy team through either itemization or picking heroes that have a little bit more lockdown, or double down on winning the lanes, like whatever it is, there just needs to be some sort of aspect of the game. That was the problem I had with the last game. I felt like AVULUS won at no aspects of the game except the fact that they got Roshan. That was the one thing that was in their favor, was Roshan and maybe one Tormentor, I think. But they didn't really win the laning stage, they didn't win the skirmishes, and they didn't win the team fights. So, see if they can solve those problems here in game number 2.
Let's see what they've got. AVULUS, this time around, they will have the first pick for themselves. They banned out the Bat Rider, no Beast. For Heroic, they've removed Enigma, of course. No Dawnbreaker, no Death Prophet, and no Ursa. I was actually curious about like Shibe's win rate on the hero when it comes to the Enigma. It's surprise. Hey, trivia question. How high do you think his win rate is on this hero?
Zippy Enigma?
Yes. How many games and how many win rates? All time. Let's go all time.
Oh, I think all time is probably like 75% win rate with like 70 games.
Not that far off. Well, far from the win rate. 64% win rate, 88 games.
That's okay. 64% is really high. The reason I put it that high is that I know that with AVULUS it's ridiculous. I think it's higher than 75 with that team. So it's going down a little bit. At least I seem to remember AVULUS having like an 80% win rate with Enigma. I know Zibit playing it every game. All right, adjustments are immediately being made. So AVULUS this time will be the ones to grab the Shadow Shaman, and the immediate counterpick for Heroic is going to be the Clockwork. Interesting to see how this is going to fare. They obviously had the option of picking Undying for themselves on Heroic, but opting to grab the Clock instead, thinking it's higher value. In this
definitely one of Schofield's best heroes, right, in the entire game.
Yeah.
We saw him perform really well on this the other day. So definitely one of the things that I also like about the Clockwork is we saw in the previous game that when you're behind a little bit, you're trying to make smoke ganks, vision can be pretty hard to come by. Clockwork helps you fix that issue no matter what. You'll always have some kind of way to scout out where AVULUS is at.
AVULUS are going to ban the Lina, so don't want a repeat of that one. Now, the hero that comes to mind in this patch when I see Clockwork is, of course, Shadow Fiend, which other teams have been running this tournament, both on carry and mid. Has a lot of potential, in my opinion, particularly as a carry together with Clockwork. The lane is very good. You isolate people, and Shadow Fiend has some of the highest single target damage in the game in the laning phase, just through either right clicks or combo with Rizzes. And the thing Shadow Fiend wants the absolute most, regardless of role, is somebody to take the brunt of the hit. Like, somebody go in first, start the fight so that you get space, and that works very well with the Clock. I think Yuma does like the Shadow Fiend as well. Another hero that comes to mind is, of course, Sniper, that Analog could run with the Clock. Traditional heroes, that is. You don't have to go that route, but it's a possibility.
I don't know, gang. Sniper has been, I don't want to see any more of that hero. It's been looking really, really rough lately. I suppose it is still playable, but you know, there's certain heroes that after a while you just see them get exploited so much that you lose faith in the hero. I think that's where I'm at right now with Sniper. Just too many good heroes in the game that are bad for Sniper to play into. So I hope that's not the case. At the very least now for AVULUS, they will not have to contend with the Whisper Pangolier yet again. a lot of respect actually being shown by AVULUS. 3 of the 5 heroes from game 1 being banned out by them.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good or a bad sign. It's like, it's obviously recognizing that you struggled with something last game, but if you have to ban out almost the entire enemy lineup, then surely they can run something else, right? But yeah, I don't mind the Whisper Pango ban. I think he played exceptionally well, and so did the Tusk of Schofield. Yuma's Lina was good. It's not like any of these heroes was not a problem, but to me it was more the package of the way the game developed rather than any individual pick. But you gotta ban something. So if there's nothing else that you see being problematic, you might as well ban what the enemy team is warmed up on, right? Here goes Blue
I want to
for Heroic.
see.
Interesting.
I want to see Timber Soul for Whisper. Aw, Doxia. I just like watching him play Timber, but Doxia makes sense. They already banned the Ursa as well, so that's one of the lane counters. Removing Brewmaster, you have one of the team fight counters taken away. Okay. This could also set up for, if Schofield is going to be playing his Clockwork, and this is the presumed lane, they could go double melee again, but this time with much higher kill threat between the Doxia Clockwork than they did in the previous game as the Tusk and the Pango.
Yeah, and it opens up for some interesting picks for Analog, right? Would love to play Ember with Darkseer, of course. Yuma they would have picked Sven if AVULUS didn't. This seems like a bit of a block pick, to be honest. I don't think Sven is obviously great against Darkseer Clock, but you don't want to give Yuma one of his absolute best heroes with these pairings. So I get it. But now, of course, you're showing your hand relatively early now with the Sven pick. I don't think AVULUS are going to flex this. There is a theoretical possibility of putting it in a different position than carry. I just don't think it's very good this patch. So, alright, that is a counter to Darkseer in lane, but only in lane.
And lane, it's pretty obnoxious to play Darkseer into this. Is this our first Oracle? No, we've had 2 of them.
The way you deal with this as Darkseer is you try not to play around the shell on the wave, but rather Oracle is not very good at stopping people from pulling the wave because Oracle doesn't deal damage level 1. So what you probably want to do down here now is you just send Clockwork optional with boots to just pull waves for Darkseer, and then he just farms them under his tower, and then he doesn't care that Oracle has the purge against the shells because he doesn't theoretically even need to use the shells. He can just hit the creep wave under the safety of his own tower. That's one approach here. Then when you hit level 3, maybe you can even dive and kill them if Warlock makes a misstep at any point, but you don't have to. The most important thing with Darkseer isn't winning your lane, it's just getting your own stuff. You're not picking this hero to be super oppressive most of the time. TA versus Sven, classic counter matchup.
Sven spends half her time just hitting onto the refractions, and then she can just minus some of that armor as well with the Melt Strike. Warcry is less effective, very easy to move around. I think Sven always struggles against heroes that can kite him, and TA is one of these heroes that is very hard to get a beat on, especially once he gets that Aghanim shot as well. You have to, as Sven, then start the fight with BKB, which is never a fun place to be as that hero.
Exactly, and TA's core build also has Pike in it, which really suffers. Sven really suffers against that item. If he doesn't get the one-shot burst, the moment the BKB is out, you just pike him whenever he tries to get on you, and then you win the fight without even, it's not even a trade. He just can't touch you. So, yeah, I do like this pick a lot from Heroic. I think it shows a good understanding of hero-to-hero matchups here. They're taking a lot of time on deciding what support they want to pair with it, though. I guess maybe playing around with the idea of playing the Clockwork as a 5 for King Jungles is a possibility here. But I think more than likely just, all right. They're going to get another hero for him. Will be the Ogre. So now you got Bloodlust and Surge, but of course, dispellable abilities for the Oracle.
Only the second game we've seen of the Ogre Major at this tournament thus far. It did end up winning in its series with BetBoom, if I remember correctly, but like you mentioned, it's got good stuff with the TA, very hard hero to get past. They're going to be playing Lycan offlane. So, normally some of these position 5 heroes that get paired with the TA, it's like, oh my god, this Lycan's just going to keep running us down. This Ogre is crazy tanky. In the lane, he just shows up, has very high damage, has a ton of armor as well, like 6 armor in the lane just to start with. So it's going to be some while before the Shadow Shaman Lycan can really threaten the Ogre, so that means more time for the TA to farm for free in the lane.
I think I was expecting the Ogre pick to actually be a Jakiro, that type instead. You have Darkseer for the vacuum combo. It's a super strong lane with TA. Ogre kind of fits the bill in a similar fashion of being the tanky frontline, like you said, that that has that strength in lane for the TA to hide behind. But it is, in a lot of situations, I actually think this is a weaker lane than the Jakiro TA. But perhaps a concern for the Jakiro was Oracle blocking so much of the magic damage. Ogre kind of has the same issue, but then at least you have Bloodlust, right? So it's like, it's okay. But I'm with you. I don't foresee this Lycan running over this lane by any means. I actually think TA can be a kind of tricky matchup if the support is tough to deal with here. So feels like AVULUS are just running with something they've practiced and not necessarily picking the theoretically best hero for the game here with the Lycan.
We'll see what practice they put towards the mid lane, because that's the hero that's missing at the moment for Smiling Knight. His Viper has been banned out. There is no puck. Still does have his DK in the pool. Could play some Ember Spirit that we've seen sometimes. Storm could still get away with the game like this. Not the best. There's pretty much no lockdown actually on the other side to deal with the Storm. So I think just a mobile kind of hero. Hell, actually even Queen of Pain could work out here. One of the heroes we'd often see into TA back in the day as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what the Mobe pick is here. Just knowing his hero pool, like what's his best option? They banned the Puck and Viper, which makes total sense, right? I think overall I kind of like the Storm the most. But I am a little bit worried about the pacing that you're presenting with Storm like in Sven, whether that's too slow when Heroic get to close out the draft and then set the terms of the game. They're banning Terrorblade for now on AVULUS. They think it's a mid TA, I'm guessing. I don't think that's a given at all. Okay, there's a mid ban. There you go. And there's the Storm. All right, well, there we go. Good job, Snare. We got this. We got it on lock.
It's almost like we do this for a living.
Yeah, almost.
Almost. Actually, the memes are the part that we actually get paid for. You know, this is a side hobby that we're doing right now.
Probably just gonna pick some sort of way of connecting on the Storm here from mid, right? Ember, Dragon Knight. Obviously, you have to deal with the fact that there's an Oracle that can save Storm, but it does limit Storm's free mobility in fights if Oracle always needs to be in range for the ult. Or a Monkey King. All right. Also an option.
Okay. So, probably going to be playing this Monkey King similar to what we saw Storm do yesterday. Just trying to be as hyper-aggressive on the map as humanly possible. You were mentioning actually some of the timing of this lineup from AVULUS. You know, Sven needs to farm, Lycan needs some money, Storm needs some money. So if your Monkey King gets a good lane and is just on the map the entire time, he can just deny you the opportunity to get to that cash. And if he's playing with the Darkseer as well, you were thinking about earlier having some Ember in tandem with the Darkseer. Monkey can work just as well, right? Surge to get closer to the trees. He jumps around. If he's ever on top of you with the Primal Spring plus the Ion Shell, generally speaking, that hero is dead.
Yeah, there's definitely potential here for Heroic to try to snowball this game and play faster, but honestly, compared to game number one, I'm more hopeful for AVULUS here. I still would favor Heroic overall, also just based on quality of play that we've seen in the tournament, but this feels like a game that AVULUS can win, especially if it just gets a little bit slower. Like, yeah, the TA matchup into Sven is not the best, but Lycan can very quickly get rid of Refraction. You've got Storm doing multiple instances of damage to help get rid of it as well. And when you go down the stretch, your lineup scales very, very well. So I think there's better chances here for AVULUS, but once again, you got to find an aspect of the game that you come out ahead in, whether it's the lanes, the early skirmishes, the team fights, something. Except last game, it was only the Rosh and the Tormentor, which is not going to win you games alone. You got to have the execution to go with it.
On the bright side here, if they do end up getting some of those earlier objectives, you know, the earlier Roshans and the like, you know, in the previous game, one of the issues that they had is that they could take Rosh, but taking buildings required pretty much the entire team to be available to pressure the map. And that made things so much easier for Heroic, not having to worry. If you just see one hero on map, you know they're not pushing. But in this game, at least they do have Lycan. So if the Lycan game is going decently well, then he can try and create artificial space by just constantly forcing somebody to have to respond to the ghost pushes on the side lanes. And that could artificially just increase the map space, give more time towards the Storm and the Sven to get their necessary farm. And if we go like late, I would I'm not going to say it's a definite thing, but, you know, Sven can just eviscerate Monkey. It makes it very hard for him to play. Storm Spirit can just make life quite hard for the TA, so she can't reliably put out damage on one singular target. And they don't, again, have the best lockdown in the world on the side of Heroic. They have what? Vacuum, Ogre, Clockwork. That's pretty much it. So I'm with you that I feel much more confident about AVULUS, especially if this game goes later.
I feel more comfortable and more confident in them than in game 1, but I still don't favor them. So, but the thing is, in game number 1, I was very much against their chances on the draft. And this, like, let's say that game 1 for us was a slam dunk win for Heroic. This one is like an advantage, which, you know, it wasn't like Heroic stomped game 1, even though we really liked their draft. So maybe if the drafts are even somewhat close, AVULUS can grab a win off of that. We'll see as we get underway in this one. I loved your, you made me smile when you said artificial space. I like that term. It's like people already use space as an excuse for dying, so what's artificial space? It's like I am pretending to die for something. It's like the bottom of the barrel.
Well, so I'm surprised when you said it's a slam dunk that you didn't extend the analogy and say this game could just be an alley-oop. You've been casting with Suns fan for all these years and you still don't have these on lock. What's happening, gang?
That's because I don't care about his basketball.
That's because you never got to see Steve Nash, 2006, playing for the Phoenix Suns. Then you would understand.
Right. That's why. Nice little play here from Smiling Knight. He does eat a cog, but still gets the bounty run, so it will be a 2-for-2 exchange. Schofield tried to be cute, but didn't work.
Oh, fly. Get some scouting off Schofield, all right.
Speaking of dunk, Oracle taunt. You've seen that.
It would be cool if it actually ended with like a proper dunk, like onto the ground. With the sound effect and everything.
He dunks his orb into a basket, right? I think that's good enough.
We'll see if he's going to be good enough to open up space here, as they are going to be dealing with a double melee lane with an Iron Shell from the Darks here. Annoying stuff to play into, but they should be able to get rid of it with Fly, like you mentioned. Lane counter against the DS.
And we are indeed seeing what I was imagining. Schofield will be trying to pull waves. Fly will do his best to counteract it, but unfortunately for Fly, he is Oracle, and therefore does not hit very hard. This will connect this pull now for Schofield. And in the meantime, since Whisper was not laning against the Oracle, he actually did get to get some value out of the Iron Shell here onto Smiling Knight.
All right.
We have a pause. Mobe is out.
All right.
So far, he's doing quite well in the mid lane against the Monkey King. We discussed this lane matchup yesterday, right? How Static Slide has just changed everything. That, I don't know. I feel like Static Slide has made Storm Spirit too easy for these mid players. I want to see the mid struggle again on Storm.
I'm with you. I actually don't like this facet conceptually because it removed a weakness the hero had that it had to play around. It's not the only hero that got a facet like this, but it's been one of my criticisms about Dota for the last couple of years is that heroes across the board lost weaknesses, right? I think that was what used to make drafting for me more interesting on average, was that heroes were more polarizing in what they were really good at and really weak at, and now a lot more heroes are kind of good-ish at a lot of things and have fewer weaknesses. And unfortunately, some heroes got lost in the sauce, right? Like, they just didn't get all those nice quality of life improvements, and therefore they, by comparison, just can't keep up with all the heroes that got their weaknesses covered.
To be fair, there's positive aspects of it, right? The drawback is the hero pool gets somewhat constrained. There's less diversity in Dota. But the bright side is we haven't had to deal with PL in many years. I'll take it.
That's the biggest upside, yes. Question is that worth the cost? On a bad day, it is. On a bad day, I hate PL enough that I will take every change in Dota to not have to play against PL, I think.
So how are things going here at bottom? Yuma and KJ just farming away on the CA. They're actually putting a lot of pressure onto Shibe. This Lycan has been struggling to get the CS here. But at the same time, they're not really going to be able to kill him. He's soon going to have that Helm of Iron Will. So everybody just going to focus on their own farm for a while.
Yeah, King Jungles went for the learning curve facet. This is the standard one to take on Ogre in pro play. But there are sometimes that I think Fat Chance can be an interesting alternative just because you get a lot more, you get to do something on level 1, right? And now that we hit level 2, King Jungles is going to get those 3 skill points. The problem is, as you said, Helm of Iron Will could have been there. Okay, he went Crown first, so maybe there's one opportunity. Oh, Desire
might actually be dead. He's been slowed down right now. The level 2 Ignite, Blood Grenade dropped in. That's a first blood. Yuma will gladly take the gold. First blood drawn by Heroic here in the bottom lane.
This is such a free lane for TA. Lycan cannot do anything to her with Ogre. You just go on the Shaman and he's defenseless, right? Like, what's he supposed to do? I think it's obviously a mistake from Desire to even try to get the Lotus Pool in the grand scheme of things here. You just have to accept that your hero can't play offensively. But it really doesn't feel nice playing Shaman like that, does it?
And unfortunately, it's not like you have Darkseer like Schofield just had now to bail you out with the Surge. If you get gone online, and just watches you and says, "Sauce, buddy, I don't know what you want me to do about this one."
Not really much to do.
So he's going to have to find creative ways to try and farm his way back. Also, with some of the pressure being applied on that lane, it feels like the Shadow Shaman... it's not like you can leave either, right? I don't think you want to leave the Lycan completely alone here.
No, you can't.
Yeah, it's kind of a rough situation. You can't do what Schofield is doing now and just contest middle, knowing that the Darkseer should be fine for a little bit.
Mobe actually take a trinket to base from this Rune Steel. That's really high value out of Schofield. He takes the bounty as well. That's just free real estate here for Analog. He's going to win by a full wave mid now, denying to his heart's content.
They rotated this Shadow Shaman top. They really wanted to find a kill here, but he's going to get scanned on the way out. So Darkseer knows that something is happening, something's awry. We haven't seen Mans in a while. So lots of time being wasted as well by Desire. No stacks being created. No wards being placed. Just chilling top for now. Can't really do anything to influence the map at the moment, especially with Darkseer happy to just hide in the jungle, farm with the Iron Shell. They're gonna try for him now though. They get the full Stormhammer, but unfortunately they still have overlaid the root and the stun, so Whisper is completely fine.
Desire is sad, I think. He's gonna get a shackle, and they can't even tell if he gets the shackle. At the very least, Schofield got baited to cancel a TP. It's something, but not the best.
Mobe is finally starting to make his way back towards the mid lane, as Analog is finishing power trails right now. Is he gonna still go for the diffusal blade we saw from Stormstormer yesterday, or is there some other build that he might consider?
I think Diffusal is fine. I think it's really good against Sven for the Monkey King to have this in the mid portion of the game and just play aggressive. As we've talked about, you do have some natural steroids through...
Is Mobe dead? He doesn't have level 6. I think he's gone. He's literally just shy of level 6. 7 experience away, but it's too late. He ends up going down, and Desire walked into this. Fracas will just be walking into his death, giving more gold towards Analog as he goes down as well.
Oh dear. This is looking like a team in shambles right now. AVULUS just are not able to do anything on the map just yet, and they will have to lean heavily on Mobe, but unfortunately, like a game we cast yesterday with Nigma Galaxy, when you shut down the storm early, he ends up spending a lot of time in the jungle, and then he's no use for the rest of his team during that period. Desire level 2, minute 7 on Shadow Shaman is now angling a Wisdom. If they don't get this Wisdom rune, this game is just doomed. Here comes level 2
to be fair to him, Schofield is here, but he does have power cogs. He's gonna try and push them back. He traps them inside. Monkey is there with the Boundless Strike first. Wukong's commander the game committed as well. Desire falling very, very low. He is almost certainly going to die. Shibe forced away from the area as well as they came in with Fly and Mobe, hoping to try and do something here. Mobe does have the level 6, going back into KJ. Yuma falling very low. Purifying Flames almost killed him off, but he does stay living. Mobe jumping high ground, gets himself stunned for his effort. They do kill off King J, but Mobe will die for this as well. At the very least, Fly able to make it an equitable trade by taking out the Monkey King, but he dies too. Shibe has to watch his whole team collapse and can do nothing to stop it. Nor can Smiling Knight to Whisper right now. Big loss. More importantly, they took the Shrine of Wisdom. So Shibe just has to watch his support still stay at level 2.
This game for Desire. Honestly, this would be a masterclass if he finds impact in this game on Shaman. He's 0-3 and 0, 8 minutes in, has nobody to play with, and is level 3.
Bro. He's actually dead again. Look at this. He's doing it. Analog was doing the Stormer trick. He came in with the G, just diving behind. They find Shibe. Desire is far forward enough that they are able to, at the very least, kill off Schofield, but he will be giving up a double kill here for the Monkey King. These mischief rotations, man. I thought it was memes yesterday with Stormer, but looks like it's legit today.
I mean, the biggest part of mischief ganking is that you're not showing up on the minimap, right? So, whether you're a tree or a little potion on the ground or Roshan, looks the same on the map. Mobe trying to get in on Schofield. He might just die instantly here if there's no counterplay potential. Mobe will die for this. That's a nice pick for him.
Nice. Everybody else too concerned with the tier 1 tower. And now Whisper. The unfortunate thing about this is that it's a free kill on mid, but because Whisper is here, they can't really pressure the tower, and they are about to lose their own tower down bottom. Oh, you got the deny on the tower with the wolf. That's quite nice, though. It's still a 1k net worth lead in favor of Heroic. They just got the first tower. Mid tier 1 is also at half HP, so if they feel more confident, they might try to get another kill mid, even if it's on a support, and then try force the tier 1 tower thereafter.
And in the midst of all this, Whisper is just getting enormous, right? The Darkseer gets to completely free farm. He is ahead by almost a full level against the enemy Sven. Actually a full level at this point. Now going to crack level 9 here. Of course, he did get the wonderful bonus of the West Wisdom Shrine. As we talked about Heroic getting both of them, the Darkseer was just able to take the one on the left side. And that means that he now has Helm of the Dominator and almost Arcane Boots 10 minutes in on the DS.
Mid lane, KJ gets saved by the Boundless Strike, but will eventually die. They get the disarm out onto Analog. Doesn't really feel like committing harder. It's like, whatever. Good kill. More experience for Desires. Finally level 4 on the Shadow Shaman.
Interesting skill build here from Whisper on the Darkseer. Speaking of going for the 1-4-4, no point in wall. This was the old way of building this hero when wall was bad, and then wall became good, and people generally skill wall because wall is good. But Whisper, the full-on min-max farming build, the min-max escaping build, just doesn't feel like there's good wall targets, which is correct, and doesn't think about fighting all too much with that for the time being, so breaking in the dough here, and if it does come down to fights, obviously max level Surge can be very strong. With the 9-second cooldown, it's up way more frequently than Fortune's End, so even if it were to be dispelled one time, Oracle can't continuously dispel it during fights.
Oh. Shibe knows he's being ganked. He shapeshifts. His wolf actually got the vision as Yuma disappeared into the smoke. That's the only reason why Shibe is still alive. If he didn't go shapeshift right then and there, he would have definitely died. But he will stay alive. And in turn, he's actually buying some time. Here comes Mobe and Fly, rotating from the mid lane. They want to try and find somebody here. These wolves getting the vision onto Yuma. They see that he's relatively far from the rest of his team. They will maybe jump him. Mobe, is he going to go for it right now? Doesn't seem like they have the guts. Yeah, not underneath the tier 1 tower.
And in the meantime, they lose a tower of their own top, so a very, have to say, just failed rotation here. At the very least, they get down some vision from Fly, but no kills, no progression on the map. It is Heroic that strike first on the side lane tier 1s. Oh, well, they strike second, I should say, because they already took the bottom one.
The scary part is all of their towers, except for the one up on top, relatively healthy. Gonna take a lot of effort, and we're very far away from Desire. Having dropped down the Mass Super Mode, he's almost at level 6, but do you give up some farm for him middle so he gets the experience over and above Mobe? It's a cursed situation to be in right now.
I mean, he's very close. I think they can just split a little bit and get there, but then, like you said, you really want to see some impact out of these Serpent Wars, right? Especially, he went for the massive Serpent Ward, so he has the one singular big one, which I find a pretty interesting choice in this game for a couple of reasons. First of all, pro players tend to mainly prioritize the chicken fingers, and
all that thought, we'll talk about it in a second, because Shibe has been found out with the Diffusal Blade, with the Inhibit, and with the Wukong's Command. Analog gets the kill, gets tipped by the squad, and yeah, like you said, very, very easy. Required 0 assistance to make that happen.
I would really have thought that Desire would go chicken fingers, not specifically for the Hex, but to have more Serpent Wards. You're playing against TA. I think there's a lot of value in having the Mass Serpent Wards to break Refraction with for your Sven. Because as it stands now, when you're playing the big Serpent Ward, you get one attack instance every second and a half or whatever this Serpent Ward attacks, right? And you can't ward trap the TA either. She's a carry hero that does not buy phase boots. Well, almost no heroes do nowadays, to be fair. So yeah, I don't know. What's the benefit here of the big Serpent Ward? Is it just they really want to triple down on the pushing prospects of Lycan? Because I am a big fan of the Mass Serpent Ward facet in terms of like how strong it is. I don't know if design-wise I'm a fan, but it's good. This is not a game that I personally think it's the right choice.
I'm with you. I do kind of think that with TA especially, I think if it was another carry I could see it, but TA especially. Fly on the Oracle. He is about to lose his life. We'll buy some time here, but his time will come to an end eventually. Didn't want to have to commit the false promise on himself. The cooldown is quite long these days, so he dies and the tier 1 tower will follow him into the grave.
Mobe with the shield plus Invis rune. Pretty strong right now, but no targets to be found. Instead,
you will come across the ogre in the game. Look at the storm. Look how he... Invisibility is invincibility, baby. He's gonna get caught inside some cogs right now, though, being pushed around. They couldn't close down KJ fast enough, but finally, as the Lycan and Shadow Shaman show up, they get him. Analog, though, he's here to help out. Drops the Wukong's command, but Mobe is able to get himself outside of it, and he realizes Analog that he doesn't have the tools all by his lonesome to kill them all. He does swap towards the Guardian nearby the Oracle, but still, Fly is able to keep his distance and stay alive. But now Yuma and Whisper are showing up to the fray. They've already brought down the Desire Shadow Shaman. They're going for more. Smiling Knight activates his ultimate, but he needs to get out of here. False Promise will bail him, but Shebe doesn't have it. So as he gets chased out, he will end up dead. Analog now on a wicked 6 streak. And they're chasing for more. Heroic, feeling themselves at the moment. Trying to dive deeper into this. The Rocket Flare flies over, provides some additional vision. Analog is coming, has Primal Spring in 2 seconds. But he might give up the chase. If they knew there was still a shrine here, they might want to force it, but they do not, so they're going to let it go.
I think Heroic could have instantly Roached here when he walked past them. Like, all these cooldowns on AVULUS make them really unable to fight. No God Strength, no Shapeshift, and no False Promise means you can't contest Roche. So I think Heroic, maybe with a little bit of a miss here, that would have been a totally free Aegis for themselves. TA, Monkey King with Bloodlust can do this very quickly. It's not the end of the world, of course, like to just play the map here. It's not likely that AVULUS themselves will go for it, but it would be nice to have out of play. On mid lane, Mobe, big damage, he should live.
Should be fine.
It's his entire resource pool to go back to base and Desire.
Chase onto Desire. Inhibit is there onto the Shadow Shaman. My man is gone. Yuma will kill him off of the side blade splash on the TA side blades. Very nice. Wait, do you think it's fair that you should be able to get the crit or the side blade splash off the Psionic Trap? That feels unfair to me.
I don't know, I like that. It's like a nice flavor, little... As broken as TA has been for months, that's one of the things that bother me the least, because at least it's like skillful and cool. The thing that isn't cool is random Joe in lane presses Refraction and is invincible. I don't think that's particularly interesting. But you know, someone at Valve just absolutely loves Barrier as a concept, and therefore we have barriers.
Oh, yeah. Imagine trying to explain to people that there was an era of Dota where that didn't really exist. Where heroes were actually killable.
When you counter TA with very small instances of damage, and now those small instances of damage just slightly take away at one little stack of the barrier.
When you could pick Batrider into TA, smiling from ear to ear just by pressing Q, and now you're like, oh god, TA. Ah, what a hero.
Yeah. Times have changed. We're getting old, Snare. The kids love this shit, is what I'm told. We all know that this game is being patched for 15-year-old prospects.
The kids are not alright with all the changes that we've had recently. AVULUS though, let's see if they're gonna be alright. If they want to smoke, but this little
creep that's being thrown forward. The Black Dragon might create some problems, but Smiling Knight goes in onto Whisper. There's a hook shot forward by the Clockwork, but they still manage to burst through onto Whisper. Analog Hydra dropping the Wukong's command,
really
but they're doing
end.
so much damage on the back edge. Mobe finds a double kill on both supports. They're looking towards this Monkey King. He's trying to juke and jive within his Wukongs, but eventually they will find him. All of these swaps will not last forever. Desire ends up with the shackles. Fly gets the damage for the kill, and AVULUS go 4 for nothing in that jump and engagement.
That came out of nowhere. That was a sick Fortune's End from Fly as well. I think he rooted 3 heroes for full duration there, which is 2.5 seconds, or 2.75, excuse me. So a fat root from him, they get a nice jump, and TA is not involved, so a 5v4 fight is what AVULUS really needed. This game was already starting to look pretty grim, but getting that opening, massive for them.
You know, you were saying that it's going to be a master class coming out of Desire if he's still able to have impact. That Hex that he got onto Schofield just before he could throw out any other spells outside of the hookshot definitely made a difference there. If they have that battery assault to hold Mobe for like 1 extra second, maybe Whisper's actually able to surge. Maybe Mobe can't escape the Wukong's command. But Insta-Hex creates all the necessary conditions. Then afterwards, the fight honestly looked kind of easy for AVULUS. They were bursting these heroes so quickly.
Yeah, somehow Desire has a dagger. I can't explain it. I don't know, man. I guess he's been farming enough during the downtime to get there. He has 42 CS, but that I was not expecting this hero to show up with a blink 17 minutes in. And probably neither were heroic. So, well done to the man. It's tough conditions. He's making it work.
Sen now, as he's farming away, we did see the Storm Spirit pick up the Kaya Sarge, so slowly but surely, the earlier woes that Mobe was experiencing are starting to erode away. Unfortunately, more woes are approaching as that earlier Roshan that you were mentioning is now being taken by Heroic. The first Aegis of the game will go towards them. Hopefully, AVULUS can get this tier 1 tower bottom in time. They might not. They actually clipped the wave, so this tower might still be alive. They could still come back and defend it.
Let's see if they fancy their chances for that. Storm is obviously showing here, and nah, Heroic are just assuming it's a full team move down their bottom that Mobe has backup, but it's actually smoking mirrors. He's alone. So that was defendable, but they obviously don't know that with Fog of War. AVULUS are trying to subvert expectations here. With Storm showing bottom, they are going for a 4-man smoke. This is really high risk, high reward. If they find the right angle, it's great, but if this somehow backfires on them, all right, they want to get ready for the Tormentor. They're fighting into Aegis and TA traps. This is not easy. She has Shard already, mind you, on Yuma. Smiling Knight. Can he get the angle?
Here.
Oh,
he gets scouted. They see him.
Oh my
Clockwork
God,
sees him. He jumps now, but doesn't find the initial stun. He gets stunned himself first. Desire does get the Hex out, and they burst through the Olden Magi. Buys back instantly. Next up to fall is going to be Schofield. He doesn't have buyback himself. And Analog dropping down the Wukong's command with the help of Yuma. They are going to be able to kill off Desire. They force Smiling Knight outside of the Wukongs. He's trying to run away from this fight. The root will be there from Fly just to protect him, but Fly getting himself chased down and away from Smiling Knight. Now he's not close enough to throw more spells on the Sven. The Sven will go down. Shibe doing his best to try and TP out right now. Mobe going through the Twin Gate. Both of them will live, and Fly was able to TP out as well. But what a fight to take. Heroic were prepared for it, and they end up punishing AVULUS heavily for that engagement.
It's extremely difficult to invade into that area against TA traps and Aegis and Monkey King and Darkseer, right? Like, you have to find the dream initiation with Sven, but you don't have any vision. It's so hard. And honestly, that looked like it was going to be even worse for them when Sven, Clockwork was so close to clipping him on the initiation there with Ion Shell. If that would have clipped him, he couldn't even have got the blink in. I think Smiling Knight would have just been stuck in cogs and immediately forced to get ulted by Oracle, and they would have been run over. At the very least here, they trade somewhat okay by getting 2 support kills and 1 buyback, but the grand result is, of course, a major loss with the Tormentor going down, but that was going down anyway. To the side of the road.
You know, I was casting some games with Wingblade that night, and he brought my mind to a concept I haven't really thought of. He's like, what's the strongest item in the game, right, as a carry? Usually you'd be like, oh, well, late game it would be my big damage item, mid game my BKB. And then he's like, the weakest item in the game by far is the almost BKB. This period of time after you buy the Mithril Hammer to when you get BKB, God, you feel awful.
Yeah, that's right. Trap, silence, stun.
Mobe definitely gonna feel bad about this one. Look at it. Holy based.
Fly couldn't
really
even
nice
get off the
execution.
false promise there. Now he's been silenced up by Yuma. They might chase him. No. Fly got the dispel. He's okay.
Just a very well performed kill. Silence into vacuum, into Monkey King stun, into hook shot. Beautiful. From Heroic. Great spell casting.
It's kind of crazy because that's one of the few occasions where Mobe can die 100-0 with no response. Oh no, Smiling Knights.
This is real.
He has almost BKB, but that BKB will be further delayed. Dominating streak for Yuma. And he was literally at the last tick of getting through that twin gate when they caught him.
That's really, really bad. Dying on Sven at this point in the game twice in a row like this is so costly. He was having a decent game. He was 2-0-4. Then he dies in that team fight, and now he dies at the gate. Zibe is also going to run here as the big bad wolf, trying to save his dragon. Kind of ironic that you can tame a dragon as a wolf. I don't think that's very lore accurate, but we'll let it slide. Oh, Desire. Okay, this could be a big opening onto Yuma.
There's no refraction, so the Giga Ward is actually going to do a hefty amount of damage. Roots in place, Yuma will be there. Can they get the support from Heroic to save him? No. Life number 1 will be taken by Mobe. That's the Aegis. Whisper sent in his army. However, now that Whisper is here, I don't think they can actually take the rest of the fight. But AVULUS will certainly be happy to claim the Aegis and get out scot-free.
It's not too bad. It costs some commitment, right? The Serpent Ward and a lot of heroes, but I think that's worth it. Getting rid of the Aegis is very important. Taking any sort of team fight if Yuma has 2 lives is so difficult. Now at least you have an angle in the future fights that if you do catch Yuma out of position, he's not really playing with the best saves for the TA. So if he does get caught, he is a possible kill.
And he is not going for the earlier Hurricane Pike either. If you can catch him like that, we'll be going BKB though, but only after finishing off the Daedalus. But on the bright side, Smiling Knights does now have a BKB for the Sven, so some of the shenanigans he's been caught in up until this stage will not be so easy to accomplish for Heroic. Top lane.
Analog is thinking about it. He needs backup though. He needs Clockwork to connect for this. Almost got cut off the tree there actually. But not gonna find anything.
So for Heroic, do you think they should be trying to finish off this tier 2 tower top? I mean, it's 1 hit away from dying. Or is it so close to dying it's not worth the effort anymore?
It's gonna happen naturally. I don't think you should put too much focus on it. It doesn't change the game very much to get that tower. You'll get there when you get there after some other objective on the map that you're prioritizing. Although, if they went there now, it would be nice, but looks like Whisper's just going to take care of it with an ancient creep here. But if they were to gate now, that would keep them alive. This is a really good wolf scouting them out, but Mobe's too far away to go for the zip. Maybe he can get Whisper.
Oh my god! That is so unfortunate for Mobe. Actually, to make matters worse, right?
Literally frame perfect escape. I think the Stormhammer must have been less than 0.1 second from hitting him when he went through the gate there. That's unreal how close that was. What the hell?
You're AVULUS, you're just cursing Gaimin.
That missed, right?
Yes.
Alright.
I'm just mad if I'm them. Because like, okay, I couldn't get out from my twin gates. I dived while I'm gating. You just get out last second. And now I maybe die while the rest of my team gets out. Solo killed by Yuma? What is happening? Analog mid is fighting 1v1 against Mobe. Shibe will come and provide some assistance, but the chase is still on. At the same time, Fly being held back by Schofield. Yuma blinks towards and able to kill him off. Deeper into the fight, Analog and KJ are fighting into Shibe. Mobe was putting pressure onto the Ogre, but there will be a Ghost Scepter to protect them for now. Clockwork throwing in the vision. There will be a Bounder Strike from Analog, but Mobe zipped away at the last minute. But there's the TA silence on the high ground. They found Mobe. Do they have the damage for him? Of course they do. Heroic will not be denied on the map. They just keep chasing from kill to kill to kill while losing nothing of value themselves.
Yeah, this is starting to look... It's not an insurmountable lead, but Sven being 6k behind TA is very, very worrisome. It's already a bad hero-to-hero matchup, and you saw what Yuma can do to the Sven in that moments ago. Like 3 or 4 attacks. The Smiling Knight struggling. the Storm, of course, will now start working on a BKB, has to against these multiple different stuns, and it does mean that the damage of the Dire lineup is maybe going to be a little bit lackluster until this BKB from Storm comes out. Lycan and Sven, I don't know if they can really get it done down the stretch here. TA is starting to get quite tanky with all her base armor. The Monkey King with the BKB is a tough target. The Ogre, of course, giving them the Fire Shield, which was pretty useful in that previous engagement as well.
Well, they're scouting around the Roshan pit. Looks like they perceive this as their way back into the game. And honestly, I can't blame them.
Disagree. Yeah. Feels like this is where you have to strike either by getting the Rosh or by getting a good fight there while the enemy team is trying to go for it. Unfortunately, you're playing against TA. So the enemy team knows when Rosh is up and you don't, which is great and fun.
Nice and fair and balanced. The way all things are with
waste any
Dota.
time here. They're like, okay, I mean, you guys want to check Rosh? Keep checking, boys. It's gonna be a while. We'll just farm, you know. This is no big deal. I really think. Okay, so opinion. Things that give you access to information that is otherwise impossible to get should not be in the game. So the TA seeing Rosh Timer and Oracle seeing win spawns, I think should just get axed completely. I think it's conceptually an interesting idea, but I think it's just fundamentally extremely broken at the pro level to have access to that kind of info. Just give them some other innates than that.
I thought the exact same way when I saw those changes.
I think it will happen. I think these will be changed.
Do you think they should change the Dawnbreaker one as well?
Yeah, that one could fall under the same category.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind that.
You see Fire Blast, Hunter Spider Knife, the immediate just but it gets vacuumed back into a wall, into a couple of right clicks. He will get off the BKB with the false promise as well, hoping to go onto Ogre, but the Ogre immediately goes into the Ghost Scepter, so he's gonna be fine. Fly gets bursted into. Mobe going on the backline, hoping for KJ, but gets silenced as well by the trap. He needs to get out of here, but he cannot. Too much right click damage emerging from Heroic. It's a 2-2 exchange here, but they did get the Storm Spirit and almost killed the Sven. Giga Ward will go down as well, so that's even more bonus gold for Heroic.
And they only throw 2 supports away for this, right? It's a great trade again for Heroic. And get to see some mad value out of that Orchid from Whisper in that instance. Opting to go for that in the Darks here. It's a very timing-based item to get on this hero. You know that the Storm will eventually get BKB, but if you can kill him once or twice because you bought Orchid, it's well worth it, and now it's one of those. Mobe, I think, just was not anticipating it, didn't account for the fact that Darkseer has this item when he jumped in the second time around and got caught by the Orchid plus the TA trap, as you mentioned. It's tough. It's really hard for Mobe to play fights right now into these heroes.
It's not like he's necessarily close to the BKB. Still 1,000 gold out before having the item.
Even more, 1,500, right?
Oh yeah. What? Oh, he was dead. My bad.
He doesn't have
Oh boy.
Guess what? Heroic knows that it's up.
Lycan Wolf just gonna be there for moral support. Dies immediately. And AVULUS. They are watching another Aegis go away, and it's not simply an Aegis, it's not simply a Roshan's banner. It's their opportunity to stay within the tournament. If they lose this game, Sin, that's it. They gotta go home. Early airport ride for them. The first team eliminated from Wallachia.
Yeah, and they would be eliminated without winning a singular game, which is pretty demoralizing.
Oracle?
Okay,
Well,
they do
that's
get the Torment. Oh my god, he almost died
demoralizing.
on Sven getting that for his Oracle. Or rather, for his Shaman. But at the very least, this does now not go to Heroic, so a decent steal here. I want to call it a steal, because I think AVULUS are not in a position to really control key objectives on the map. So them getting the Tormentor there is quite good. And now Zibe with the Ags can turn Sven into a wolf. There is potential. I would be a lot more hopeful for them if they weren't against TA. Like, this hero is just so good against what they have. And TA is this type of hero in this game. You cannot pretend she doesn't exist. You can't kill her team and then kill her. She's going to body your whole team while you're going for other targets. So it feels like a damn it if you do, damn it if you don't situation. You go for the TA. She's really hard to kill. Her teammates are going to cover her nicely and build the fight. You go for them, she's going to kill your cores way too fast in the matchup, so they have to run away. It's tough out here.
And that's even before we factor in what happens when she gets to level 25. So,
oh yeah, it's going to get even worse. And now she has a Daedalus too, and she's close to Butterfly.
Yeah. Well, on the bright side, like you mentioned, Lycan does have this Aghanim Scepter for the Wolf Bite, but Sven is about to get a Daedalus of his own as well. Not that far away from having it, so his ramp up in damage output will certainly be there. Yes, you probably don't kill the TA super fast, but there actually is a world where you can Stormbolt her and still be able to kill somebody else who's like Hex Shackled before she comes out of the stun, if you have that big damage output with the Wolf Bite.
I mean, everybody else in the Radiant lineup are extreme Sven, without a doubt. If you get the right angle and the lockdown, you can kill people extremely fast. So it's not out of the question. It's just the level of execution required right now from AVULUS is very high, and unfortunately in this tournament they have not impressed. So it's hard to be very hopeful that they're just going to kill 2 team fights in a row in terms of clutchness, info, and getting the right fight selection, targeting the right heroes with their jumps. That equation changes drastically when Mobe gets BKB, which is only 500. If they can wait for that, find an opportunity, the game gets a lot easier when Storm has that in here, because he can actually play his hero, right? Going with some confidence, he knows he's not going to get immediately obliterated by chain stuns into silence. There's actually nothing killing him in BKB, right? There's no BKB piercing stun except hook shot. Yeah, probably not dying during that.
Oh. They'll have some time to contemplate exactly what must come next, as we are still paused right now. Had a little bit of connection issues, but should be fine once anybody reconnects into the game. And it's a 9k gold lead. Is there any way for Heroic, what's their lose condition from this point? Like, what do they need to be wary of going into the next several minutes?
Mainly breaking formation. I think as long as you're paid and you're ready to help each other out on the map and you don't get caught off, I think that's the worst way for this game to spiral out of control for them, is to give just free jumps on cores that are out of position. As long as you're covering your bases quite well, you know, you can keep pushing out side lanes with rocket flares, with Darkseer, Helm of the Overlord, which means you can stick somewhat close together for the most part. You don't have to start sending actual heroes to deal with lanes pushing in, which is a very, very big benefit.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Looks like we still have some packet loss on the docks here for Whisper. But
yeah,
hopefully it gets resolved very quickly. Flight has come back. What's Flight building? He's going for... This kind of sucks. He wants Nullifier, or Ghost Scepter rather, but Monkey King pretty much just has Nullifier. Not that far away at all on the item.
Oh, and there's nobody else he really needs to nullify, so he can just use it on him. I guess it's good against the Shaman. Wait, never mind. You need Break for that. Nullify doesn't do anything. So yeah, you're just going to nullify the Oracle and eat him, right?
So since we're paused right now, I know you can't read. Any cool movies you've seen recently?
Actually, I can't watch either. Which has made this whole Dota casting experience quite challenging for me, but I try my best going off of audio cues alone. Dota 2 has incredible sound design, so you can kind of visualize what's happening in the game just from the sound alone. Now, don't ask me if I've listened to good music recently, because I can't hear either.
You can only hear Dota. That's it.
Yes. And Dota does have a banging soundtrack, so if you want to talk about that, we can.
It does, but well, I must lament, because I think every single time when I install Dota, maybe the first thing I do is turn off the music, so I don't get to hear the music as much as I want to.
It is good though. I've talked about this before. I think for me, the sound effect design of this game is the best out of any multiplayer game in the world. The spell sounds in Dota are incredibly well done, because you can try this as an experiment for yourself at some point. I don't know if you've ever done it, but just boot up a replay, some like epic team fight, and just close your eyes and see how many spells you can count being cast, right? if you play that a couple of times, you can tell all the 10 heroes that are in the game just from spell sounds. And you can kind of imagine what type of fight is taking place. And then you add on top of that all of the cool voice lines, the iconic character design of a lot of the heroes. I think the voice acting in the game is stellar. They really nailed that in this game, which for me, honestly, adds quite a lot to like the flavor of the experience and is really good in particular for casual players because just, you know, it's a little extra. Just the sounds are just very, very good.
I think one of the things as well that's very impressive for me is that there's several abilities that have, you know, similar animations or do a similar thing and yet are still incredibly distinctive from a sound design perspective. And across as many heroes and as many abilities as there are in this game, doing that consistently is kind of amazing. Oh, go and ready. I think another thing that I really love about the sound design of Dota is it's mixed so well, so even some of the super loud sounds don't feel like they're dominating. Like if a Roshan roars, it's louder than everything else, but still doesn't overcome all the particularities of all the other abilities happening at the time. It's very good.
Yep. We're back.
We are back.
Let's see if the players remember what they were doing. When you have pauses, this is an actual problem sometimes in Pro Dota, is loss of focus. Lose track of where enemy heroes were on the map, you forget what you were going to do. But Heroic at the very least looked very determined with their smoke. This could bite AVULUS a little bit if they're not very wary right now. Make no mistake, this tree running down the mid lane is actually smoked. You can't tell, but... Desire? Invis rune? No detection?
No way, dude.
Oh?
No way. No actual way. What?
King Jungles does have a sentry. He's not placing it, though. Oh, he got out. That's cool. Nice rune.
Desire. Yeah. Probably the only rune that could have saved his life in that instance.
Yeah. There's the Daedalus. Okay. This moment has to work out for AVULUS this fight, but Nigma is probably just going to get this tower for free. Are they planning it? They are.
They're thinking about it. Wolfbite is there. They're coming forward, but he's already gone, and they don't have any high ground vision here.
There are a lot of traps here, too. Yuma has set up a nice little triangle for himself to feel very safe in. Swapping in the Dragon Lance over treads for the attack range. And there goes the tower, no contention from AVULUS. And bottom tower will meet the same fate in about 10 seconds here. TA will be very quick to take care of business. And there's the butterfly.
Now that she has butterfly, do you even back from this push? You still have 2.5 minutes on Aegis, BKB backpack. I think you go.
Yeah, for sure. You have a great team fighting composition around the type of fight that's likely to break out with vacuum cogs. And you know that Yuma is a really different target for them, or difficult target for them to go on. Between Refraction and Fire Shield, there's a lot of damage instances you need to get through here. I actually don't know how these two interact. If you have Fire Shield and Refraction, if the Fire Shield goes first. If the Fire Shield goes first, you need to deal so much damage to take Refraction stacks off. Well, that's half a tower. He's got to keep going. And you can't just give the whole thing up for free, can you? Oh, they
will. Well, to be fair to them as well, Shibe, remember before when they popped the wolf bite onto the Sven and they couldn't fight anything? So it only right now came back for cooldown. And I think, you know, going into a fight and having to leave 4,000 gold on the floor would suck, but now they jump forward and Smiling Knight, he didn't get off his BKB, he didn't get off any of his items. Drag back in with the vacuum wall, Fly will save him. Unfortunately, the rest of the team not so lucky. Desire gonna be the first one to fall here. Sven eventually dies through the false promise. They just had too much damage centering. He does not have buyback. He didn't get the wolf bites, he didn't get off his BKB, and that will probably lead to the end of this game. How on earth can you defend 3 versus 5 for a full minute?
For once, it makes sense to say game over, because this time he's actually in the game.
Shibe in trouble, needing some right clicks right now from Yuma. Should be able to finish him off. Lycan't, he's gone. 2 cores down, Mobe, lone one remaining. I mean, a wolf bite Storm Spirit is not what I'm trying to see in my game of Dota, but it's all they have on the side of AVULUS, as Fly will also end up dying. Mobe will simply enjoy his last moments in a lobby here because he knows that his trip in Romania has come to an end. GG, well played is called. Heroic secure the game, and AVULUS is the first team eliminated from PGL Wallachia Season 5.
Here will survive. They are now 1-2 in this Swiss format, so they live to fight another day tomorrow where they will be meeting another 1-2 team, and this could be the start. We've talked about it. We've had 4 Wallachias before this one. 3 teams have made it from 0-2 to 3-2 to make it into the playoffs bracket, and 2 of those teams have been South American. Heroic could do it, but 2 series away. I will say they leveled up a bit today, which is good, because you're also going to look better against weaker opposition. I feel like AVULUS, this has just not been their tournament. Didn't win a single game. Their drafts, in my opinion, today were a little bit all over the place. I like the second draft better than the first one, but ironically, they actually lost this game harder than the previous, mainly because of TA.
Yeah. I mean, across both games, the carry pick sort of ruined them, right? Game 1, they had 0 answers to deal with the Lina. Game 2, pretty much no answers to deal with the CA. And there were some fights, right? Like that one, for example, where Analog was looking a little bit dicey at the beginning, but the moment TA shows up, the fight is just over. There's just nothing you can do to try to progress from that point forward. He did way too much damage, only died once throughout the entire game. And the effort required to kill her is astonishing. And when my carry can do this to the enemy team carry, I know I'm having a good day. 4-shotting the most farmed hero on the enemy team. That must feel amazing for him.
I say things, you know, the game's good enough. I think it's incredible TA game. I really don't think AVULUS really addressed the hero draft with the heroes that they picked.
Yeah. It also didn't help that, yet again, we saw a team realizing that, well, enemy team is completely locked behind Storm Spirit. They don't have a playmaking offlaner. Their supports need Blink Daggers to have any kind of impact. So what are we going to do? Just make sure that Mobe does not have a game. Got ganked twice before he was able to hit level 6. Died one of those occasions. And then just keep being behind the 8-ball the entirety of the game. There's only like one fight I think we saw that Mobe was the one that kicked things off. And that's the fight they resoundingly won, right, for AVULUS. But every other time it was Heroic that started the engagements, and when that happens, where one team is just able to over-initiate onto you and you don't have an adequate response, the game just looks this lopsided. Well,
I am lagging. I will still hear you loud and clear, but supposedly there's some issues coming in from my end. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this game is kind of done and dusted. I think we've covered. It's really just not the showing that you were hoping to see from AVULUS here in this tournament. Heroic get a little bit of a rebound here. Challenging series ahead, though, of course. And I guess the encouraging thing to see from this series was I liked Heroic's draft better in both games. So if they can continue to develop their drafting and target the opposing teams quite well, when Heroic play their best, their level of play is easily there to make a top 8 finish in these tournaments. They can be some of the best in the world when things click. It's just that some of the games, they're a bit too inconsistent. As long as the drafts allow it, though, they can get it done.
I mean, this draft certainly did give them that opportunity, right? Analog owned this game, 9-1-12 on his Monkey King. And the crazy thing about how he was playing it was, just what we saw yesterday, right? Pre-minute 7, that seems to be the new Monkey King mid-meta. You start making those rotations, you get your gold from kills more than anything else. And only after you've completely demolished the off lane, completely demolished mid, then you can go back and farm a little bit, take it easy. But until you achieve that, just gung-ho, high tempo every single time. So congratulations to Heroic. Very sad goodbye for AVULUS. One thing we had to say, though, Cinderin, is that they were not playing with their full team. Mobe was standing in for Warwick, who was unable to get a visa to the event. So there is something they can chalk it up to, right? They can say, well, we didn't practice enough as this particular roster. Better luck next time, gang.
Yeah, it's always going to be different playing with a stand-in, but I guess it can be like a good crutch to just be like, we played with a standing, guys, what can you do? But honestly, I wouldn't just look at their series and be like, okay, it was the stand-in factor. It definitely plays a part. There's no doubt about it. It's always going to be something else. But at least today, with the series you and I covered of theirs, I was not impressed with their drafting. And this did not feel like a strong limitation because of Mobe's hero pool, right? There were other things that went wrong. And I feel like Mobe kind of carried his weight in these two games with what he was offered and what he could do. So it's just a tough series, a tough tournament for AVULUS, but there is always the next one.
That there is. The next tournament for them, it's going to be a while until that tournament, but there will be another one down the stretch. Of course, there is also another game of Dota for us, Cinderin, as we have our final series of the day, which is yet again another elimination game. Nigma Galaxy will be taking on Virtus.pro, and that's a match which one-sided might be the case in terms of the results we've seen before, in terms of the play we've had in the tournament, but in elimination games, anything can happen. So let's find out how it's all going to shake out after a very small break. So join us after 10 minutes for the next game, which is Nigma versus VP.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Moldova. dă-ți o ile încoace. Negruze voi, că e iarba de noi. Și umbra de voi. Stăpâne, stăpâne, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi dă mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to some more group stage action here in PGL Wallachia Season 5. We're in our final matchup of the day, which is yet again an elimination game between Nigma Galaxy and Virtus.pro. This one I'm looking forward to quite a bit because Nigma Galaxy, yes, yesterday they faltered up against OG, but I don't know, man. Something about this team just always makes me smile, Sandra, and I always want them to do well.
Yeah, and it's also, this is something we were talking about yesterday as well, is that when you get to this 0-2 bracket, there's going to be some teams that are better than others in that 0-2 bracket, right? It's not everybody that has just had a terrible tournament without winning a single game or just showing completely terrible form or whatever. Nigma Galaxy just qualified for TI, and even though they're 0-2 in this tournament, they've had moments and games that look quite good. So yes, they did end up losing to OG yesterday, but they've been winning a couple games, they've been playing overall, for the most part, relatively solid. I think one of the games against OG was a very big outdraft, unfortunately for them. Can't really say the same for VP, right? They've just looked beside themselves this tournament. I think they've been the most disappointing team, and I really hope that they can, you know, for their sake, if they don't get to warm up in game number 1 here, this almost just feels like a foregone conclusion, right? Like if they don't just get a foot in the door at all in this tournament, that'll be kind of a shame. But let's see. Let's not count our chickens, as they say.
One of the things that concern me as well about BP is the fact that they are also one of the other teams that have failed to come out with a W so far in any of these games, which of course is quite problematic. But the thing that concerns me even more is that they have some of the shortest game time. So they're generally getting stomped, which is not a good thing. But that's all in the past. That's yesterday. Old news. Today, it's time for them to show us what they've got, and they will open up the draft for themselves with a Jakiro in the first pick, and Nigma Galaxy respond with the Dark Willow. So a bit more priority for these supports. Shadow Shaman was surprisingly ignored, but you still get some good heroes for either team regardless.
Virtus.pro seem to prioritize very different heroes to other teams, right? This game they first picked Jakiro, which is getting ignored in most drafts. Yesterday they first picked Sniper, I think it was twice. Either it was yesterday or even on day 1. So maybe trying to get their own flavor and their own takes on the patch, which is the positive outlook. The negative outlook is that they are lost and that they just can't make the current meta work, so they're just picking other things to try to make that work instead. I hope for them that it's the former, that they have some good ideas, that this is going to counter a lot of the stuff that other teams are running. I want to see the red thread today. That's what I'm looking for here, Snare, is for VP to convince us that they know what's going on.
They need to talk us into this and be like, hey guys, we're actually playing, we're drafting into the future. We're drafting for 2-3 months down the line. You know, we know exactly what we're doing.
I think they should be drafting to get to the playoffs, but, you know.
The playoffs of the next tournament, Sind. It's all good, gang. Gotta look to the future. I mean, they are playing at in Riyadh soon, so maybe they're trying to psych themselves up for that one. This is a proving ground since they're not going to be at TI. And another hero that we don't really see a lot of other heroes claiming, get the Silencer. We do sometimes see the Silencer, but not somewhat nakedly like this, where you don't have a guaranteed hero to counter with the Silencer, and you don't have your own jump hero to cover the approach just yet. Magnus is sort of like in between. He doesn't really need the global silence to protect him here.
The good upside to Silencer here is that it is a way to protect whatever other heroes you're going to pick from getting countered by Song of the Siren. So, by virtue of getting Silencer here, you're, for example, if you find a good RP or a big skewer play, you can promise or like kind of isolate and lock down those targets without Naga being able to interfere with it, which is good. And Nigma Galaxy actually pretty quick to respond here with SF Shaker. Shaker into Silencer can also be a little bit dodgy. Even if you find a good Echo, if Silencer is not a part of it, he can global and combo break you completely. I feel like something like potentially a Clockwork could have just been a more stable pick where you're way less susceptible to getting countered by global. You just hookshot, you instantly cogs, and then you get global and you don't care. But they will opt for the Shaker here, which I am assuming will be played by Sumail, considering they're showing Dark Willow and Naga already. But let's see.
Noob can also play. Didn't we have Noob Shaker yesterday, actually?
We might have. Maybe that's why they're running it here as like a mid offlane flex, but you don't know your matchup yet. Like playing offlane Shaker against Jakiro Lifestealer sounds terrible. I guess against Silencer Lifestealer it's a bit better, but yeah, not an easy lane by any means to play into as the Earthshaker. So I think Noob, you know, you can always fissure your wave and get some creeps under tower. I guess that's the one upside this hero has, is that it will always get experience, but Shaker without a dagger is just a bad hero most of the time as a core. So you really need to make sure you get there. Last ban Axe.
Oh. Yeah.
A different draft than what we've seen, to be sure. Okay, well, VP
you do get the
team
Tidebound
fight.
too.
I'll give them that. I think they have too much of the same
Dude.
thing, though.
Is this not an
Tide
epic Timbersaw game for Nigma?
Yes, it really is. It is also a good OD game. It is also a good Ursa game. There are
Ursa
a
sounds
lot
hog.
of good heroes here. I think, so the problem I have with VP's draft now, before Nigma even last picked their hero, is that they have triple melee strength core, or one universal, I guess, but you're extremely cooldown reliant. RP, Ravage, and Global, when these spells are down, your lineup doesn't really have much playmaking at all. It can't really skirmish, it can't really put pressure, and I don't think any of your lanes is extremely powerful, especially if Nigma find a way to get the Shaker away from playing bottom. I think you can just play mid-Shaker here. I mean, why not, right? Just play mid-Shaker, carry SF, and then a different offlaner like Timber, like you mentioned. I think that would be very clean. If you love the Ursa or Razor or whatever, you can put Shaker offlane. We'll see.
Lots of time for Nigma Galaxy to decide how to end this out. I think another concern I have for this, between the Naga and the Shadow Fiend, they already have quite a bit of negative armor as well. Lifestealer might not always be super happy as he approaches the fight.
True.
He does have some vehicles, of course, with the Magnus and the Tide, but as you mentioned earlier, they do have a combo break from the Naga Siren. Terrorizes such an annoying spell here. I think the big cooldown is going to be the Silencer one, right? Because that's the only real protection against all the counter initiation that Nigma might bring at you. Let's say you jump this SF and you don't global, then there's a song, there's an Echo Slam turnaround. Things could look quite scary.
And you
But
say
for Nigma-
jump, I see Magnus. That's the only jump there is. So Magnus also needs to have a game for that to even become relevant, right? He needs a blink. They can't initiate with anything else. Let's see what Nigma value the highest. Okay, this is another interesting angle. We didn't consider this one, but that was still in the pool, apparently. And it is indeed going to be Sumail on the Shaker and a carry SF. I really like this adjustment, and then getting Noob his last pick. I personally liked your Timber idea a bit better than the Undying, but the logic is sound, right? You're playing against these strength heroes. You're going to have a good laning stage. You have really good anchoring for the Tombstone between Fissure and Bramble Maze. It's a solid core Undying game, to be sure. So I like Nigma's chances a lot in this game one. I was also going into the series thinking that they're, in spite of this being a bracket or a Swiss round where both teams are 0-2, I think there's a clear favorite here in Nigma Galaxy. I just think they've played and looked better overall, and this draft does not change my perspective on that whatsoever.
I think the one thing I like about Undying over and above the Timber Soul is that, like you mentioned, that Tombstone, they didn't really have the best team fight before this. I mean, you had Song into the Requiem setup, Sumail doing his own thing, but a lot of it was quite heavy in the ultimate commitment. So now you do have this quote-unquote cheaper spell that you can deploy in the fight, and VP have nothing. They have no way to approach Tombstone with any of the heroes that they have. You know, on paper, you could say, oh, Lifestealer's gonna rage, but if you rage to go destroy the Tombstone, you'll die right afterwards. Definitely not worth it.
Nah, that's not it. That's definitely not it. I mean, yeah, it's a great pick. It's definitely good. This Timber, we like them both. I like the Ursa. Whatever you think is more valuable and more important for your team and for the way you envision the fight, I would have been on board with any of these three heroes. So I'm good with it. And I think from Virtus.pro's perspective, the number one most important thing in this game to start is that you just get to play the game. I'm actually that worried that if the lanes go wrong, your lineup can't function at all. So make sure you get into the laning stage, make sure your cores get farm, you need that Magnus Blink, you need to get a key item on Tide so you can actually frontline, and Lifesteal is going to need time to ramp up. Your two supports being Jakiro and Silencer are heavily reliant on cores setting up you for success. You're not playmakers, you're follow-up. So make sure, whatever it takes, that Laurenoff gets to have a good Magnus game.
Well, yesterday when he was playing as sniper, we saw BetBoom put a lot of resources into preventing him from having a good game from mid. So Nigma Galaxy, they can somewhat do it. Unfortunately, because it's Magnus, he's a little bit hard to gank with the heroes you have. If you don't connect the Bramble, you don't get a nice ensnare, you don't get a nice fissure, he just skewers away. But you can still at least put pressure on and make the laning phase harder for him than it would be otherwise.
Now, you and I, we cast Nigma Galaxy earlier in this round of Swiss, and you made the comment that you think Ghost plays his best when he's playing hard carries, like traditional style carries. In one of the games, what started that conversation was that they put Ghost on Doom. What do you think about him on Shadow Fiend? Does that fit the bill?
I mean, I've been trying to evangelize about the Shadow Fiend carry for a while now, right? I don't think it's as hard as some of his other carry heroes, but what I do think it does, especially in this kind of game, is that Shadow Fiend gets off the ground really quickly and wants to be involved with his team, but can still scale, right? So he'll be fighting farming. It's not going to be like Doom, where it's like, I come to a fight, if we don't demolish the fight, then I just wasted all of my time. Even if we just get a pick off or two, I'll be happy with it, go right back to farming, accelerate my own timing. And I do think the matchup into Lifestealer is, I'm kind of surprised they picked the LS into him. I do think carry Shadow Fiend does a really good job against carry Lifestealer. The presence of the Dark Lord goes through the rage. It takes a long time for him to reach you. You generally buy some further range as well. So I like it, yeah. I think this will suit them well. Okay. And especially in tandem with Sumail playing a playmaking hero from mid.
Yeah, that to me is the most important thing when I watch Nigma playing, is I want to see Sumail be active. I know he had this stint playing Arc Warden that he seems to really think is interesting in his patch. I just don't think, even if he is really good at the hero, I don't think that's when Nigma Galaxy play the best. So if in any way possible, if the hero is good in the game, get Sumail on something that can playmake and be active and just be a strong spellcasting hero. You know, traditional heroes for him would be something like Leshrac or Spirit Heroes, or, you know, Shaker is a great example of a hero that he just wins games on. So I'm happy to see him being put on the Earthshaker this game.
Also, another thing about having the SF as a carry, this lane is really tough for Tidehunter. There's so much damage that there's nothing you can do about.
When Ghost hits level 3 and level 5, those raise combos are going to hurt. And GH, courtesy of playing Naga, can actually buy mangoes for SF. And he is queuing that up right now, because Naga itself doesn't really need anything to function in this lane because of how easy it is for the SF. If GH can just use some illusions once in a while to block off damage or just be annoying and help with denying, that's good enough. He doesn't have to trade with the enemy support and buy a lot of tangos for himself for it. It's not a requirement. As long as they play together between him and Ghost, the lane should kind of play itself, honestly. This is a very easy Shadow Fiend lane.
Another fairly straightforward lane on the other side of the map is Noob. On his Undying. Not a lane that Lifestealer is particularly happy of playing into, you know.
Like
lots and lots of decay. With 40 damage and 200 HP, yeah, man. That's my idea of a good time.
He's got 40 damage on Lifestealer, Noob has 80. And somehow V-Tune is still farming. All right, well, he's getting every CS. You know what? It apparently doesn't.
The Hawk. I wonder if there's ever going to be a time where they try to pull away here, or if he's just going to... I mean, it's really hard to pull with the Jakiro, right? Not the best hero to do it, especially against Nagasine, so there's not really any options. They actually might kill him. He's been hit with the Blood Grenade. The Razors are coming out. Dual Breath will be there onto Ghost, though. So Antares actually saves the life of Dahak. There will be a Deluge, though. GH, couple more right clicks is all he needs. Maybe just 2 more. Oh, Dahak is still alive. He does have an Anchor Smash, but it comes out too late. He ends up going down. Antares now in danger as well, as he put a lot of damage into Ghost. But as soon as GH comes back, they should be able to bring him down. It's only level 1 dual breath, so not enough damage to bring down Ghost as well.
Get some really nice Necromastery stacks out of this. This lane is just going to get worse and worse now. This level 3 Shadow Fiend with 21 Necromastery stacks, hitting like a truck. Already capped out on the souls for the current level of Necromastery.
I'm just laughing that, like, when Noob hits at what, 5 decay stacks, he still has less damage than the SF has right now. Mid lane, super boring lane. Everybody just trading farm, literally equal in the CS department. Unless somebody comes to this lane, absolutely nothing's gonna happen. Like,
yeah, this is
Sumea's not gonna go too far forward to get dragged into tower, so they should be fine.
It's definitely one of the more nothing burger lanes that we'll see in this tournament. 2 melee heroes against each other, of which neither is very offensive. Shaker can crush certain mid heroes really hard, of the melee kind, but Magnus is just too strong in terms of stats. And the way that Shaker will bully a lot of the mid heroes is through spamming Enchant Totem, but Mag can just push out the wave. So never really comes to be another kill here for Ghost. This bottom lane is already a total travesty for VT, and it's not showing any signs of getting easier. As soon as Shadow Fiend gets level 5, I think I mean, honestly, what do you even do? Like, do you just evacuate the Jakiro and Tide you good luck, buddy, fending for yourself? Because I don't think Jakiro offers you any protection here against these heroes.
I was literally about to ask you the same thing, that like, wouldn't it be more prudent right now, just go stack, create some recovery positions for the Tide Hunter later?
Looks like that's what Antares is going to do. He's going to stack the right side camps, which I think is the best play on the map, and then possibly just TP top and try to, you know, open the map by pressuring elsewhere when you can't help your offlaner at all. I find this to be the best approach a lot of the time in Dota right now, is when a lane is too hard, just don't play it. Like, it's not worth assigning 2 heroes to this.
Man, look at the damage. Whew. All right. Thank God he does have some raindrops in the inventory. Otherwise, things could have been much worse. But still, down to half HP. Having to have some tangles pulled into himself just to survive. Life is hard. And also not really finding too much CS for himself. But even worse is the CS of this Lifestealer. Like V-Tune, as the levels on Noob have increased and we get more and more decays, this Lifestealer really cannot approach the lane.
I can really empathize with the Hawk's position in this game, because I know what this is like as Tide. I love playing this hero, and I know there are just lanes that are not playable, and he's in one of those. So, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do, what you can. Noob with a Vanguard up top cannot be touched. And he's just gonna be free farming as well. I mean, honestly, Nigma Galaxy, this feels like a game where they can do whatever they want with their supports, right? Shadow Fiend is super happy down bottom, and the Undying is borderline unkillable up top against these 2 heroes. So in turn, if GH wants to stack for the SF, he can stack. If Omar wants to stack, he can stack. He can gank the Magnus mid if they see a play with Samael's level 6. It feels so good to play support when your cores are independent in the game, and Shadow Fiend usually isn't. A lot of the time this hero needs babysitting, he's very fragile and can get ganked, but these heroes just can't deal with it. So it's really, really good news for Nigma Galaxy, and you're already seeing that 2k lead and a raw, massive CS advantage on every core position across the board.
Dire are scanning.
Nope. Gonna take some damage top. They actually try to jump onto this Undying. This GH is going to steal this Wisdom Shrine. Obviously, Undying will not die. Dahak, sorry, buddy. I don't think you should be contesting this, but they're bringing in more allies. Laranov also makes a rotation to try and protect this. Okay. Have you noticed something that we've been seeing more and more, that the first big fight for a Wisdom Shrine is always Dire side?
Yeah, that's true.
Radiant are scanning.
I think it's easier for Radiant to access it than it is for Dire to access the top one a lot of the time. But it's true, it is an interesting dynamic that in theory you could also go for the other side, right? Okay, RP.
Oh,
They get
RP
Ghost.
onto Ghost. He does have the Requiem, channels it up. Everybody's thrown away from him, and here comes the support. Omar throws in a Shadow Ram head onto Norinov, and with the Bramble Maze behind him, Ghost will be able to get out scot-free. And honestly, at this stage of the game, you're not really expecting to use Requiem offensively, but you are expecting to have some play around the RP. So that's a trade Ghost will take all day, every day.
It's a 3-man gank that fails, right? You can chalk it up to that and be happy, regardless of what spells were used.
Are scanning.
They just don't have enough damage to kill him. Tide was level 5. He doesn't offer anything. He doesn't have a point in Gush. It's just the play kind of didn't exist to begin with. And this ties into what we talked about with the support combination of VP, right? You're running Jakiro plus Silencer. Damage is not a thing yet in this lineup. So playmaking will be equally difficult.
Death may just be a thing, although, oh, the Silencer, his courier saw the bounty disappearing, so he knows something is happening, but it is a Silencer, so there's not really too much he can do about it. Will attempt to go for the self-deny, but the Satyr Mindstealers will not comply with his wishes, and he will go down.
Yeah, they tried to deny with him, but Sumail got all of it.
Is under attack. Dire's
He almost has dagger now, by the way, 9 minutes. This is a 4k lead, Snare. This is the biggest lead we've cast at 8 minutes so far. It's it's not looking great for its side of Virtus.pro right now.
is under attack. Radiant's
I mean, you have had games where at 40 minutes it's exactly dead even. I've not seen anything like this pre-10. And the crazy thing about it, like you were mentioning, this is pure farm, right? We had a game yesterday where by 10 minutes, all the tier 1 towers were down. And even then, the lead was not this drastic. And they don't have any objectives. They just have kills and CS, and now they're going to get another kill. The Hawk forced to pop Ravage, but even that's not going to save him. He's dead for sure.
Ravage
Gonna get
into
chased
dying
down,
is-
killed off.
I mean, Sumail had a
There's the
haste.
blink
He was
dagger.
never getting out there. So now you just threw your Ravage
are fortified.
out for nothing here.
Radiant's
Yeah, they're gonna try to make a move of their own here with the smoke of Magnus and Jakiro to bottom, but there's no heroes here. The play is already over about 30 seconds ago, and Ghost seems to have the right read on the map. He's not gonna get caught.
is under attack.
Excuse me, he's running up north, or maybe Lorinov, but the GH coverage will make this impossible. Global Silence is a pipe dream right now for Rain, so they can't prevent the Song of the Siren if they were to make a move onto Ghost.
I just want you to pay attention quickly to my Lifestealer's net worth, of which he doesn't have any right now. He's literally playing that old school Lifestealer where you just sit inside of a creep. He's chilling inside the Ancient Thunderhide, and honestly, much more impact than the native hero right now.
At the very least, he gets a tower. That's good. Helps out with a Gore Storm.
Sumail though. Sumail's coming though to reveal this Blink Dagger. This could be an Echo Slam. D2 needs to be careful here, starting to get away. Pops his phase boots. And Sumail didn't want to commit the full jump right away. That does end up saving his life. Oh, and by the way, our boy Sumail got the second fastest blink this patch on Earthshaker. Good stuff.
All right. Who has the fastest one?
Copy, copy.
As in, copy has it, or you listen to my request?
Oh, copy.
Okay.
Copy has it, the player.
All right,
the Hawk
and Snare
getting
reeling,
ensnared.
the Hawk.
Reeled in. Ghost gets off the Requiem. Waiting for the right moment. Finally, it will emerge. Sumail with the fissure. Making sure that the Hawk doesn't have an easy route to escape, but he's still getting out of here. Mask of Madness now popped by Ghost as he's trying to run, but the execution from Nigma let them down there. Tidehunter might actually just end up living. Sumail blinked forward into an ice path, commits the Echo Slam, but it only connects onto Antares. Even if Antares dies here, he will take it. The Hawk lives, Antares did his job, and Nigma get nothing but disappointment.
That was, that execution from Nigma and the Tide kill left something to be desired. They seemed very uncertain how they wanted to layer their spells, and they ended up getting a half-assed Requiem, then immediately procs Kraken Shell, so the Hawk can just run away. I think maybe, in retrospect, the way you make that play is you just start out with 2 raises and then hit a fissure. And you take it from there, but The good news is, if that's the biggest problem you have in the game, is that you are not finding a kill that was probably there, but you're still not dying on a single hero, you're probably gonna be okay.
What's the longest you've seen in a game before a team ended up getting a kill?
I've won a game without the opponent getting a kill.
How long was the game?
I can look it up. I remember this game very vividly, actually. Escape Gaming versus Execration. TI6. Yeah, finding it. Finding it.
He's pulling up the research. Right now we just have a little bit of pushing happening mid. RP, where would it looked like it was being pump faked. He still wants the blink dagger though on this Magnus, so until that is available, can't really do too much on the map. But thankfully, one more stack, clearing those out with the Empower should give him the gold to finish the item.
All right, I found it. We won 11-0 in 1849.
Jeez.
But there's been, I think there's been 4 or 5 games at TI where a team went deathless. So it's, there's been like somewhere between 3 and 5. Because I remember having a conversation with Noxu about this, that I thought the game we had from back then was still the only one at TI, but it wasn't. So I don't even think this is the shortest deathless game.
What? This must suck though.
We're really holding on for hope here for VP, I can tell. We're at a very positive angle.
I mean, look at this, bro. They're losing their triangle. This is supposed to be the Magnus's gold.
Relax.
No, it'll be fine, bro. We've got Blink Dagger on Magnus. We have Global Silence. It'll be okay. It'll be okay.
Okay.
It's not copium.
No cope here. No cope. It's all good. Silencer approaching his 100 net worth per minute mark here to the 1200 at 14 minutes.
But they're gonna smoke with that silencer. They want to reveal the blink dagger of the Magnus. Yes, they stole the triangle, but they still didn't prevent the blink from arriving. So here they come. It's gonna be a core and Dine if they come across here. I mean, they'll take it. Definitely, he's number 2 in the net worth right now.
On the board,
It's gonna be a long kill. Oh my god. Honestly, I think if Nigma had more faith, they might have been able to do something there, but they thought he was dead immediately, but it just took so long. They're like, oh crap, maybe there was a counterplay there.
And unfortunately, the guy that killed is back mid now, so, you know.
Yay,
Ceaseless Dirge, a pretty powerful innate. We can't have respawn talents anymore, but one hero apparently gets to have the best respawn talent of all time. Great.
If there's one mechanic you could bring back that everybody hated, but you kind of loved, what would you return?
That everybody hated, but I loved. Weaker heroes. Is that a mechanic?
No, that's not a mechanic. You're supposed to say something like, for me, it's a Reaper Scythe buyback disabling.
I never
That was
loved
the most hilarious thing in the world to me.
It came to mind, but everybody hated that, but I didn't really like it either. And respawn talents, GPM talents, none of it. XPM talents.
Sumail and the gang. They want to try and decrease the XPM that VP is getting right now. Silencer is going to break the smoke on the Dark Willow, but just gets a sliver of vision. They don't want that target. They want a bigger one. They see the Lifestealer, but without the Dark Willow being there, they want to just take the easy kill. They would love to have utilized the Bedlam onto a V-Tune instead. And Sumail, he's still chasing him. It's the Washer, TP out. Doesn't have the vision though, so he's fine completely on the Lifestealer.
Mel's gonna go his classic Shaker build here. Blink into Travel's Kaya. Feeling himself, doesn't worry too much about needing a BKB. I think a lot of players in this game would just go straight BKB now. Some would go Ags. Mel does neither. He does his thing. The Kaya is a really feels good item on Shaker, of course, but it has its drawbacks. But when you're under zero pressure like this, you can absolutely go that route.
VP are trying to turn the pressure towards Nigma Galaxy as they're smoking up. Have a blink. They did pick up the Sacred Relic right now on the Lifestealer. I think they caught a sliver of vision onto Nu, but instead of heading to the west, he goes to the east. That'll keep him alive for now, but they might still want to keep coming for this one.
If they go on
the
Nu
smoke
here,
has been going for a while.
Really badly, actually.
Yeah. Omar, though, might be an easier target, but even him doesn't get caught. Noob finally gets seen. Skewered back in towards the arc. He does drop the tombstone down, and the rest of the team is incoming. He's still alive on Noob. Ice Park will be there. Sumail jumps in. Echo Slam on the 3 with the fissure being there, but the Global Silence will cover this one. Immediately into an RP for 2. They bring down the Undying, but Sumail not done with this fight. He wants more. Laurenov also about to die on the north side of things, and even V-Tune, whilst attempting to flee, gets grabbed in with the Song of the Siren, killed off by Noob zombies. That'll be a triple kill for the Undying. Even beyond the grave, he is winning the team fight for his squad.
Yep, that went about the way I was worried for a VP that it would. They just don't have the damage to get this Undying kill quick enough. They have to burn RP, and they have to burn so much time that Nigma Galaxy to get to connect their heroes and just clean house. And they end up getting a 4-for-1 that they initiated. That is the exchange.
11-2 on the scoreline. Nigma Galaxy inside the Roshan pit right now, looking for this first Aegis. Well, there is a bright side, Sind. They didn't use Ravage in that fight, so they still have a team fight spell for the next engagement.
Yeah, but they don't have the others, so you can't use it. I'm sorry, this was meant to be a positive angle, right?
Bro, please. Work with me here.
The Hawk has half an eggs. That means he's halfway finished, not halfway... what's the positive spin on that? Glass half full, right?
Positive spin on this is that he bought the Ogre Axe.
The axe is more than 50% completed, not that more than half of it is missing.
Ah, yes.
That's the glass half full way of thinking. Ish.
You see, now you're getting it, gang.
Yeah, I'm on board with it. I like some good old positivity.
Daha could use that side right now because he's been scouted by this illusion. Man, I don't know, it's fine that he survives, right? But part of me, if I'm watching this replay when he does, feels a bit bad that I can show on lane with half the enemy team in front of me and they deem me not important enough to even jump to secure the tower.
Yeah, I mean, this, again, similar to last game that we cast, this top tower, is it worth committing euros to this right now when you're getting it inevitably anyway? Oh, see you later, Rain, by the way. He's gonna get salamied by Sumail.
The silence.
Sumail thought about that one for a while. He wasn't sure if he really wanted to, but he was like, whatever, dude. Free kill.
It's such a satisfying button to click. You can't resist. Eventually, temptation gets the better of you. With Echo. It's the same with Culling Blade, although with Culling Blade, there's no reason not to use it generally. Some spells just feel so good to press. And do you know why they feel so good to press, Snare? Because of Dota's sound design. That's
sound design, yeah.
Sound design.
Literally, as you were saying that, I was thinking about OD Ultimates and how it's just exhilarating to listen to.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what's also exhilarating to listen to? The sound of a dead tormentor. Absolutely marvelous. Love that. GH with the shard. So now we
actually coming bottom for the fight right after getting this. They're gonna take the Twin Gate. They're coming on the backstab. I don't think they saw V-Tune just yet, but they would love to find a fight. Ghost is even rushing forward. And unfortunately for them, VP realized this too. Everybody's out.
Yeah, this was gonna end really badly. Fighting into the Aegis of SF. Oh, my goodness, I got a frog in my throat. I got many frogs.
I've actually never understood that idiom. Like, what does it actually mean?
I guess it's because it's like slimy like a frog. I don't know.
Ah, I see. No. I'm sure they wish everybody on Nigma would just turn into frogs and hop somewhere else instead of making a beeline towards their tier 2 tower.
Or maybe it's because the way you speak when you have a frog in your throat is a little bit like croaky, you know? You're like... Yeah, that sound. Good enough. Also good enough is Nigma Galaxy's push, approaching a 15,000 net worth lead at 21 minutes.
Oh, mid. They're going for more. They found V-Tune. This is a disaster. He needs a way out of this fight. Already at half HP on this Lifestealer. They're chasing him further forward. Antares is there to provide a target for the Infest, but not the fastest hero. Thankfully, he's in the water right now, so that'll skate him away to safety.
Ghost is going to start hitting the high ground, I think. Nope. He's thinking about it. Yeah, there we go.
I mean, why not,
Anticipating
right?
that VP
You
are
have more-
TPing back to defend, but they actually aren't, so he could have kept hitting.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How far are we from the Magnus BKB? 500 gold, so he almost has it. But they don't want to show anywhere until they have it. Dahak, though, unfortunately, will be able to finish his axe. He got the axe. He's gonna die, but at least he has the full item complete for himself.
Global?
There's
He
a
could
global
TP out with
silence.
this
He actually
global. Oh,
might
he's gonna
think
fight.
about going for this fight. He's gonna ravage, get the quick kill out onto Omar, and he's hiding. He wants to still force this, but oh no, he got betrayed by the creep Cinderin. They gave Sumail the awareness that this hide had not gotten out, and that is what gets him killed. In the meantime, the rest of Nigma Galaxy are just inside the base. They managed to kill off this Magnus very easily, and that'll help them secure the tier 3 tower and a potential lane of Rex.
And with Ravage on cooldown and Global on cooldown and Macro Fire, do you have the damage to repel this Aegis Shadow Beam? 30 seconds is more than enough to get this lane. And you just have to concede this. Ghost opting to go for the melee first. Could have chosen the ranged, of course, to prevent the glyph refresh, but doesn't seem to matter all that much. They'll just take that and be happy with it. Rest on their laurels for a little bit, get their own spells ready, and then probably go for the killing blow. So Silver Edge now completed. You can kill Tide in the blink of an eye now on Shadow Fiend. Working off the Kraken Shell. No other real benefit to this here. But of course, I mean, it's a feel-good item on Shadow Fiend nevertheless.
Maybe that one kill they failed to get, he is like, that's not happening again. Never again, bro.
Yeah.
Now have... You know how you know this game is going exceptionally well for Noob? He's gone Blink Dagger right now, right? Gonna go Blink BKB, but he is still number 2 on net worth, on Undying, bro.
He is so
How is
fat.
this even possible?
Vanguard, Glimmer, Ags, Blink. Yeah, he can just get in there. He can pop his Glimmer, blink into 5 heroes, and start casting Decay, and he actually won't die.
To be fair, he was barely dying anyway.
Yeah.
Even before this, so...
And
Gets
when
only
he
worse
did,
from
he was
now.
instantly back to life.
Oh, Vitun. They have the stun, they have Echo. Are they gonna commit it? There's the Fissure, there's the Terrorize, Brambles as well, but Global Silence will be there. Ghost was trying to catch up, but they didn't want to commit the Echo Slam from Sumail, so Vitun will be allowed to live.
Yeah, they got him out of there. Force Death into Infest. And now you would imagine VP. With this smoke, this is just a full-on Hail Mary. They're hoping to get a good RP and a good Ravage. Loranov will see. Oh, the
Omar gets the Yules out onto Loranov, even drops a Bramble Maze behind him. He does have BKB. They're going to try and force him to pop it. Gets to the high ground to safety at least. They pop out of Antares with Vitun, with Macropire drop down as well, but this was away from the Ravage, away from an RP. So that big magical damage just ends up being wasted. Oh boy. However, Cinderin, Gaimin affords a 13% chance for VP to win this game. So, what is Gaimin seeing about the prospect of Virtus.pro right now?
I believe these win probability stats are using games of lower skill than this one. And therefore, it is anticipating that a lot of the time the Radiant heroes will do something dumb in the Dire base and get skewered to Fountain, or get 4-man RP ravaged into the tier 4 towers. If that happens, if it uses a big sample size of games and that happens in 10% of them, then that happens in 0 point something percent of these. So, yeah, it's just not good, Snare. It just isn't good. Okay, it's not good, VP.
An infinitesimal probability out of a very low sample size of 13%. So what you're saying is that there's still a chance.
The Hawk with the Blade Mail purchase. Now that's interesting. What if they all bought Blade Mails?
5 Blade Mails. I mean, we've seen some TI games, famously, eHome versus EG, with 5 Dagons with a path to victory. So perhaps 5 Blade Mails will help them out here.
Yeah.
bottom tower
Perhaps.
is under attack.
Yep, playing in an
Capital
awkward
P.
area right now. They underneath Observer Wards. They see Silencer, they see Magnus. And they're actually coming for them. Look at Ghost, he's just sitting there. He gets revealed from the Invis, doesn't have a BKB, does have the Requiem though. Global Silence will be there in time. Ghost getting surrounded, RP going forward. Do they have the damage to kill him? Yes. They barely make it happen just as the Terrorize lands. But now that GH has laid out the Song of the Siren, do they want to take this fight? Sumail is here, he's got Fissure, he's got Echo Slam. Both will be committed. Lifestealer's gone, so is the Magnus. The TP out will be good for the Tide Hunter at the very least. However, Rain doesn't have a TP, doesn't have a Force Staff, doesn't have a Blink Dagger. Doing his best. But he dies too. Omar showing some love back towards the point.
And here comes New pushing high ground on Undying. He leaves.
I mean, on the bright side, because you killed Ghost, he's your only tower hitter from the side of Nigma Galaxy, so this will forestall the push a little bit from VP.
Yeah, imagine that situation if Ghost has a BKB. That's just nothing, right? Like that's his next item, 500 away. Once that is completed, the play that you just pulled off for VP is not going to be enough. They basically need to fight again immediately when their spells are up. I think there's maybe going to be like a 20-second window between their ultis being ready and us having a BKB delivered. And if they don't do that, Nigma Galaxy will take Roche and they will finish the game. So you probably should just full-on YOLO this. And the worst thing that can happen is that if you go in and 2 of your heroes die, at least we get a scoreline of 420. This is a good outcome as well. So this, you have nothing to lose for VP. Just go for it.
Gotta love 420, but we love it responsibly. Mid lane. Back in the game, Dahak. Oh my god, he just got himself clipped. Does have a TP, forced off to the low ground. Dahak and having to run himself away here. Omar drops a grapple maze, not allowing him to leave. The Bedlam will provide some damage, but the Macropire zones back this Dark Willow. She can't close it onto Dahak. Even the Infest there to ensure he does not fall in that moment. But you were asking about the time window. Well, the BKB is now available. So the window is not going to be waiting for BKB. It's going to be your coming anthem with BKB Aegis, as they're now in the Roshan pit for Nigma Galaxy.
Yep, they're gonna put this on Ghost, and he's gonna go and do some building. Four points in Feast of Souls. Nice attack speed, bro. So now.
Oh, no way! They pick off V-Tune and they draw the Global Silence. Sumail just finding this Lifestealer completely out of nowhere.
Yeah, when you have amplified damage, it's a big salami. It's not the regular one. This one is. You know, this one is the one with the nice little, what do you call that when salami has like these little knobs of fat in it?
Oh, those little dots, yeah.
It's one of those, you know. It's a real big salami from Sumail.
Lorinov.
Trying to find Lorinov, they
Getting
will
chased.
Keep finding him.
GH doesn't want to song
GH has
him.
dagger. He's gonna get him eventually.
Yep.
Hello.
Finds him in the trees. Song for it. You know, GH hasn't actually had to use Song in such a long time that he's probably like, it's fine. Set up for the Requiem. It misses completely.
All right, well, he's not getting out, so...
Oh, man. Oh, worth, bro. I would tip them. I'm already losing the game. Might as well tip them.
The funny thing about this is Requiem is completely unnecessary anyway. So it's like no point in even casting it. You canceled his TP with the Song. You can just ensnare and just attack him to death, right? But they went for the style points. Unfortunately, in figure skating, I believe that is a 0 from 0 to 10. But it's okay. There's room for improvement for Nigma. That's good. It's good for them to have something to focus on, and we do get our 420, of course.
Hey. One of the best days of the year. High ground now. Ghost and the gang are posting up. Roshan's banner dropped behind them. And this time he has an Aegis and a BKB. And you don't have Magnus. You do not have a Macropie. And you're still 10 seconds away from having a global. So you probably just have to give up this tier 3 tower now.
Oh,
in fact, Ghost is coming forward. Oh my goodness. Antares.
Clutch
I didn't know Antares had Hurricane Pipe.
Of course, classic itemization.
Well, it worked that time for him. Kept them alive. Here they come. Oh no, Lorenov couldn't get the skewer back onto Ghost. So Ghost is completely fine on the high ground.
Quick reaction with the pike there. Nice.
High ground pike gameplay will enable Nigma Galaxy to claim that lane of Rex. VP unable to stop them. Only one full set remains down bottom. And that's where they're heading at the moment. The sheer disrespect from Noob to walk that close to the high ground with zero fear of losing his life.
Well, if they cast key spells on him, he's just going to respawn instantly and TP to his team, right? So they can't even commit big abilities for it. Because he has a pseudo Aegis, right? Alright, Ghost.
He also has a BKB now.
Oh, does he? Oh, nice.
Yep, flying on the courier.
Yeah, the classic Undying out-farming lifestealer at 33 minutes. Nothing unusual here. Okay, it is time for the killing blow. Nigma Galaxy, high ground awaits you.
One more item from VP though. They just picked up a BKB on Lifestealer, so VTune has presence in the fight outside of having to rage or infest immediately, but still a lot of right-click damage to concern yourself with. Get the Ice Pop out onto Ghost. He's down to half HP, and they're actually trying to take away this first life. They came really, really close. Hurricane Pipe was forced out of him. So that is something. Not too many expensive spells utilized to get that from him.
He'll finish his Daedalus.
Get the Daedalus. I would bet he wishes he had Satanic, but if the game goes much longer, he will eventually get to that item.
Yeah.
This VP having to do a lot of damage control. The mid lane of Rax is being peppered away by these super creeps, so that range Rax is almost gone as well. Nigma need no resources to commit there, but they're gonna try and force a fight. They all smoke up by the outpost here. Sumail's not with them, however. He just picked up an Octarine core. Okay, that's where he was. Getting the Octa, so now it's time to go and fight.
Yeah, with this smoke, if they find any sort of initiation angle, that's going to be an instant global silence counterplay, or heroes are going to die.
Lorenov getting gone on. There's the instant global silence, but they have BKBs to get through it. They do skewer Noob deeper into the fight, as VTune having to run away from Sumail and Ghost. Look how much damage he's taking. Forced to infest to run away. Noob in the meantime with his BKB just runs down the silencer. Now there's no global. There is no Ravage and RP, however. Dark getting broken, having to be careful. There's another fissure from Sumail. Does have a minute until he has the Echo available again, as they remove the first life from Ghost. When he comes back, he will have his BKB though.
Lifesteal is just staying infested, huh? He's just chilling.
Hey man, this is the safest place for him to be on the map right now.
Yeah, well, probably Fountain is number one, but it's a close second.
On the bright side, Nigma Galaxy have been somewhat stalled out. This tier 3 tower is just not falling, but they can't keep this up forever from the side of VP. So the question is, Sint, do you wait as Nigma for the next Roche? Or do you feel strong enough to just try to finish Satanic and end the game before the big man emerges?
I mean, they obviously don't have the exact information that we do about the game state, how much gold they're ahead, what the full-on trajectory of the game has been, but they should have a pretty good feeling that if they were to go high ground and truly commit to dive, they would probably just pull it off and get megas. But there's probably a little bit of a mental aspect of Nigma Galaxy have thrown a lot of games in this fashion where they're 20k up and they might be, you know, trying to train themselves out of bad let's rush to end the game habits. And then, of course, in some games where you just have it in the bag, you're going to look a little silly for not trying to finish it. But I can respect if that's the mindset here, that you're trying to avoid disaster because of previous experience. The problem is if this becomes a pattern and you start losing games that you were winning because you don't close them out when you're meant to. In this game, I have no worries. If this goes another 10 minutes, they are not losing this by keeping the status quo. They're not going to get like mega outscaled or running into trouble. So it's okay. I think the theoretically best play is to get the Aegis and then push, but they don't have to.
Nigma chillin'. 1 minute until the big man respawns. We just got bots 2 for the Earthshaker of Sumail. And they're making very good progress towards the Satanic. And now Yule Scepter going out. They caught the Hawk. He's in a bramble maze as well. They reel him in away from his squad. A Fissure will block off any route of escape. Where's the damage though? Hex comes in and here comes Ghost. The Shadow Fiend right-clicking through. The Hawk already dead. Nothing he can do here. Antares will eat a Curse Crowd in tandem with the Fissure from Sumail as they stun him up. Noob pops his BKB, ensures that they kill off Antares. There is buyback available from Dahak, but not going to be there for this Jakiro. Laranov did manage to stay in the trees, was not hunted down by Noob. But as the RP goes on to Ghost, they drag him in. He's inside the base. Global Silence will be there as well. But now he pops his BKB, turns around, starts right-clicking into V-Tune. And V-Tune just gets slept. Can't do anything here. They will drop the Echo Slam. V-Tune dodges it with his BKB, but it won't matter. He dies. He has to go back to base. The Hawk gets zoned away from the fight. And GG, well played, is called. The Hawk didn't even get to use Ravage in this last engagement. My goodness, what a beatdown from Nigma Galaxy. This was not even close, Cinderin.
Yeah. I don't know. Let's see a game number 2 from VP to see if they have any fight left in them. Because honestly, to be a little bit blunt, I think the players, I will speak about this from the perspective of how I think their players feel. I think they feel like this was embarrassing. Because it's one thing to lose and get run over, but this game was just hopeless. It feels like they can't coordinate their stuff. Their draft is extremely contextual, like very specific things need to happen in really specific ways. It's very greedy. It's very cooldown based, and nothing worked, right? They lost their lanes, they lost the mid game, they lost the objectives, they lost the buildings. They lost at every single aspect of this game, and then on top of all of it, they got outplayed on an individual level. So, I mean, sometimes a spade is just a spade, man. They got run over. There was nothing good in this game, and it just sucks to go out on a whimper. So I just hope for VP's sake that even if they do end up losing this series or even the next game, that at the very least they get to show some form, right? Just pick a lineup where you can do stuff, make some moves, find some successes, and be a bit more entertaining, because this looked like an animal that just rolled over and died, right? It was honestly just a bit sad to watch. I know I'm being really harsh, but come on, man. These players are better than this.
I mean, we've all been there in these kind of games, right? And I think if you were to ask the players, they themselves would be like, yeah, that wasn't it. I think a good example of what you're talking about, you'll remember Seattle TI when Zai retired. His final game, when they got eliminated and he was playing Centaur, and the only thing he could say afterwards was, yeah, man, Centaur like that, I think I should leave the team. And he knew himself. This is one of those kind of games. I do think for VP, it's like you say, the main problem was the draft, right? It needed to go perfectly. This is not the type of draft that can come back from behind, especially not with triple beefy core, you know, one of them being a universal hero. But triple beefy core, non-playmaking supports that are very static in their movements and don't farm particularly well. An off-laner that can't like carry the game by himself anymore. Long gone are those Tide Hunter days where you can just solo the entirety of the enemy team. So just you set yourself up, I think, as VP with a really bad hand. And you have a really bad hand, and unfortunately you also played the worst option out of those hands. But this is one of those GG go next games. I hope they don't think about it anymore.
Yeah, and you know what? If you're a team that's this far down in the dumps, which I think VP are right now, pick heroes that play around each other, right? Pick some combos, pick some fast plays. You have really aggressive players. Like a lot of these players, the way they made a name for themselves was playing fast, playing oppressive lane style heroes that can win their lanes and run around the map and do things. But you're putting your support players on Silencer Jakiro, and then you're picking 3 static tanky cores that don't have damage. You're just effectively telling the enemy team, we are not here to pressure you. You can do what you want. I don't think that's going to be a winning recipe against a better team. Like, Nigma Galaxy is just a better team than VP right now. You want to pull an upset, you want to win this series, make plays. You know, pick stuff that is aggressive. And if nothing else, even if you want to farm a little bit, at the very least, pick something that scales in a proper fashion into that mid game when Nigma is going to strike.
I think the perfect summary of how you're describing this, right, is the fact that firstly at the beginning of the game they were being heavily outfarmed, but when we ended the game, literally 1,000 GPM was in favor of Nigma Galaxy. 38 minutes, 38k lead at the end, and largely it's because you have these moments, even when there's downtime from Nigma's side, they're farming the map. Just see how slow it was from VP. When you have a small map and you have these heroes, you just don't get any space to farm. Late Radiance on the Lifestealer, we never got to a Blink Dagger from Tidehunter, so he pretty much had no easy ways into the fight. I believe we saw one good Ravage from the Tidehunter. The rest of them, he pretty much died before the Ravage could even be considered in those engagements. So for VP, this is not what we want to see from y'all, gang. We know you can do better than this. We've seen you qualify for great tournaments. So in game 2, we need that VP. We need the Winter Bears to emerge from their slumber. So Cinderin, let's take a quick break. And when we come back, let us hope hibernation is over and the Russian Bears will come through and take us into a game 3.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
coace, cura nu mai tace, iarba nu mai place, curiești bolnăvia retreguță mioară. Stăpânii cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețes. Când l-a pus de soare, vreau să-mi dă mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean. Astea să le spui, iar la cap să-mi pui, lui raș de fac. Lui raș de os. Lui raș de soc, mă zicei cu foc. Când abate plăierea, răzbate șuile, să strânge pe mine, mă plânge cu lacrimi de sânge. Iar dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni, măicuță bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe când mă alergând, de toți întrebând, și la toți zicând, cine a cunoscut, cine mi-a
Welcome back, one and all, to Game 2 of Nigma Galaxy versus Virtus.pro in our second elimination game of the day. And so far, it looks like Nigma Galaxy is a class above that of Virtus.pro. They truly are living in the stars and VP in a cave underneath the ground. However, Cinderin, hibernation ends eventually. Winter does not last forever. So please, cast a ray of sunshine onto this. Give us the light of how Virtus.pro get out of the hole that they're in.
You know what? I've got a hot take for you, Snare. It cannot get any worse than the previous game. So here we are. Virtus.pro, they just need to get out there, pick some heroes that are active, go fight for it, and get off to their laning stage and just take initiative. You know, that is my #1 piece of advice, and also my hope here for VP is that they just, in that last game, they felt very stifled. I think this time around, if they pick more active heroes and just better lanes, they can show that they have more promise. This is obviously a tournament that has gone horribly wrong for them. There's no need to sugarcoat it. Their games have been pretty bad by their standards. These players are capable of much more than this, but you know, every tournament, there's going to be somebody that gets last, and every player that plays in these tournaments are really, really good. So, you know, there's always going to be a bottom dog, but you can still lose without looking your worst. And that is what these 0-2 teams are hoping to do, right? You know, one of these teams is going home today, but you'd like to go home if you are at least not going out with a complete whimper. So either VP gets a full recovery, or if they were to lose this, just show us some better Dota. That's all I ask, right? And that's what they should be asking themselves too.
The seeds have already been planted to have a better game because they got a counter onto this Bat Rider. Of course, Nigma Galaxy can shift this hero into a lesser priority, but Virtus.pro can also do the same. They have the final overall pick, so they can allow this Abaddon to just respond appropriately. We've been seeing him, as you said yesterday, carry an off lane for the most part. We'll see what the rest of the draft, where I actually want it to be, but for now, it's good to just have this flexible hero available to you, especially because of how obscenely strong Bat Rider has been these last few days. The damage output of that hero is just disgusting.
Yeah, this is an S tier pick right now for a reason. It's flexible. You can play it mid, 5, 4, 3. Probably carry 2, honestly, in the right game. So it doesn't give a lot of information away except the archetype hero that it is. And of course, there's some traditional counters that will work well against it. VP picking one of them here in the Abaddon. You're probably likely to either see this as a carry Abaddon for VTune or an offlane for the Hawk. And either way, the other player might also want to have a hero that deals quite well with being sticky napalmed. So either you're like an illusion-based hero or a hero that buys Manta or a hero that has some sort of dispel, or at the very least one that can fend for itself when the aggression comes out in the lane. And if not, then the support has to cover for you. Classic examples of that would be something like Oracle, but I don't think Oracle really fares as well against Bat as it used to. So, yeah, it's just really good right now.
I think it's because the Bat Rider doesn't just play around the lasso as he used to. So Oracle used to just be one-click easy dispel. But now that the Bat Rider is all about that persistent damage throughout the course of the fight, you don't just have that one-click bail out of trouble scenario that you used to. So don't think we'll see it here. We do get the silencer again, though, for Virtus.pro. So they really, really still do feel strongly about this hero. On the bright side, if Bat Rider does want to play around Lasso, as he jumps in, you global, that gives you some counter initiation for VP.
You got to pick some action heroes now, though, right? Are we just going to go down the same path as last game? This is the same archetype of lineup that VP are crafting right now. Tanky side lane hero that does not make moves plus global silence. You need initiation. You need catch, stuns, you know, something to bring you into the fights. Like, this is looking like an incredibly juicy Clockwork game right now, for example. Shaker and ET, like, sign me up, you know, get me in there. Clock can open the fight, you global, maybe you pick something like a Storm, and, well, it's banned, so you don't pick that. But that type of hero, like Ember, Void Spirit, get in, you know you have global covering you, you know you have a Photic Shield to rely on. Don't pick
I'm with you on this one.
Please don't pick Lifestealer right now. Just don't.
I mean, it's one of VTune's most played heroes, bro. It's one of his most played heroes. What do you want? What he rolls with?
You know what? Are you trying to pull down your win rate on one of your iconic heroes, VTune, or what's going on here? If you pick Lifestealer, are you just trying to get in more volume in your most played hero tier, or what's going on? Let's see it. A lot of time being spent from VP here.
We'll decide on Queen of Pain.
Fine.
This is another one that I was thinking about as you were talking about that those Blink heroes. This gives them, you know, in the previous game, one of the big struggles that they had, even early on, was damage. So now you at least get a hero that regardless of what you do, you will have some kind of way to kill a target who's about to take over, not just watching them waddle away with 100 HP.
And this
should be a solid lane against Shaker.
Exactly, you have a good lane matchup against Shaker and Bat, which is really valuable here because the Bat could still be going mid on Sumail, so you cover your bases this way. It gives you playmaking potential. You can use the global silence to cover you as you play offensively. There's a clock. Nice. Okay. I'm
Alrighty.
more on board with this. This is more what I would like to see from VP. And now the last pick, whatever carry, I'm assuming Abaddon is the offlaner, but let's entertain the idea that he's the carry. Get something for the Hawk that plays with pace together with this Quap and Clockwork. As long as you can get out of your laning stage all right and be active on the map, then I personally would still rather see the Abaddon offlane and then get a carry that can be active, especially now. Well, Abaddon is, ironically, we've reached the point with modern Dota now where Abaddon can out-carry Terrorblade late game. But I don't think that's the desired way of playing the map now for VP. I would much rather see them try to play it faster. I think this is an interesting game to play potentially Morphling. But the issue is there's a lot of pressure to Clockwork to make all the moves. So maybe if you could get another carry that has a little bit of catch. Or you do run the Abaddon carry and then your offlaner contributes to setting up fights for your team. I'll be okay with either.
I was going to actually say that I would prefer the Abaddon goes carry so that the Hawk can just focus on fighting. And then once Abaddon is ready with items, he just gets to be the focal point of the fight. Just drives forward, they engage onto him, he's got coverage, and there's much, much, much better initiation from his squad. So I would prefer that. Give the Hawk like some Centaur, some Pango. Pango is banned out right now, but like that profile of hero that just wants to be on the map whenever the Queen of Pain cooldowns are down.
Yeah, and you can see Nigma Galaxy also recognize this. They're banning the Brewmaster, which is one of the heroes the Hawk has been playing in the offlane that would be better against Terrorblade. So they don't want to have to worry about that. But there's obviously plenty of heroes that you could technically play here as an offlaner for the Hawk. Okay, they're going to get rid of the Enigma as well. That would have been another interesting prospect.
Oh.
Okay.
Straight into the Arc Warden for Sumail.
Arc Warden.
And Noob is going to play the Earthshaker then, right?
Offlane Shaker, yeah. The lane matchup against Abaddon for offlane Shaker is not too terrible, especially with Silencer being the 5. You're playing with Bat, you can probably do quite okay down there. Arc Warden against Quap, I think, is a pretty fine lane for Arc.
5 seconds remaining.
Is there a genius pick here now, is the question. Because Arc Warden presents some additional problems here for VP. You know what? I like it. Like, that's that aggression, right? Yeah. Whether this is going to work or not, I want to give props to VP for totally revamping their draft from game 1 and finding something here that I think gives them a much better chance to win. I think this is still going to be a difficult game, also because Nigma seems to just be playing better right now, but at the very least, there's a clearer path here to how you can make something happen. Prophet can TP and kill the Arc Warden mid together with Quap and take the tower. You can play around with Clockwork and the global presence of him. You have Global Silence that you can connect with. And Taurus, please don't take Chainmail.
Is he going to do it? No way. Is it going to be our first Chainmail?
There's no way he doesn't change this, right?
Let's see. Let's see.
Dude, you're not actually
5,
playing Chainmail.
4, 3, 2, 1. Chainmail Clockwork, baby. Let's go.
Is it locked in?
Let's go. Let's go.
It's not locked in yet. You can still switch.
Let's see.
I'm keeping an
the
eye
game's
on it,
about to start.
He switched. Dude, there's no way, man. There is no way you don't take Expanded Armature. It's the only facet this hero has.
I'm very unhappy about this. I wanted to see... I honestly, when I saw Chainmail come out in the patch notes, I thought it was a joke. I was like, there's no way this is an actual facet to give to a hero. This is basically just telling every Clockwork player, you should have been playing Expanded Armature. Now we're going to force you to, because there's no other option, really.
Yeah,
so,
basically. This hero is probably going to get the treatment of Expanded Armature will be the new default way cogs work, and then he will have 2 other facets. I just think that's, with how the game has developed over the last year, that's the most obvious and natural transition for the hero. But, okay. Yeah, I'm excited for VP. I'm hopeful that this is a game where they can make it a little bit more exciting for themselves, for the fans, for everybody watching, because that last game was quite depressing to watch. And once again, even if it turns out Nigma are a better team and you will go out here in a tough tournament for yourselves, at the very least, go out with a bang, right? Make some action. Make us believe that you've got it.
I'll be honest, I actually like VP's draft more than I like Nigma's draft. I'm not really that sold on this offlane Earthshaker. You were mentioning how Abaddon can outscale the Terrorblade. Not only does he outscale Terrorblade, he builds the Radiance, which is one of the items that Terrorblade hates to deal with. And also TB hates fighting into heroes that can just stand in front of him and not really worry about their own lives, which Abaddon is perfect at being able to do. They have so much early movement from their squad, and I'm looking at this Nigma Galaxy draft, right? Noob is going to be needing to be farming on the Earthshaker to get to his Blink Dagger. Omar can respond to some of these rotations, but does mean that I'm imagining a much easier mid lane for this Queen of Pain. She's not going to be suffering against the double rotations, and even if they do come, she has Blink. Arc Warden does not have an escape tool for himself under those conditions.
Yeah, so there's at least a very clear path here for what VP can do, right? And I just hope this unfortunately can happen a lot of the time if you have a really bad tournament and you're demoralized as a team, is that communication breaks down. The way you win this game is by making plays. You want to tell your teammates to come gank your lanes when it's time. You want them to take initiative. You want to use your Prophet to his advantage, which is that early mid-game aggression. So I just hope that we don't see VP kind of just phone it in and just play their lanes and just farm, because then I'm really not on board with what they're doing. Well, we'll already see a fight breaking out potentially in the 8th.
We're trying to secure the bounty. Antares unfortunately unable to get it. Will eat quite a bit of damage as well from the Spark Wraith. But should be fine. Still ends up being a 2-2 trade in the end.
Yeah, it's good enough. Good enough for both sides, really. And when we've talked a lot about VP's changes, they obviously made some big adjustments. Let's see Sumail Arc. We've seen it before. I think he lost that game that I saw. He seems really on this Arc Warden train right now. I don't know if it's something he loves or something that Kuro is kind of pushing for because he has some genius idea with this, but no other team is playing this hero mid, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't really
one other team.
Oh, there is.
So yeah. Navi, they actually lost to Navi playing Arc Warden. So Navi went with
Navi had Arc.
Yeah.
Got it.
They played Arc Warden in TI qualifiers as they lose out on Dahak. Unfortunately, that is not what we need. They started off with the 3 heroes down bottom, making sure that they had the numerical overload, and they find the kill. And also, you know, normally you'd say Earthshaker, not the hero you can leave alone top to make that move. He blocked his wave so well that he was under no danger of dying while that move was happening.
Yeah. It's a good way to deal with offlane Prophet, is to just put a little bit of extra pressure on him early on to try to offset the plays that he will potentially have.
Some pressure being put out right now onto Ghost. He's been caught inside the Sprout. The Hawk putting in some right clicks, but also just trying to secure his own farm. It feels like this is not a Nature's Prophet they can allow.
So greedy, man.
In the same team.
These 2 heroes together in a draft, it's just like, it's 2 of these we get 4 items and we own kind of heroes, but maybe Sumail can go for a different build in this game than the classic Midas scaling arc, but rather a little bit of a tempo build with perhaps Vessel. However, you are against Abaddon, which makes Vessel a lot less appealing. Yoink. Sumail takes the rune with Magnetic Field. Unlucky Lornoff.
Sumail though, they are practically even in the CS department here, so just going to continue under this purview. Down bottom, I feel like they need to make sure that the Hawk does not die again. The importance of this Nature's Prophet to the game plan overall cannot be overstated. Like, he's the engine of creating this chaos early on. How are things going on the other side of the map? Because we're just going to keep farming here. GH is running down the Nature's Prophet. On top side, now that they have both supports back, Noob is getting more CS. V2 is farming as well, but doesn't really seem like they're stopping this Earthshaker from getting all the tools that he needs here.
Sumail is actually really pressuring Lornoff with this Arc Warden. Being able to pull the power rune, or excuse me, the water rune there with Magnetic Field really helps him out in the regen battle, and he's just playing the long-range artillery Spark Wraith harass onto the Quap, taking completely free CS. So this is a good showcase of what this hero can do in certain matchups. I just don't know how good this matchup is on paper because we don't really see it much, but it seems like Arc Warden is doing very, very well against Lornoff.
Interesting. I think he went for this rune capture because he's playing up against a Queen of Pain. When Copy went Arc Warden, he played with the other facet, the rune replicate. But I think it was probably because in that situation he could rely on himself to go get the runes. Against the Blink Queen of Pain, you do need another way to deny her what she's getting, and it's working. Hasn't been able to refill his bottle for a while, forced to bring in some raindrops. So despite being 7 CS behind, he's even further behind in net worth. They're going to try and kill him though. Here they come. We spoke about the Prophet rotation coming middle, and it will emerge now. GH though is here, and the magnetic field is keeping Sumail alive. He does get pushed towards these heroes, but they don't have the damage just yet. The Hawk falling low, getting bounced back by the flame break of Omar. The Hawk ends up dead again. GH chases him across the map, and it compounds his misery.
Yeah, a 4-man gank leading to you dying is definitely not what you're looking for here for VP. So, not the result that was intended, to be sure. And yeah, it's a pretty big concern that Prophet is falling this far behind. Ghost will, at this point, be completely free farming. There's nothing stopping this Terrorblade anymore. He's 28-11 against the Prophet's 11-1. So Ghost can just play a free game down bot, and that will allow GH some play potential.
Mid lane.
Saw that defensive TP mid.
1v1 versus Lorinov. Lorinov trying to scream him down. He's still alive though, and he does get the kill. Solo kill by the Queen of Pain. Lorinov forcing himself back into this game after a bit of a tough start.
Yeah, and this is a lot of XP being lost by Sumail as well. There's a full wave in his tower. Omar at the very least will pick it up, so Nigma as a team do get the experience, but this will create a little bit of a gap between the Arc and the Queen of Pain. Lorinov ahead about half a level. He does, however, have to go to base for a refill. So Arc will catch up a little, but it will, without a doubt, be a faster 6 on the Quap. And then maybe you can make the same play as before with the Clock and Prophet, but this time have that big burst when Lorinov comes to lane with full resources and try to go for the kill again. You could slow down Sumail even further with another kill. It has pretty big ramifications on the overall flow of the game here.
As we get back into it, V2 still just farming away. I don't expect too much to happen here. To the degree where even Omar's left and like, bro, you'll be fine, right? Just don't play stupidly, you won't die. You'll be alright. They're gonna chase him a little bit, but there's no stuns in the lane, no real slows either, until you get really stacked into by the Curse of Avernus, so you should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, they're gonna be oppressive up here, and V2 should be winning this lane, but not by a large margin. And offlane Shaker, one of the nice things about this hero in the offlane is how much you can do with relatively little. This hero by nature can just have really high impact with just a blink, and you're not under pressure in the game of getting a ton of items compared to a mid Shaker later down the stretch, because you know that if you provide the stuns and the utility, you have an Arc Warden and a Terrorblade. Damage is not the problem here. It's going to be control. So I would love to see Noob get something like Blink and then Octarine Core, potentially. Just for more fissures, more presence. Force Staff could also be part of the build on the way, of course.
Speaking of Terrorblade, the tier 1 tower bottom is literally down to half HP after Ghost popped his meta. So VP need to be careful. If a move like that happens again, they'll just lose the tower. And they have to be especially careful because, as we've noted, this Wisdom Shrine on the eastern part of the map is where a lot of the contest happens. They can't afford to lose this tower sin. This will probably give up the shrine as well. They need support. Rain is here, but what can they do?
Well, they're enough heroes. I mean, Nigma Galaxy aren't trying to contest it, so they'll take the tower, but they will not get the wisdom. Ghost level 6 against the level 4 of the Hawk. Does indeed beg the question, why didn't Nigma try to get more there? If they brought one more hero bottom, maybe you actually just take this wisdom. But perhaps the concern is, well, the enemy team has the better rotating core, right? If you're trying to bring over, let's say, the Bat Rider plus ET, the 2 supports, along with TB, what happens when Quap TPs? Because Argorn sure is not coming. They might just have to accept this trade, and it's fine. Nigma Galaxy, for all intents and purposes, this game is going completely according to plan. 3k up minute 8.
What?
Mainly courtesy of this beatdown in bottom lane.
Link Dagger already available on the Earthshaker now. Are you kidding me? Well, it seems, Mr. Syndrome, we're getting a lot of records today because this is officially the fastest Blink Dagger on Earthshaker in the entire patch.
8 minutes sharp is when he gets it.
Faster than Copy by 35 seconds.
Stomp onto Laranov, no follow-up.
Oh my god, look at the damage from the
though.
Spark Wraith throw. My goodness, Laranov needs to blink away here. What a silly spell Spark Wraith is, as GH running around with his haste rune. But they can't do anything. He got that additional bonus movement speed. He's chilling.
He almost got caught in the cogs. If he got pulled in, he would have been in big trouble. Flying a little bit close to the sun there, but he didn't get his wings burnt.
That sounds suspiciously like you're questioning GH Godson, Durin.
No, I'm saying he pulled it off. Narrowly. Isn't that the best kind of play? The true limit testing one, where you make the guy use cogs because he thinks he can get you, but then he can't?
What I'm saying is that
boss move?
No, there's no margins for GH. Every play is just perfect. It's a chasm of space for him to operate in.
That's crazy. The literal perfect player.
Exactly. Right now, Laranov just hoping to try and forestall some of this aggression mid. Should be able to clear out the wave, as Arc Warden has now dedicated himself towards the jungle once he's finished this Midas. He will throw in these token assaults towards mid lane with the Tempest double, but this is where, if I'm VP, I'm starting to think, hey, Clockwork, bro, we need to do something. We need to get vision of the area where Arc Warden is farming. This is the time where that hero is vulnerable to be killed. We just don't have any aggressive vision at the moment.
Yeah, and you've lost your bottom tier 1, excuse me, so there's a little bit of an opening down here for Ghost to start taking over your triangle. So in terms of overall efficiency here, Nigma Galaxy are getting more out of the map, and they're going to try to use that angle to attack from, with Ghost coming into mid with meta.
Oh, there's the Blink Dagger. So big jump with the Echo Slam from Noob. They find the connection onto Antares. Laranov was able to blink away, but with Spark Wraith to connect an Echo Stomp, Omar will fly over his head with the Firefly, securing a kill. We did see an attempted TP by the Hawk, very wisely cancelled by the Nature's Prophet. But Nigma revealed the Blink Dagger. There's no... VP had to have known that the game was going well for Noob, but there's no way they envisioned he already had the Blink.
Yeah, that definitely caught them by surprise. And it's a really high impact play. You get 2 kills, including 1 core. You get the mid tower. If there's something that Terrorblade and Arc Warden... Alright, a little bit of a kill back the other way here for V2. Arc Warden and Terrorblade make really good use of early towers, because they can just keep pushing out the waves and getting extra farm, and all they want is to just out-itemize you. They just need time. Like VP, as much as I love that they were going this different angle with their draft, it also does put some pressure on them to execute these early moves better. Because if you fall behind and you fail these plays, like this gold lead is going to become massive with TB and Arc with early Midas.
For a second when you said TB and Arc with early Midas, I thought you meant what? They both got Midas? But no, just the Arc one.
No. He could have, though. Honestly, I think this is a game where Ghost could have got away with it. I don't actually think, even if it's the perfect Terrorblade game where you're free farming, I don't think Midas is worth it. I think it's a net worth loss. Over buying
Does nothing for your illusions. Yeah. Does nothing for you directly as the hero. Yeah.
I think it's better. I think this hero farms faster. If you have the perfect game where you can literally free farm, I think it's better to get Yashia.
Yep.
I'm not positive on that, though.
Top lane. Omar is gonna get killed off potentially here. GH. Oh, the fissure. Gonna be nicely done by Noob. They even commit the Wrath of Nature. However, with Laranov blinking forward, they do get Omar down. Nice free kill for them.
Yep. Another pick. Baby steps. VP now almost has as many kills as last game.
I was thinking the same thing. I didn't want to say it.
I'll say it. I don't give a fuck, man.
They're 75% of the way there. One more kill and they'll match the entire score. Still though, also the gold lead that VP have to deal with is much less than the previous game. Yes, they have lost a tower middle, a tower bottom, but nonetheless, at the very least, their carry is actually farming. It's unlike game 1 where V2 didn't have a game whatsoever. Abaddon is actually allowed to play this game. His relic is coming right now, so he's not that far away from having the 4 Radiance.
You have Global Silence now, so there are potential plays with Clockwork Hookshot into Global. Yeah, it's definitely within the realm of possibility this time, and you also have Sumail and Arc Warden instead of a Shaker, so he's not going to take as much initiative and put as much pressure on you in the same fashion. This aggressive play from Nigma Galaxy, of course, is extremely strong. They're bringing all 5.
They're actually gonna try going to V2 here. The Stoked Firefly is gonna force the early usage of the ultimate. They drag him in with the lasso. It connects before the global silence does. They do end up losing Noob though, because with that global, they have the cover to chase the Earthshaker. But now the Abaddon, the real prize, his life is forfeit. Dying, worst of all, the kill goes to Ghost, his counterpart on the Terrorblade. And they still have good duration on the Metamorphosis, so they should be able to come back and clean up the Tier 1 tower.
Yeah, if VP could have somehow transitioned this into chasing better, this could have been a pretty good fight for them. They get the Shaker isolated and use global, so he got nothing out. If Prophet could have somehow become a part of that play in a little bit of a better fashion, and maybe you killed a Bat Rider too, it maybe snowballed off of that, but as it stands, Nigma Galaxy come out on top again.
Bottom lane, they're actually going in onto Dahak here. Fissure was used to block him off from escaping. There's no TP attempt for you, buddy. Ironically enough, he was trying to deny himself, but the Sprouts prevents that from happening. That's what guarantees the kill against them. How is Lauren doing on this Queen of Pain?
It's looking good for Nigma Galaxy once again.
Ghost just farming triangle while Antares is going to stack up with Rain. They're trying to get this Yule Scepter available for this Clockwork. I mean, this does feel like a pretty solid Yule's game to have. Enemy team has Bat Rider, Shaker, even the Orc Warden as well. When you're playing Clockwork, can be very susceptible to the Yules.
Yeah, Yules is it's generally never a very bad item, right? There's going to be cases where you regret not getting something else, but you're never like, man, Yules was terrible. Because you will always find some sort of value in isolating and stopping an enemy target from comboing or protecting yourself from something you get jumped on, whatever it is. So it's fine here. I think you could definitely have made a case for Glimmer Cape as well, or a Force Staff. I think all three of the cheap support items here are pretty good for different reasons. Force Staff is great against Shaker for getting across the trouble for yourself or a teammate, against ET. Glimmer Cape against the tons of magic damage that Nigma Galaxy are offering up in this game between all of their heroes except Terrorblade. That's the good news, actually, for VP, is that itemization is actually quite straightforward. There are so many good items that you're gonna buy something valuable.
One of those items is Radiance, of course. Speaking of supports, Clockwork is actually heading to the top lane, looking for Omar. They find the Bat Rider, but they need Laura enough to be here, and immediately the Queen of Pain does show up. She supplies the damage, the Blade Mail also burning back onto the Firefly. And they should be able to push this out. I'm not sure if they get the Tier 1 tower, but they do prevent any aggression towards their Tier 2.
Yeah, this new Queen of Pain build with Bondage Blade Mail is sick against Bat Rider. Just get in on top of him and just kill him with Firefly. He can't really fight back. You just pop your Blade Mail and cast your spells, and if he tries to fight, he kills himself so quickly. And you heal a lot. It's pretty nice.
Also, he went stoked on the Bat Rider, so he's actually dying even faster than normal.
Yep.
Does have the blink on the Bat, however, so they probably want to reveal this somewhere. They don't see anybody on any of their wards that's showing they really have the one. But we'll see what they decide to do with this one.
Sumail now has Ags on Arc. This is insane at this stage of the game. If you're playing against heroes that don't have Dispel, so the way Flux works now when you have Ags, it lasts for 8 seconds and it silences when you're alone. Look at this Abaddon. Just look at it.
Yeah.
Each Flux cast does 8 times 90 damage with Ags. And if you're not next to any ally, you can't spell.
First lasso of the game, only onto the lowly Antares. As they kill him though, that opens up the path to Roshan. Terrorblade Arc Warden. You're talking about how well they play with space, with early towers being taken. How well they play in terms of taking objectives. This is gonna go by very quickly. I don't know if VP is gonna be able to stop this really.
They don't really have any good zone control here on the Dire lineup. Now, with this Arc Warden build, you're not as fast at roaching, of course, because you have Aghanims instead of, say, a Mjolnir. So this is slower, without a doubt. You're still going to get it down eventually. And Sumail will trust his comrades to take care of business.
The last time Sumail played this Arcboard and he went Ags, Octarine, Hex, Blink. So Hex does feel very good in this game. Oh, Antares jumps into the Aurora hit, but just slightly too early. Oh no, he got
the last hit.
He got it. Antares got. Never mind. Sorry we doubted you, bro.
I think he got the last hit with Battery Assault. The reason that worked was because Wrath of Nature did a big burst of damage to Roche. He jumped in too early on clock, but Dahak was able to cover the missing damage with the Prophet ulti. Pretty cool.
It might be an Aegis, but a nice little delivery of gold to the VP lineup. Brings the overall net worth lead down to 3k only. The Hawk did build into the Spirit Vessel. Would certainly like to be making more plays happen. It is a bit unfortunate that in the earlier portion that they didn't get more out of him. There are a couple of assists, but it does feel that the next time in the game we're going to see him be more effective. Probably going to have to wait for like the 15 talent or something. It's going to be a rough go, I think, for the Hawk in the next few minutes.
And this Prophet's pacing is just off this game, right? You want to have found more kills. You want to have gotten more value out of your vessel. It's tough to itemize. He's going to start going Crimson Guard against the Arcboard and Terrorblade, which is a feels good item for sure for the team, but it's quite far away. And in the meantime, Nigma Galaxy continuing to put non-stop pressure on the top and mid waves. And it's not like VP pushed that quickly either, especially not if V2 is jungling. Then this bottom play is kind of nonsensical. You just have Laurenoff chilling down here with the Hawk, just finding nothing. Just a bit of a waste of time here on the Queen of Pain.
Finally do get past the creep wave. However, Nigma's coming. Nigma's not going to let this go for free. They get the lasso, they bring back the Hawk very far from his squad, and he is dead for sure. The rest of VP very quickly make their way away. And the thing is, it's a mark of how strong Nigma are at this stage, that they can make this full press move, leave Ghost by his lonesome in the top lane, and have relative confidence that he'll be able to walk away safely.
Yeah, he has Aegis and Manta, so the amount of heroes VP need to commit, it will be pretty telegraphed if VP go for that gank right after they show 2 or 3 heroes bottom. So you're actually very safe, ironically, pushing there as TB because of the info that you have from the enemy team. It's not... There's basically no risk in taking that tier 2 alone. Nope, gonna get a shot.
Onto this noob Earthshaker. He's still alive for now. Doesn't have any way to survive this in the end, though. He does take out Antares. Claims the kill in the end, but at the same time, Nigma Galaxy happy to trade away his life in exchange for the Tormentor.
I really don't like this build on noob, I have to say.
Oh my god, GH died.
Well,
Bat? Omar's about to die too. Oh my goodness, 30 HP. The Rocket Flare almost hit Omar. And even Ghost was brought down to a sliver away from death.
Why is noob going Sumail's mid-shaker build? What's happening?
Wait, is he going Kaya to bots?
Blink Kaya bots on offlane shaker this game? Really? Like, dude, what? What's happening, man? It's a pretty crazy build to go when you have Arc and Terrorblade, in my opinion. I just don't think this is necessary at all to be this cute. Like, just get a 4-step against Clockwork, you know, or an Axe if you want to get out of it, or a BKB, or Octarine Core for more fissures, like whatever it is. Kaya travels is... That's bitchin', man. That's wild.
This is the new meta, baby. The future is now, old man.
So.
Me too.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? You pull in an array of like 15 to 20-year-old Dota players, and they'll be here saying, "Shut up, Singe, you don't get it." And they're probably right, you know? Like, who knows?
Okay.
This looks wrong to me.
Check this out, gang. Check this out. This is not him copying Sumail's build. Sumail's copying his build. I just went back and looked at one of the last games. The last game that Noob played Earthshaker, he built Blink Dagger, Kaya, bots, Yule Scepter. So it's Sumail copying his strats. He came up with this tech first.
I see. I honestly, even though these players are significantly better than me, there are builds that have me scratching my head that I just refuse to believe that this is the best way to build the hero for a game. And this is one of those. He's gonna make it work, and it's gonna look fine. That does not mean I can't disagree with it, even if they win. Like, you can be results oriented all you want. I just don't. I'm not a fan, and that's fine. You know, people have different takes and different reads on heroes. To be fair, there isn't much of a reference, right? Not many teams are playing offlane Shaper at all.
That's true. Oh, Vitun. There are a lot of teams playing carry Abaddon. Unfortunately, he doesn't have anybody nearby him to help him. Antares, beautiful hookshot forward onto Omar. They're able to burst through onto the Batrider. Unfortunately, with the Echo Storm Fissure, they still end up losing the Abaddon. Antares, there's going to be a Spark Wave slowing him down. Ghost forced off forward, gets the right clicks, gets the kill. The question is, will Laranov escape? Looks like he will. Nobody is nearby enough. Noob is on the other side of the fissure there. So 2 for nothing.
It is still just step by step. Nigma Galaxy are just gaining, right? They're just winning more. Even if the kill exchanges are somewhat even here and there, Nigma Galaxy are farming better. So you're not really reaching a key point yet for VP. I hope for them that this Abaddon Dagger will be a game changer, and that once they have that, they can smoke up, get in there with Clock, have Abaddon cause some chaos in the fight, and then maybe Queen of Pain can get her damage out. Because as it stands right now, Nigma Galaxy are getting away with running TB Arc with 1 combined death minute 24. That is generally not what you want to see when you're on the enemy team against these this greedier composition. You don't want them to both feel this comfortable.
VP are going to try and introduce some discomfort as they smoke out outside of the base. They just picked up a BKB for this Queen of Pain, so they're hoping that this will be the key that unlocks the Nigma lineup. However, they do not have that clean angles of initiation. Sumail hasted up. He's going to go far enough away that they actually see him underneath another Observer Ward, so they might want to extend this. Antara is really thinking about it, but now Nigma Galaxy, they know that something is awry. Having more heroes congregate towards mid. There's the hook shot. It might be too late though. Sumail still alive. They're trying to go from the fissure. Stops them from being able to progress towards Sumail, and they also get the last 2 onto Laranov. Finally, with the Sonic Wave and the power clocks, they are able to get the kill onto Arc Warden and get out. Laranov protected by his BKB. We do see GH right now fighting 1v1 against the Hawk. Forced off onto the low ground before the blink in from Laranov. Ghost, with his presence now being made in the fight. He has meta, just came back off cooldown. Fissure misses completely. They do not catch up onto V-Tune. So VP might have just found the necessary assassination and gotten out freely.
Yeah, all right. That's some of it there from VP. Get a good kill. They get the tower. They utilize the strength of their lineup just now with this Abaddon being able to frontline and just getting in on top of Arc Warden. This Sumail's item build does not offer him any protection. Like, if you get jumped like clockwork like this and you have a pike, you're totally fine. But in this game, you're stuck. You have Midas, Ags, and you're going Octarine. You don't have anything like a BKB or a Force Staff or whatever. And I just wonder, is this worth it, rushing Octarine here in this game versus having one singular utility item that can kind of cover all bases right now? I don't know. I do question Nigma Galaxy's choice to only buy Force Staff on the supports, whereas the Shaker and Arc Warden don't have anything defensive for themselves. Terrorblade has a pike, he'll be fine. But it really is a game where Force Staff just kind of the entire dire lineup. It's a really valuable item.
Omar will get should be able to get a kill with his Force Staff. No, he won't. Immediately, V-Tune is there with the Aphotic Shield. Cancels it out. The Hawk TP's on the far side as well to provide more right clicks. And that kind of play, with just like, it looks like it's 1 hero, all of a sudden it's 3. That's what I wanted to see from VP much earlier in the game, but better late than never. It's starting to emerge from them at last.
Yep, this game is not out of reach at all. The last couple of minutes have been VP favored. You're starting to get somewhere, you're starting to activate your heroes, and Nigma Galaxy are paying a little bit for some of that greed in their itemization right now. We'll see if this gives... if VP smell blood in the water and they can keep going now, because... You know, technically speaking, Abaddon is extremely strong right now. If you have vision, you can just blink in on top of the enemy team and get something started. Your teammates can fall through. The Clockwork, Global Silence, Wrath of Nature, especially if Queen of Pain is nearby, the damage will be there in spades. The only hero I see you really not realistically killing right now is probably the Terrorblade, because he has good defensive itemization and a Dispel. But everybody else is pretty much ripe for the picking here.
Also like the fact that he's building straight into the Disperser afterwards. So more kill threat onto the Arc Warden, making it very hard for him to play. More pressure onto Noob. Now here they smoke up. They're actually coming forward. Hook shot forward onto GH. Does get forced off the way though. All of them committed, and it ends up being enough. Ghost even popped the Metamorphosis here. Now they're coming in. Last two out onto Antares. Antares too late to receive the Aphotic Shield. He ends up dead. Wrath of Nature though with the Aghanim shot. Rooting these heroes in place. There's a Sonic Wave. Omar is dead. So is Sumail. Sumail actually buys back immediately as they're still fighting here. Fissure holding V-Tune in position. Sparkwave will be there as well from the respawn of Sumail. They cancel out the TP of Rain. They kill off the Silencer. But if VP get out of here with these core heroes, this is a massive win for the VP side.
Mission accomplished. That's easily good enough. The Sumail buyback, I think, was a total waste there. So another big win for VP. Perhaps if Sumail doesn't buy back, you lose an additional hero on your team, but I don't think you killed anyone extra because you returned to play there. Maybe the one silencer pick, but you're not going to be happy with that overall. Nothing else. This should lead to a Roshan, though. Perhaps that was the bigger picture here of the buyback, but gotta make sure you get it then.
Antares?
Oh no. All right, Sunder. Ghost can stay.
Jump in by V-Tune. Here comes Dahak as well. They get the Sprout onto Ghost. Does have a Hurricane Pike, but now he's away from the Roshan pits in. They do get a Fissure back onto Dahak. They should be able to kill this Nature's Prophet. No, Antares comes in, puts cogs around Ghost. This Terrorblade needs some help right now. He's trying to get away, but V-Tune chases him with the Blink, burns him with the Radiance, and secures a kill. They will buy back onto Hawk right now. He wants to come and secure this Roshan. Antares still not dead. The Aphotic Shield protecting him from the Sparkwave, but Omar eventually finishes him off. Buyback from him as well. The Hawk Sprout in onto Omar, who has to Firefly to the high ground, rooted in place by the Wrath of Nature, and now V-Tune blinks after him too, able to get himself yet another kill for this Abaddon. And Virtus.pro would cost some buybacks, but they will be able to secure this Roshan and make sure that the Terrorblade goes down.
This is well worth it. But again, I have to... Oh, hang on. Gotta finish
He needs
it.
to be careful. V-Tune doesn't have ultimate. He needs to get out of here. Oh, look at that. Hookshot forward. Antares, he breaks the backlines. They can't progress forward onto V-Tune. The Hawk now TPs to the far side of the engagement. They want to get these kills. There's a global silence being thrown out, and Sumail is the one that's being chased. He's the one that's being killed. No buyback for the Arc Warden. They'll even take the Tempest double for good measure. Virtus, what a hookshot from Antares, catching two critical heroes, but more importantly, preventing them from chasing after a very low Abaddon.
I think it's very apparent in these fights that this itemization from Nigma is costing them a lot in this game. I don't know, the Shaker and the Arc Warden are just getting punished way too hard for what they should with the lead that Nigma Galaxy had. They've lost their entire gold lead snare. They were up by like 8k with Arc TB, but the items that they have on their heroes still make them vulnerable. This is where you can just convert that extra net worth into buying one utility item per hero and be fine, but instead, you're on receiving end alive here.
Let's see, maybe Antares will regret this one, but no. The Hawk shows up, throws in the Wrath of Nature with damage onto Oman, the Spirit Vessel. Backsrider is dead. Noob is gone as well. Okay.
Well, that's, if Nigma Galaxy don't change course, they're going to lose this game very soon, I'm afraid. Shaker has changed his quick buy. He now has a BKB in there together with his Octarine core. So he might just not finish his Octarine that he bought the Tiara of Selemene for. Sumail still eyeing up his Octarine. I think Sumail has not gained net worth in the last 4 minutes. Because he bought back and died again. Yep, that's an ugly graph. It's the entire lead down the drain.
Look at that harsh spike.
Oh dear.
Oof, that is very tough. All the metrics now in favor of Virtus.pro. In fact, for the first time in this entire series, they have a gold lead and a kill lead, and are about to pick up an objective lead as well as they pick up the tier 2 tower in the top lane. With an Aegis on Laranov and Abaddon having level 23, yeah, good luck killing any of these guys right now.
So I think the good news here for Nigma Galaxy is, despite losing your entire lead, you're not easy to push into at all. So if VP don't find hooks,
but they're easy to jump on though. GH got jumped on immediately.
Yeah, if you're
he
outside
gets
of
killed
base,
off.
it's a different story. But so the thing is, if you try to push now for VP, you're not just going to immediately break into the base. Like, it's not going to be that easy. You're playing against Lasso, ET, Shaker that can block off. There's a lot of defensive tools, and you can obviously play the turtle here for Nigma Galaxy, but it's honestly a pretty bad silver lining when you had the game in your hands and had complete control of the heroes that it has got to this point. But now that you're there, you got to play for plan B, which is your lineup is still incredible late game. You need the time to get there, of course, but if you can avoid trouble and still find enough gold out on the map while you're being controlled in your base to some extent, heroes like Warden can get out on the map even while you're defending your base. Terrorblade can send out illusions, Bad Rider can cut the waves with Firefly around the map. You still have ways of opening up and finding farm.
One of the big difficulties they've been dealing with is the fact that right now Ghost is the only one with any solution to the silence. He has a Manta building into BKB, but everybody else, once global hits, they are just sitting ducks. And now they're trying to leverage their power onto Omar. Does manage to barely blink away in time just as he broke the smoke. Good stuff from the support.
Right, that's 2 Octarines. That's Sumail and Noob finishing their Octarines. Now what's next on the docket here? So Noob still eyeing up the BKB. I personally think this is the best item here, so I'm very much on board with that. Arc Warden Hex also sounds pretty good to me, but once again, wouldn't mind one defensive item on Sumail.
Oh, awkward fight might break out here. Fissure trying to hold back V-Tune by the Wisdom Shrine. GH is being chased, and he is going to get killed. Barely any effort from the Abaddon there.
V-Tune is really, really strong. And as we've talked about, this is not a one-sided matchup late game for Terrorblade. Abaddon, one of the few heroes that can just stick it to you in the fight. You just stay in there. Do a ton of damage. You can itemize particularly well against Terrorblade if you want to. Ultimately, when you're running the Scotty build, you're going to get a refresher, so you have 2 ultis for TB to worry about. It's tough.
He's smoking on Nigma Galaxy.
Control right now.
I want to try and break this map, but they don't really have good vision from Nigma. So where's this smoke even going? V2, not a very palatable target. The Aegis will expire. It would be nice if Laranov exposed himself by walking forward, but that's just not going to happen. Fissure will be out. They'll put in some pressure, but V2 already grabbed the shrine. Ghost actually going really far forward for this. Thankfully, Laranov does blink away. Now they blink back in though. Ghost forced to be able to use his ultimate. No, he can't get it off in time. The Sonic Wave pushed him back. The Terrorblade is dead. TP out by the Arc Warden, but they also end up losing Noob, who has to buy back instantly. Cinderin, why did they keep going there? What happened?
What do you think?
Tilt?
You think it's tilt? I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know. I think maybe, honestly, Nigma Galaxy's play calling right now is if we don't run Terrorblade in front to get information and vision, our other heroes can't get their job done. The reason they can't is that they don't have the items that enables them to do that themselves. So it's kind of Ghost trying to play as bait. He's hoping they go on him, he can get BKB Sunder off, and that can build them a fight. But it's a tall order. You're playing into the burst of Sonic Wave, Abaddon hitting really hard. You have to time it correctly around Global Silence with your Manta. And even then, if the enemy heroes pop BKB when they go, you can't Sunder them anyway. That's exactly what happened. The one turret he had was the Queen of Pain, and she BKB'd to prevent that. So, yeah. That ain't it, Chief.
10k net worth lead for Virtus.pro. Dahak now also starting to build into his own BKB. I must say, Dahak, my man has had the comeback story of a century. Given how this game started and where it is, night and day. You do see Omar finding himself caught in by Antares. He threw up the lasso, but immediately Dahak, the man of the hour, shows up, ensures that Antares does not die. They get the kill, they clean up the Tempest double, and Virtus.pro own the map regardless of where Nigma Galaxy are at.
Yeah, we've reached a point now where even Clockwork is too tanky to die to this Bat plus Arc Warden clone. Because he's got Eul's, Ghost Scepter, and Gale Guard. So however they initiate on him, if they don't burst him during the lasso, he can buy himself plenty of time for rotations to come in. And you're always going to be worried about a Wrath of Nature Axe version as well. That was not a part of that particular play, but that's another thing that acts as like a pseudo-save. The Global Silence can be a save. It's just, these plays are not going to work. It's not going to happen like this.
Sadly, we'll also have to experience some deja vu because you were mentioning about how you always enjoy seeing Sumail on these playmakers until you get like some hex or something on this Arc Warden. The Arc Warden doesn't really play make in that fashion. He's even changing his mind from the hex, going for the right click build. Just doesn't feel like Nigma Galaxy are very comfortable playing around Sumail when he plays with the style.
It's a weird hybrid build when you've already committed to the Ags Octarine to then pivot to attack. Like, you're playing the caster arc, right? Where you're focusing on Flux and Spark Wraith spam. So now to go in for Mjolnir against no heroes that you actually counter with this, this is effectively Sumail saying, we will be pushing out waves for another 20 minutes to win this. And he's probably right. It's just definitely not where this game should have headed for Nigma Galaxy, but it's the reality you're faced with. You gotta adapt.
Oh, bottom, this could be huge. The Hawk in the trees, they got a little bit of vision on top of him. But okay, this is a mark of how spooked they are throughout the game. That they're like, nah, we don't want to dive into there. Quap could show up out of nowhere. There could be an Abaddon in the trees. Despite him just TPing raw into the enemy team, they still do not have any confidence in killing him.
They don't have information, so they can't make that that call with confidence. GH trying to get some info, not gonna happen.
V2 just blinks on top of him. V2 does have to be forced into the early borrow time, and so oh no, commits the Sonic Wave on the backline. Both of the supports are dead. They buy back on GH as Ghost on the high ground, wanting to throw out the right clicks, but they don't have the lockdown onto Laranov. Easily able to blink away. There will be a fissure. Little bit of micro stun. Antares actually goes right back in onto Noob. Do they have what it takes here? As he will get echoed on Antares, but it's Noob the one that's actually falling lower and lower. And he dies on the high ground. Antares doesn't even die because the illusions miss uphill. Spark Wraith chases him, but they had the barrier to keep him alive. He walks out scot-free on the clockwork.
And these are the perfect types of fight for VP because they happen outside of the base. I think all of these kills that they're getting right now is Nigma Galaxy kind of just walking out a little bit aimlessly and getting caught. And it's frustrating for them because they need to try to get some sort of info on the map and get vision so they don't just get horribly out-farmed. But as it stands, even at a 15k deficit, this Radiant lineup can defend high ground for a very, very long time if they want to. But every time they run out and bleed out additional kills, they make it easier for VP down the stretch to close this game out. But you also got to find the right balance where you get to your items. So it is tricky.
Roshan will be the next protocol for VP.
It's been fun in this game to watch VP completely transform from seeming kind of helpless for 20 minutes, and then they get two good moments, and it's like it flicked a switch in their mindset almost, right? They got way more aggressive, way more kill hungry, and of course it ties in with the options that you have in the game, but also it felt like earlier in the game they could have made at least some somewhat similar moves to these ones that they didn't pull off. But once they tasted success, now they keep it going.
Aegis gonna be in tow fairly soon. V2 finishing that one off. Clockwork just solo zoning down bottom, scouting for anybody fool enough to come and interrupt them here. They will not find GH, but they are gonna get themselves the Aegis. Actually, GH, they see the spirit, but he's not fine. The Hawk is here. The Hawk is hunting him. He found the Sprout. GH has been caught at long last. The shenanigans could not last forever, and that's not a death Cinderin. That's a dieback.
Yeah, 70 seconds without ET is actually quite meaningful for high grounding here.
Oh, Shiva's God activated onto Ghost. He does pop the Mantis style to get out, but V2 is right on top of him. Global Silence will be there. He's attempting to TP out, and they don't have an easy way to cancel this. So he does make it to base, but that's a BKB now gone, not available for the next engagement.
A little bit optimistic there in the Sonic Wave. If it did another 1200 pure damage, that would have probably been a kill, but then Queen of Pain would also be a first pick.
Look at Sumail top.
Yeah. This is how he's going to play the rest of the game whenever possible. But it's very good news for the side of VP that they have Prophet for this specific purpose now. Now that the game has reached this point, the Prophet will work very well against this. Just keep pushing out the side lanes, prevent Sumail from effectively defending his base through pushing. He will not really be able to force them back, right? We try again on Antares. This time, I think they have the numbers for it. Well, still got Yules.
They survive a little bit longer with the Yules. He does eventually die, but with Global Silence, they might lose members in the opposite direction. Omar getting right-clicked down by V2, and they do get him. That was supposed to be them getting the kill and
recovered
recovering the gem, but they couldn't get the gem because of that kill.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. How's Ghost doing? He's going to be one of the reasons if they eventually win. Sumiel's obviously going to be split pushing. Ghost. The thing is as well is that this Terrorblade is running out of slots. Can't get that much stronger.
We're gonna get Swift Blink, Ags, Moonshard, and then that's probably you could get Butterfly, I guess, if you wanted against a Baden, since he is not gonna buy True Strike. But yeah, he's kind of approaching the cap, and considering how farmed the Terrorblade is, his hero damage, this game has been pretty pitiful, right? They just haven't been able to find the right moments of opportunity in this mid game, and now you're effectively at this point kind of hoping that VP mess up somehow when they're pushing. We haven't talked about this too much either, but Queen of Pain is a monster late gamer. When she gets 6 slotted, this hero is crazy. And Octarine Core now arriving for Lornoff. Is that a possible reality?
He has Octarine with the 25 blink target. 3-second blink cooldown on Queen of Pain.
Yeah,
nice.
And of course with that shard, that's a 1.75-second silence.
So you're already struggling to deal with the global silence from Rain Silencer. Now you have additional worries to have on your back. And with the Shivas, BKB, Kaya-san, she's more than happy to blink into the middle of the entire team, knowing that she's probably not going to die in that duration of the BKB.
That's right, she can just blink in with BKB on, you global silence to prevent lasso, and then she should absolutely survive for 3 seconds to blink back out, maybe force some cooldowns. Silencer also has refresher, so you know you have the double silence to cover you. You can even throw one of them out, and then if it turns out it's a bad one, you're not like shit out of luck on Silencer, you still offer something after. And Rain now is starting to work on an Aghanim Scepter for that global slow. Application of Arcane Curse, global blink cancellation, very strong against heroes like Shaker and Bat. When you cast global, they just can't blink. Now, I think it's time for me to inform you of the sad truth. This game is going to minute 90, and I just want you to know now that if you need to use the restroom,
now's the time.
You cannot for a while.
It's all good. I'll try to grab a bucket or something, you know. Bro, you don't know, man. I grew up, or not grew up, but my early years of playing Dota 2 and watching Dota 2, the pro scene, I fell in love with old school 90-minute rising Chinese Dota. Still to this day, one of my favorite Dota games is DK versus IG, TR3. 92 minutes. One team has Lone Druid, enemy team has Anti-Mage. I loved it so much.
Alright, looks like VP want to try to prevent the 90-minute saga. They're going in with the banner. The banner's gone, and there's the glyph.
Also got an Echo Stomp out onto Lorinov as he's sleeping. V2. Man, look how much damage he's taking. These spark rays, the right clicks from Sumail, gonna be forced back.
Aegis
so
is expiring. This push is over, I think. They got a bit of damage on the tower and the glyph, but they also used a banner, so that will be glyph again for the next banner, most likely, unless it's a super fast Roche.
We're also 40 seconds away from GH having his buyback cooldown. So the numbers advantage will be returning for Nigma Galaxy, but we're still some ways away from having VP with all their buybacks. It's only really Sumail that needs to farm his up, but eventually, this is awkward and he will get there.
He will. I mean, they're getting step by step. This is going to be... I mean, I was saying it half in jest, unfortunately, right? Because obviously these games, when they go late, can get super interesting. It's just a matter of how do Nigma Galaxy turtle this one up, and can VP find an attack angle? Because if both lineups start getting 6-slotted on multiple cores, I think this game starts getting a little bit tricky for VP again, even though a Baden could be a monster late game or something quap. On the other side, Arc and TB with 6 slots, and of course when Noob starts finally being able to protect himself, he has the gold right now to buy BKB and almost have buyback. I think that's what he's saving for. Some playmaking potential that Nigma has been missing for 20 minutes becomes available, and things can change.
Oh. It's not a BKB, my friend. He's gone for the Yule Scepter. He's gonna try to get into the Wind Waker. So that'll be the tool of defense coming in from Noob. You sound very skeptical with your silence.
Not really. I'm patiently awaiting the development here because in fairness, I don't think this is obvious for VP at all to end this game. They should be very happy that they got to this state because with the first 20 minutes they had, arguably in the majority of cases, Nigma have already finished the series now. But since that didn't happen and we're in this game stage, this is when VP should start feeling like this game is within reach, but you're over hurdle number 1. Hurdle number 2 is actually getting meaningful structural damage. Getting Elena Barracks now genuinely barely even matters. 50 minutes in with Arc TB, they're going to take care of big creeps with no problem. It's not really going to impact the flow of the map too much. But the question is how big items and which item are the ones that will enable you to actually finish the game? Are we talking 60-minute neutrals where you get Fallen Skies to just deal damage to towers that Arc Warden can't protect? It's the, you know? That might be the key here, no joke, is for VP to just keep map controlling for another 11 minutes. And maybe I was exaggerating with the 90 minutes, but I would genuinely be shocked if this game is over before 60. I just don't think VP can break the base. And I think they will need a good amount of time after it too. And conversely, how the hell did Nigma Galaxy get out on the map, right? How do they cross the river?
Neutral items, baby.
Deadlock.
Oh, that's a different game, Sint.
That's right.
VP, 18k gold lead. It still keeps expanding for them, but as you said, Nigma Galaxy doing everything in their power to just keep pushing out these waves. You know, we were memeing the other day about Nigma versus NAVI, the battle of the Who's Back team. I'm watching this VP game getting Alliance flashbacks the way things are looking right now. As Ghost, he's being hunted. Can they get him down? Does have the BKB. He pops it. Global Silence will be there. I need some help. Does anybody have a 4-star? GH, help! GH! GH says, nah, buddy, you're on your own. That is a death on this Terrorblade. Does have buyback, but out of the game for 90 seconds.
That's big. They're going to be able to force this buyback probably, and then that will, I guess, be the win here for VP. Don't know if they can get any structural damage once the buyback comes out, but you absolutely want to make them spend it. So we'll get the mid tower, baby steps. Meanwhile, Prophet summoning 200 Treants down bottom. He has the 3 times Treant damage and HP talent. So they also start being a bit of a problem. Not the Ironwood Treant, thank God.
With Ironwood Treant, they wouldn't have to question how do they break the high ground, right?
Exactly. Very apparent. They wouldn't be thinking about how they end the game. All right, first lane of Barracks, V2. Not forcing the buyback though. He has Refresher, so he's not really in danger right now. If he were to cast that, but okay, they'll take the 1 melee and 2/3 of the bot tower and call it a win. No buyback forced on the Terrorblade though. Did not press the issue enough to accomplish that.
I'm pretty sure at that stage of the game where the only thing more important than the Terrorblade buyback is actually straight up losing the game. Anything less than that, you should probably hold your buyback as long as you can.
Well, if they were threatening Megas, I think you have to. I think that's too much to overcome, but you could lose 2 lanes of Barracks and save a buyback. That's probably okay. But of course they have some decent stalling heroes between Fissure, Echo Stomp, Arc Warden Spam. So Nail is starting to get there now, man. We were talking about the transition that's happening. He's starting to become a carry rather than a spellcaster. Mjolnir now finally gets the Pike finished and is working on Daedalus. We'll have to contend against an Aegis and Cheese and Refresher Shard. 2 Refresher Shards, as a matter of fact, because Laurenoff didn't use the previous one yet. Good shot off the mark.
No. Oh, but the Yule Scepter is not. TP in from Dahak. They get up the Echo Slam, but the secondary Yules ensures that the follow-up spells are not there. They even drop the Global Silence. Lotus for the double Yules just to have some fun. But we are there with a dead Earthshaker. Does have buyback, but did commit the Echo Slam there. Got nothing out of it.
Yeah, I didn't have the full Wind Waker yet on Noob, so couldn't get out of the cogs. All right, high ground attempt coming in. Arc Warden is in position.
Terrorblade bought out. He finished his Silver Edge. 300 gold, not that much, but He doesn't get a kill. This could be a disaster. They hook shot onto Sumail. Does get the 4-star found, so he's going to be fine for now. V-Tune putting pressure onto the racks, but unable to get them just yet. Magnetic field was there. Sumail putting in some pressure himself with the Tempest double. And they almost have the Roshan's banner destroyed. It will go down. It's taken away. Spark Rate bothering Laranov a little bit. He blinks away. They still keep going. They go back in. Sonic Wave onto Ghost. Ghost in danger. There's going to be a 4-star back. He pops the BKB with Global Silence going. He does stay alive. Evades the Sonic Wave. He doesn't get hit, but he's still not alive. He dies eventually. They do have a lasso though. V2 next to the fountain, eating a lot of damage. He does get the refresh. Borrow time back online. That'll enable him to get back to the low ground and to safety. They buy back now on this Terrorblade. Ghost wants to come back in. The Hawk, BKB, TP out. They've baited out the buybacks. They've gotten a couple of kills, and they don't really lose anything themselves. BP, 40,000 gold ahead right now.
And there's only one lane of barracks left now. Prophet was pushing the top with a ton of treants and keeping that pressure on. He's now going to have a refresher. And while these big damage items are coming out for Nigma Galaxy, the question I have is still, how are they going to set up these kills? They cannot kill Abaddon. They try to buy the Silver Edge, but you're also going to need to find a way to stun him and silence him simultaneously, or he's just going to protect himself or get saved by whatever from his team. They have 2 Wind Wakers to just get the protections. They're probably also going to need a Nullifier. And there's just too many items needed for the side of Nigma Galaxy to deal with this Abaddon problem right now. V-Tune will now get a shard. Great. For his Abaddon.
You know,
will the prophecy be true? I'm believing in myself less and less with the 60-minute mark. Actually be able to break the base earlier than that. With the Pokken.
Come on, guys. No, don't do that, guys. I want to see those tier 5s. Please, do the right thing. Let us get the tier 5 neutrals. You know, Suns fan might not be here, but he can be here in spirit if we get the tier 5s. So let's do the right thing. Sumail, this Tempest double is proving to be very annoying. I mean, because of the fact that he's been having to spend most of the time inside the base, you know, he's got a lot of farm for Sumail, but his levels are really low. He's still not level 25 just yet.
Yeah. And the biggest losing core in this game by a mile is Noob Shaker, who is 20,000 net worth behind the enemy cores. Just has not been able, and his CS is honestly not too terrible with 450 here. It's just, he's had so many deaths and so little conversion on his net worth.
One more lane could secure the 4 megas here for VP, and they're coming in nice and slow. Not gonna overextend themselves. Spark rates everywhere, magnetic fields, Terrorblade illusions. There's a lot to beat through, but they will get there eventually. Treants now on the high ground. Wrath of Nature was thrown in as well. V2 just blinks up. Immediately though, Tempest double will be there. Sonic Wave from Laranov. It's not enough to kill off GH just yet though. Both him and Sumail able to get back in the base during the global silence. But the space has been created to assault the buildings. They've already claimed the range barracks, looking for the melee. You're coming back in, Nigma Galaxy. They know this is a do or die scenario. So far, the racks are protected, but they jump in onto Ghost. Immediately goes invis. They Wind Waker with Laranov to get away immediately. But still, the space is being made. V2 wants the racks, he wants the megas, and he's gonna get them. Virtus.pro now have the mega creeps, 43,000 gold ahead. They are in complete control, and they don't want to wait. They smoke, they want to go forward. They still have this Aegis for 20 seconds. This could be the time to win the game. Nigma Galaxy, they have Sumail getting caught. Sumail's in trouble. Sonic Wave, the damage, Sumail is gone. No buyback on the Arc Warden. They do not have the additional damage from him. Omar does find a lasso onto Laranov, interrupted immediately by Antares, but GH found an amazing Earth Splitter, did quite a lot of work, but who's there to finish them off? Ghost will at least get Antares down. In the meantime, Echo Slab going forward onto Dahak. Do they have the follow-up damage? Not just yet. V2 on the front lines, chasing in onto GH, able to get the kill onto the Elder Titan. Laranov, BKB active, Sonic Wave going forward. Ghost wants somebody to sunder. He needs somebody to sunder. But no who's gonna come? It's nobody. Noob tried his best, died too quickly though on the Terrorblade. He also does not have buyback. Everybody's being kept inside the base. The Ancient is falling. Antares, one last play. 3 heroes caught inside the power cogs. All of them will be finished off. And with the last team wipe of the game, GG is called. Virtus.pro take us to a deciding game 3.
Wow, they didn't even get to the 1 hour mark. I'm very impressed with Virtus.pro's ability to end this game in the fashion in which they did it, but my word, what an incredibly weird game we just saw after 20 minutes. Nigma Galaxy with the world was their oyster, they had control of everything, and then the itemization, they just have defensive items on their cores except they just keep killing them over and over and over around the map, step by step. Clockwork finds picks, Prophet finds picks, and Abandon finds picks. And I was telling you this thing about VP, right, going into this game. They looked so defeated in game 1, they didn't take much initiative. This early game, it doesn't really work. Once they get going, once they start tasting that aggression and those successful moves, they can just start piling it on, and you know, they eventually break through, and Nigma Galaxy find themselves on the back foot, scrambling to solve their itemization issues when it's already too late. As a result, we are getting a game 3. I did not think after 20 minutes that I would be saying this, but we're actually going to a third game here where, at this point, who knows, right? Like this was a game that like Nigma should win 9 out of 10 times. They did not. They kind of got crushed in that mid-game portion. VP have got to be feeling a little bit hungry now. Like they could be here for, at the very least, another day tomorrow. They could just win one more game now.
I mean, we saw the first replay that we had there. I think that was the proper turning point. That fight where Sumail brought back to try and re-engage in the fight.
Yeah.
Found absolutely nothing in that engagement. For context, beforehand, he was trying to finish that Octarine core. Already had the Tiara Salamene. He got his Aghanim shot at 23 minutes. And his next item, the Octarine, emerged at 33 minutes. 10 minutes of time just farming one item. And for an Orc Warden, that just can't happen, right? And after he keeps buying, now all of a sudden you just feel the map growing smaller and smaller and smaller. And I'm with you, man. The itemization, if Noob had forced off or just any kind of way to not just jumped on and die immediately, then this was probably a very different game, because then Virtus.pro don't feel confident in killing him before reinitiation comes. But the fact that they could reliably just jump him and kill him, and he had no counterplay option, and he's the one that's supposed to start the fights, right? Sumail's playing Orc Warden, very far back hero. Ghost playing Terrorblade, far back hero. Who's supposed to, Omar's playing Batrider. There's an Abaddon on the enemy team, so this guy can't do anything. It has to be Noob. So if Noob dies at the beginning of every engagement, you literally do not have a fight from Nigma.
And the thing that worries me the most about this is that the fashion in which Nigma Galaxy lost its mid-game, to me, when I look at this, I feel like there's a fundamental misunderstanding within the team of what they're trying to do with their draft, right? Because if you're running Arc Warden and Terrorblade together, you have a bajillion artillery damage. What's awfully buying Kaya Travels with this? Why isn't he just making sure he can land his stuns, has a way to deal with silence, has a way to deal with clockwork, and he knows the damage is going to come. Shaker doesn't need to be Superman this game. You literally just need to hit a couple of fissures, one good Echo Slam once in a while in that mid game, and you're good to go. Instead, you're effectively hamstringing yourself as much as you possibly can by not buying defensive utility for yourself and putting the pressure on your teammates to save you, right? You have a Pike on Terrorblade, you have 4 staffs on GH and Omar. They got the assignment, but they can't always be in position to save the Shaker. You got to be able to cover yourself. BKB would have been great, 4 staff would have been great. Hell, even Lotus or Ags would have helped. But instead, we get this awkward situation where back-to-back-to-back fights, 1 or 2 heroes on Nigma Galaxy just end up not playing the game, and VP just take all that initiative and take all the money to the bank here for game number 2. And I love this player highlight on Taras. I really think that's the big difference maker for me here. Really good initiations, great focus on the right heroes, and you know, that killer instinct that they needed to get this to game 3.
That indeed was the night and day difference. All of a sudden, when your team is able to make plays, play on the front foot, it turns out that you have a much better chance of winning the game. So it's actually been interesting. Both games have had the team that wins be the team that has the easiest ways getting forward in their fights. So it's been a game of playmaking. Virtus.pro now down to the wire with Nigma Galaxy. One of these squads will be going home after game 3. I have no idea who is it going to be, but let us know in the chat. Do you believe in the heavens above of Nigma, or do you want to dig deep and find the bears of Virtus.pro? We're going to find out exactly what happens in game 3. So go grab some water and join us for the conclusion of this elimination series.
Freak.
innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's time for Guess the Highlight, where we're going to be asking a pro player which other pro player is playing in this highlight clip. I'm here with Maldi from Gaimin Gladiators, Paulson from Xtreme. I'm here with Omar from Nigma, and we are going to be showing you a highlight from a previous Wallachia game. Now I'm going to tell you a hero of that game, and you have to tell me who was playing that hero. Do you think you're going to do well at this?
No.
Good stuff. All right, brilliant stuff, Omar. Do you watch much Dota when you're not playing? Do you watch a lot of the competitions or the Wallachias?
I do. I do watch most of the competitions when I'm not playing. Yeah.
I don't know shit about highlights.
Okay, all right, very good, very good. Well, you'll be terrible at this game then, so let's pull up the first clip. Did that jog any memories for you then? Do you think you know who this is?
No, I do watch most games, but I don't really remember like what happened in the game and stuff. Like I don't remember the details. Yeah.
Some insane things. It's like late game. It's minute 90.
Yeah, it's pretty late on. 3 rapiers going for the backdoor attack on the enemy base.
If I'm not mistaken, oh, that's a rough one.
The draft doesn't seem familiar at all. I have no idea. I'm just gonna say some random name. Okay, it's a CK, right? It's a crit.
It's a crit? It's not crit, I'm afraid. No, it's a Eastern European team. They're at this event, and no, it's one of the quieter ones, not Navi, no. One of the ones we haven't seen so much of this year.
Rubik left. Oh my god, that's what I would assume left were. It's so hard.
Eastern European team. What teams are there?
I can't say that would be that would be a little bit cheating for us.
Aurora wasn't from back then.
No, they weren't around. They haven't been at many events this year.
Oh, I know, BetBoom.
No, not BetBoom either. It's not BetBoom. You got to keep going down the list.
And this Batrider is gold tier. Trust me, I've got some skills in this guessing game. It's gold tier.
Looking forward to seeing them, Omar.
Was it Antares? No, he's level 30, but couldn't be him.
Who?
Antares?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, it is Antares. Well done. Yeah, this is from a while ago, so maybe you hadn't quite got the levels up yet, and maybe that was baiting you a bit. But yeah, that is indeed Antares. Very, very well done.
Thank you.
They haven't VP?
Yes, it is VP. And who do you think the Batrider player is?
VP pause 4.
Yeah.
Oh, Who was it back then? Antares?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there you go.
Are they in this tournament as well?
They are in this tournament as well,
What
yeah.
the hell? From Eastern Europe, Aurora?
Not Aurora, no. The team is Virtus.pro, which means the Batrider is...
Antares.
Absolutely correct. Yes, that is Antares playing the Batrider. Yep. So, you know, they go for the base push here against Team Secret quite a while ago. And, yeah, it doesn't quite work out for them.
Yeah, this game looks like a shit show.
Yeah, it kind of is. The triple rapier backdoor attempt. It's a rare phenomenon indeed, and I think we're seeing why it's rare in this clip.
I could recognize him from the set actually, because I used to watch replays. His replays.
I see, I see.
I was thinking which Batrider have this set.
That's interesting.
Wait, is this actually the play they're going for? On
Well,
Terrace.
he's got so many rapiers.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, he's gonna go for it. They're keeping it, they just went out of the game! Virtus.pro! Coming in for the finish, do they have enough? The lassos are there, they try and take him down, they get the disarm, it's not gonna matter! It's not gonna matter, no! Squadix goes down! They didn't have enough! Oh, Virtus.pro, you went for it all and you came up short. How?
It all comes down to this. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one game remaining between Nigma Galaxy and Virtus.pro to determine who gets to stay in the tournament and who has to make the early exit from the group stages. As we get into this draft, Cinderin, in game 2, you brought wisdom from the heavens. You dropped it on VP's feet. They followed these instructions and they won the game. But before I ask you for more advice, I want to remind you of something you said in game 1. You said like Nigma Galaxy are trying to wean themselves out of situations where they throw no unlosable games, and you was like, I'm hoping that it doesn't end up happening that they lose a game that they have no business losing because of that particular way of playing. Unfortunately, that ended up happening. They lost the game specifically because they didn't want to forcefully push the advantage with the right items. And here we are, game 3, 1 game away. So give us the wisdom. What did Nigma do?
Well, in fairness, I don't feel like Nigma Galaxy lost that second game because they didn't push the base with a 20k lead and gave the enemy team opportunities. I think they ended up losing the game because the lead that they had, they didn't convert into getting to that stage. But I 100% am with you that itemization for me was the primary problem. But also, you know, you got to give credit where credit's due. VP woke up, right? We've been waiting for them to wake up for a couple of days, and in that game, when the backs were against the wall, that's when they started making successful plays. It's when they started putting pressure. You could tell Nigma Galaxy were uncomfortable being jumped at all over the map. And I just hope for VP that they can repeat that feeling and that type of gameplay in this game. They're once again going to immediately grab their silencer here for Rain as a response to Nigma Galaxy's Bat Rider. They will not be getting their hands on a Baton this time, as that has been first phase banned. Nigma say no to that. And that was honestly a really key part of VP being able to win that game, was how overly aggressive VTune could play on that Abaddon. So he's going to have to find another way of doing that here if they want to follow the same recipe.
It was actually crazy in the first game when he just had Manta Radiance, didn't really feel that impactful. The moment he got Blink Dagger, it's almost like he never stopped playing constantly on the enemy side of the map.
Yep.
So we'll see if he has another aggressive hero in his arsenal that will help him do that. The VP, of course, ban out the GH IO. Despite the IO having lost all of its games for GH in this tournament, it's probably still not worth giving up. So now we're going to see, do we go back for Dahak on his Nature's Prophet? Is there anything you want to see repeated from any of the previous drafts for VP?
I want to see Antares play a similar archetype of hero. It doesn't have to be Clockwork if it isn't a good game for it, but let Antares play make and play offensively. So, okay, I'm going to blind pick Shadow Fiend, not really knowing any matchups yet. I mean, this would have been ridiculous to me 2 weeks ago, but now a lot of teams are doing this, so there's probably something about it. This hero probably is just that good. But yeah, this type of hero, such as that Tusk that Nigma Galaxy have just picked up, I think would have been a great pick for Antares in that slot. But now, they will be having to face this 3 heroes so far that Nigma are showing. Very stable, very solid, not too easy to counterpick. You don't know if the Magnus is off lane or mid. You don't know the Tusk and Bat Rider positions necessarily either. So plenty of flex potential. And for Virtus.pro, you need to get some catch here. You need some way of starting fights so Shadow Fiend can deal the damage. So, I mean, Clockwork again is okay now, I think. It's decent against Tusk. It's decent against Mag. Definitely playable at the very least.
Certainly wouldn't be too sad to see it right now. And of course, the Shadow Fiend can be, I prefer carry, but we have seen that this hero being played mid as well. Happened to earlier on in the day, in fact. So they can keep their cards close to the chest. Pick up your support right now. Get another offlaner. Clock, I still wouldn't mind. If not for Clock, I don't want to see Ogre. What other heroes feel very good that can make those jumps happen?
Shadow Shaman is in the pool, if you fancy that, but I don't know if that's going to work that well into Tusk Bat. I think that's kind of tricky to play. As it turns out, Shadow Shaman actually also has a really bad win rate this tournament. All right, that's the Prophet again. Clock.
Nice.
Why change a winning strategy no matter how you got there? Nigma Galaxy snap pick Beastmaster. So they knew this was, or they were prepared that VP would throw the same thing at them. And now, I don't know. I feel like Nigma just have this occasional Sumail Arc Warden game they just need to get out of their system, and then they can get back to what just works, you know? I don't think he'll be playing Arc Warden this game with a carry mag. I think this is just going to be a Sumail Magnus. It's going to be a new Beastmaster, and then they're going to last pick a carry for Ghost. They're going to pick stable, standard Dota, and it's going to work out way better for them. I would be feeling, if this was Game 2's draft, I would be super confident for Nigma, but there is just that big asterisk that now VP got a win. Like, this is great for morale. They're going to be playing probably more confidently as well. The communication will probably be better. And that's just the VP perspective. What about Nigma? Now you're playing an elimination game. After you were that dominant, you're probably a little bit flustered, right? So
also the second time in the tournament, that they're in this position, right? When they played against NAVI, they found themselves on the precipice and also lost game 2, lost game 3. When they played up against, when they played this series now, they were anticipating a clean 2-0. You lose game 2. We'll see if they also end up losing game 3 here. I do have a slightly different read than you. I think they're actually going to be putting this Beastmaster mid, and then Noob will be the one to play the Magnus. I do think that one of the issues they ran into last game was damage output, and I think that if he goes Drums of Slum Beastmaster, you get more reliable damage than if he's playing offlane with the Hum with the Overlord.
You can play offlane Beastmaster and go Ags as well. The main concern I have with upgrading Beastmaster to a mid is that if you're laning against Shadow Fiend, that lane is terrible, and also. At least I would think so. Maybe Beastmaster can do okay, I guess. But it's also, is the Drums of Slum build even that appealing against one of the hardest hitting single target damage heroes in the game, right? Drums of Slum works the best when you get staying power in the fight, so you can actually just be in there and take advantage of all the buffs that it gives. Against SF Clock, I think it's pretty dangerous. So I personally would rather just see the Overlord offlane Beast and then let the Magnus, let Sumail do his work, right? Let him make some moves on a Magnus with a fast blink. But I'm okay with both versions. I don't think your idea is not gonna work at all. I think they're probably pretty close in terms of like expected success, but it's a different take, and it comes down a lot to whether you think VP are willing to put SF mid.
5 seconds remaining.
We shall see. Obviously, VP have the last overall pick, so they have the decision to make about the SF. For Nigma, it's about the Ghost Hero right now. Drow Ranger would have been excellent into the Shadow Fiend. That's going to be removed. There's no Terrorblade either. What else is in the Ghost carry pool? His Sven is still around. His Gyrocopter is still around. His Monkey is still around. Well, what leaps out to you as being very effective here? That could be useful.
Well, are we sure we're picking for Ghost? We are, right? He's not going to play Mag.
I hope he doesn't.
Okay. Let's for the sake of the argument, let's say it's 100% Ghost Hero we're about to pick. Well, with Terrorblade and Drow out of the picture, I need to dig a little bit deep here. TA is obviously gone.
How about Morphling? How would you feel about that hero?
Exactly that hero I was looking at. It doesn't seem half bad, especially with Drow and TB out of the pool. It's probably getting a bit more appealing.
Medusa, the Snake Lady. We forgot about the other one. I mean, the enemy team does have a Shadow Fiend, so you don't really care about the minus armor from him. You should be completely fine in your lane against the Nature's Prophet. You're a hero that buys Manta style, so you'll always have that available against the Silencer as well. All right, I'm okay with this. Generally, Shadow Fiends also don't buy Disperser as part of their build-up, so you don't have to worry about that too much.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, VTune. We know you want to play Anti-Mage in your elimination game. We know you want to. But will you resist the temptation and pick a Dota hero? You have 15 seconds to choose. Guys, I can play AM. I can block Roar. Yes!
Let's go.
All right, I just got so much more hype for. I got so much more hype for this game, regardless of outcome. No matter how this game plays out, if either team gets stomped, if somebody messes up royally, it does not matter. We get AM. This will be fun. This is an extremely polarizing game. This is one of those games where AM maybe does well and kind of runs with it, or where it all just comes completely crashing down because your only playmaking hero on VP is a Clock 4. This is a spicy one.
It'll be fine, gang. Larenov will buy early Blink Dagger, and then he's gonna play aggressively with the Clockwork, and you still have the Hawk that can move forward. It'll be okay, bro. It'll be fine. I'm very excited about this Anti-Mage pick, honestly.
Yeah, this will be fun.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make a bold prediction here, Snare. I think this game is gonna be either VP get absolutely rolled in 30 minutes, or they win in a very long game. That's what I think. It'll be one of the two. Because the big risks I see here is if Nigma's lanes go well, VP have nothing to fight back with. But if VP coast the lanes and do okay and get to mid game and this drags out and AM starts getting a lot of items, this is the kind of game that AM can hard carry eventually. with SF, of course. But man, what a risky, ballsy last pick for this game. Like, this is a team they're drafting like they have nothing to lose, man. That's a crazy. This lineup looks wacky, man.
I'm sure they're saying to themselves, they're like, look, guys, we probably had no rights really winning game 2, right? We should have lost that game. We have one more lease on life. How do you want to go out, boys? If we stay in the tournament,
you deserve it. We should never have won.
No. If we're going to win, we're going to win in our way. We're going to let these scrubs know it wasn't a fluke. It wasn't luck. It's just because we're better than you, gang. And what better way to prove that, Cinderin, than with last pick anti-mage in the final game of elimination? Yeah. That's how you show you got hair on your chest, baby.
I mean, I'm all for it. I have never been against ballsy drafts. I think it's always cool when teams are willing to take big risks. But just like everyone else, I get to laugh at them if it goes horribly wrong. That's what happens when you take a risk. Of course I'm not going to laugh at them, but I get to criticize them if things go bad. Because I see some serious potential problems for VP, but I also see the potential success here, right? That's what you got to keep in mind. That's what happens when you take a risky pick is high risk, high reward. It could fall completely flat and suck, or it could win you the whole game. And that's AM for you in this one.
Well, we are getting into the game. Oh, dude, click on Anti-Mage's build. This is not going to be Battle Fury Anti-Mage. My boy V2 already has the secret relic queued. Radiance Anti-Mage, baby. Love this new build. This Vanguard Radiance is much more exciting than the old Battle Fury. It might be an early fight here. Antares pushed back with the Flame Break, but even better power cogs. Beautifully placed by the Clockwork. It allows everybody from VP to get to safety. But Nigma Galaxy should still be a 2-2 trade at the end of the day on the bounty runes. Doesn't seem like VP has...
could get 3.
They actually might get 3. Yeah?
Maybe.
I think they're going to get 3.
Yeah, I think VP are really hesitant to contest this. Their level 1 is not good, right? So yeah. Alright, Nigma Galaxy with a little bit of a head start here with the 3 runes. We'll be heading up to
Cinderin.
Yo.
Remember yesterday when Heroic had that really bad laning phase in one of the drafts and they forced to switch things up in the lanes? We're seeing it again. V2 is starting the game in the top side, so he's going to be laning into the anti-mage at the beginning with V2.
Oh yeah, the offlane AM against Medusa, this is really good, and it's actually extremely good with Clockwork because the amount of time you can contain the Medusa and the cogs with battery assault here is really nice. I think this is gonna maybe surprise Nigma Galaxy a little bit here as well. Double mana burn lane. Okay.
I love this game, man.
And safe lane, I mean, Prophet Silencer is a really good lane against Beastmaster, right? With double ranged heroes with strong attacks. You get the regeneration benefit out of the nature's the soothing saplings facet on Prophet. You're doing quite well down here against a lane as fierce as Beastmaster Bat.
It's also a silencer, right? So you have a little bit less incentive to go heavy into the sticky napalm for the Bat Rider. So a lot less harass in the lane. Gonna be intriguing to see how this all shakes out. The Hawk, of course, had a bit of a tough start in game 1 and still on game 2, and still ended up doing really well down the stretch. So in this game with a better start, can only imagine the kind of influence he can have on the game, especially while waiting for the anti-mage to come online. So how is this mid lane going?
So I've got my eyes on top lane because I think when level 2 kicks in for Anti-Mage plus Clock, that's when this lane kind of unlocks a little bit. You're going to get the point in Mana Break now for V2, and you're going to have the Battery Assault coming out for Antares as well, and then suddenly Ghost is no longer really safe in this lane. V2 just needs to be a little bit careful about the counterplay potential with the tag team, but as long as Clockwork is covering with him, I think they're fine. Antares is on a bit of a mission here though, so pulling the wave as far as he can.
Bro, this is not even lane pulling. My man is giving these creeps a tour of the Radiant side of the map. Tour guide Antares. What a guy.
Tour guide Clockwork. And here we have the Radiant Triangle, ladies and gentlemen. This was established in 2003. And here you see the Shrine of Wisdom. It's currently under renovation.
Yes, yes. New building, very soon to be
Yes,
completed. We had a good project
indubitably.
from Ice Frog. Yes, yes, yes.
All right, well, he connected the waves now, so time to get some experience and get his own level 2 and deny a wave.
Everybody, it's much more calm. I mean, this always happens in Game 3, right? After contentious Game 1, contentious Game 2, Game 3, everyone's just like, right, guys, we don't want to make mistakes. Nobody wants to mess things up. Just try to play things as quote-unquote normally as possible. There's a reason we did not start this game seeing anybody try to triple stack the lane to find the first blood.
You can tell from the hero placements up top. I think VP really want to try to do something aggressive, but so far struggling to make that connection. All right, that's tag team down. GH.
Antares will take a lot of damage for this. Gorgon's Grasp will be there onto Antares, but not enough damage in the end.
Rocket Flare. Huh.
Oh, bottom. The Hawk getting gone on. Omar finds the first blood. Rain could not hold him back despite casting both of his spells on Omar. Omar was happy to make the chase happen. Beautifully done by the side of Nigma Galaxy. More space for Noob to get some farm and levels now.
Another tag team up top from GH. He's now out of mana, but he has 2 mangoes to work with, both for himself and for Ghost. And you gotta say, considering that VP put the lane this way to try to counter the Medusa, mission failed so far. I think Antime just barely even hit Ghost. We're 4 minutes in. GH just being the wall on Tusk. Doing what
He also
needs
has
to
a
be
Lotus. Yeah, it's got a Lotus. 12 one charges on Ghost. You're not killing this man. I think that window is closed. Just gotta focus on your own farming now. Unless you want to play like hyper aggressive and bring in somebody from the other side of the map, but even then, you bring in the silencer. I don't think that's going to be enough to kill off Ghost, so he should be fine. This is the one lane we haven't.
I feel like if you wanted to play this top lane this way, I think you needed to go 2-1-0 on clock, right? Like you get Cogs level 1, which is fine, and then you go 2 back-to-back points of battery assault, and then you can actually maybe do something aggressive. Now instead, can't really do too much, and you're leaving the offense to Nigma in mid. GH with a great rotation.
This lane was relatively even up until this point, but that rotation from GH gets the kill. Even better, Sumail is the one that grabs it. There's a full wave in front of him with the Siege Wagon, so you can destroy the Siege Wagon. Even if you don't get the maximum pressure on the other side, you know it's not going to come towards you.
Yeah, winning mid as Mag against SF has got to feel really good right now. You now have RP, so Lorinov could easily get killed a secondary time if GH were to go there again. He's showing a bit of presence up top now to try to bother V-Tune. In spite of having a Vanguard, he will actually still blink that tag team level 1. But here comes Antares, maybe play potential here.
Does have the 2 points into the battery assault, puts Ghost inside. Ghost pops the 1, does still have a Lotus to go if needed. Ghost still alive, Lotus does get popped now. V-Tune does still manage to burn through all the mana. GH can no longer help him, and V-Tune succeeds in getting the kill. Flame Break pushes back on Antares and V-Tune. V-Tune has Blink in 2 seconds, he's gonna get it. And also Antares will escape. Sumail rotated in, hoping to try and get some vengeance for the Medusa, but instead just finds all of his time getting wasted.
Yeah, that's a really costly sequence for Nigma Galaxy. They lose their carry, they lose their mid TP, they lose a secondary support TP, and they get nothing to show for it. Which means in turn now, Shadow Fiend got a lot of free space mid, he's now farming up a little bit in the jungle, you were pressuring bottom lane with the Prophet as well, Silencer as well onto this tower with Siege Creep, you're getting some meaningful damage here. A moment ago Nigma Galaxy were up 2k, that's now been cut in half from that one singular move there. And you know for a fact that V-Tune with this Vanguard wants to do more of that. He's about to crack level 5, which is a massive DPS increase against the Medusa. Getting this extra mana burn. Gotta be
He wants to
careful
do
now.
that. They gotta be careful about the smoke as well. Ah, look at Rain. Rain God. This might protect the Hawk's life, and indeed it will. Omar and Sumail definitely don't want to keep this pursuit going. They're standing right underneath a Watcher. Omar might find the sentry, but no point even dewarding it. They're still sticking around, but they've been seen in the river. So they know that Sumail is coming. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger, so initiating here is extremely difficult. The Hawk getting into the right place, even gonna TP out just to be sure.
So if Rain dies, it is what it is, but this is not the rotation Nigma were looking for.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's not all that bad though, because you have Noob pushing the tower as a part of this play. This makes it a lot more valuable. You're gonna force out the glyph and maybe even ultimately get the tower next wave regardless.
Oh, top lane,
while
Ghost.
the kill itself isn't great, the real estate is decent.
This kill might be great though if they can find Ghost. He's already burned through a lot of the mana. The snake comes back. GH, as he TPs, he's immediately inside some cogs. And now Hawk joins as well. Throws in the Sprout. Ghost is losing HP and mana. Or the HP through mana, but BH, he's the one that died first. Loranov is there. AD Rune finds the razors. They get the kill on the Tusk. With the Requiem of Souls, they send Ghost back. And they managed to get that kill as well. And once more, Cinderin, Sumail made a rotation only to find nothing in the top lane.
He couldn't do anything when Loranov showed. I think turning around there on the Magnus is the right play. If you skewer in and find a half-assed RP, you're just killing yourself for no gain. So you gotta let it go. And this is gonna also cost them the top tower. Obviously for them, fortunately, they were able to get a little bit down bottom themselves, but so far so good here for Virtus.pro. It wasn't looking great a few minutes ago, but a couple of successful moves put them on the map. Prophet is now about to crack level 6. Clockwork getting a lot of experience down bottom, by the way, so this will be a relatively timely hookshot too. And he's got some good friends to play with. Hookshot is great with Shadow Fiend, it's great with the Anti-Mage, it's great with the Prophet, and of course the X factor of Global Silence, enabling them to find those plays. But Nigma Galaxy turning up the pressure here, taking mid tier 1 as well. And oh, Omar, hello, walking into Rain.
We do see him. Sumail also gets in the shockwave. The skewer forward finds the kill. Okay, Curse. Is it going to tick him out? He's at 90.
He's doing so much damage.
Wrath of Nature thrown in. He's actually dead.
He's getting owned by Stoke. He's burning himself to death with the curse. Oh no.
That's unfortunate. But on the bright side, they did get the tower. That's the one thing that's been going right for Nigma.
Yeah.
Right? Noob has had such a good lane. He took the tier 1 bottom. He's circled to take tier 1 mid. All this before he's even made a big rotation to try and roll. So in some ways, Sumail, it sucks that he's had to make these moves and get nothing. But Noob getting this good of a start might still set them up for success down the stretch. That makes us feel okay in the long run.
Yeah, it is a pretty interesting game when you look at the net worth breakdown, right? AM and DOTA are pretty close together, but none of them is near the top on these two cores. The top 3 currently are mids and offlaners, so it's gonna be a game where the carries of both teams will need a little bit of time to build up, and then, you know, you would default to thinking that Nigma Galaxy with the better playmaking heroes and the better early aggression with Beastmaster, etc., will be able to put the pressure onto VP, but so far so good, right? It's just they've kept it an even 4-4 here, not finding too many openings on the dire heroes just yet. And we'll try now, though, with a little smoke here from Omar. Not really sure what the purpose of this play is. No backup.
I can tell you the purpose of the play. Was a mix. I think it was a mistake. Maybe it was moving something in inventory.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Could be.
Because he doesn't have any wards with him, so he's not warding anything. He was all by himself. Yeah, I think that's what happened.
I don't know. This one seemed a little bit off.
It's like when you just buy BKB, you use it, and you just tell the team, just testing if the button works, guys. Don't worry. We do now have a Blink Dagger for Sumail, so we could see this Magnus try to make another move. Last time when he rotated bottom, he couldn't find a kill. This time around, though, he could. Unfortunately, his Blink has been scouted, standing right next to an Observer Ward, and the trigger of the Invis Rune is scouted. So now they know they can jump GH while Sumail's not there just yet. Can they blow him up in time? Time is being bought by GH. Sumail thinking about it, but realizes it's a bad idea. With the entire team of VP being there, there's no way for this Blink to be revealed.
When this Shadow Fiend gets Yasha, Kaya, and Dagger, he is a 2-man kill squad with Clock. They can kill every hero on the map for a long time. He just
I'm gonna try to kill the Hawk. He gets skewered into the primal roar of Noob, and yep, very, very simple, quite straightforward. Since they saw everybody killing GH middle, they know that there's nobody around the Hawk to help save him. Good read in that situation.
He's the entire net worth lead of Nigma Galaxy. The Prophet is really far behind the other cores. The rest looks quite even, looking up the board. Prophet the big loser here. VP will try to make a move of their own, though. Hookshot getting ready once again. Global Silence at the ready. Shadow Fiend has a haste. This can be a really strong play if they manage to connect on the Beastmaster. He would be a super valuable target. And a relatively safe kill as well, considering the spells that they have and what Nigma don't. But it's going to be a bit of a walk to find him.
I mean, it is tour guide clockwork, right? We have to take the scenic route.
That's right.
That's even better. This is huge. Global silence will be there. No skewer out for you, my friend. They make sure that he dies very, very quickly. Also some brain drain going the way of Rain. You'll love to see it. And it might not be over just yet. DC's noob potentially here, but Omar coming in does mean that Rain has to retreat. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they got Sumail. That was the big prize.
And while all of this is happening, both AM and Medusa are free farming, but that is a relatively one-sided matchup. Or, well, it just is a one-sided matchup, not even relatively. AM is one of the best counters to Medusa in the entire game, if not the #1. Even saw teams running AM as a support to try to counter Medusa sometimes. We've seen it as an offlaner, which obviously is what's happening in this game, but BTUM is the carry player, just playing it in a different lane for that lane counter added value. So if those two heroes trade farm, I think that's really good news for VP, right? You just want, if AM isn't getting overtaken by Dusa and they have the same net worth in 10 minutes, AM's inventory should absolutely crush her in terms of value. So I think VP should be pretty damn happy right now with how this is going.
Clockwork. Gonna get skewed onto the high ground.
Oh my gosh.
Somebody has to eat an L. And Antares this time around. GH happy to commit the full walrus punch.
Well, if anyone takes a tour on the, or takes a ride on the tour guide bus, it's got to be the Clockwork, right? Straight on, in with the chauffeur Shamail. It's going to drive him all the way to the mid-tier 1. And now they're going to convert this to a top tier 1 push. So again, Nigma Galaxy finding a kill means finding a tower. And this one, you just got to let go. This push is way too strong.
One of those games where it's very even across the board. Like you mentioned, the Prophet is the one that's behind. But for Nigma, that means that they can effectively play with 3 cores right now, while VP is still waiting for Dahak to be more effective. He only has the Urn of Shadows trying to get Aghanim shot, but it's going to be a while before we see real impact from him.
Yeah, he's just not going for the Vessel here, which I think makes sense. It's not good against Dusa. You're probably better off getting a higher, like the value of vision in fights for Shadow Fiend and Anti-Mage is incredible. From the Curse of the Old Growth, you offer more in fights with
Antares, they get the jump out onto the Bat Rider, but they commit global for this? Dude, if I'm Nigma, I'm ecstatic. I want to re-engage, in fact. And Sumail's thinking about it. He's going forward. He finds the skewer back onto Antares. They drag the Clockwork towards the rest of the team, and they kill him off with the Wild Axes. Big mistake from Virtus.pro there.
It's not too consequential, I think, because I don't know if Nigma Galaxy can really turn this into anything. There's no tier 1 tower left to claim. They can't really go Roche. So yeah, your global is down, but usually global being down is a major downside if the enemy team is forcing you to take a fight that you really don't want to have to. But if Noob had Ags, this would be Roche, right? But when you're going the Overlord build, this threat is not the same. I mean, you could probably still do it with Tag Team, to be honest, if Nigma wanted to.
Oh, that window is closed. Everybody is respawned now from Virtus.pro. And still 60 seconds until we have global silence, but yeah, there's no way you're gonna go Roche at this moment.
These are Scots have Radiance. Only a few hundred away on AM. Curious to see if VP are going to try to take a more aggressive angle then of just forcing AM into fights while Medusa is inevitably off farming in the jungle, so trying to play a 5v4. It overlaps nicely with the Shadow Fiend Blink Dagger, so you have a pretty natural drive to want to take fights right now. I don't know if the last time I've seen this build on Clockwork, by the way, is 0 points of battery, so...
The Hawk top gets a lasso onto himself, so Omar is able to kill him. And the Urn of Shadows unfortunately expires before the Bat Rider dies. And the Firefly finishes just in time, so he's going to be okay.
I think you can't die from Firefly, right? You can get to 1 health, I think?
Yeah, but then if the Firefly was still going while he was under
still
Urn.
earned. Yeah.
Antares on his Clockwork without the battery assault. He's setting up potentially for a jump bottom. They have Noranov with them. There's the RP out to the teammates. Global silence immediately though to cover them. And Ghost, he's already committed Stone Gaze, so he doesn't have it anymore. Antares holding him in position for a little bit, but the rest of his lineup doesn't really want to go in.
I think VP missed out on a big opportunity there. I think that was fightable for sure. if they had communicated a little bit better, when that global silence comes out, I think V2 needs to stay in and fight together with Atars to just kill DOTA. Instead, nice little quick and easy pick here from Noob onto Silence.
Skill, because Omar was involved in that kill, he gets to finish off the gold for his Blink Dagger, so that'll be emerging now for the bat. And unlike in game 2, he doesn't have to worry about an Abaddon, so he should be able to reliably get these lassos off. As his team will finally now have the space to enter into the Roshan pit. Tag team, full Beastmaster army. Omar being nearby, they should be able to grab this one.
Yep. Down it goes. 3k lead now for Nigma plus an Aegis, looking quite good. Okay, never mind. They move out. Rocket Fair will scout them again. They give up on it. What? Well, they don't give up on it. They give down on it. They give up only to get down.
Okay, somebody has to...
Alright, here comes Noob with Aegis. Interesting.
I'm gonna clip that from you. They get up to get down. Sounds like a voice line.
They give up to get down.
Exactly.
When would you ever use that voice line?
Hey man, my pubs are chaotic. I find many opportunities. While that was happening and the Roshan is being taken away, there was still farm being accrued by the side of Virtus.pro. We're getting closer towards Axe for the Shadow Fiend. Getting closer towards the Manta for the Anti-Mage. Unfortunately, Dahak really wishes he had the Crimson Guard right now. It will not matter, as he will be brought down, killed off. Sumail gets the credit, and that's going to finish off the BKB practically for the Magnus.
Yeah, there's a couple of decent items here approaching now for the side of Nigma Galaxy. That BKB on him. Medusa is getting pretty close to a butterfly, which changes the AM dynamic drastically for a while. Having that evasion on her is a big help. And effectively, both carries will be struggling to hit each other, the AM with the Radiance and Medusa with the butter. But considering it's a matchup that is inherently unfavorable to Medusa, if she can equalize that problem, that's good for her. Neither carry hits each other ever. Medusa is very happy about that. She could trade a curse here where they both get 100% evasion against each other. She's pressing yes on that one immediately and winning the game by killing his team. But
Noob secures the tier 2 tower for his team. Beastmaster is top of the net worth. We are having one of those, you know, we don't get these offlane beast games anymore. We sometimes see it from the mid beast where they like top of the net worth, dominating everything, taking tower after tower after tower. It's nice to see Noob remind us why this hero needed some nerfs last patch.
oh, this could get spicy. They have global and they have really good position here on VP. Smoke up. It's only two of them though.
Omar, he gets Requiem, but they pop him. It's global for just the two of them. Sumail is gonna get them both. RP at the ready will not be deployed. They thought they were making a trap happen. Instead, they were the ones that were the bait. They get eaten alive, Sind. Bat Rider for Shadow Fiend Clock. Hashtag worth for Nigma Galaxy. And they're not done just yet. They're coming bottom. They've come across the Hawk. He was trying to steal the Shrine of Wisdom. Instead, his own life might be forfeit. V2 though TP'd in, hoping to try and bring down Sumail. The Mana Boy not going to be enough. GH saves him with the snowball. They do eventually kill off Sumail, but it cost the life of Dahak. GH will be here to prevent the Wisdom Shrine steal. V2 bounces back the Mystic Snake, goes back in, looking for GH right now. Luke is there with the primal roll. They're thinking about it. Roll is going to be committed. Do they have enough lockdown though? They don't just yet. He blinks forward. However, GH looking to come in. No. Rain denies him the opportunity with the Arcane Curse, Lost Word, and the Blood Grenade. So as the Tusk dies, it secures the Anti-Mage's life. This game still hanging by a thread, but Nigma coming off the better for it.
This is something else. I mean, this whole fight up top happening out of the smoke. They're just setting a two-man trap at the Tormentor. They don't fully get away with it, but at the very least the RP gets expended, so Sumail doesn't have it for the follow-up fight bottom. When they roar V2, he doesn't reflect it, but they don't have the damage to kill him anyway. So he gets to get out and get a kill on the way, and then Silencer also kills the Tusk. When the dust settles, that was a VP win in all of that, in spite of the trade-up that they took up top at the Tormentor. That's not too bad, and they're approaching some really key timing here. Shadow Fiend closing in on Axe will be huge for him. AM almost has Manta, which is a game-changing item. Prophet now has the Crimson. There's a lot of good things happening around top of VP, and they'll also get a lot of nice quick cats here.
Good stuff from Antares.
Dude, I think this was starting to look to me like my favorite. I'm going to go with that big goal lead they were doing, but I don't think this 5k lead or even 3k at this point is that big of a deal, considering the AM against DOTA interaction and how good AM can be against Beastmaster as well with clutch timings and good fingers on the counterspell. I don't know, this is anyone's game. And I said I thought either VP were going to get run over in a 30-minute game or they were going to win a long game. So at this point, for that prediction to be true, we're over hurdle number 1 for VP. Now they got to get to that longer game, and Nigma Galaxy probably want to avoid that happening and try to win a couple of decisive fights soon.
Well, Noob heard you. He's like, oh, so I've got 7 minutes to win. Don't worry, gang. Let me pop a tier 2 right quick. Try to make some space on the map. For full AC overload, Essence Ring, drums of endurance. Good luck killing this Beastmaster.
Yeah, he's super tanky.
They're gonna smoke now. Him and the gang.
Aegis is out.
Yeah. They don't have any vision though, so they're not gonna catch anybody on the top side of the map.
The Hawk trying to steal the Wisdom Shrine at 24 minutes here. Obviously does not spawn then. He's just hanging out waiting for creeps to spawn. I kid. The Hawk stayed in school. He knows the table of 7s. Quickly, what's 7 times 8?
7 times 8 is 56.
Alright, that's good. You're ready for Link.
Down bottom. Oh, Antares. What a hook shot towards the creep wave. They smoked and took a twin gate for that one. And the Wrath of Nature from the Hawk, it disables the blink dagger of Sumail. So you can't keep the chase going. Okay, you like to see it. VP. They get out, and there's not a tier 2 tower to take. Do you think Nigma really gonna try and force this issue, or is it just that Noob forcing in the wave right now?
I mean, I feel like in theory this is possible if you got any pick. But if you're going in just blind 5v5 into the enemy base, the risk reward of that, I don't know how much I like that against SF Ags, Blink, plus Global. Like, you can easily get just blown up very fast. Keep in mind, the only hero on the Dire that has BKB is the Magnus. If anyone else gets caught in a hook shot, it can get turned to dust in a moment.
VP want to test that hypothesis as they smoke up themselves within the base. Beastmaster will be the one to break it. He doesn't have a blink, he doesn't have anything to get out of here. Does drop the primal roll onto Antares. He doesn't get connected into it. The Requiem is too far back from the Shadow Fiend, so for now he's okay. Antares will find him with the hook shot. So they kill off Antares very quickly. Global Silence is there, and V2 trying to kill these heroes off, but Noob, he still stays standing. And now Sumail with BKB active, he still has access to the RP. They drag back the lasso onto the Hawk. Nature's Prophet is gonna go down. He threw out a Wrath of Nature, but it was simply a token effect. He knew he was cooked, and as he goes down, look where this creep wave is down bottom with the Sea Dragon, Cinderin. Are we gonna see some damage on the tier 3 tower?
Yes, but what the hell happened with the Requiem? He must have been hit by like a Beastmaster Boar on Lorinov. That entire play was perfectly clean from VP if they just get the Requiem connection. Maybe he was trying to Requiem outside and then blink in with the returning wave, but the problem is his dagger was just cancelled, so that whole thing fell apart. And Nigma Galaxy, with a huge and immediate punish, are going to get the first lane of barracks of the game, and guess what? Maybe we are getting version 1 with the fast beatdown, but definitely not in the fashion I anticipated. That one moment for VP, though, is extremely costly. Not only do they miss out on the kill, they die as well and lose a full lane, and it all is because of one Requiem that couldn't reach.
To make matters worse, now they have a BKB on Noob, so the next time you try that maneuver, you almost killed him. If you had cleaner initiation, you probably would have. Next time, absolutely not going to happen. Oh boy. You know, while this has been chaotic and everything, the one hero that's benefited from how the game has unfolded has been this DOTA. You know, the anti-mage has been in and out of fights, realized he couldn't really always get the kill, had to retreat. DOTA's just been quietly not involved. Now she's at the top of the net worth, a full item almost ahead of the anti-mage, so that situation that they had earlier, now starting to favor Ghost, especially because Anti-Mage has been involved in many of these failed smokes, cutting down his farm time.
It's a really big deal when Medusa gets ahead, because this is actually a kind of interesting matchup that has a lot of history to it. There was a phase in Dota some years back where a lot of games were
We'll talk about history in a second, because the Hawk is getting gone on top.
Well,
the
he'll
thing
be
is,
history.
he was supposed to be setting up for the smoke, but the smoke comes now after they've already lost him, and the BKB emerges before the spells of VP. They need to get the hell out of here. Clockwork will barely be able to do so, but Laurenov doesn't have a TP, but they don't know. They have no vision of this Shadow Fiend. By just the skin of his teeth, he will live.
Dude, what happened? He blinked into the trees in Requiem and was stuck. I don't understand what's going on, man. This is crazy. Well, good for Nigma Galaxy, I guess. They'll just be like, okay, no Requiem. We can probably just go down mid here. And I was going to say about this AM versus DOTA matchup, that used to be a lot more prevalent some years back. And a lot of the times, AM was counter to DOTA in specific times of the game. It would have this like interesting curve where AM was good against DOTA early, then DOTA would get Scotty Butterfly, and then AM would be behind, and then eventually AM would get his stuff, and then he would be ahead again. And we're kind of in that state here where DOTA is just ahead by so much that AM is not really a problem right now for her. She has the evasion, she has the pipe and the manta, so Eachun can't reliably go on her, but eventually he's going to be forced to in just a moment. The second lane is going down. Nigma Galaxy looking for a decisive third game win here. 13k up at 29.
There were some dicey moments, of course, throughout the course of this game. However, VP, I think it's what, 3 back-to-back smokes that they didn't find anything? Really set them back. You know, that moment where it was only a 2k lead for Nigma seems like it's eons ago at this point.
Yep. And all it takes now is Sumail needs to fish someone, right? He's got Ags. So if he finds Shadow Fiend on a Horn Toss, the fight's actually almost over immediately. If he gets Horn Toss Skewer off before they global, I think SF just dies on the spot. He doesn't have BKB to protect himself.
Yeah, and this is unlike last game, right? The Requiem that needs to be channeled from this SF, if BKB is up, let's say Sumail jumps in with BKB, less afraid than he would be if they'll say like the Quap from last game, where you could still get Sonic Wave through your BKB, still find half your HP pool gone, get pushed back too. But here, what are you scared of? And you know, yesterday we had a discussion about this SF, carry versus mid. One of my main problems with SF mid is you get to a point where the enemy team has BKBs, and until you can get those BKBs down, you just feel like, man, I have a lot of net worth that's not really contributing anything to my team.
Yeah, it is very... It's a very delicate build in a pro setting. You need to get value when it's strong, and you need to find a way to dodge the bad situations that come after while it's low.
Oh, there's the fish, there's the fish! And they found the best catch ever. They get the catch onto the anti-mage, and Torres tried to save him, but Sumail just pops BKB, throws in the RP. For good measure, they got the roar out, and now with the lasso onto Rain, Ghost cleans him up too. 3 heroes down. Anti-mage, no buyback for a full minute as the push is incoming through mid.
Nigma Galaxy says, we're done experimenting with Sumail, Art Ward, and carry type mids. We're just going to get the playmakers that just work. And this is, all of a sudden, a very one-sided affair. This went from looking quite close 5 minutes ago to now Megas in the blink of an eye.
He's going to try something, but I think they got vision. They saw him. Megas are achieved, and they're just going to get out. No harm, no foul. So, you are Mega right now. You know, in bygone eras, you'd say, well, it's Megas, yes, but Anti-Mage is not the worst hero against Megas. You still have the Shadow Fiend. However, neither of them have itemized for the classic anti-Megas push that you get from these heroes. Spellcaster SF, Radiant Anti-Mage, that does not sound like a lineup to deal with Megas to me.
Snare, I'm pretty sure any lineup against Megas at 30 minutes is Mega Cope saying that we'll be all right. I don't think 30 minutes in, you take any 5 heroes that you want. I am not happy. It genuinely doesn't matter. Even if they have the perfect items and the perfect heroes, this early in the game being down Megas is a death sentence. It's borderline impossible to get back. We've seen Mega Creep comebacks plenty of times in Dota's history, but at around 30 minutes, I think you can count on probably 2 fingers the amount of times this has ever happened. Against 30-minute Megas that a team wins. At 40, 45, different story, but Like, how on earth do you handle this pressure with the items that your heroes have right now? That is but as always, I love your positive outlook, man. It's refreshing.
It's 2% chance.
It's
2%.
refreshing.
Antares, well, he does not have any way to live through this. He is just very dead. Not a buyback, but the heart gets caught as well by Noob. And now the last one to V-Tune. Even through the global silence, they just kill him off. He doesn't have buyback on the anti-mage. Rain about to die as well, granting an ultra kill to Ghost. The heart, bro. The heart, come on, dog. Give him the rampage. Do the right thing. Allow him to have it. No! The game ends. It doesn't get the rampage for Ghost, but he does get the W. GG, well played, is called. Nigma Galaxy continue in PGL Wallachia Season 5, eliminating VP in the process.
The stats will not show another rampage on Ghost's resume, but I think he will be relieved that he gets to play again tomorrow. After that, Game 2 probably has to have been a slightly tough game for Nigma Galaxy to swallow, but they show in Game 3 that they are just a better team. I don't really know where to start in this game. There were a lot of things for VP that just went really, really poorly. I think we had 0 truly good Requiems with a mid Shadow Fiend. If you're going to run this hero and run it as a mid, you've got to make sure you get at least a couple of those landing and finding a good fight. Dahag ending the game 0-8 on Prophet, not much to write home about. And in spite of those two things going wrong, VP actually kind of stayed afloat for a decent portion of this game. For like 20-25 minutes, it looked like a roughly even game. And then Nigma Galaxy found 2 deciding moments, and they crushed them. In 5 minutes, this game just ended. It's a pretty interesting graph to look at, just how much it transformed. Minute 20, this game was 50-50 win expectancy or whatever. Minute 30, it's like a 95-5. So, yeah. They got it done. Nigma Galaxy get through, and I think, and I hope for them, going forward to the next couple of days, that they have learned the right things from their losses and from their win today about what works for them and what doesn't, because there will be stronger opponents up ahead. This was supposed to be the easiest series of the tournament for them, and even in this one, they were pushed to 3. You got to bring your best plays against the next opponents you're going to have, or you will be next on the chopping block, I think.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. I do think that Game 3, once, like you said, once they made that adjustment back to what was working always, hard carry for Ghost, playmaker for Sumail, give Noob something he can create chaos with, it ended up working a lot better for them. I do think, in retrospect, that I don't think it would have mattered exactly where the anti-mage lane was, because they didn't find those kills in the lane. In retrospect, it might have worked out better to have V-Tune in a lane where he's only focused on farming, not concerned with trying to kill the DOTA, because there were a couple of failed attempts on her life that had V-Tune have to get back for a little bit, regen HP before he's able to continue farming. So it was a cute little switch up to try and put this in that lane, but in retrospect, didn't work out for them. And you know, the thing you mentioned at the end of the draft is, I think, what actually cost them the game. You only have Antares to create plays for you. If he dies at the beginning of that play, or if he's just not there, what do you have? Like, where do you initiate fights from? You were saying Lorinov couldn't find the good Requiems, but nobody around his game to really help him find those situations where the Requiem would be effective. In retrospect, maybe not that much of a surprise it went this way.
I mean, I'm with you on that he is very much dependent on Antares, and that it's always going to be hard if Antares is dead. But there were opportunities in this game, I am positive, where Antares actually did find an opening, and Lorinov just missed it somehow. Like, either in both instances, he took some random residual damage from a boar or a firefly or whatever it was that caught him off guard. But we saw 3 Requiems cast in this game from like 1500 range to the nearest enemy hero. And then he did not blink in with the Ags to get the wave on the way in. And when he had the Kayayasha, he missed his first Requiem, I think, without the Ags, where he was also just Requiem from far away. Like, it's just not good enough. Like, it just wasn't a good game for Lorinov individually here. I think, again, I honestly, I think Antares played the best in VP this entire series. I think both of his Clockwork games here were really good. This game, he had some key smoke breaks. He had some good initiations where the follow-ups were just lackluster. I think Rain Silencer was also fine, but there's only so much you can do. Like, just when it all comes down to it, just not VP's tournament, right? They just did not play their best, and Nigma Galaxy are just better in this tournament, and this is the expected and the correct result, right? When you chalk it up to it, VP's drafting in some of their games was also a little bit wacky. Like, I was smiling and laughing at the AM pick because I loved the ballsiness of doing that in this game, but you can see the potential problems with taking that risk, right? It just didn't work, but you know, I still want to give them kudos for going for it. Just the execution wasn't there today.
They went out on their feet, you know, in their own way of playing Dota.
Yeah.
Didn't work out for them in the end, but they can have no regrets. They left it all on the field. Of course, that will bring us to the end of the day, Cinderin. Yet again, you and I are the only ones that get a 2-1. Everything else was 2-0 earlier in the day. Tidebound, expected result. Tundra, expected result. Heroic, expected result. Nigma, expected result, unexpected pathway to this result at the end.
I would have thought this was going to be a slam dunk 2-0 for them, to be honest. With what we saw from VP so far in the tournament and what we saw from Nigma, I thought Nigma were going to 2-0 this. And honestly, I'm a little bit concerned that this went to 3 games in the fashion that it did. But the good news for Nigma is it's quite easy for them to prevent this thing happening again as it did in game 2. Because there's 2 ways about it. Either you pick a different hero for Sumail, a different archetype, or you have a team talk about if you're running this Sumail greedy mid, noob can't also itemize greedy, right? You can't be like greedy carry, greedy mid, and greedy offlane build. I think you just have to, you know the limits and be a little bit more clever about how you structure it. And if they come to those conclusions after today, it's obviously good. But I don't think they had to take an L along the way.
Oh. Other results that we see right now is Nigma Galaxy do get a second life in this tournament. BetBoom Team did manage to dispatch Xtreme Gaming 2-0. What's happening with my China boys? OG lost 2-0 up against Team Liquid. Gaimin Gladiators secured themselves the first spot in the playoffs by grabbing a 2-0 over Aurora. And then, of course, Navi and Team Spirit are still currently playing up against each other. You said something about Team Spirit yesterday, which is that if you don't beat them in Game 2, if you don't 2-0 them, you're probably getting 2-1. But before we talk about them, I want you to talk to me about Gaimin. So far, Mr. Cinderman, I believe the only team to have not lost a single game. Yep, they haven't lost a single game here in this tournament. They have gone clean in their group stage run.
Yeah, good stuff from them. I feel like Dota goes through cycles with the top teams, right? There's going to be phases where one team looks unbeatable. How will anyone ever handle them? And then they have a fall from grace, and then they come back, and yada yada. And with Gaimin, there's been this like weird intermediary period after their roster swap where things haven't really worked the best, and then they're figuring it out, and then it's not quite enough, etc. We're still missing that moment of glory, but at no point did I ever think, okay, Gaimin have lost it. Like, I think this is a team that can show up to any tournament and play ball, and it's just a matter of, is this going to be the one or not? But you asked me before the tournament, do I think Gaimin can go 6-0 in games? I would have said absolutely yes. I always believe this team is capable. They have shown that they're capable. They just don't do it consistently. But from time to time, they're gonna hit. And this time they did.
And when they hit hard. Of course, we'll be seeing them later in the playoffs. They no longer have to play any more group stage matches, having already secured a playoff berth. On the other side, the next person joining is either Navi or Spirit. It's still 1-1, so head on over to the channel to watch that one. But that does mean, Mr. Cinderman, that we are done for the day. So we're going to be signing off right now. Ladies and gentlemen at home, thank you for being with us today, for giving us your time and attention and sharing your love and passion of Dota 2 with us. Shout out to the boy Cinderin, shout out to Serrano, and then of course shout out to all the players who put it all on the line. Yes, in rough pressurizing situations, they still managed to deliver some very entertaining Dota. We hope to see more of it tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow as well. So good night, good luck, have fun in your games. Remember, a good positive attitude gets you further than just being the most cracked player. So until then, peace out, y'all. We're done.
Na 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 Step mii stăpâniți, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbăteț și cel mai prețes. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi dă mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean. Ciobănaș cu oile, bată-mi de căile, că ai lăsat oile și-ai plecat cu fetele. Eu m-am pornit după oi, rudu, m-am întâlnit cu iepuroi, rudu, bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. De văzut nu le-am văzut, de păscuțe le-am păscut, prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din Cârlana, fântâna lui Gheorghe, nu mai capte din Căpriu.
Hey.